At the age of 29, Zhao Xiaozhao met an untimely demise in a tragic car accident. Upon awakening, he discovered himself reborn in a classroom at the tender age of 12. In this new life, he resolves to compensate for the wrongs he inflicted upon his wife by transforming into a devoted husband, wandering amidst a sea of flowers, yet remaining untouched, solely due to the presence of his beloved wife at home. Chapter 1. Rebirth. The jarring screech of brakes pierced through the air, shattering Zhao Xiaozhao's senses as he felt his body lift into the ether, the world spinning chaotically around him, fracturing into countless shards of light and shadow. The final image etched in his mind was that of the spiderweb-like cracks on the windshield and the distorted, horrified visage of his wife, Peng Shi, in the distance. Zhao Xiaozhao, sleeping in class and drooling, stand up. A piercing female voice sliced through the darkness. Zhao Xiaozhao jolted upright, his forehead lifting from the desk, a glistening strand of saliva connecting him to it. Laughter erupted throughout the classroom. Bewildered, he glanced around. He found himself in a 6th grade classroom. In the upper right corner of the blackboard, a chore chart was drawn in chalk, and the old locust tree outside remained, having been uprooted during a typhoon in his high school days. At the podium, math teacher Li Hongmei was rapping the blackboard with a ruler, her stern gaze emanating from behind her glasses. This is... Zhao Xiaozhao looked down at himself, his body having shrunk several sizes, clad in a blue and white school uniform. A cartoon watch on his wrist displayed the date, April 12, 2010. Had he truly been reborn? Back to 17 years ago. How could this be? Was he still groggy from sleep? Should he stand at the back to clear his mind? Teacher Li's voice echoed once more. Instinctively, Zhao Xiaozhao stood up, his abrupt motion nearly toppling his chair. He mechanically walked towards the back of the classroom, catching a glimpse of a slight figure as he passed the 3rd row. His heart skipped a beat. It was a girl with a ponytail, her oversized school uniform hanging loosely, her head bent as she scribbled something in her notebook. The fringe on her left side was long enough to nearly obscure one eye, revealing a pale profile that was almost translucent. Peng Shi, his future wife. Zhao Xiaozhao froze in place as memories surged like a tidal wave. Their first encounter in the vast sea of humanity after graduating from university, her shy smile in a light blue dress. The moment he proposed, her tearful nod in the rain. The warmth of her curled-up form on the sofa, exhausted from working late into the night during their 3rd year of marriage. Yet now, she was merely a 12-year-old girl, and she seemed profoundly unwell. In his previous life, Peng Shi seldom spoke of her childhood, merely stating there was nothing worth mentioning. At this moment, Zhao Xiaozhao noticed her uniform sleeves were frayed, a faint bruise visible on her left wrist, and her pencils were so short they were nearly ungraspable. As Teacher Li resumed her lecture, Zhao Xiaozhao observed Peng Shi discreetly pull a small cloth bag from her backpack, her fingers moving swiftly beneath her desk. She was crafting something. When the bell rang, Zhao Xiaozhao hurried towards Peng Shi, only to see her swiftly conceal her belongings and dart out of the classroom like a frightened rabbit. Hey, Zhao Xiaozhao, what are you daydreaming about? Want to play ball? His close friend, Zhang Ming, draped an arm around his neck. In his previous life, they had lost contact after high school, and he had heard Zhang Ming went north. Wait, I have something to do. Zhao Xiaozhao extricated himself and chased after Peng Shi. The corridor was devoid of Peng Shi's figure. Zhao Xiaozhao descended the stairs, finally spotting her in a corner of the playground, squatting down to collect plastic bottles, her movements so practiced they were heart-wrenching. Do you need help? As Zhao Xiaozhao approached, Peng Shi visibly flinched, concealing the plastic bag behind her. No. Her voice was as faint as a whisper, her gaze fixed on the ground. I'm Zhao Xiaozhao, we are classmates. I know. Peng Shi suddenly looked up, a flicker of wariness flashing in her obsidian-like eyes. What do you want? Zhao Xiaozhao found himself at a loss for words. What could he say? That he was her future husband, reborn to find her? Just to see her alone, he stammered. Zhao Xiaozhao took a step back. I don't need pity. With that, he turned and walked away. He did not pursue her further, but at the end of the school day, he quietly followed Peng Shi. She did not head home, but instead turned into a small workshop behind the school. Through the grimy glass window, Zhao Xiaozhao saw the interior filled with beads, strings, and fabric, several children seated on small stools working diligently. A plump woman was reprimanding Peng Shi, scolding her for having produced 2 fewer strings the previous day. As dusk approached, Zhao Xiaozhao waited at a nearby convenience store for 3 hours. It was only after 8 o'clock that Peng Shi finally emerged. She walked with a slight limp, clutching her backpack tightly. Zhao Xiaozhao followed her into a dilapidated residential area, watching as she entered a cylindrical building. The hallway lights were out, and suddenly, a man's shouts and a girl's terrified screams echoed in the darkness. Zhao Xiaozhao raced upstairs, hearing the unmistakable sound of slaps and muffled sobs at the door of apartment 302. You worthless piece of trash. What is this paltry worth? Work an extra 2 hours tomorrow. Zhao Xiaozhao's fists clenched until they turned white. In his previous life, Peng Shi often mentioned having some hearing impairment in her left ear. Now he understood the reason behind it. That night, the soul of a 29-year-old wrestled with insomnia in the body of a 12-year-old. He recalled Peng Shi mentioning that her father had died in a car accident when she was 12, and after her mother remarried, she was left with her uncle, the very beast within that door. Staring at the ceiling, Zhao Xiaozhao made a resolution. In this life, he would ensure her childhood was devoid of pain. He would love her well for the next 17 years. Chapter 2. The Secret Guardianship Operation. For 3 consecutive days, Zhao Xiaozhao encountered Peng Shi working in the small workshop. On the first day, he feigned passing by, placing a cup of soy milk at her feet before hastily retreating. Through the window, he observed Peng Shi staring at the cup for a considerable time, ultimately taking a cautious sip. On the second day, he arrived 30 minutes early, and while the workers were yet to arrive, he secretly helped her complete a small basket of beaded strings. Seeing the puzzled expression on Peng Shi's face as she noticed the inexplicably reduced workload, Zhao Xiaozhao hid behind the wall, stifling his laughter. On the third day, he deliberately left a brand new pencil and eraser on her desk. Upon returning and noticing the items, Peng Shi glanced around before quietly placing them into her pencil case. Zhao Xiaozhao, what have you been up to lately? Zhang Ming suddenly slapped him on the shoulder as they walked home from school. Zhao Xiaozhao nearly jumped out of his skin. Nothing, just researching something. Researching what? Researching Peng Shi. Zhang Ming raised his eyebrows and nudged him playfully. The whole class can see you staring at her. Zhao Xiaozhao felt his ears flush with warmth. The jests of adolescence were both familiar and embarrassingly awkward for his 29-year-old soul, confined within a 12-year-old body. Do not speak nonsense, I merely. Zhao Xiaozhao suddenly had a brilliant idea. Ah, do you wish to earn some money? Zhang Ming was momentarily taken aback. 10 minutes later, the two boys crouched in a corner of the playground, with Zhao Xiaozhao sketching a diagram in the dirt using a twig. We could establish a second-hand trading market right behind the bicycle shed. Everyone has used toys, books, and cards that they can exchange or sell at a low price. We would charge a 10 commission. Zhang Ming's eyes widened in astonishment. Wow, Zhao Xiaozhao, where did you learn all this? It dawned on Zhao Xiaozhao that his suggestion was rather sophisticated for elementary school students. He scratched his head. I saw it on television. A week later, the second-hand trading market at Sunshine Primary School opened to great fanfare. Zhao Xiaozhao employed his business acumen from his previous life to devise simple rules and an accounting system, even creating vouchers. By the third day, they had already amassed over 200 yuan in class funds. How should we use this money? Zhang Ming pondered as he counted the crumpled bills. Zhao Xiaozhao had already formulated a plan. First, purchase a new blackboard eraser and chalk for the entire class, and the remainder would serve as lunch subsidies. The next day at noon, Zhao Xiaozhao purposely waited for Peng Shi to collect her free lunch and greeted the class monitor. However, when he saw her carrying a tray toward the corner, the girl suddenly turned back and returned the tray to the serving window. What's wrong? Zhao Xiaozhao hurried over. Peng Shi kept her head down. I did not apply for the subsidy. But you are not. I can hurt myself. Her voice was soft yet resolute, her left hand unconsciously brushing against the bruise on her right wrist. Zhao Xiaozhao's heart trembled. In his previous life, Peng Shi was similarly reluctant to accept charity, no matter how dire the circumstances. During their first year of marriage, she had been unemployed for 3 months, choosing to walk 2 extra bus stops to save fare rather than touch the money in their joint account. Well, I have a proposal. Zhao Xiaozhao's mind raced. I always struggle to take complete notes. Could you assist me in organizing them? I will pay you based on the number of pages. Peng Shi finally lifted her head, her dark eyes glimmering with caution like a thin layer of ice. Why me? Because you are my wife? Zhao Xiaozhao replied internally. Because your handwriting is exquisite. He pointed to the display board at the back of the classroom, showcasing exemplary assignments, where Peng Shi's sole displayed essay resided. Her eyelashes fluttered, surprised that anyone had noticed this. 50 cents per page, she finally stated. 1 yuan, Zhao Xiaozhao countered. Peng Shi furrowed her brow. Why are you starting high? Because. Zhao Xiaozhao nearly bit his tongue. I need it urgently, hence the rush fee. They struck a deal. After school that day, Zhao Xiaozhao did not head to the small workshop. Instead, he ventured to the city library, Peng Shi's favorite place in his previous life. If fate has inertia, perhaps. Indeed, in the furthest corner of the computer section, he discovered that slender figure. Peng Shi was on tiptoe, attempting to reach a copy of Jiao programming. Zhao Xiaozhao held his breath, quietly circling to the other side. This book was incomprehensible to elementary students, yet Peng Shi was captivated, her fingers unconsciously drumming on the table. Zhao Xiaozhao narrowed his eyes. She was mimicking keyboard input. In his previous life, Peng Shi was a top programmer, yet she always claimed she only began to engage with programming in college. Now it seemed, hey kid, you can't do your homework here. The librarian approached and tapped on Peng Shi's desk. Peng Shi snapped the book shut like a startled bird and hurried away. Su Chun waited until she was out of sight before inspecting the book. Its blank pages were densely filled with pencil notes, all concerning programming concepts and algorithm analyses. Zhao Xiaozhao's heart raced. His wife was a genius, and this world nearly overlooked her. On Friday afternoon, as Zhao Xiaozhao prepared to give Peng Shi the money he had organized for her notes, a commotion suddenly erupted at the school gate. Peng Shi, come out here. A drunken man swayed at the school gate while the security guard attempted to intervene. Peng Shi's complexion instantly turned pale, her pencil clattering to the ground. The entire class fell silent, all eyes fixated upon her. Who is that? A classmate whispered. Her father, I suppose? He looks quite intimidating. I heard her father passed away long ago. That must be her uncle. Zhao Xiaozhao noticed Peng Shi's fingers tightly gripping the hem of her shirt, her knuckles turning white. Fragments of memory from his previous life flashed before him. Peng Shi bore a scar on her right shoulder, which she claimed was from a burn. Now Zhao Xiaozhao was almost certain of its origin. Peng Shi, I know you're in there. Hand over the money. The man began shoving the security guard. Their homeroom teacher rushed over, and Peng Shi mechanically stood up, as though walking to her execution. Zhao Xiaozhao suddenly stepped forward, bursting out of the classroom. Uncle, he called loudly, sprinting to the school gate. You've come to collect Yuqing's salary, right? The boss lady asked me to pass it on to you. The man paused. What? Zhao Xiaozhao produced all the money they had earned that week, discreetly mixing in his own savings. This is for Xiaoxi's handiwork this week. The boss lady said her skills are exceptional, so she gave her a bonus. The drunkard's eyes brightened as he snatched the money and counted it, his expression softening considerably. Looks like she knows how to behave. The boss lady also mentioned. Zhao Xiaozhao lowered his voice. If Xiaoxi injures her hand, she won't be able to work, so you understand. The man squinted at Su Chun. Who are you? I'm the boss lady's nephew, in the same class as Xiaoxi. Zhao Xiaozhao lied without flinching. Next week, there's another batch of urgent work. You could earn double. The promise of money and the double rate had an effect. The man grunted and staggered away. Zhao Xiaozhao turned to find Peng. She's standing in the shadow of the teaching building, her dark eyes wide with surprise. You? Her voice trembled. Why? My grandmother always said that when dealing with drunks, one should give them a way out. Zhao Xiaozhao forced a relaxed smile. By the way, here's the money for your notes. He handed her 20 yuan, but Peng Shi did not accept it. That's too much. There are only 15 pages, including the reservation fee for the next 3 days. Zhao Xiaozhao insisted. Shall we meet at the library tomorrow? I'll treat you to soy milk, and you can teach me. Mathematics. Peng Shi stared at the money for a long time, so long that Su Chun thought she might refuse. Finally, she slightly nodded, a barely perceptible smile gracing her lips. In that moment, Zhao Xiaozhao felt as though he glimpsed the future, waiting for his wife to finish work, her smile as she crossed the street to him, 17 years hence. Chapter 3. The secret, gifted garden of the city library on Saturday was more bustling than usual. Zhao Xiaozhao circled the computer area 3 times, unable to locate Peng Shi, and began to doubt if she had stood him up. However, in the farthest corner of his self-study area, he discovered that familiar figure. Peng Shi was huddled in front of a low table, her workspace not cluttered with a C programming textbook, but rather with an array of handcrafted bead materials. Her fingers danced swiftly, transforming tiny beads into intricate patterns with astonishing speed. Weren't you supposed to teach me math? Zhao Xiaozhao placed a cup of soybean milk in front of her. Startled, Peng Shi's hand trembled, causing the thread to slip, and several beads rolled onto the floor. She hurried to retrieve them, bumping her forehead against the edge of the table and gasping in pain. Are you all right? Zhao Xiaozhao squatted down, meeting her tear-brimmed eyes. So close, he could see the tiny droplets of moisture on her lashes, akin to morning dew clinging to blades of grass. Peng Shi quickly turned her face away. I need to finish this first. I'll help you. Zhao Xiaozhao picked up a few beads. Like this? No, it needs to be in color order, Peng Shi corrected him. Her voice soft yet firm. Red, blue, green, yellow. Repeat 4 times, and then Zhao Xiaozhao purposely mismatched a few, watching as Peng Shi's brow furrowed with worry. Her nose glistening with perspiration, reminiscent of the times in his past life when she had patiently taught him how to tie a tie. Her breath gently brushing against his neck. Do you come here often? Zhao Xiaozhao inquired casually. Peng Shi nodded. It's quiet here. What she didn't say was that it was warm, with free hot water, far preferable to the dampness of the cramped apartment building. That book. Zhao Xiaozhao gestured toward the distant computer bookshelf. Do you understand it? Peng Shi hesitated, her fingers pausing momentarily, the thread slipping again. Zhao Xiaozhao noticed her ears turning red. I just glance at it. I can't comprehend it at all. Zhao Xiaozhao exaggeratedly sighed. Our school's computer class is still teaching typing. It's so boring. Peng Shi's eyes brightened slightly. Actually, computers could do a lot of things. Like what? Like, Peng Shi bit her lip. rummaging through her backpack to retrieve a small notebook filled with densely packed code and algorithms. I designed a program that automatically generates bead patterns based on examples from the book. Zhao Xiaozhao held his breath. The handwriting in that notebook was astonishingly neat, with complex logic flowcharts and code annotations meticulously organized. This was no elementary school level. Even university students might struggle with it. Wow, Zhao Xiaozhao was genuinely astonished this time. This is incredible. Peng Shi abruptly closed the notebook, as if fearing ridicule. Used scribbled. No, this is truly impressive. Zhao Xiaozhao insisted eagerly. You should show it to Teacher Wang. Teacher Wang was the school's computer instructor, a recent graduate, the only person in the school with some understanding of programming. Peng Shi shook her head vigorously, like a rattle drum. No way. Why not? My uncle said. Peng Shi suddenly fell silent, her fingers unconsciously tracing a bruise on her wrist. Zhao Xiaozhao felt a pang in his chest. He recalled how, in his previous life, Peng Shi had nearly missed an opportunity for a permanent position in her first job because she was too timid to showcase her abilities. Back then, he didn't understand why she always kept herself hidden. How about this? Zhao Xiaozhao softened his voice. Next week in computer class, could you help me with my homework? I don't understand anything. Peng Shi regarded him with suspicion. Didn't you say computer class was boring? I suddenly found it interesting. Zhao Xiaozhao scratched his head. As a trade, I'll help you with your crafts. After a long pause, Peng Shi finally gave a gentle nod. On Monday, during computer class, Zhao Xiaozhao deliberately botched his homework. Teacher Wang frowned as he reviewed it, about to reprimand him when Zhao Xiaozhao suddenly interjected. Teacher, Peng, she said. She had an idea. All eyes turned to Peng Shi in the corner, who instantly shrank back, resembling a startled quail. Peng Shi? Teacher Wang asked, somewhat taken aback. What idea? Zhao Xiaozhao discreetly kicked Peng Shi's shoe under the table. She lifted her head, meeting Zhao Xiaozhao's encouraging gaze, took a deep breath, and pulled out the small notebook from her bag. I want to design a program. Her voice was as faint as a whisper. Teacher Wang initially flipped through it politely, but gradually his expression changed. Did you write this? He pointed to a complex algorithm. Do you understand what this code means? Peng Shi nodded, her voice growing steadier. This is a recursive algorithm used to generate fractal patterns. I referenced the example on page 137 of C programming, but modified the parameters. Teacher Wang's eyes widened in disbelief. When the bell rang, he announced, Peng Shi, stay after class. Zhao Xiaozhao, you come too. In the computer room after school, Teacher Wang asked Peng Shi to write a small program on the spot. Zhao Xiaozhao sat beside her, watching as the girl, usually so withdrawn, transformed into a different person at the computer, her fingers flying across the keyboard, her eyes shining with brilliance. My goodness. Half an hour later, Teacher Wang murmured. Staring at the screen, this child is a genius. He turned to Zhao Xiaozhao. Did you know this all along? Zhao Xiaozhao feigned ignorance. I just thought she was quite clever. Peng Shi, Teacher Wang exclaimed excitedly. There's a youth programming competition in the city next month, and I want to recommend you to participate. Peng Shi's face instantly drained of color. No, I can't. Why not? The first prize is 3,000 yuan. My uncle, Peng Shi's fingers twisted together in anxiety. He doesn't allow me to participate in extracurricular activities. Zhao Xiaozhao interjected. Teacher, could we keep this under wraps for now? Let us wait until the competition is more certain. Teacher Wang regarded the two children thoughtfully before nodding in agreement. In the following 2 weeks, Peng Shi stayed after school in the computer room for intensive training. Zhao Xiaozhao accompanied her as an assistant, but in reality, he was working on his own assignments. Occasionally, when he glanced up and saw Peng Shi's focused profile, he would momentarily envision the wife he would have 20 years later, working late into the night, writing code with the same expression and slightly furrowed brow. Why are you so interested in computers? Zhao Xiaozhao couldn't help but ask after one training session. Peng Shi remained silent for a long time, so long that Zhao Xiaozhao thought she wouldn't reply. Computers are very obedient, she finally said softly. Whatever you input, it outputs. No surprises, no scolding. Zhao Xiaozhao felt a sharp pain in his chest. 3 days before the competition, an unexpected event occurred. Peng Shi's adoptive father stormed into the school, furious after hearing the news from an unknown source. You little wretch, daring to hide this from me. He grabbed Peng Shi by the collar, dragging her out. Just wait and see if I don't break your hands. Teacher Wang tried to intervene, but was shoved aside. Zhao Xiaozhao watched helplessly as Jiang Yuqing was pulled away. Her eyes, which always sparkled with intelligence, now filled with terror. That evening, Zhao Xiaozhao informed his parents of the situation. In his past life, his parents had been open-minded yet busy, rarely involving themselves in his affairs. But this time, the soul of a 29-year-old knew how to capture their attention. Father, Zhao Xiaozhao said seriously, that girl is a genius. She will be ruined. Zhao's father adjusted his glasses. How do you know she's a genius? I've seen her code. It's better than university students. Zhao Xiaozhao pulled out his phone, something he was still getting used to after his rebirth, now limited to a basic model. Teacher Wang said she could become the youngest provincial programming competition champion. Zhao's mother asked with concern, does her uncle often hit her? Zhao Xiaozhao nodded, rolling up his sleeve to reveal non-existent scars. Worse than this, Zhao's father exchanged a glance with Zhao's mother. The next day, he personally drove Zhao Xiaozhao to Peng Shi's home. The corridor of the apartment building was dark and damp, reeking of mildew and cooking oil. When Zhao Xiaozhao knocked on the door, he heard shouts and the sound of objects shattering from within. The door swung open, revealing Peng Shi's adoptive father, reeking of alcohol. Who is there? I am Zhao Xiaozhao's father. Father Zhao's voice was calm, yet authoritative, as he expressed a desire to discuss Peng Shi's participation in the programming competition. There is nothing to discuss. She must work, he retorted. To my knowledge, she toils away at handicrafts until the late hours each night. Father Zhao replied serenely. If she wins the competition, the prize is 3,000 yuan, which is tenfold her earnings from handicrafts. The man's gaze flickered momentarily. Moreover, Father Zhao continued, if she secures a provincial ranking, the school will award a scholarship, and the media will report on you as her guardian, bringing you considerable prestige. Zhao Xiaozhao looked at his father in astonishment, surprised to see his usually stern father so adept at negotiation. The final agreement reached was that Peng Shi could participate in the competition, yet 2/3 of the prize money would belong to her adoptive father. Her daily handicraft workload would be halved, but she would make up for it on weekends. If she did not win, the matter would never be mentioned again. As they departed, Zhao Xiaozhao caught a glimpse of Jiang Yuqing huddled in the corner of the kitchen, a fresh handprint on her face. Yet her eyes sparkled with remarkable brightness. On the day of the competition, Zhao Xiaozhao's family, accompanied by Teacher Wang, took Peng Shi to the venue. She wore a blue dress hastily purchased by Mother Zhao, coincidentally. This color matched the exact hue of the dress she wore when Zhao Xiaozhao first encountered her in his past life. The 3-hour competition left Zhao Xiaozhao in a state of restless anxiety. When Peng Shi emerged last from the examination room, her face was pale, and her fingers trembled slightly. How'd it go? Zhao Xiaozhao rushed to inquire. Peng Shi blinked and suddenly revealed a faint smile. I think I might have gotten one question right. A week later, the results were announced. Not only did Peng Shi win first place in the elementary school category, but she was also exceptionally awarded the Special Innovation Prize. The chairperson of the judging panel exclaimed with excitement that the algorithm she designed was something even university students might struggle to conceive. During the award ceremony, when the host called out her name, Peng Shi stood beneath the spotlight, for the first time straightening her back. In the flash of the cameras, she instinctively searched for Zhao Xiaozhao's figure. When their eyes met, she smiled, a genuine, heartfelt smile, akin to a beam of sunlight breaking through the clouds. Zhao Xiaozhao's heart skipped a beat. In that moment, he realized clearly, no matter how many times he lived this life over, he would fall in love with this girl. On the ride home, Peng Shi, feeling car sick, leaned against Zhao Xiaozhao's shoulder and fell asleep. Zhao Xiaozhao gently supported her small head, reminiscing how she had done the same in his previous life, always falling asleep on long journeys and then complaining that he held his shoulder too high. You like her, don't you? Mother Zhao turned around from the front seat, quietly asking. Zhao Xiaozhao's ears flushed, Mom. A fine girl, Father Zhao interjected, rarely joining in, though she's had a rough lot. Zhao Xiaozhao looked down at Peng Shi's sleeping face, her eyelashes casting delicate shadows on her cheeks. He silently vowed, in this life, I will ensure you live a sweeter existence. Chapter 4. A Confession Beneath the Starry Sky. At the elementary school graduation ceremony, Peng Shi's name was called out thrice by the principal. Special recognition. Peng Shi has won the first prize in the National Youth Informatics Olympiad for elementary school. The principal's voice echoed across the playground, and the Municipal Experimental Middle School had exceptionally admitted her as a student with a technological specialty. Thunderous applause erupted. Standing at the back of the line, Peng Shi lowered her head, nervously twisting the hem of her garment, while Zhao Xiaozhao stood on tiptoe among the boys. Giving her a thumbs up, sunlight filtered through the leaves of the sycamore trees, casting dappled shadows upon her, as if draping her in a gown woven from starlight. Did you know she would win? Father Zhao suddenly inquired on the way home. Zhao Xiaozhao was focused on Peng Shi, who was riding her bicycle. Her adoptive father had come to pick her up today, yet he maintained a 3-step distance, as if afraid of being seen walking alongside her. Zhao Xiaozhao snapped back to reality. Oh, she's really remarkable. Mother Zhao turned from the passenger seat. Xiaozhao, are you what? Nothing. She hesitated, ultimately smiling. Would you like to invite Peng Shi over to our house during the summer vacation? Zhao Xiaozhao nearly choked on his saliva. Is that allowed? I think that girl is quite sensible. Father Zhao interjected, casting a knowing glance at his son's suddenly brightened eyes, prolonging his tone meaningfully. Zhao Xiaozhao pretended not to understand his parents' hints. The sensation of being teased as a child, with a 29-year-old soul trapped in a 12-year-old body, was both familiar and foreign. On the first day of summer vacation, Zhao Xiaozhao eagerly rode his bicycle to Peng Shi's home. The tenement building appeared more dilapidated than it had 6 months prior, with peeling walls and a pervasive odor of mold and cheap liquor wafting through the corridors. After knocking for a considerable time without a response, he was about to leave when he suddenly heard shouting from upstairs. In a flurry, he dashed up the stairs and spotted Peng Shi's adoptive father yanking her hair and slamming her against the wall. "You little thief. I told you not to steal money." "I didn't steal anything." Peng Shi's voice was like that of a wounded animal. "That money is for my competition prize." "Yours? I feed you and clothe you. Your money is my money." Blood surged to Zhao Xiaozhao's head in an instant. He rushed forward, pulling the man's hands away. "Stop." The drunken man swayed, squinting his bloodshot eyes. "You again? Get lost. I'll call the police." Zhao Xiaozhao shielded Peng Shi behind him, brandishing his phone menacingly. "They'll be here any moment." The man cursed, raising a liquor bottle, but hesitated upon seeing the 110 displayed on Zhao Xiaozhao's phone screen. "You little wretch, if you have the guts. Don't come back." He spat, swaying as he descended the stairs. Peng Shi cowered in the corner, a blood mark on her right temple. The strap of her blue dress torn, revealing a bruise at her collarbone. Zhao Xiaozhao's hands trembled so much he could barely hold his phone. In reality, he had never dialed the number. "I'll take you home," he said softly. Peng Shi looked up, her eyes red like a rabbit's. "I have no home to go to." "You do now," Zhao Xiaozhao asserted firmly. "My parents have already agreed." At last, Peng Shi's tears overflowed, cascading down her cheeks. Zhao Xiaozhao clumsily wiped her face with his sleeve, but the more he wiped, the wetter it became. Ultimately, he simply removed his jacket and wrapped it around her, cocooning her tightly before carefully guiding her downstairs. On the bus ride home, Peng Shi leaned against the window and fell asleep, her head gently tapping against the glass with each bump. Zhao Xiaozhao quietly shifted her head onto his shoulder, catching a faint whiff of jasmine. She had unknowingly used the shampoo Mother Zhao gifted her last time. When Zhao Xiaozhao's parents saw the battered Peng Shi, Mother Zhao's eyes immediately brimmed with tears. Half an hour later, after Peng Shi had taken a hot shower and changed into Zhao Xiaozhao's oversized pajamas, the sleeves rolled up several times, resembling a large sack. "Settle in for now," Father Zhao declared after making a few calls from his study. "I'll contact the school. As for your uncle, he is not my uncle." Peng Shi suddenly interjected, her voice soft yet clear. "After my mother remarried, he is my stepfather's brother. I have no family left." A heavy silence enveloped the room. Zhao Xiaozhao felt a tightness in his chest, recalling how, during his previous life, no relatives had come to Peng Shi's wedding. At that time, she had smiled and said, "I am all alone," yet he had failed to detect the bitterness in her words. "Now you do," Mother Zhao suddenly said, pulling Peng Shi into her embrace. "From now on, this is your home." That night, Zhao Xiaozhao tossed and turned, unable to sleep. At 1 a.m, he stealthily got up, intending to find some water in the kitchen. As he passed the guest room, he noticed a faint light seeping through the crack under the door. He gently pushed the door open and saw Peng Shi hunched over a small desk by the window, writing under the lamp. Hearing the noise, she hastily closed her notebook. "Still awake?" Zhao Xiaozhao whispered. Peng Shi shook her head, the moonlight casting a gentle silver glow on her face. The wound on her forehead already covered with a band-aid. "What are you writing?" "A diary." After a moment's hesitation, Peng Shi handed him the notebook. "I started writing from the day I came to your house." Zhao Xiaozhao opened the first page, which was neatly written. "April 20th, sunny. Today, Zhao Xiaozhao helped me out of jam. He has given me an excessive amount of money, and I must take note of it to repay him in the future." As I flip through the pages, I find his name inscribed on nearly every one. Zhao Xiaozhao forgot his pencil on my desk again today. Zhao Xiaozhao remarked that my programming skills are quite impressive. Zhao Xiaozhao's father is remarkably tall, and his voice resonates like that of a broadcaster. The latest entry reads, July 10th, the stars are numerous. Zhao Xiaozhao's home is so warm, and the scent of Zhao's mother is reminiscent of sunshine. I dare not fall asleep, fearing I might awaken to find it was all merely a dream. Zhao Xiaozhao's eyes brim with warmth. In a past life, Peng Shi also had the habit of keeping a diary, but she never allowed him to see it. Now, he realizes that from such an early time, he has been part of her narrative. If sleep eludes him, he closes the notebook, pondering whether to gaze at the stars. Zhao Xiaozhao's old house has a small attic, with a window facing the night sky. In his youth, he often watched the stars from there, and later, as a programmer, he frequently stayed up late, glancing at the starlit sky whenever fatigue set in. She follows him up the creaky stairs, and they sit side by the attic window. The summer night sky sparkles like diamonds, the Milky Way stretching across the horizon like a glowing ribbon. That is Vega. Zhao Xiaozhao points to the brightest star. With Lyra nearby. She tilts her face upwards, starlight reflecting in her eyes. How do you know so much? Zhao Xiaozhao nearly mentions his involvement in the astronomy club during university, but quickly changes his response, saying he read it in books. After a brief silence, she suddenly asks, Zhao Xiaozhao, why are you so kind to me? This question strikes Su Chen's heart like an arrow. In the moonlight, the contours of Shi's profile are soft yet defined, already hinting at the girl she will become. Because I love you. Because we are married. Because I have returned to rectify all past regrets. Zhao Xiaozhao's throat feels dry. Because you are truly special. Special in what way? Specially pitiful? Specially intelligent? Specially strong? Zhao Xiaozhao turns to her. Much like Vega appears small, yet shines brighter than the sun. Shi's eyes widen, shimmering with an incredulous light in the moon's glow. Zhao Xiaozhao suddenly realizes the words he has spoken. During their first date in a stargazing event at university, he had uttered nearly identical sentiments to that quiet girl. Zhao Xiaozhao. She whispers, sometimes I feel like you have known me for a long time. Zhao Xiaozhao's heart races almost to the point of bursting from his chest. In this moment, he nearly reveals the truth. However, the attic door is gently knocked upon. Children? Zhao's mother's voice calls from outside. Are you still awake? We will sleep right away. Zhao Xiaozhao quickly replies. Zhao's mother opens the door, her gaze sweeping over the two children in pajamas before finally settling on Zhao Xiaozhao's face. Let us talk more tomorrow. Xiaoxi needs a rest. As they descend the stairs, Zhao's mother pulls Su Chen aside. Xiaozhao, I know you're mature for your age, but some matters should wait until the appropriate time. Understand? Zhao Xiaozhao's ears burn with embarrassment. Mom, we were just stargazing. I know, Zhao's mother replies gently yet firmly, but look at the way you gaze at her. It's no longer the look of a child toward a friend. Zhao Xiaozhao is left speechless. The soul of a 29-year-old cannot perfectly disguise the innocence of a 12-year-old. He silently nods, returning to his own room. Yet he remains sleepless throughout the night, his mind filled with the image of she's saying. It feels like you have known me for a long time, beneath the starlight. The next morning at breakfast, she has reverted to her usual quiet demeanor, sipping porridge as if last night's conversation had never transpired. However, Zhao Xiaozhao notices her stealing glances at him, and whenever their eyes meet, she quickly lowers her head, her ears subtly flushing pink. Zhao's father clears his throat. Xiaoxi, I have discussed with your mother. If you are willing, you may stay here until you go to university. Shi's spoon clatters as it falls into her bowl. As for your uncle, your foster father, I will handle that. Zhao's father adjusts his glasses, aware of the man's history with alcoholism and domestic violence. Transferring custody should not be overly complicated. Tears plummet into Shi's porridge, creating small ripples. Beneath the table, Zhao Xiaozhao quietly takes her trembling hand, feeling her delicate fingers entwine with his like vines seeking support. In that moment, Zhao Xiaozhao suddenly comprehends the significance of his rebirth. It is not merely about correcting past mistakes, but rather about re-engaging in her life, accompanying her through the pain he never witnessed, until she no longer needs to be strong alone. The remaining days of summer vacation are blissfully dreamlike. Zhao Xiaozhao teaches Shi how to ride a bicycle. She learns quickly, though she still screams as she grips his shirt tightly when descending hills. They frequent the library together, with Shi immersed in programming books, while Zhao Xiaozhao pretends to be captivated by astronomy texts. In the evenings, they often climb to the attic to stargaze, sitting shoulder to shoulder, their hands occasionally brushing before swiftly separating. On a rainy night at the end of August, thunder rumbles ominously. Zhao Xiaozhao is jolted awake by a knock at the door, and upon opening it, he finds Shi standing there clutching a pillow, her eyes sparkling in the lightning. I'm afraid of thunder, she whispers. Zhao Xiaozhao recalls that in their past life, Shi truly feared thunder, always curling up in his embrace. Back then, he dismissed it as typical childishness. Now he understands that during the rainy season in their apartment building, thunder often accompanied the fury of drunken men. Come in, he says, clearing half the bed. Shi curls up on the other side like a small kitten, an invisible boundary separating them. When thunder crashes again, she shivers, and Zhao Xiaozhao instinctively reaches out to hold her hand. Sleep now, he murmurs, I am here. Shi's fingers gradually relax, her breathing becoming steady. The rain outside subsides, and moonlight filters through the curtain seams, casting a gentle glow on her sleeping face. Zhao Xiaozhao watches quietly, his heart overflowing with an exquisite sense of protectiveness and tenderness. In this moment, he is utterly certain, no matter how many times he is reborn, he will unreservedly fall in love with her. Chapter 5. The Final Blow from the Foster Father. The day before school starts, Zhao Xiaozhao and Peng Shi are in the study, organizing textbooks for the new semester. Peng Shi's fingers deftly wrap the book covers while Zhao Xiaozhao writes the subject names on the front. Sunlight streams through the gauzy window, casting a small shadow beneath Peng Shi's eyelashes. The middle school is right next to the high school. Zhao Xiaozhao casually remarks, "We can have lunch together at noon." Peng Shi's lips curve into a slight smile. The month of shared living has gradually encouraged Peng Shi to speak more, though she still mostly responds simply, no longer the timid girl she once was. Zhao Xiaozhao notices that when Peng Shi is focused on programming or crafts, she occasionally hums a tune, always the same melody, which he later realizes was played at their wedding in a past life. Suddenly, the doorbell rings, shattering the tranquility of the study. "I'll answer it," Zhao Xiaozhao says. Setting down his pen, peering through the peephole, he sees a man in a suit standing at the door, holding a briefcase. "Excuse me, is this Mr. Zhao's residence? I am a staff member from the Civil Affairs Bureau, here regarding the custody transfer of Peng Shi." As soon as Zhao Xiaozhao opens the door, the man forcefully pushes past him into the living room. It is only then that Zhao Xiaozhao catches the heavy scent of alcohol emanating from the man. It is Peng Shi's foster father. He has shaven and changed his hairstyle, and at first glance, he resembles a legitimate official. "You little brat, come out." The foster father stumbles through the living room, believing that hiding here would shield him from consequences. Peng Shi drops the book she was holding, her face paling instantly. Zhao Xiaozhao instinctively steps in front of her. "Please leave. Otherwise, I will call the police." "Call the police?" The foster father sneers as he pulls out a stack of documents from his briefcase. "Look at this. I'm her legal guardian." Zhao Xiaozhao's father hurries down the stairs. "What is going on?" "Dad, this is Peng Shi's foster father," Zhao Xiaozhao exclaims. The adoptive father shook the documents in his hand. "I hereby officially inform you that tomorrow the court will dismiss your application for guardianship. This little wretch isn't going anywhere. She will work for me to pay off her debts." Zhao's father darkened his expression. "Please watch your language. Peng Shi is already 12 years old. The court will consider her own wishes." "Her wishes?" The adoptive father suddenly burst into mad laughter. "What is she?" "That wretched mother of hers abandoned her, and her biological father is—" "Do not speak about my mother." Peng Shi, who had been shrinking behind Zhao Xiaozhao, suddenly charged forward, her tiny fists clenched tightly. The adoptive father squinted. "What? Did I say something incorrect?" "Your mother ran away. And your biological father." He lowered his voice maliciously. "Your biological father might be languishing in some prison right now." Peng Shi froze as if struck by lightning. "What did you say?" "What? No one told you?" The adoptive father gleefully surveyed the room. "Your father didn't just die in a regular car accident. The incident from years ago was deliberately orchestrated." "Enough." Zhao's father interrupted sharply. "Leave my house immediately." The adoptive father remained unfazed, continuing to fixate on Peng Shi. "Do you want to know the truth? Then come back with me obediently. Otherwise—" He waved the documents. "You will never discover who your biological father truly is." Peng Shi's body began to tremble, tears welling in her eyes, yet refusing to fall. Zhao Xiaozhao, feeling a surge of sympathy, attempted to reach for her, but was gently pushed away. Peng Shi," her voice was barely audible. "I will go with you." "No." Zhao Xiaozhao grasped her wrist firmly. "He is definitely lying." The adoptive father sneered. "Lying? Here, take a look for yourself." He pulled out a photograph from the documents and tossed it onto the coffee table. The photo depicted a young man standing at the courthouse entrance, his expression serious, bearing a striking resemblance to Peng Shi. Most notably, a badge was pinned prominently on his chest. Zhao Xiaozhao had seen that badge in legal programs before. It was that of a prosecutor. Hypnotized, Peng Shi approached the photograph. Seizing the opportunity, the adoptive father grasped her arm. "Now that's more like it. Let her go." Zhao Xiaozhao rushed to pry the adoptive father's hand away, but was violently shoved aside, his head colliding painfully with the edge of the coffee table. A wave of agony surged through him, accompanied by dizziness, warmth trickling down his neck. "Xiaozhao!" Peng Shi's scream seemed to echo from afar. Then came a cacophony of chaotic sounds. Zhao's father's shouts, the adoptive father's curses, and Zhao's mother dialing the police. Zhao Xiaozhao attempted to rise, but found himself too weak. Through his blurred vision, he saw Peng Shi break free from the adoptive father's grasp. Seizing a glass ashtray from the coffee table, bang! With a muffled thud, the adoptive father staggered back, clutching his forehead, blood seeping through his fingers. Peng Shi stood protectively before Zhao Xiaozhao, her small frame acting as a shield, still holding the ashtray aloft. You are not allowed to harm them. Her voice trembled, yet remained resolute. I am no longer afraid of you. The adoptive father appeared momentarily stunned by her unexpected defiance. Upon regaining his composure, he furiously raised his hand. How dare you hit me, you little wretch? The police are on their way. Zhao's mother shielded the children, her phone raised. Assaulting a minor is enough to land you years in prison. The adoptive father's hand froze in midair, a flicker of fear crossing his eyes. Weighing the consequences, he spat, shoved the photograph back into his bag, and exclaimed, This is not over. You little wretch, you will return. With that, he stumbled out the door. Peng Shi immediately discarded the ashtray and knelt beside Zhao Xiaozhao. Xiaozhao, are you all right? I'm fine. Zhao Xiaozhao attempted to reassure her. But a wave of vertigo struck, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. When he awoke again, he found himself in a hospital bed, his head wrapped in bandages. The night had deepened outside, the room illuminated only by a dim night light. Peng Shi lay curled up in a chair beside the bed, her face streaked with tear stains. Zhao Xiaozhao shifted slightly, only to feel pain flare at his wound, and he winced involuntarily. Xiaozhao. Peng Shi startled awake, rushing to his bedside. You're awake. Does it hurt? The doctor said you have a mild concussion and need to be observed for 2 days. Her words tumbled out rapidly, her eyes red and swollen, clearly having cried for a long time. Zhao Xiaozhao had never witnessed her in such a flustered state, even in his past life. When he had been hospitalized due to a bleeding ulcer from overwork, Peng Shi had merely kept him company quietly without fuss. I'm fine, he whispered, attempting to reach up to wipe her tears, only to find an 4 in his hand. What time is it? Why haven't you gone home to sleep? It's 3 in the morning. Peng Shi bit her lip. I was too scared to go back. Zhao Xiaozhao then noticed her right hand tightly gripping the corner of his blanket, her knuckles white. Are you afraid you will come back? Peng Shi shook her head, then nodded, tears spilling over once more. He said my father might still be alive. A jolt ran through Zhao Xiaozhao's heart. In his past life, Peng Shi seldom mentioned her father, only stating that he had died in a car accident when she was 5. If her father were indeed a prosecutor and involved in some case, we will find out, he affirmed resolutely. When my dad arrives tomorrow, we will figure out a plan together. Peng Shi's tears flowed even more fiercely. Why? Why are you all so nice to me? I don't deserve it. Nonsense. Zhao Xiaozhao exerted effort to prop himself up, enduring the dizziness as he grasped her hand. Do you know what I thought when I first saw you? In the elementary classroom? Yes. Zhao Xiaozhao smiled as he fabricated the memory. You were copying notes, and sunlight was shining on your hair, making it look like it was sprinkled with gold dust. I thought, this girl is truly special. I want to be her friend. Peng Shi blinked through her tears. Really? Absolutely. Zhao Xiaozhao gently squeezed her hand, and then I discovered you could code, which made me admire you even more. Peng Shi broke into a smile, but quickly fell back into uncertainty. What if my father really is a bad person? That doesn't change who you are, Zhao Xiaozhao said earnestly. You're Peng Shi, a programming genius. He nearly blurted out my future wife, but quickly corrected himself. An important member of our family. Peng Shi's eyes sparkled under the nightlight. She hesitated for a moment, cautiously leaning over the bed, resting her head gently against his uninjured arm. Thank you, Xiaozhao. Zhao Xiaozhao held his breath, fearful of disturbing this rare moment of intimacy. He could smell the faint scent of her shampoo in her hair and felt her breathing gradually steady. Outside, a shooting star streaked across the night sky. The following morning, Zhao's parents arrived with breakfast. Seeing the 2 children, one lying in bed and the other perched beside it, soundly asleep, they exchanged tender glances. Children, Zhao's father softly called. Rousing them, I have good news. It turned out that after yesterday's incident, Zhao's father had contacted lawyers and friends late into the night. Based on the adoptive father's unlawful entry into their home, the assault on a minor, along with evidence of prolonged domestic abuse, the court had urgently issued a temporary protection order, prohibiting the adoptive father from approaching Peng Shi. As for the guardianship, Zhao's father adjusted his glasses. The hearing is set for next Monday. I am 90% confident we will win. Peng Shi's eyes sparkled. Really? Of course. Zhao's mother embraced her shoulders, though she hesitated briefly. As for your biological father, we will also find a way to uncover the truth. Peng Shi's smile faltered for a moment, but quickly regained its firmness. Okay. Regardless of the outcome, I am ready. Zhao Xiaozhao observed her straightened back and resolute gaze, suddenly realizing that the little girl who once cowered in the corner had grown up. This time, he would be fortunate enough to witness her entire journey of growth. When the doctor came to check on him, he announced that Zhao Xiaozhao needed to remain hospitalized for another day of observation. Peng Shi insisted on staying by his side, leaving Zhao's parents to return home to prepare legal documents. The afternoon sunlight streamed through the curtains into the hospital room, where Peng Shi sat at a small table by the window, focused intently on writing something. Curiously, Zhao Xiaozhao asked, "Are you writing code?" "Yes." Peng Shi turned her notebook towards him, revealing her design for a facial recognition program capable of matching photographs with a database, potentially leading to information about her father. Zhao Xiaozhao felt a surge of warmth. This was precisely the topic of Peng Shi's graduation project in her previous life. Yet she had embarked on this endeavor at least a decade earlier. "Do you need assistance?" he inquired. Peng Shi shook her head, suddenly revealing a mischievous smile. "You should focus on your recovery. I have a surprise to share once you are discharged." "What surprise?" he asked. "A secret," she replied, winking, as sunlight formed a halo around her, creating a breathtaking sight. Zhao Xiaozhao couldn't help but think that this collision was truly worthwhile. Chapter 6. The Truth Behind the Hidden Diary. On the first day of the third year junior high, Zhao Xiaozhao stood at the entrance of the experimental high school. Watching Peng Shi walk towards the junior high section. Sunlight filtered through the leaves of the sycamore trees, casting dappled shadows over her. Over the past 3 years, that once frail girl had grown taller, her shoulders no longer hunched, yet she retained her unique aura of tranquility. "Hey, lost in thought?" Zhang Ming nudged him with his elbow. "The girl has already left." Zhao Xiaozhao snapped back to reality. "What nonsense are you spouting? Come on. Who in the school doesn't know that your family adopted that programming prodigy?" Zhang Ming teased, adding, "But seriously, she has changed immensely." The aura she exuded during last year's award ceremony was simply remarkable. Zhao Xiaozhao chose not to respond. Indeed, the current Peng Shi was a far cry from the girl he had first met, having won the National Youth Informatics Competition for 2 consecutive years. She had been hailed as a genius girl by the media and had even received an invitation to MIT summer camp. Although she ultimately could not attend due to her young age, the invitation letter remained proudly displayed on her desk. Zhao Xiaozhao, the homeroom teacher, called out from the classroom door, "Come help me move the new books." Throughout the morning, Zhao Xiaozhao was distracted. Ever since his rebirth 3 years ago, he had been meticulously safeguarding Peng Shi, waiting for her to grow. But now, as she became increasingly brilliant, he began to worry. If history changed too much, would they still love each other as they had in their past lives? As the school bell rang, Zhao Xiaozhao hurriedly packed his bag. He had arranged to meet Peng Shi at the library that day. She had been working on a project about facial recognition and needed to consult some specialized books. The entrance to the junior high section was deserted. Frowning, Zhao Xiaozhao glanced at his watch. Peng Shi was never late. He took out his phone, a new smartphone he had just acquired this year, and dialed her number. "Sorry, the number you're calling is temporarily unavailable." A sense of foreboding washed over him. He quickened his pace towards the library, scanning his surroundings. The autumn campus was eerily quiet, the only sound being the rustling leaves stirred by the wind. The computer area in the library was devoid of any patrons. Just as Zhao Xiaozhao was about to leave, his gaze fell upon a notebook on a nearby table. It was Peng Shi's. He recognized the blue cover, its corners slightly worn. As he approached, intending to close the notebook and take it with him, a passage of text suddenly caught his eye. September 1st, sunny. Today is Xiao Zhao's first day in high school. He still doesn't recognize me. Perhaps memories from my rebirth require a trigger, just like I only remembered everything after that car accident in the second year. Zhao Xiaozhao's fingers froze in midair, his heart racing. He blinked, confirming he was not mistaken. Rebirth? Recognition? Trembling, he turned to the next page. If we follow the timeline of my past life, next month a professor from MIT will visit our school to explore my project. But this time I want to decline. In my previous life, we were separated for too long because of my overseas studies. This time, I want to stay by his side. Zhao Xiaozhao's knees buckled, and he fell into a chair. A buzzing filled his ears, as if swarms of bees were buzzing around him. Peng, she had also been reborn, and she remembered him? Desperately, he leafed through the notebook, the pages rustling. Today, I dreamt of that car accident again. It was my fault. If I hadn't looked down at my phone, I would have spotted that truck in time, and Xiao Zhao Wunti have had to protect me. The handwriting here became smudged, as if stained by tears. Zhao Xiaozhao abruptly closed the notebook, his chest heaving. Memories from his past life surged forth like a tidal wave. That day marked their 3rd anniversary as a couple, and he had driven Peng Shi to the countryside for a picnic. She had been reviewing wedding venue information in the passenger seat when an out-of-control truck had suddenly collided with them. So it was like this. He recalled all the peculiar behaviors Peng Shi had exhibited over the past 3 years. Sometimes her gaze upon him was not that of a child. At times, she would blurt out future technological terms, only to hurriedly correct herself, She had even accurately named his favorite roller coaster during their first visit to the amusement park, despite him never having mentioned it to anyone. Zhao Xiaozhao clutched the notebook and dashed out of the library. He had to find Peng Shi immediately. The campus was nearly deserted. Zhao Xiaozhao searched frantically, finally inexplicably arriving at the primary school section, the very place of their initial reunion. As the sun dipped lower, he spotted a familiar figure sitting by the window in the empty classroom. It was Peng Shi. She had a notebook spread before her, scribbling something, with golden sunlight casting a gentle glow on her profile. Zhao Xiaozhao stood hesitantly at the door, suddenly unsure of himself. If Peng Shi had indeed also been reborn, how had she perceived him over these past 3 years? As a strange uncle pretending to be a child? As a fool who didn't he recognize her? He took a deep breath and gently knocked on the doorframe. Peng Shi looked up, her eyes red as if she had just been crying. When she saw Zhao Xiaozhao, she froze for a moment before hurriedly closing her notebook, but it was too late. He had recognized the blue cover. I went to the library to find you, Zhao Xiaozhao stammered, his throat dry, and found this. He held up the notebook. Peng Shi's complexion turned ashen in an instant. You saw everything? Her voice was barely audible. Zhao Xiaozhao nodded and slowly approached her. Why didn't you tell me? Peng Shi's eyelashes fluttered, and a tear rolled down her cheek. I was afraid. Afraid that if history changed too much, we wouldn't love each other anymore. She raised her gaze, tears blurring her vision, and I wanted to wait for you to recognize me first. Zhao Xiaozhao's heart felt as if it had been squeezed by an invisible hand. He knelt down, meeting her gaze. I'm also reborn. It happened at the moment of the accident. Peng Shi's eyes widened in shock. What? But these past 3 years. I thought I was the only one who remembered. Zhao Xiaozhao managed a wry smile. I've been waiting for you to grow up, afraid of startling you. Before he could finish, Peng Shi suddenly threw herself into his arms, tightly wrapping her arms around his neck. He felt warm tears cascading down his collar. I'm sorry. Peng Shi's voice was muffled against his shoulder. That accident was my fault. If I hadn't been distracted by my phone. Sure. Zhao Xiaozhao gently patted her back. It's not your fault. The truck driver was under the influence. It would have crashed regardless. They held each other for a long time as the sun's last rays slowly faded, casting the classroom into darkness. Finally, Peng Shi pulled back slightly, her tear-filled eyes searching Zhao Xiaozhao's. So, you've always remembered me? Since the first day of your rebirth? Yes. Zhao Xiaozhao used his thumb to wipe the tears from her face. I recognized you the moment I saw you, even though you were so small then. Peng Shi broke into a smile. You weren't any different, pretending to be a child with that baby face. They shared a laugh, an inexplicable connection flowing between them. In that moment, all pretense and caution became unnecessary. Wait, Peng Shi suddenly remembered something. If you've always remembered then, what have you been doing all these years? I've been waiting for you to grow up. Zhao Xiaozhao confessed candidly, though at times it was truly agonizing, especially watching you excel and fearing that you feared I might fall for someone else. Peng Shi blinked teasingly. Silly, I have waited for you for 2 lifetimes. How could I possibly be enamored with another? Zhao Xiaozhao's heart surged as he gently cradled her face. Peng Shi, I know, Peng Shi interjected with a smile. No further words were necessary. Their foreheads touched, breaths mingling. Outside, the final rays of the setting sun dipped below the horizon, while the gentle autumn breeze lifted the curtains. Thus, on their way home, Zhao Xiaozhao held Peng Shi's hand openly for the first time. You were reborn in the 2nd year of middle school? Peng Shi nodded yes. It was the day my adoptive father caused a scene at school. I was in the library researching when a sudden headache struck, and then I recalled everything from my past life. She tightened her grip on Zhao Xiaozhao's hand. My first instinct was to find you, but when I saw you with your classmates, I hesitated, unsure if you had also been reborn. So, you began writing a diary? Indeed. I observed you while recording my thoughts. Peng Shi kicked a small stone. I later realized you were deliberately guiding me to discover knowledge related to programming and even recreated many details from our past interactions. It made me suspicious, yet you never directly acknowledged it. Zhao Xiaozhao scratched his head. I was afraid of startling you. Can you imagine a 12-year-old girl being told that her future fiancé had returned to find her? Peng Shi chuckled. And thus, we spent 3 foolish years testing one another. Streetlights flickered on, illuminating the path home. Suddenly, Zhao Xiaozhao halted. Peng Shi, in this lifetime, let us not repeat the mistakes of our past. What do you mean? Zhao Xiaozhao turned to face her. I mean, let's not wait until after your university graduation to be together, or allow work to separate us. His voice faltered slightly. Let there be no regrets. Peng Shi's eyes sparkled under the streetlight. Agreed. However, she added with a mischievous smile, I still want to go to MIT, but this time, you can join me. How did you know I was applying to universities in Boston? Because I am your future wife. Peng Shi laughed as she dashed ahead. Of course I know what your next step will be. Zhao Xiaozhao chased after her, and they playfully tumbled through the autumn night, their laughter startling the sparrows resting in the trees. In that moment, the car accident, pain, and regrets of their past life were left behind. This time, they would write a brand new story together. Upon returning home, Zhao's parents were setting the table. Noticing the two hand in hand, Zhao's mother raised an eyebrow. Is something good happening? You both seem different. Zhao Xiaozhao and Peng Shi exchanged a smile. Nothing much. We've just come to some realizations. Good news is good news, Zhao's father said cheerfully as he served soup. By the way, Peng Shi, the lawyer called today and said your guardianship case will be in court next week. It should go smoothly. Thank you, uncle, Peng Shi replied sweetly, then suddenly turned to Zhao Xiaozhao. Oh, I have a secret to tell you. What is it? Peng Shi winked mysteriously. There's been progress in the investigation of my biological father. He is indeed alive, she lowered her voice. And he is a highly skilled hacker currently working for the National Cybersecurity Department. Zhao Xiaozhao's eyes widened. Have you made contact with him? Not yet. Peng Shi shook her head, but I've managed to, I found some information. Once the guardianship transfer is complete, I intend to reach out to him formally. Zhao's mother set down her chopsticks in surprise. Peng Shi, don't you resent him for not coming to find you all these years? According to the records, he believed my mother and I had perished in that car accident, Peng Shi replied calmly. And that accident was not an accident at all. It was retaliation by a criminal organization for his investigation. A brief silence fell over the dining table. Zhao Xiaozhao quietly held Peng Shi's hand beneath the table, feeling her grip in return. Regardless, Peng Shi gazed at Zhao's family with gratitude in her eyes. You are my true family. Yet, I wish to meet him. I want to understand that missing part of my past. Zhao's mother's eyes glistened. Good child. We support you. After dinner, Zhao Xiaozhao and Peng Shi sat side by side on the swing in the yard. The night sky was studded with stars, and a cool breeze wafted through. So, Zhao Xiaozhao softly inquired, when do you plan to tell your father about my existence? Peng Shi leaned against his shoulder, perhaps after we meet. Telling him all at once that his daughter has returned with her future fiancé might be too much for him. Zhao Xiaozhao chuckled as he tightened his embrace. That makes sense. But he looked down at Peng Shi's profile. We need to date again, starting from our teenage years. Young love, Zhao classmate Peng Shi teased, playfully poking his chest, though her tone softened. I like that idea. This time, we'll take it slow and not miss any stage. The night breeze caressed them, carrying the coolness of early autumn and the fragrance of osmanthus. Zhao Xiaozhao leaned down, placing a gentle kiss in her hair. This time, they had all the time in the world. Chapter 7. The Hidden Third Party. Winter arrived in Boston with a rush and ferocity. Snowflakes fell like goose feathers, swiftly cloaking the banks of the Charles River in a thick silver shroud. Zhao Xiaozhao tightened his scarf and briskly exited the computer science building at MIT, his breath dissipating in the frigid air. It had been 6 months since he and Peng Shi were both accepted in MIT. Peng Shi, with her remarkable talent and the experience from their past life, had directly entered the graduate program, while Zhao Xiaozhao opted for an undergraduate interdisciplinary study in computer science and cognitive science, seeking to understand the essence of rebirth. Xiaozhao, a crisp voice pierced through the snow and wind. Peng Shi rushed over with an umbrella, her nose reddened from the cold, yet her eyes sparkled. Good news. The project proposal we submitted on anomalous time perception pattern recognition has been approved. Zhao Xiaozhao's eyes lit up. Really? Professor Smith approved it? Yes. He said the idea is very avant-garde, even though it sounds a bit sci-fi. Peng Shi replied, linking her arm with his. He also expressed a desire to meet you to discuss your hypothesis model regarding quantum consciousness entanglement leading to memory retrogression. Professor Smith is a luminary in the field of cognitive science at MIT and the most open-minded scholar they could find on the subject of temporal anomalies. Zhao Xiaozhao and Peng Shi did not reveal the core secret of their rebirth. Instead, they framed their experiences as a study on anomalous time perception patterns in specific populations. That's fantastic. Zhao Xiaozhao felt invigorated. This could very well be a pivotal step in unraveling the mystery of rebirth. Dinner was at Peng Shi's rented apartment. The room was modest yet warmly decorated, with photographs of the two rowing on the Charles River adorning the walls. A steaming hot pot on the table dispelled the chill. I have new information from my dad, Peng Shi said, placing a slice of lamb into Zhao Xiaozhao's bowl. He has traced the organization responsible for the accident years ago, and they have recently shown signs of activity. Their methods are very covert, but their targets seem to be the core databases of several major tech companies. Peng Shi's biological father, Lin Yuan, had rapidly developed a close relationship with his daughter after confirming her identity. Now working for a highly classified cybersecurity department, Lin Yuan specialized in countering national-level hacker threats. Though surprised by the maturity of both his daughter and Zhao Xiaozhao, he felt more pride and a desire to make amends. It's them again? Zhao Xiaozhao frowned. What do they want? To steal technology? It's not clear yet, but Dad mentioned that their modus operandi has changed. It's more precise and seems to be searching for something specific, Peng Shi pondered. Moreover, during his investigation, he discovered something strange. What is it? In the logs of the targeted breaches, there were traces of an extremely covert observer. This observer seems to be tracking that organization as well, employing techniques far beyond any known power, Peng Shi whispered. Dad suspects that this observer may be the one who provided him with clues back then, leading him to believe I might still be alive. A sudden jolt coursed through Zhao Xiaozhao's heart, in both past and present. It seemed as though an invisible hand was deftly plucking at the strings of fate. Meanwhile, Peng Shi laid down her chopsticks, her demeanor grave. As her father sifted through the remnants of data from a bygone car accident, he stumbled upon a previously overlooked detail. The ill-fated truck had received an inexplicably transient and untraceable anomaly signal precisely 0.5 seconds before the collision. The characteristics of this signal bore an 87.3 similarity to the model of the retroactive trigger signal you simulated within our temporal perception project. An immediate hush enveloped the room, punctuated only by the bubbling of the hot pot. Zhao Xiaozhao felt a dryness in his throat. Are you suggesting that our rebirth may not be a mere accident? At the very least, the incident that resulted in our reincarnation might not have been a purely fortuitous occurrence. Peng Shi's gaze sharpened. There was indeed a third party involved, an observer or those who stood behind him. This hypothesis crashed into their consciousness like a boulder dropped into a placid lake, casting shadows over their thoughts. They had always believed that reincarnation was fate's second chance, never considering that it could be a meticulously designed experiment. Days later, Zhao Xiaozhao convened with Professor Smith in his office to discuss the project. The professor praised his theoretical model with fervor. Incredibly audacious and highly enlightening, Zhao. Professor Smith, with his white hair yet vibrant eyes, regarded the hypothesis you proposed, that the quantum state of consciousness might transiently leap to other temporal points under extreme energy impacts, though currently unprovable, was mathematically coherent. The perceptual case data provided by Peng Shi also proved invaluable. At that moment, a knock echoed at the professor's office door. A man clad in a deep gray trench coat, appearing to be in his 40s, stood at the threshold with a gentle smile. I apologize for the interruption, Professor Smith. I understand you have an intriguing project regarding temporal perception. His gaze settled on Zhao Xiaozhao, bearing a trace of subtle inquiry. I am Kyle Rivers, working at the neighboring Institute of Brain Neuroscience, and I have a keen interest in temporal cognition. Professor Smith enthusiastically introduced. Kyle, you've arrived at the perfect time. This is Zhao Xiaozhao, one of the core members of our project. His ideas are truly remarkable. Kyle Rivers extended his hand. A pleasure to meet you, Zhao. You are indeed a promising talent. As Zhao Xiaozhao shook his hand, he noted the dryness and strength of Kyle's grip. There was something unsettling about Kyle's penetrating gaze that sent a chill down Zhao Xiaozhao's spine. He struggled to recall. Had he encountered such a figure during his past life at MIT? I've heard that Peng Shi is also a key figure in this project. Kyle turned to Professor Smith, his tone casual yet probing. I've heard much about her programming prowess. She is indeed a prodigious talent. Yes, Peng Shi has made significant contributions. Professor Smith affirmed with a nod. After Kyle departed, Zhao Xiaozhao's uneasiness intensified. He promptly reached out to Peng Shi. Do you know Kyle Rivers? Peng Shi pondered for a moment on the other end of the line. I'll look him up. Strange. He isn't listed in the public records of the Institute of Brain Neuroscience. Xiaozhao, do you sense something amiss? It's hard to articulate, but his gaze is too keen, not the demeanor of a mere scholar. Zhao Xiaozhao conveyed his feelings, specifically mentioning you. Be cautious. I'll have my father investigate this person's background. There was a note of vigilance in Peng Shi's voice. In the ensuing days, both Zhao Xiaozhao and Peng Shi remained alert. Kyle Rivers seemed particularly interested in them, frequently encountering them and inquiring about the project's progress, displaying an unusual fascination with data sources and trigger conditions. His seemingly casual questions often struck at the heart of the matter. Concurrently, Lin Yuan brought forth shocking news. Kyle Rivers' identity was fabricated. His true background was cloaked in layers of encryption. Despite Lin Yuan employing the highest clearance, only fragmented information surfaced. He had worked briefly at various top research institutions, focusing on cutting-edge fields like brain-computer interfaces and consciousness uploading, maintaining a low profile while exhibiting vague connections to several undisclosed experimental incidents. My father remarked that he resembles a specter, actively seeking out pioneering research projects that may involve ethical controversies. Peng Shi's expression turned grave during their video call. Moreover, my father uncovered something even more terrifying. What is it? While investigating the hacker organization, he discovered that their most recent target was the server for our MIT project. Although our firewall thwarted the breach, the method of intrusion bore striking resemblance to that of the observer. Peng, she inhaled sharply. My father suspects that Kyle Rivers and that observer are part of the same faction. They are simultaneously surveilling us and attempting to steal our research data. The objective had finally crystallized. This enigmatic third party not only might have orchestrated their rebirth, but was now actively approaching them, coveting the research outcomes derived from their reincarnation experiences. What could their intentions be? Time travel? A chill ran down Zhao Xiaozhao's spine. It is unlikely to be so simple, Peng she countered, shaking her head. My father intercepted a fragment of encrypted communication from their organization, with keywords including consciousness anchor points, retroactive stability, and harvesting. Harvesting? Zhao Xiaozhao's heart sank. Harvesting what? Our memories? Or our ability to reincarnate? Both are possibilities, Peng Shi affirmed with resolute determination. Xiaozhao, we can no longer remain passive. We must take the initiative to uncover who they truly are and what they desire. My father will provide technical support. A plan rapidly formed in their minds. Zhao Xiaozhao and Peng Shi resolved to use their ongoing project as bait. Days later, Zhao Xiaozhao inadvertently revealed in a setting accessible to Kyle Rivers that the project had achieved a groundbreaking advancement. Through analyzing special cases, they had successfully constructed a preliminary algorithm model for simulating consciousness retrogression and fortuitously captured a faint retroactive signal characteristic. The fish had indeed taken the bait. On a deep night of the weekend, Zhao Xiaozhao and Peng Shi lingered in the laboratory, deliberately leaving the meticulously fabricated core data packet on the test server connected to the external network, setting up intricate honeypot traps. They then concealed themselves in the adjacent control room, holding their breath as they fixated on the surveillance screen. At 2 a.m, an alarm silently illuminated. A highly camouflaged IP address, like a ghost, breached the outer defenses, deftly avoiding the traps and zeroing in on the fabricated data packet. He has entered. Peng Shi's fingers danced across the keyboard, tracing the intruder's path. His technical skill was exceptional, yet still within my expectations. Wait, he is attempting to reverse trace our monitoring node. The screen displayed a frenzied stream of data. The opposing party was evidently a top-tier expert, with astonishing reflexes. Initiate Plan B, Zhao Xiaozhao commanded decisively. Peng Shi pressed the enter key. Suddenly, a video window popped up on the laboratory's main screen, revealing a slightly taken aback face of Kyle Rivers. He clearly did not anticipate being outmaneuvered. Good evening, Mr. Rivers, or should I refer to you as the observer? Zhao Xiaozhao spoke into the microphone, his voice calm. Kyle Rivers quickly regained his composure, a hint of approving smile gracing his face. An impressive countermeasure. Zhao Xiaozhao and Peng Shi, it seems I underestimated you. Who are you? What does the organization behind you intend? Peng Shi demanded. Was the accident 3 years ago orchestrated by you? Kyle did not answer directly. His gaze pierced through the screen with a cold detachment typically reserved for evaluating specimens. You are unique samples, the 2 most stable and successful retroactive anchor points in the Temporal Reset Project. The terms Temporal Reset Project and retroactive anchor points pierced Zhao Xiaozhao and Peng Shi's hearts like ice picks. What project? What anchor points? Zhao Xiaozhao pressed on. It matters not to divulge, Kyle replied. Kyle's voice resonated with a fervent intensity, proclaiming that the quantum leap of human consciousness on the brink of death serves as the key to unlocking the gates of time. We seek out and meticulously select individuals with exceptional potential, applying precise energy triggers at critical junctures to guide their consciousness back. You are the epitome of our endeavors, not only successfully reverting to your past selves, but also retaining complete memories, even inducing an entanglement effect. Both of you reborn. Thus, the accident. Peng Shi's voice trembled. A successful experiment at the critical juncture. Kyle calmly acknowledged, we must validate the stability and observability of the retrocausal anchor points. Your growth data, the choices made based on your past lives, and the disturbances you have caused in this world are invaluable experimental data. Bastards. Zhao Xiaozhao furiously slammed his fist against the control panel. Do you consider us mere guinea pigs? This is a grand exploration of human evolution. Kyle remained unfazed by his outrage, asserting that your research, rooted in personal experiences, will aid us in refining our guidance and anchoring technologies. Transitioning time resets from mere happenstance to inevitability. Surrender your data and join us, and you shall witness and partake in the dawn of a new era. Dream on. Peng, she declared resolutely. Then it is indeed unfortunate. Kyle's gaze grew icy, since the observation period has concluded and the samples refuse to cooperate. We shall have to resort to forced retrieval. No sooner had he spoken than the laboratory lights abruptly extinguished. In the dim green glow of the emergency power, a blaring alarm echoed throughout the entire floor. On the control room screen, red dots indicating physical intrusions rapidly approached. They are coming. Peng Shi immediately activated the emergency protocol. The alloy protective doors crashing down. Dad, initiate the fortress protocol. Acknowledged. Lin Yuan's voice crackled through the encrypted channel. Reinforcements are on the way. Hold on. Outside, heavy impacts and the shrill noise of cutting metal reverberated. Zhao Xiaozhao shielded Peng Shi behind him, gripping a hefty wrench, his heart racing. Do not be afraid. He firmly clasped Peng Shi's hand, his voice remarkably resolute. This time, we face it together. Peng Shi reciprocated his grip, her eyes devoid of fear. Ablaze with fighting spirit. Yes. This time, I will protect you. The control room screen suddenly switched forcibly, revealing Kyle Rivers' cold visage once more. Resistance is futile. Your value lies in the retrocausal imprints and research findings stored within your brains. We only require these. At that moment, an unexpected, slightly hoarse voice interjected into the encrypted channel, laced with a hint of mockery. Kyle, or rather Kay, after all these years, do you still enjoy playing these lofty games? Is it amusing to frighten children? The voice sent a jolt through both Zhao Xiaozhao and Peng Shi. Too familiar. It belonged to the truck driver they thought had perished in the accident. On the screen, Kyle Rivers displayed genuine astonishment for the first time. It's you. The cleaner. How is this possible? How is it not? The voice, belonging to the one known as the cleaner, exuded a nonchalant bravado. Did you truly believe your reset could eliminate all unexpected variables? The return of these two children, along with Lin Yuan's stubborn daughter, is not the greatest variable. The game has merely commenced. As his words trailed off, the sounds of impact and cutting outside the laboratory abruptly ceased, replaced by a cacophony of chaotic fighting and muffled grunts. Move quickly. Lin Yuan's voice rang urgently through the channel. Now's your chance. To the rooftop. The helicopter arrives in 3 minutes. Zhao Xiaozhao and Peng Shi exchanged a glance. Hesitating no longer, they dashed toward the emergency passage. On the windswept rooftop, the helicopter's searchlight pierced the darkness. Amidst the thunderous roar of the rotor blades, Zhao Xiaozhao cast one last look down at the tumultuous streets below. Kyle Rivers' time reset plan. The rebirth they had envisioned concealed an unfathomable vortex beneath. And that enigmatic cleaner, this sudden third party among third parties, was he friend or foe? Peng Shi grasped his hand tightly. No matter what lies ahead, we face it together. Zhao Xiaozhao tightened his grip on her hand as they braved the storm to board the helicopter. A new battle has only just begun. Chapter 8. The cleaner emerges. The helicopter jolted violently through the storm, Zhao Xiaozhao firmly holding onto Peng Shi's hand, only able to see a chaotic darkness through the window. In the cockpit, Lin Yuan was engaged in low conversation with an unfamiliar pilot, their words swallowed by the engine's roar. Where's Dad taking us? Peng Shi leaned closer to Zhao Xiaozhao, her breath brushing against his ear, tinged with a tremor. Zhao Xiaozhao shook his head, his gaze falling upon the bruise on Peng Shi's wrist, a remnant from their escape against the doorframe. He gently caressed the mark, his heart aching, rendered speechless. 3 years ago, upon his rebirth, he vowed to protect her from harm, yet now, do not blame yourself. Peng Shi seemed to sense his thoughts, her fingers intertwining with his. This time we face it together. The helicopter suddenly swooped down, piercing through the clouds. Below appeared a snow-covered forest, with a few low buildings barely visible in the center. As they descended, Zhao Xiaozhao discerned that it was an abandoned weather station, with several figures already standing on the helipad atop the main building. We have arrived. Lin Yuan turned back from the cockpit, weariness etched on his face yet resolute. Here is temporarily safe. After the helicopter landed, the snowfall seemed to lessen. Zhao Xiaozhao shielded Peng Shi as they descended the steps, the biting cold wind immediately rushing into their collars. Among those waiting on the helipad, a middle-aged man in a tattered leather jacket, unkempt beard, stood out, leaning against a pillar, toying with a coin, his gaze sharp as an eagle. It's that voice. Zhao Xiaozhao's muscles tensed instantaneously, though they had never met. He was certain this was the man who claimed to be the cleaner, the truck driver from the fatal accident in his past life. Relax, kid. The man grinned, revealing a few crooked teeth. If I'd want to harm you, I would have braked 3 seconds before the impact 3 years ago. What? Peng Shi gasped. You braked during that accident? Otherwise, do you think that your little wreck of a car's airbags could preserve your souls intact for a complete retrocausal return? The man tossed the coin into the air and caught it, introducing himself, codenamed the cleaner, real name Ma Ke. former senior technician of the Time Reset Plan, now a core member of the Watchers organization. Lin Yuan stepped forward. Let us discuss inside. It's too cold out here, and we need to devise a plan quickly. The interior of the weather station was far more modern than it appeared from the outside. At the end of the corridor, the conference room had been transformed into a temporary command center, the walls adorned with screens and blueprints. Zhao Xiaozhao noticed a massive network of connections, with Kyle Rivers' photo pinned at the center, surrounded by a dozen names and organizations. Ma Cook casually settled in front of the main control console, pulling up an encrypted video. First, watch this, and you'll understand the basic background. As the video commenced, it displayed a laboratory-like environment, with several individuals in white coats surrounding a chamber connected to numerous wires. Inside the chamber lay a figure, their face obscured. This is the alpha phase experiment of the Time Reset Plan. Its purpose was to study the phenomenon of quantum leaps in human consciousness at the brink of death. Initially, it was purely theoretical exploration, until the video abruptly switched, showing the figure inside the chamber convulsing violently, alarms blaring. A calm female voice emerged from the background. Subject Gamma 7 is exhibiting abnormal brainwave activity. Suspected memory retrocausal phenomenon. 3 years ago, they breached the critical point. Mako pressed the pause button, revealing that through precisely controlled energy impacts, it was possible to guide specific individuals' consciousness back to their past time points while retaining full memories. You too. He gestured toward Zhao Xiaozhao and Peng Shi, are the first batch of naturally matched experimental subjects. A sharp pang of anxiety gripped Zhao Xiaozhao's stomach. What does naturally matched mean? It signifies that you inherently possess the brainwave characteristics and quantum entanglement tendencies conducive to consciousness retrogression. Marco retrieved 2 brain skin images. The K organization, the institution where Kyle Rivers is affiliated, had meticulously screened thousands of potential candidates through a medical database, subsequently observing them in secret. You were selected because he hesitated. There already exists a profound quantum entanglement between you. Peng Shi furrowed her brows. What does that imply? In simpler terms, it means that you were deeply in love with each other in your past lives. Marco Struct. This intense emotional bond facilitates a more seamless synchronization of your consciousness for retrogression. The K organization aimed to validate the entanglement effect, hence orchestrated that seemingly accidental car crash. A wave of dizziness washed over Zhao Xiaozhao. Their love, their rebirth, was merely an experiment? He instinctively glanced at Peng Shi, only to find her face as pale as parchment, her fingers tightly clutching the hem of her clothing. Then why are they pursuing us? Lin Yuan broke the silence. Because the experiment has entered its beta phase. Marco pulled up another set of data. The K organization has grasped the basic techniques to trigger retrogression. Yet the success rate is merely 17. They require the retrogressive imprints in your brains, those memory patterns retained after rebirth, to optimize their algorithms. He inhaled deeply. Worse yet, they have discovered methods to harvest these imprints and transplant them into other experimental subjects. Harvest? Peng Shi's voice trembled. Are you saying they intend to extract our memories? What will happen to us? Marco's gaze grew grave. In the best-case scenario, you might become a vegetative state. In the worst, your consciousness could entirely dissipate. The conference room fell into a profound silence. Zhao Xiaozhao recalled Kyle Rivers' ominous phrase about compulsory retrieval, a wave of nausea surging in his stomach. What is the Watchers organization? He asked, forcing himself to maintain composure. It consists of a group of scientists opposing the K organization's misuse of technology. Marco displayed a list featuring several names and photographs. We believe that time reset technology should be strictly regulated, utilized solely for medical and scientific purposes. He indicated the K organization's emblem on the screen, a serpent devouring its own tail encircling a clock, and not employed to fabricate a time army. Lin Yuan approached his daughter, gently resting a hand on her shoulder. 3 months ago, Marco approached me, revealing parts of the K organization's plans. We have been investigating in secret until they suddenly targeted you. Why tell us only now? Zhao Xiaozhao couldn't help but question. To protect you, Marco met his gaze. The less you know, the safer you are. The K organization has means to remotely monitor the activation status of critical memory nodes. If you learn the truth too soon, it would immediately trigger their alarm system. Suddenly, Peng Shi stood abruptly, her chair screeching against the floor. So our rebirth, our love, is merely a part of an experiment? Her voice shattered, realizing that even this very moment could be under their scrutiny. Zhao Xiaozhao quickly grasped her hand. No. Peng Shi, listen to me. He turned to Marco. Doesn't the notion of quantum entanglement imply that even without the experiment, we would still love each other? Marco nodded. Without a doubt, the K organization merely capitalized on existing connection rather than creating it, like a scientist harnessing the energy of lightning instead of inventing lightning itself. This explanation seemed to offer Peng Shi a modicum of calm, yet Zhao Xiaozhao could sense her continued trembling. He held her hand tightly, whispering, "Regardless, my feelings for you are genuine. Whether it's an experiment or not, that cannot be altered." Peng Shi inhaled slowly, gradually returning to her chair. "All right, so now, what shall we do?" Marco and Lin Yuan exchanged glances. Lin Yuan pulled up a map. "First, we need to relocate. This is merely a temporary safe house. The K organization will surely find us eventually. We have a more concealed base in northern Canada." "Wait," Zhao Xiaozhao interrupted. "Are we simply going to hide indefinitely?" "Certainly not." Marco grinned, revealing a roguish expression. "The ultimate goal is to dismantle the K organization's core database for time reset technology and liberate all marked retrogressive anchor points." "How many reborn individuals like us are there?" Peng Shi inquired. 7 confirmed, with suspicion of more. Marco retrieved a set of files. "You two are the most stable pair. Others have exhibited varying degrees of memory turmoil or dissociation." Zhao Xiaozhao scrutinized the photographs. There were elderly individuals, children, even a pregnant woman. Each bore hollow expressions, as if a part of their souls had been siphoned away. A chill crept up his spine. "Have they all been harvested?" "Partially, yes." Marco's expression darkened. The K organization refers to this process as mature harvesting. They believe that once a reborn individual completes a certain fate correction, the retrogressive imprint reaches its optimal state. Peng Shi suddenly froze. "Wait, what does fate correction mean?" "It refers to the actions of reborn individuals that alter key nodes on the original timeline," Marco explained. "For instance, you two met and fell in love at 29 in the original timeline, but after rebirth, that was advanced by 17 years. Such a significant deviation in fate generates a unique quantum resonance, precisely what the K organization requires." Zhao Xiaozhao and Peng Shi exchanged a glance, shock evident in their eyes. They had believed they were authoring their destiny, yet it seemed they might merely be fulfilling some experimental criteria. "Will our current actions also be part of their calculations?" Peng Shi's voice tightened. Marco shook his head. "This is the very purpose of the Watcher's existence. The K organization's model has a fatal flaw. They cannot predict free will once the subjects become aware of their observation. As soon as the experimental subjects realize they are being watched, the quantum state collapses, rendering their predictive models ineffective." Lin Yuan added, "This is also why the K organization strives to prevent experimental subjects from uncovering the truth. Now that you know, it signifies that we have become unpredictable variables." Zhao Xiaozhao picked up on his words, a glimmer of hope swelling within him. "Indeed," Marco snapped his fingers thus. "Our next course of action is to fully exploit this unpredictability and disrupt the K organization's entire scheme." He displayed a complex timeline chart, marked with multiple critical nodes. "According to our intelligence, the K organization plans to conduct its first large-scale collective harvesting on the winter solstice, 3 days from now." He magnified the map to reveal a coordinate deep within the Swiss Alps. "Why on the winter solstice?" Peng Shi asked. "Astrological factors. It is the longest night of the year, with the weakest geomagnetic activity, supposedly conducive to the extraction of consciousness quantum states. Or perhaps it's merely the result of those lunatic superstitions." Zhao Xiaozhao scrutinized the map and plan. "So what is the strategy?" "We'll split into 2 teams." Lin Yuan pointed at the screen. "Marco and I will lead a frontal assault to draw their fire. You two and another team of technicians will infiltrate from the rear to destroy their core servers." "Wait, you want us to execute the most critical task?" Zhao Xiaozhao incredulously responded. "We aren't even professional agents, but you're the only ones capable of unlocking that system." Marco displayed a video showing a biometric terminal. The K organization's core database requires brainwave validation of retrogressive anchor points. In other words, only the reborn individuals could deactivate it. Peng Shi bit her lip. "What if we fail? Then not only will you be harvested, but other reborn individuals will be as well. And the K organization will acquire sufficient data to refine their technology." Marco's demeanor turned unprecedentedly serious. Imagine if such power were to be misused. History could be rewritten at will. The conference room fell into silence once more. Zhao Xiaozhao gazed at Peng Shi, and within her eyes, he discerned a shared struggle. They both yearned to rectify the regrets of their past lives and lead a mundane existence. Yet they found themselves ensnared in a war that contests the freedom of human consciousness. Suddenly, Peng Shi rose, striding to the main console to summon the architectural blueprints. "I require more detailed technical specifications. What is the architecture of their firewall? Where are the guards' shift timings? Is there an underground escape route?" Maka raised an eyebrow. "Young lady, since this is a necessity, let's ensure it is foolproof. Peng Shi's voice was calm and resolute, her fingers dancing across the keyboard as she swiftly retrieved a series of technical documents. Xiaozhao, I need your assistance in analyzing the vulnerabilities of these security systems. Zhao Xiaozhao approached her side, their shoulders brushing lightly. Without the need for words, he understood her decision. They were no longer passive subjects of experimentation, but rather active agents of change. Lin Yuan and Ma Ku exchanged approving glances. Ma Ku produced a coin and tossed it to Zhao Xiaozhao. It seems I did not misjudge you. You are far more resilient than K organization anticipated. Zhao Xiaozhao caught the coin, discovering an enigmatic symbol etched upon it, resembling a clock. The mark of the watcher, Ma Ku elucidated an infinite time rather than time confined. Peng Shi was already wholly engrossed in her work as lines of code cascaded across the screen. Zhao Xiaozhao inhaled deeply, clutching the coin tightly, and settled beside her. We can no longer hide, Peng Shi murmured, her gaze fixated on the screen. It is time to counterattack. Outside, the blizzard began to wane as the first rays of dawn pierced through the clouds. In 3 days, on the night of the winter solstice, they would confront the true test of their fate. Chapter 9. The Consciousness Link Experiment. Deep within the Swiss border, in the heart of the Alps, a vast underground base disguised as an abandoned mine served as the temporary command center for the Watchers, enveloped in the tense atmosphere preceding the final battle. Less than 52 hours remained before the assault on winter solstice night. Zhao Xiaozhao and Peng Shi were escorted deep into the base to a spherical chamber known as the Silent Room. The walls were adorned with sound-absorbing materials that emitted a gentle blue light. In the center of the room, 2 sleek silver seats faced each other, connected to complex neural sensing devices and holographic projection equipment. This was an upgraded version of the entanglement resonance device. Ma Ku tapped the cold metal casing, his expression uncharacteristically grave. Theoretically, it can amplify the natural quantum entanglement between you, allowing for a deeper consciousness link, sharing perceptions, thoughts, and even accessing fragments of each other's memories. This is crucial for infiltrating the core area of K organization. Peng Shi gently touched the sensory points on the armrests of the seats. Share perception? Like telepathy? More accurately, it is a heightened synchronization, explained Dr. Su, a middle-aged scientist clad in a white lab coat, exuding a gentle demeanor. She was an expert in neuroquantum studies within the Watchers. Your consciousness waves will resonate like finely tuned instruments, significantly enhancing processing speed and rapport. In the labyrinthine systems of K organization, even milliseconds of delay could prove fatal. Dr. Su adjusted the instruments, her gaze flitting between Zhao Xiaozhao and Peng Shi. However, risks are equally present. A deep link may trigger side effects of consciousness fusion, blurring the boundaries of self. More critically, she paused, if there exist any implanted triggers or backdoors within your memories, this profound resonance may activate them, potentially allowing remote exploitation by the other. Zhao Xiaozhao and Peng Shi exchanged a resolute glance, both recognizing the determination in each other's eyes. Let's begin, Zhao Xiaozhao declared gravely. There is no turning back now. They seated themselves in the chairs, the cold sensory patches adhering to their temples and wrists. The chamber doors sealed shut, and a soft white noise enveloped them, isolating them from the outside world. Relax, take a deep breath, Doctor. Su's voice emerged through the built-in speakers. Focus your attention on one another, recalling the most profound connection you have shared. Zhao Xiaozhao closed his eyes, his consciousness plunging into the sea of memories. He beheld the sunlight cascading over Peng Shi's hair in their elementary school classroom. He recalled the starlight in her eyes when she asked him why he was so kind to her beneath the attic's starry sky. He felt her warmth as she grasped his hand tightly on the hospital bed. Almost simultaneously, a warm and familiar stream of consciousness gently brushed against his thoughts. Peng Shi. Her consciousness flowed like a crystalline stream, carrying the scent of aged pages from a library and the rhythmic logic of running code. Zhao Xiaozhao's consciousness remained steadfast, imbued with the precision of programming and an unwavering commitment to her safety. First layer, perceptual synchronization. The devices hummed, and the holographic projections illuminated. Before them lay not the frigid laboratory, but a resplendent galaxy formed of flowing data. A mere thought from Zhao Xiaozhao caused the stars to shift. With a fleeting notion from Peng Shi, the data streams coalesced into intricate algorithmic models. They required no words. A glance or a fleeting thought allowed them to instantly comprehend and cooperate seamlessly. They could even vaguely sense each other's emotions. Zhao Xiaozhao felt the deep-seated anxiety within Peng Shi regarding her identity as an experimental subject, while Peng Shi sensed Zhao Xiaozhao's profound concern for her safety. This tacit understanding transcended language, as if they shared a singular cognitive engine. Synchronization rate, 87, far exceeding expectations. Dr. Su's voice brimmed with delight. Second layer, memory sharing. As their connection deepened, the gates of memory swung open. No longer was it a matter of active recollection. Fragmented scenes surged into their consciousness like a torrent. Zhao Xiaozhao glimpsed more fragments of Peng Shi's childhood, the dimly lit corridor of a tenement, where young Peng Shi hid beneath her bed, covering her ears to muffle the sounds of abuse from outside, under a street lamp. She counted the coins she had painstakingly earned, calculating if it was enough to purchase a second-hand programming book. And a vague yet warm image of a tall man lifting her high, his laughter echoing in the sunlight. This must be her biological father, Lin Yuan, from her earlier years. These memories were vividly alive, imbued with the warmth of sunshine and the scent of grass. Peng Shi, in turn, witnessed fragments from Zhao Xiaozhao's previous life. Him working late into the night, staring blankly at the photo of Peng Shi on his phone screensaver. Him pacing downstairs in regret after an argument. And in the seconds before the car accident, instinctively jerking the steering wheel in a desperate attempt to absorb the impact. The resolve and protectiveness of that moment pierced through Peng Shi's consciousness, causing her soul to tremble and tears to stream down her face. Xiaozhao. Peng Shi's consciousness conveyed a profound sense of heartache and love. It is all in the past. Zhao Xiaozhao's consciousness enveloped her tenderly. This time, we shall face it together. Third layer, abyssal exploration and anomalous discoveries. Under Dr. Su's guidance, the link delved deeper into their subconscious, aiming to uncover any potential marks left by the K organization. The realm of consciousness morphed into a labyrinth constructed from fragments of memory. They explored hand in hand. Most memories were authentic and coherent, imbued with unique emotional imprints. However, as they approached certain pivotal nodes, anomalies began to surface. A fragment from Zhao Xiaozhao's memory. 1 week prior to the car accident, he had stumbled upon an obscure article online regarding near-death experiences and perceptions of time. Viewing it now through the lens of their deep link, the formatting and word choices bore an uncanny resemblance to a leaked document from within the K organization. It was as if it had been precisely tailored as bait for him. A fragment from Peng Shi's memory, discovering her talent after rebirth when she first picked up C programming in the library. A seemingly inconspicuous note had slipped between the pages, inscribed with a URL. At the time, she assumed it was someone else's bookmark and paid it no mind. Now, in the replay of her consciousness, the structure of that URL pointed to a now-sealed, cutting-edge technology forum linked to the K organization. That note appeared to have been meticulously placed as a guide. The crucial anomaly: Peng Shi's father embraces memory. As both individuals converge their consciousness upon the warm embrace illuminated by sunlight in Peng Shi's recollection, the scene suddenly distorts and becomes unrecognizable. The warm sunlight transforms into a blinding and deceptive glare. The man's visage blurs into obscurity, and his hearty laughter is interspersed with faint, static-like interference. The edges of the memory are marred by pixelated snowflakes of noise, reminiscent of subpar video effects. This is not a genuine memory, but rather a meticulously implanted, counterfeit emotional anchor. Warning: intense, anomalous neural signals detected. Evidence of unnatural interference in the memory zone. Dr. Su's voice rings with urgency. Peng Shi's consciousness fluctuates violently, overwhelmed by shock, anguish, and the fury of betrayal. Fake? Even this was implanted by them. Peng Shi, steady your mind. Zhao Xiaozhao's consciousness immediately constructs a formidable barrier, enveloping her in safety, isolating her from the shock of the false memory. Feel me. I am real. Our emotions are authentic. The veracity of that embrace is inconsequential. What matters is the tangible warmth you possess now. He conveys the genuine sensation of his palm and the rhythm of his heartbeat. Peng Shi's consciousness clings to this reality. Akin to a drowning soul grasping a piece of driftwood, her tumultuous waves gradually subside, yet the residual echoes of sorrow and rage linger. Fourth layer: abyssal depths and unexpected connections. Just as they prepare to withdraw from the deep link, a faint yet exceptionally pure quantum signal is suddenly captured and amplified by the resonance device from the darkest depths of the memory labyrinth. Near a trauma memory zone concerning childhood family upheaval that Zhao Xiaozhao had deliberately forgotten. This signal does not belong to either of them. It resembles a clandestine thread, emanating from a hidden corner of Zhao Xiaozhao's consciousness, penetrating the layers of shielding in the base, attempting to forge an exceedingly covert connection with the outside world. Unknown quantum tunneling signal detected. Its external target coordinates point to the operational zone in Switzerland. Dr. Su's voice is filled with horror. Are they attempting to remotely activate some deeply buried backdoor? Marco's furious roar also penetrates. Cut the link. Immediately. Wait. Under Zhao Xiaozhao's protection, Peng Shi's consciousness bursts forth with astonishing calmness and strength. Xiaozhao, trust me. Follow me. Her consciousness shifts from passive defense to a sharp stream of light, tracing the source of that anomalous signal in reverse. Without hesitation, Zhao Xiaozhao relinquishes full control of his consciousness to her. Their minds merge at the quantum level, transforming into an indomitable sword, piercing towards the signal's origin. The consciousness space trembles violently. They behold a minuscule point of light, shackled by layers of encrypted chains, the source of the anomalous signal, a seed deeply rooted in Zhao Xiaozhao's subconscious, unbeknownst even to him, surrounding the light point. Countless data streams bearing the emblem of Organization K, the Ouroboros clock, attempt to activate it. Peng Shi's consciousness morphs into a precise decoding program, while Zhao Xiaozhao's consciousness provides immense computational support. Under their highly coordinated quantum thinking, the chains are progressively unraveled. As the final barrier shatters, the imprisoned point of light erupts, not into activation, but releases a stream of critically encrypted information. Content of the information stream, the ultimate backdoor of Organization K's core database, an exceedingly complex dynamic password algorithm, whose key is not fixed but bound to the geomagnetic fluctuation frequency at a specific moment on the winter solstice night. This is a top secret that even Marco and Lin Yuan have yet to grasp. The labyrinth system's fatal weakness. It is not a physical firewall or logical trap, but rather a superconducting circulating device reliant on geothermal energy at its core, which, when subjected to specific frequency quantum pulse interference, will induce a global overload shutdown for 0.5 seconds. This frequency corresponds precisely to the natural resonant frequency of their entangled brainwaves during deep consciousness resonance. A blurred coordinate and warning, pointing to an unmarked area deep within the Alps base, accompanied by a blood-red warning. 0 protocol activation room, forbidden zone. The violent shockwave of information causes both to cry out in pain, and the link is forcibly severed. The spherical cabin door slides open, and Zhao Xiaozhao and Peng Shi tumble out of their seats, drenched in sweat, their faces as pale as parchment, yet their eyes burn with an unprecedented intensity. What happened? Lin Yuan and Marco rush in. Peng Shi gasps, her gaze sharp as a blade. We have found the key, and a dagger that can pierce their hearts. She quickly recapitulates the critical information they obtained, particularly the fatal weakness relying on their own brainwave frequency. Upon hearing this, Marco's expression shifts, ultimately landing a fierce punch on the control panel. Well done. This weakness can only be exploited through your cooperation. This is simply fate, or rather, Organization K's self-entrapment. Doctor. Su furrows his brow. The 0 protocol activation room? I have never seen this area on the architectural plans. Furthermore, that deeply embedded backdoor seed must be eradicated as soon as possible. Before it is eliminated, it may still be of use. Zhao Xiaozhao rubs his throbbing temples, his gaze icy. Does an Organization K want to activate it? Perhaps we can turn the tables and use it to transmit some false information. Peng Shi immediately grasps his intent, a faint cold smile appearing on her weary face. Exactly. Let us give them a false signal that we have infiltrated as planned, but encountered unforeseen circumstances and are trapped. Drawing the tiger away from its mountain lair, Lin Yuan observes his daughter and Zhao Xiaozhao, who, after such a shock, not only do not crumble, but swiftly devise a sharp counter-strategy, his eyes filled with a complex mix of pride and concern. Then, the plan is adjusted. Marco's eyes glint with fierce determination. Lin Yuan, you will lead the feigned attack team to create chaos as per the original plan. Diathu, assist these 2 youngsters in eliminating the seed in their minds and preparing that false message. And I, his lips curl into a cold smile, will pay a visit to that mysterious 0 protocol activation room. There are 48 hours until the winter solstice night. The Sentinels, armed with critical intelligence, sound the horn of counterattack. Zhao Xiaozhao and Peng Shi clasp each other's hands tightly, exhausted yet resolute. Memories can be altered, but the warmth and strength conveyed through their clasped hands at this moment are their most authentic weapons against all illusions. The final battlefield lies beneath the snows of the Alps, and within the hearts they guard for one another. Chapter 10. Conclusion and Rebirth. Switzerland, deep within the Alps. The base of Organization K resembles a steel behemoth lying dormant beneath the glaciers. The blizzard of the winter solstice night serves as both the best cover and the most lethal obstacle. The Sentinels' feigned attack team, under Lin Yuan's command, strikes the periphery of the base with precision akin to a surgical scalpel, creating explosions and chaos. Ear-piercing alarms pierce through the snowstorm, while red warning lights stain the icy walls crimson. However, the core area of the labyrinth remains a silent and perilous fortress, still in slumber. At the entrance to the underground passage, the biting wind hurls icy fragments toward them. Zhao Xiaozhao and Peng Shi don specially designed low-temperature combat suits, their visors frosted over. The truth of the Zero Protocol, passed down from Marco before his sacrifice, weighs heavily upon their hearts. It is a consciousness formatting weapon with a radius of 10 kilometers. Once activated, all living beings within its range will be reduced to blank shells devoid of memory and emotion. K has set this as the final line of defense. If the core database is destroyed, they will perish together. Remember, the 0.5-second window. Peng Shi's voice comes through the encrypted channel, calm and devoid of any tremor. Yet only Zhao Xiaozhao can feel the taut string deep within her consciousness. When the brainwave resonance is activated, I will simultaneously paralyze their quantum communications to prevent K from prematurely activating the Zero Protocol. You have only one chance. Zhao Xiaozhao takes a deep breath of the frigid air, the display interface within his helmet locking onto the heavy alloy gate of the labyrinth entrance. Received. Commencing countdown. His fingers danced across the virtual keyboard, inputting the final command, a fabricated signal sent forth using the residual seeds of his consciousness. The gate creaked open, its hydraulic mechanisms groaning under pressure. Contrary to his expectations of a heavily fortified stronghold, a corridor emerged, shimmering with an ethereal blue glow, woven from countless streams of floating data. The walls, floor, and ceiling pulsated and shifted, forming dizzying geometric patterns and enigmatic symbols. This was a living labyrinth, an awareness trap evolving in real time through quantum computing. Synchronize, echoed Peng Shi's voice. In an instant, Zhao Xiaozhao felt a familiar warmth flooding his consciousness. Not a forced connection through instruments, but a resonance originating from the depths of his soul. Peng Shi's awareness melded seamlessly with his, her thoughts operating like the most sophisticated navigation system, instantaneously discerning a safe passage amidst the chaotic deluge of data. His body seemed to possess an additional sense, able to perceive the flow of firewall logic keys and discern the fragile nodes within the invisible energy web. They moved like shadows entwined in the data stream, racing through the unpredictable maze. Zhao Xiaozhao's movements were precise to the millimeter. Each dodge and advance flawlessly aligned with the guidance Peng Shi transmitted on a conscious level. The guard's laser beams grazed the edges of his clothing, and the targeting red light of the automated turrets flickered to life, only to be incapacitated by the virus Peng Shi injected remotely. They were not intruders, but rather homeward-bound fish, swimming through a safe passage constructed by their shared consciousness. 300 meters ahead, the core database gate. For Sentinel mechas, energy shields fully deployed. Peng Shi's warning detonated in Zhao Xiaozhao's mind. Almost simultaneously, a harsh synthetic voice echoed through the corridor. High-priority retroactive anchor point verification successful. Target, core database. Executing final purge protocol. For Sentinel mechas, resembling spiders and cloaked in obsidian, detached from the walls, their crimson electronic eyes locking onto them, while plasma cannons began to charge, illuminating the corridor with a ghostly blue glow. Now, resonance frequency, full power output. Peng Shi's awareness radiated like a burning star. Zhao Xiaozhao abruptly halted, closed his eyes, and plunged all his focus into the depths of their mental connection with Peng Shi, without the need for words. The love from past lives, their shared vows, and a yearning for freedom transformed into the purest quantum fluctuations, erupting through their brainwaves at that unique resonant frequency. Ahum! Invisible ripples radiated from Zhao Xiaozhao's center. All flowing data within the corridor froze and distorted, akin to the static of an old television with poor reception. The movements of the 4 Sentinel mechas abruptly halted, their charging cannon lights flickering erratically, and the shield generators emitted a mournful wail of overload. The illumination of the entire labyrinth system dimmed dramatically. 0.5 seconds. Go! Peng Shi's scream resonated in Zhao Xiaozhao's mind, her consciousness shooting toward the control node of the database gate like an arrow released from its bow. Zhao Xiaozhao's body moved faster than thought. Like a bolt of lightning tearing through darkness, he zipped through the gaps of the rigid mechas. 0.5 seconds. He lunged toward the heavy alloy gate, pressing his palm against the biometric verification zone. Verification successful. Highest authorization, retroactive anchor point alpha beta. Welcome back, children. The cold electronic voice carried a hint of eerie solace. The gate slid open silently. Beyond it lay a vast spherical space, within which floated a colossal crystal core of a database, pulsating and entwined with countless strands of light. Below the crystal stood a figure clad in a long black coat. Facing away from them, it was Kale Rivers K. Before him, a countdown blazed in piercing crimson. 000127. Only 87 seconds remained until the Zero Protocol's forced initiation. Ultimately, we have arrived at this juncture. K slowly turned, his face devoid of rage, only an almost martyr-like calm. Do you think you have one? Destroy it, and the Zero Protocol will still activate, turning the surrounding 10 kilometers into a desert of consciousness, including yourselves. We have found the key. Peng Shi's voice rang out in the spherical space, calm and powerful. Her consciousness, through the link with Zhao Xiaozhao, seeped into the depths of the control console like invisible tendrils. K's expression shifted for the first time. Impossible. The final key to the Zero Protocol is your own brainwave frequency harmonized with the specific geomagnetic fluctuations on the winter solstice. Zhao Xiaozhao interjected, his gaze sharp as a blade. Information obtained through Marco's sacrifice. And did you think the seeds buried deep within my mind would only send false messages? K's eyes darted toward the console screen, where he saw a hidden backdoor program running rampant beside the progress bar indicating the initiation of the Zero Protocol, targeting the coordinates for a format command to reverse lock the launch source, namely, K's very location. No, K for the first time, lost his composure, lunging toward the console. Too late. Peng Shi's voice sounded like the final judgment. Purge initiated. Zhao Xiaozhao and Peng Shi's consciousness merged harmoniously before the core database, transforming into an unstoppable torrent of commands that surged into the pulsating crystal. No. Kai's furious roar abruptly ceased. The floating crystal erupted with a radiance more brilliant than the sun. There was no explosive roar, only the tranquil hum reminiscent of the universe's birth. Where the light reached, the myriad strands that constituted the crystal fractured, crumbled, and transformed into the purest quantum dust, dissipating into the air. The lights of the entire spherical space extinguished instantly, plunging into an abyss of silence. On the control console, the crimson countdown forever froze at 000041. The Zero Protocol's initiation program, along with its locked coordinates, K's position, was precisely erased at the moment the database was destroyed by the backdoor program. In the darkness, only the faint glow of emergency lights illuminated K's frozen figure, his face etched with profound shock and unwillingness, resembling a statue stripped of its soul. Warning: core database permanently destroyed. Detecting associated quantum entanglement marks. Commencing force purge. The cold electronic voice resonated again, akin to a death knell. Zhao Xiaozhao and Peng Shi simultaneously experienced an overwhelming wave of dizziness and excruciating pain, as if their very souls were being torn asunder. Fragmented memories of rebirth. The first day of school, confessions beneath the starry sky, codes in the library, a father's embrace, regardless of its authenticity. Every heartbeat quickening touch, every heartfelt vow, were forcibly stripped from their consciousness, as if receding with the tide. That sensation was more terrifying than death. It was the collapse of existence's very foundation. Xiaozhao, Peng Shi, just before her consciousness faded entirely, expended her final strength, lunging toward Zhao Xiaozhao's direction. Peng Shi, Zhao Xiaozhao screamed, desperately reaching out through the torrent of memories, striving to grasp that warmth on the verge of vanishing. Their hands clasped tightly in the icy darkness. The acrid scent of antiseptic filled the air. Zhao Xiaozhao struggled to open his eyes, revealing the stark white ceiling of a hospital room. His head throbbed painfully, as if struck by a heavy hammer. He bewilderedly turned his gaze and spotted a familiar figure hunched at his bedside. The girl's raven hair cascaded over the pristine sheets, her profile serene and her breathing steady. An indescribable, profound thrill struck him instantaneously. He did not recognize her, yet his heart felt as though it were gripped by an invisible hand, sour yet warm, as if having traversed countless mountains and rivers, he had finally found his sanctuary. A tear fell unbidden from the corner of his eye. The girl seemed stirred by his movement, lifting her head. Her eyes sparkled like a sea of stars, now brimming with concern and an equally inexplicable, intense emotion. "You're awake?" Her voice was slightly hoarse, tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. Instinctively, she tightened her grip on his hand, a gesture so natural it seemed as if it had been repeated 1,000 times. Zhao Xiaozhao opened his mouth, his mind a blank slate, unable to recall who he was, why he found himself in this place. And even less could he comprehend the identity of the girl whose presence caused a dull ache in his heart. Yet, gazing into her eyes, An inexplicable sense of calm and trust blossomed within him. It felt as though he had just awakened from a lengthy dream. He murmured softly, clasping her cool hand, "It seems you were my dream." Instantly, tears welled in the girl's eyes, yet her face illuminated with a radiant smile of profound relief. "Yes," she nodded vigorously, tears cascading onto their intertwined hands. "I dreamed of you too. A very significant dream." The door to the hospital room creaked open gently, and Dr. Su, the attending physician for Lin Yuan and Ma Ku, stepped inside. Upon witnessing the two clasping hands and the mutual reverence reflected in their eyes, Dr. Su broke into a knowing smile. "How do you feel?" he inquired gently. "My head hurts, and I can't remember many things," Zhao Xiaozhao replied candidly, his gaze unwavering from the girl beside him. Yet he sensed that the most crucial part of him remained intact. Memories may fade, but the imprints left by conscious quantum entanglement, along with certain emotional connections that delve deep into the soul, cannot be entirely erased by technology, Dr. Su elucidated. "You both have undergone a forced memory wipe. Indeed, most of your recollections have vanished. However, the bond between you, as well as the most genuine feelings for one another, have endured. Perhaps this is the triumph of free will." Lin Yuan entered the room, observing the intertwined hands of his daughter and Zhao Xiaozhao. His eyes filled with a complex comfort. In his hand, he held a silver USB drive. The primary base of Organization K has been dismantled through a global joint operation, and the remaining forces are being eradicated. All data and equipment related to the Time Reset project have been permanently sealed. Lin Yuan handed the USB drive to Peng Shi. "This was found amidst the ruins. It belongs to you." Peng Shi inserted the USB drive in her laptop. To her surprise, it contained no technical data, only two folders. One was titled For Xiaozhao, filled with hundreds of photographs, candid profiles taken in elementary classrooms, shared moments in libraries, silhouettes beneath the starry sky, and the clasped hands before a hospital bed, each image chronicling their shared journey. The other folder, titled For Shi, contained but a single text file, which, when opened, revealed a solitary line of code. "While life exists, I love you." Tears once again blurred Peng Shi's vision. She looked up at Zhao Xiaozhao, whose eyes glistened with unshed tears. No words were necessary, for everything was conveyed in that silent exchange. 3 months later, in Boston, the cherry blossoms along the Charles River bloomed, their pinkish-white petals drifting in the spring breeze. Zhao Xiaozhao and Peng Shi strolled side by side along the familiar campus path. They had re-enrolled at MIT. Zhao Xiaozhao chose to study cognitive science and the ethics of artificial intelligence, while Peng Shi focused on neuroquantum studies and information security. Although their regressed memories had not returned, the lost time was being filled anew, stroke by stroke, in a way uniquely their own. Lin Yuan established a non-profit foundation dedicated to neuroethics and security nearby. Miraculously, Ma Ku recovered from his severe injuries and became the chief security advisor of the foundation. Though he relied on an exoskeleton to walk, his gaze remained sharp and defiant. "Hey, look at this!" Peng Shi exclaimed, shaking her phone. The screen displayed a launch notification for a new project from the foundation. The imprint program, aimed at assisting those suffering from memory loss due to brain trauma or experimentation, utilizing quantum imprint scanning and AI assistance to reconstruct emotional connections and identity. The project logo depicted two intertwined quantum rings to heal trauma through technology, rather than to impose control. Zhao Xiaozhao tightened his grip on her hand, his gaze tender yet resolute. "This is our new battlefield, and our new story." Peng, she replied with a smile, standing on tiptoe to gently brush a cherry blossom petal from his shoulder. Sunlight filtered through the branches, casting flecks of golden light upon her hair, reminiscent of their first meeting in the elementary classroom. In that moment, the void left by his memory loss was filled with a surge of emotion. He no longer clung to the pursuit of a lost past for the person before him. The rhythm of their hearts, the clasped hands, and the future they were creating together constituted the most authentic and precious rebirth. He lowered his head and placed a solemn kiss upon her smooth forehead, as if sealing an eternal promise. "Yes," he smiled, his eyes reflecting the spring light in her presence. "Our story is only just beginning." Chapter 1. Cherry blossoms fluttered, landing upon their clasped hands and the path beneath them, which led to a future brimming with infinite possibilities. This time, there was no predetermined script, no hidden observers, only their joined hands and the new code they were writing together, named love and freedom. The conclusion was but a rebirth, and a rebirth is eternally the first line of an unwritten tale. Chapter 11. Blood-tinged dusk and silent alarms. Zhao Xiaozhao rubbed his aching temples as he completed the final line of code, stretching his limbs with vigor. Outside, the city's neon lights flickered to life, outlining the stark contours of a concrete jungle. Another Friday night spent working late. The small pothose plant on his desk drooped, longing for fresh air and freedom. Much like himself. Xiaozhao still here? The subway will be packed if you stay any longer, called Wang, the colleague from the adjacent cubicle, as he packed his bag. Just a moment. I'll submit this wretched thing and be off, Zhao Xiaozhao replied, clicking the submit button as a confirmation message popped up on the screen. He turned off the monitor and grabbed his jacket from the back of his chair. Just as he stood, something caught his eye out of the window. At the horizon's edge, something seemed to flash briefly. It wasn't lightning. It was an exceedingly fleeting, profoundly deep crimson light, akin to the sudden opening and closing of a colossal eye in the depths of the cosmos, vanishing instantaneously into the somber twilight. So swift it seemed like an illusion. Strange, Zhao Xiaozhao muttered, walking to the window. The city's cacophony filtered through the thick glass. Traffic flowed as usual, and everything appeared normal. Perhaps he was merely seeing things from overworking. He shook his head and dismissed the thought. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, at the National Extreme Weather and Space Environment Research Institute, a bright, dust-free laboratory buzzed with frenetic energy. A massive screen displayed a torrent of alarming data. Atmospheric pressure anomalies, geomagnetic indices plummeting, and specific particle concentrations in the atmosphere skyrocketing by 300 standard deviations within 10 minutes. All indicators pointed to an unprecedented, incomprehensible upheaval unfolding. She stood before the screen, her lab coat making her frame appear somewhat fragile, yet her gaze behind the lenses was as sharp as that of a hawk. Her slender fingers danced across the virtual keyboard, pulling up the latest satellite imagery. The anomaly cloud, temporarily dubbed the Erebus Shroud, enveloping East Asia, was exhibiting an exponential increase in energy readings at its core, while its edge structures displayed peculiar, organic-like writhing characteristics. Dr. Peng, the atmospheric ionosphere disturbance index has exceeded the threshold. Global communications may be interrupted at any moment, a young researcher exclaimed, his voice trembling. She's heart sank. She swiftly accessed another interface, displaying a predictive model based on the characteristics of the anomaly particles. The model blared a shrill alarm, the screen flashing a crimson countdown. Global anomaly event. Expected arrival time of Phase 1 shockwave. 23 hours, 58 minutes, 17 seconds. 23 hours. She repeated softly, a chill racing up her spine. This was faster than her most pessimistic predictions. Her model had hypothesized various possibilities, yet none pointed to such a rapid and thorough collapse. Immediately activate the highest level alert protocol. Notify the Ministry of Emergency Management, the military, and all relevant departments we can reach. Package the data and transfer the core samples. Shi's voice was calm to the point of being cold, with only the slightest tremor of her fingertips betraying the tempest within her. And also, secure a priority encrypted line from my father, Lin Yuan. Understood. The entire laboratory instantly entered a wartime state. Alarm lights spinning silently, casting a pallid glow on every face. Shi swiftly approached her terminal, her fingers flying across the keyboard as she entered commands with the highest authority, connecting to the encrypted line reserved solely for her and her father. The line on the other end was met with an incessant busy signal. Her father, Lin Yuan, a senior advisor at the National Strategic Security Bureau, held crucial information regarding deep space, anomalous signals, and classified contingency plans, making him the lifeline Shi desperately sought at this moment. The busy signal pierced her taut nerves like an icy needle. An ominous premonition coiled around her heart like a frigid vine. She forced herself to remain composed and began rapidly drafting an exceedingly concise survival guide, including the most critical data snapshots and core model parameters. This guide must be disseminated as widely as possible before communication is entirely severed. Just as she struck the final period, a low hum, almost imperceptible yet reverberating through her very bones, unexpectedly penetrated the thick walls of the research center, engulfing the entire space. The laboratory lights flickered violently a few times before extinguishing with a sharp snap. Immediately, the emergency backup lights flickered to life, casting ghostly shadows on the terrified faces around. Particle cloud, energy explosion. The first wave of impact has arrived early. Someone cried out in despair. Shi lunged toward the observation window. Outside, the city, once ablaze with lights, now lay engulfed in an eerie, suffocating darkness. This was not a mere power outage. It was as if all sources of illumination, streetlights, neon signs, car headlights, the glow of countless homes, had been abruptly snuffed out by some unseen force. Only the sky, with the roiling core of Erebus, emitted an increasingly ominous crimson glow, akin to the eye of hell slowly opening, coldly surveying the suddenly silenced world below. It was not merely a shockwave. As Pengshi gazed into the pitch-black void outside, listening to the distant cacophony of chaos, screams and crashes, a chilling despair gripped her. Zhao Xiaozhao found himself trapped in the pitch-black elevator, the faint glow of his phone screen serving as his sole source of light. The elevator had come to a complete halt between the 17th and 18th floors following the strange tremors and hum. Damn it! He pounded forcefully on the cold elevator doors, only to be met with an empty echo. The signal on his phone displayed a glaring red X. He attempted to dial emergency services, but the line was met with nothing but busy signals. Panic surged like a cold tide, creeping up to his ankles. Outside, the elevator shaft, chaotic sounds filtered through the cracks, growing clearer and more terrifying. Screams, cries, the shattering of glass, and the sound of heavy objects colliding intertwined to form a prelude to the apocalypse. There was also an indescribable noise, reminiscent of metal scraping against bone, mingled with a wet, slurping sound that sent chills down his spine. "Hello, is anyone out there? Help!" Zhao Xiaozhao shouted hoarsely. Suddenly, a tremendous crash echoed. The vent cover above the elevator was violently dislodged by an unseen force. A shadow, accompanied by a nauseating stench of rust and decaying flesh, lunged into the space. Zhao Xiaozhao was paralyzed with fear, his phone slipping from his grasp, its dim light rolling to illuminate the creature. It was barely recognizable as human. It was Lisa from the marketing department, always impeccably dressed. But now, half of her face appeared as though it had been corroded by acid, exposing stark white cheekbones and teeth. Her eyes transformed into murky, milky orbs devoid of focus. Even more horrifying, something writhed beneath her skin, distorting her limbs into grotesque angles. Her nails elongated and darkened, scraping frantically against the elevator walls, producing a sickening screech. "Lisa!" Zhao Xiaozhao's voice trembled uncontrollably. Lisa abruptly turned her head, her cloudy eyes fixating on the source of the sound, and split her face into an inhuman grin that extended to her ears. Thick saliva mingling with dark red blood dripping down. She emitted a hoarse, meaningless shriek, dropping to all fours in a grotesquely contorted crawling posture, exuding a palpable aura of death, lunging toward Zhao Xiaozhao, who was cowering in the corner. "Ah!" Zhao Xiaozhao's scream echoed through the confined elevator space, desperate and piercing. The instinct for survival overwhelmed all else. He snatched up his phone that had rolled at his feet and, summoning all his strength, hurled it at that horrific face. Thud! The phone struck Lisa's jaw, shattering the screen, extinguishing the last flicker of light. The elevator plunged into utter darkness. In the gloom, only the beast-like howls, the repulsive sounds of gnawing, the crunch of bones breaking, and Zhao Xiaozhao's heavy, desperate breaths and muffled sobs remained. Time became indistinct. Perhaps only a few minutes passed, or maybe it felt like a century. The chaos outside seemed to have subsided somewhat. Or perhaps it was just Zhao Xiaozhao's senses numbed by sheer terror. He curled up in the cold corner, drenched in sweat, his body trembling uncontrollably. He could smell the overpowering stench of blood and the suffocating odor of decay. Lisa, or whatever had once been Lisa, appeared to have momentarily ceased its movements. Just as he dared to take a breath, an extremely faint, icy touch landed on the nape of his neck, damp with sweat from fear. Zhao Xiaozhao froze, his blood seemingly congealing in an instant. He slowly turned his head, rigid with dread, illuminated by a sliver of light seeping through the elevator door's crack. He beheld a bizarre creature, no larger than a thumb, entirely coated in slippery dark purple slime, its form reminiscent of both a spider and a worm, firmly latched onto the skin of his neck. Its head bore no eyes, only an ever-opening and closing mouth filled with tiny, jagged teeth, greedily sniffing. Seeking a point of entry, a larval heart-eater. An overwhelming wave of terror shattered the dam of Zhao Xiaozhao's sanity. He let out a sound that was not quite human, frantically slapping at the back of his neck. The creature was unnaturally agile. At the moment his hand struck, it sprang away, propelled by a gust of fetid air, lunging directly for his face. Its target was unmistakably his mouth. Agape from his scream. "It's over." Zhao Xiaozhao's pupils dilated in terror, the shadow of death engulfing him in an instant. Just as the grotesque mouthpart was about to pierce his mouth, a soft pop echoed, akin to a bubble bursting. The larval heart-eater, lunging towards Zhao Xiaozhao's face, froze midair before collapsing like a deflated balloon, its viscous dark purple fluid splattering onto Zhao Xiaozhao's shoes. Its tiny limbs twitched a couple of times before falling still. Zhao Xiaozhao, still reeling from shock, felt his heart racing as if it might leap from his throat. Bewildered, he looked up toward the vent above the elevator, now dislodged. In the depths of the dark ventilation shaft, there was only silence. It was as if that lethal moment had merely been a figment of his imagination. Who? What? He lowered his head stiffly, his gaze fixed upon the swiftly decaying, repulsive corpse of a larva upon his shoe, then shifted to the corner where Lisa once stood, now a grotesquely silent and contorted figure. Finally, his eyes fell upon his own trembling hands, slick with cold sweat and viscous slime, empty yet quivering. A chilling despair enveloped him, more suffocating than the darkness of the elevator shaft. He gasped for air, each breath tainted with the metallic scent of blood and the stench of decay. His phone lay shattered, plunging him into a world of utter darkness, with the outside realm shrouded in an unknown and terrifying purgatory, while he, Zhao Xiaozhao, an ordinary programmer, felt as insignificant as a speck of dust amidst this sudden catastrophe. The phrase to survive, once taken for granted, now felt unbearably heavy and arduous. Chapter 12. The Green Fong in the Dark. Zhao Xiaozhao had curled up in the elevator for an indeterminate duration. Fear surged in relentless waves, only to recede, leaving behind a numbing void. His throat burned painfully, a searing reminder of his prolonged screams. In the dark, he could hear the frantic pounding of his heart and the harshness of his breathing. Calm down, he urged himself, his voice hoarse and unrecognizable. I must find a way out. He groped his way to a standing position, his legs numb from maintaining a single posture for so long. The elevator walls were cold and smooth, and he inched along them, desperately seeking any potential exit or emergency mechanism. Suddenly, his fingertips grazed a small protrusion. The emergency call button. Zhao Xiaozhao's heart raced as he pressed it firmly. Is anyone there? Help! I'm trapped in the elevator, he shouted into the receiver, his voice echoing within the confined space. No response came. Only the crackle of electricity and the distant sound of explosions reached his ears. Gritting his teeth, Zhao Xiaozhao began to pound on the elevator doors. Help! Is anyone there? Just then, the elevator trembled slightly. Zhao Xiaozhao froze, fear gripping his heart once more. Was it an aftershock, or were those creatures returning? A sharp metallic snap echoed from above. Zhao Xiaozhao jerked his head up to see the vent cover completely removed, revealing a stranger's face amidst the darkness. Don't make a sound. The person hissed. Those monsters can't hear us. Zhao Xiaozhao held his breath and nodded. The stranger tossed down a rope. Grab it. I'll pull you up. The instinct for survival eclipsed his fear. Zhao Xiaozhao seized the rope, and the stranger yanked him upward. The vent was narrow and shrouded in darkness. Zhao Xiaozhao's knees and elbows scraped against the rough metal surface, pain searing through him. Yet he dared not make a sound, gritting his teeth against the agony. After crawling for approximately 10 minutes, the stranger pushed aside a loose ceiling panel, gesturing for Zhao Xiaozhao to follow him out. They emerged into a utility room, dim emergency lights casting a faint glow. Thank you, Zhao Xiaozhao gasped, finally taking in his savior's appearance. He was a sturdy man in his 30s, a fresh wound marring his face, his gaze sharp and alert. Monantai Kiskiviko. The man introduced himself tersely, building security. You're from this floor? Zhao Xiaozhao, programmer, he replied, suddenly recalling. What on earth has happened out there? Maka's expression turned grave. I don't know. It started with a power outage, and then those people began to mutate. He gestured to the wound on his face. I was attacked by a crazed colleague. Thankfully, I reacted quickly. Zhao Xiaozhao shuddered at the memory of Lisa's horrific visage. We need to leave this place. That's the plan, Maka said, retrieving an emergency kit from the cabinet and tossing Zhao Xiaozhao a fire axe. Can you use this? Zhao Xiaozhao accepted the axe, its weight offering a modicum of reassurance. Not really, but it's better than being unarmed. Monantai Kiskiviko nodded, drawing a tactical knife from his belt. Follow me and stay quiet. The stairwell should still be accessible. They cautiously opened the utility room door. The corridor was engulfed in darkness, with only the faint green glow of the emergency exit signs providing light. The air was thick with smoke and the metallic scent of blood, distant screams, and the sound of shattering glass echoing ominously. Suddenly, a wet, slithering sound emerged from around the corner. Maku immediately signaled for Zhao Xiaozhao to halt, both pressing against the wall, holding their breath. A distorted figure appeared at the end of the hallway. Once a suited man, he now crawled like a marionette, his limbs twisted unnaturally, his head rotating grotesquely as he emitted a series of disturbing clucks. Don't move, Maka mouthed. But at that moment, Zhao Xiaozhao's foot struck an empty soda can on the ground, producing a sharp clatter. The creature's head whipped around, its murky eyes locking onto them. It let out a primal roar, charging towards them with terrifying speed. Run, Maka shouted, shoving Zhao Xiaozhao in the opposite direction. Zhao Xiaozhao's heart raced, nearly leaping from his chest as he tightly gripped the axe, sprinting after Ma Ke. The scuttling noise behind them grew ever closer, the putrid breath almost brushing against his neck. Left. Ma Ke yanked him into a side passage, kicking open a door marked with an emergency exit sign. The stairwell was even darker than the corridor, illuminated only by sporadic emergency lights. They stumbled down the stairs, the creature relentlessly pursuing them. 18, 17. Zhao Xiaozhao counted the floors, his lungs burning. Suddenly, he slipped, his body careening forward. Watch out. Ma Ke caught his collar, but the momentum sent them both crashing onto the 16th floor landing. Zhao Xiaozhao's axe flew from his grip, clattering against the wall with a resounding crash. Worse still, that noise seemed to attract even more attention. A cacophony of footsteps and roars erupted from below. More than one. Damn it. Monantai, kiskivikokusit, pooling tiagogo. We need to go up. They turned to flee upward, but the creatures pursuing them had already blocked their escape. Trapped between a wolf and a tiger, they found themselves cornered in the stairwell. There's no way out. Zhao Xiaozhao despaired. Ma Ke's expression hardened with resolve. No, there's still a route. He pointed to a window on the landing, the fire escape ladder visible outside. Zhao Xiaozhao gazed out, the height of the 16th floor making him dizzy. But far more terrifying was the sight beyond. The entire city was engulfed in darkness, with only distant flames painting the sky crimson. Even more chilling was the eerie, dark red cloud above, writhing as if alive. Hurry! Ma Ke had already shattered the window with the hilt of his knife, cold air and smoke rushing in. Zhao Xiaozhao trembled as he crawled through the window, the icy metal ladder sending shivers down his spine. Just as Ma Ke prepared to follow, the stairwell door burst open. 3 distorted figures lunged forth. Ma Ke turned to confront them, his knife plunging with precision into the eye of the first creature. Yet, it seemed impervious to pain, growing even more frenzied in its assault. Monantai kiskiviko. Zhao Xiaozhao cried out. Go! Don't worry about me. Monantai kiskiviko roith. Grappling with the monster. Zhao Xiaozhao hesitated for a fleeting moment, but as more shadows surged from below, he understood that remaining would render Ma Ke's sacrifice futile. Gritting his teeth, he began to descend, tears blurring his vision. Upon reaching the 12th floor, a harrowing scream echoed from above, followed by the sound of something heavy crashing down. Zhao Xiaozhao dared not look up, forcing himself to continue downward. When he finally reached the ground, his legs felt as limp as noodles. He collapsed beside a dumpster in an alley, gasping for breath, tears mingling with sweat. Ma Ke was dead. He had perished to save him. The realization stabbed at his heart like a dagger. Outside the alley, more screams and the sounds of frantic footsteps filled the air. Zhao Xiaozhao compelled himself to rise, picking up a metal pipe from the ground as a weapon. He had to survive. He could not let Ma Ke's sacrifice be in vain. At that moment, he noticed a faint green light emanating from the depths of the alley. Driven by curiosity, he approached to discover a small blade of grass that had stubbornly sprouted from a crack in the concrete, radiating a soft glow in the darkness. Strangely, as Zhao Xiaozhao drew near, the light seemed to brighten, and the grass blades gently inclined towards him, almost as if greeting him. I must be losing my mind. Zhao Xiaozhao murmured to himself, yet some instinct urged him to crouch down and lightly touch the grass. In an instant, a peculiar warmth coursed through his fingertips. Zhao Xiaozhao's vision abruptly transformed. He perceived the structures of the surrounding buildings, sensed the throngs of people bustling on nearby streets, and even felt the presence of distorted creatures. It was as though a three-dimensional map had been imprinted directly in his mind. This sensation lasted but a fleeting second before dissipating, leaving him utterly astonished. He gazed down at his hand, then at the grass, which had returned to its normal state. What on earth was happening? The distant sound of an explosion interrupted his thoughts. Zhao Xiaozhao took a deep breath and tightened his grip on the pipe. Regardless of what had just transpired, the most pressing matter was survival. That sudden ability might prove beneficial. He cautiously peeked around the corner, surveying the street. To the east, several monsters roamed, while the west appeared relatively quiet. Zhao Xiaozhao resolved to head west, hoping to find a safe refuge. Just as he prepared to move, his phone in his pocket vibrated unexpectedly. Startled, he quickly pulled it out to find a text message. The signal was intermittent. Yet this particular message had miraculously come through. Emergency broadcast. All survivors, please be advised. The Heart Eaters fear strong light and specific sound wave frequencies. Seek high ground for refuge. Await rescue. Repeat, seek high ground for refuge. National Emergency Center. Zhao Xiaozhao's heart raced. The nation was still operational. There were still people organizing rescue efforts. This message ignited a flicker of hope within him. Just as he was about to put away his phone, Another message popped up, this time from an unfamiliar number. Zhao Xiaozhao. If you're still alive, go to the old library in the north of the city. There is shelter and answers. The password is your employee number in reverse. A friend. Zhao Xiaozhao was taken aback. Who would know his name and employee number? And to send such a message at a time like this? Yet, he had no other choice. The old library in the north of the city was approximately 5 kilometers away. Under normal circumstances, it was not far, but now. He inhaled deeply, gripping the pipe, and took his first step into the darkened street. Whatever awaited him ahead was certainly preferable to remaining idle. The glowing blade of grass, after his departure, once again tilted its leaves slightly in the direction he had gone, as if silently bestowing its blessings. Chapter 13. Whispers of the Library. Zhao Xiaozhao stealthily moved along the wall, each step taken with utmost caution. The streets were littered with overturned vehicles and shattered shop windows. Several fires illuminated the night sky, while thick smoke billowed under the dark red canopy. The air was tinged with a burnt odor and another indescribable, acrid scent. He endeavored to avoid the main thoroughfare, opting for alleys and concealed routes. At each intersection, he paused to listen intently to the sounds around him. Distant screams and explosions occasionally pierced the air, but for the moment, he was safe. Turning a corner, Zhao Xiaozhao suddenly halted, 20 meters ahead. A hunched figure was crouched over a corpse, emitting a chilling sound of gnawing. In the moonlight, he could see the creature's contorted spine and abnormally elongated fingers, its nails scraping against the concrete with a jarring noise. Zhao Xiaozhao held his breath and slowly retreated. At that moment, his foot stepped on a shard of glass, producing a faint crunch. The creature abruptly lifted its head, murky eyes glinting with a sinister light in the darkness. Its chin was smeared with blood, and its mouth stretched impossibly wide, revealing serrated teeth. Run! The thought raced through Zhao Xiaozhao's mind. He turned and dashed into a nearby alley, the frantic sound of claws scuttling behind him, accompanied by excited screeches. At the end of the alley stood a 3-meter-high brick wall, leaving him with no escape. In despair, Zhao Xiaozhao glanced back, seeing the monster burst into the alleyway, lunging at him with all fours. In a moment of desperation, Zhao Xiaozhao noticed several trash bins piled against the wall. Without a moment's hesitation, he scrambled atop the bins and leaped with all his might, his fingers barely grazing the top of the wall. He clawed his way up, feeling the creature's sharp claws tear through his pant leg. With every ounce of strength, Zhao Xiaozhao hoisted himself over the wall, the monster below roaring in fury, leaping in an attempt to grasp him. Yet it lacked the height, resorting to futilely scratching at the wall's surface. Zhao Xiaozhao collapsed atop the wall, gasping for breath, his calves ablaze with pain. He looked down to inspect his leg, where his pants had been ripped, revealing 3 lines of blood. The wounds were shallow, but the edges had begun to take on an eerie purplish hue. Damn it! Zhao Xiaozhao recalled the injuries on Ma Ke's face, a sense of dread settling in his heart. Could he also become one of those monsters? Beyond the wall lay a quiet residential area, seemingly safe for the time being. Zhao Xiaozhao carefully descended, landing in a green belt. He tore a strip from his clothing to hastily bandage his wounds and continued heading north. After traversing several blocks, Zhao Xiaozhao's vision began to blur, the pain from his injury morphing into a numb, burning sensation. He leaned against a wall to rest, his forehead burning with fever. Infection? Or something worse was spreading within him. Just then, he noticed a dandelion in a flower bed by the roadside. Like the previous blade of grass, it emitted a faint glow. Compelled by an inexplicable urge, Zhao Xiaozhao reached out to touch it. A wave of warmth surged through his body once more. This time, not only did he perceive the surrounding environment, but he also sensed a peculiar pulse, as if the life energy of the plant flowed into him through their contact. More astonishingly, the burning sensation in his leg began to subside. What on earth was happening? Zhao Xiaozhao gazed in astonishment at his hand. Had he acquired some ability to communicate with plants or even draw energy from them? It seemed absurd, yet in a world overrun by monsters, nothing appeared impossible. The dandelion's glow gradually dimmed, and Zhao Xiaozhao felt significantly improved. He pressed onward, occasionally pausing to touch plants along the way, each instance offering him a brief sense of direction and an energy boost. Utilizing this newfound ability, he successfully navigated around several areas teeming with creatures. At 3 in the morning, Zhao Xiaozhao finally beheld the silhouette of the old library. It was a neoclassical structure, exuding an air of solemnity and mystery under the moonlight. Strangely, there seemed to be no signs of monster activity around the library, as if protected by an invisible barrier. Zhao Xiaozhao cautiously approached the front entrance, only to find it barred by a heavy iron gate. He circled to the side and discovered an employee entrance. The door was locked, but beside it was a keypad. The password is your employee number in reverse. Zhao Xiaozhao entered 8891, the reverse of his employee number, 1988. The keypad lit up green and the lock clicked open. It really worked. Zhao Xiaozhao took a deep breath and pushed the door open. Inside was pitch black. He fumbled along the wall until he found the light switch. To his astonishment, the lights came on. The library had its own backup power. Is anyone there? Zhao Xiaozhao called softly, his voice echoing in the vast hall. No response. He advanced cautiously, the pipe still firmly in hand. The main reading room's bookshelves stood neatly arranged, everything in perfect order, as if the chaos outside had never touched this place. Welcome, Zhao Xiaozhao. A woman's voice suddenly echoed from behind him, startling Zhao Xiaozhao nearly out of his skin. He spun around to find a young woman standing at the staircase. She donned a simple white shirt and jeans, her eyes sharp and composed behind black frame glasses. Pengshi? Zhao Xiaozhao recognized her. Pengshi was a senior during their university days, a meteorology prodigy who had joined a national research institute after graduation. They had crossed paths a few times, but they were hardly familiar. Do you know me? Pengshi inquired, her brow slightly furrowed, yet her grip on the gun remained steadfast. We're alumni from the joint program of the Computer Science and Environmental Science departments, 3 years ago. Zhao Xiaozhao hurriedly explained. You were in charge of data analysis models, while I wrote the interface code. Pengshi's expression softened slightly, but the gun's muzzle remained directed at him. Prove it. Tell me the name of the project and the last 4 digits of your student ID. The project is called the Extreme Climate Simulation System, and my student ID ends with 3327. Zhao Xiaozhao promptly replied. Our first meeting was in the conference room on the 3rd floor of the Environmental College. You were 10 minutes late because of an issue with the lab samples. Finally, Pengshi lowered her weapon. I'm sorry, I had to confirm your identity. Follow me. She turned and walked toward the staircase, with Zhao Xiaozhao trailing behind. What is going on? Why have you brought me here? Was that message sent by you? Partly, Pengshi said without looking back. We need your assistance. They descended to the basement, traversing a concealed corridor, until they arrived at a spacious room transformed into a temporary laboratory and command center. The walls were adorned with screens and maps, while several individuals in lab coats busied themselves. Dad, he's here. Pengshi addressed a middle-aged man scrutinizing a map. The man turned, and Zhao Xiaozhao was astonished to discover that he was Lin Yuan, the legendary figure from the National Strategic Security Bureau, frequently appearing in news. Mr. Zhao Xiaozhao, thank you for your arrival. Lin Yuan's voice was deep and commanding. Time is of the essence, so I shall be direct. We require your unique abilities. My what? Zhao Xiaozhao was bewildered. Pengshi handed him a tablet displaying a segment of surveillance footage. In the video, Zhao Xiaozhao was seen touching a roadside plant, which subsequently emitted a glow. This was captured 3 hours ago by a traffic camera 2 kilometers from here, Pengshi explained. We have been monitoring unusual energy fluctuations throughout the city, and your signal is particularly distinctive. I don't understand. Zhao Xiaozhao gazed at the footage of himself. What is this about? The invasion of the corruptors transcends mere physicality. Lin Yuan approached the display screen and brought up a set of data. They simultaneously emit a unique energy field that alters Earth's bioelectromagnetic environment. Most individuals cannot adapt to this change, leading to either death or transformation into the monstrous entities you have witnessed. However, an exceedingly rare fraction, approximately 1 in a million, undergoes a positive mutation. Pengshi interjected. This grants them the ability to resonate with the energy field of the corruptors. We refer to them as resonators. Zhao Xiaozhao recalled his own ability to perceive the surrounding environment. So, I'm a resonator? Not only that, Lin Yuan retrieved another set of data. According to our research, resonators can be categorized into several types. Your ability is exceptionally rare. You can establish an energetic connection with Earth's native life, particularly plants. Pengshi added, this may be the key to our fight against the corruptors. Their energy field is destructive to Earth's biota, but conversely, the energy of Earth's organisms may interfere with them. As Zhao Xiaozhao processed this information, a sudden thought struck him. Wait, how did you know I would come here? That message was sent by me. A familiar voice came from behind. Zhao Xiaozhao turned to find Ma, who's standing there, his face bandaged but very much alive. Ma nantai keskivika. You're alive. Zhao Xiaozhao rushed towards him, nearly embracing him. I thought you were almost dead. Ma Ke grinned, wincing from the pain. Fortunately, Doctor. Peng's team arrived in time and dispersed those creatures with a special frequency of sound waves. Ma Ke is one of us, Lin Yuan clarified. He has been undercover in key facilities, monitoring potential anomalies. Before the disaster struck, we detected unusual energy readings from the building where you worked. Zhao Xiaozhao's mind raced. This was all too surreal. apocalypse, monsters, superpowers, secret organizations. I need to sit down, he murmured, suddenly feeling dizzy. The wound on his calf began to burn again, the bruise spreading up to his knee. You've been infected. Pengxi noticed his distress and quickly helped him to a chair. Dad, get the serum. Lin Yuan swiftly moved towards a safe, retrieving a small refrigerated box. Pengxi rolled up Zhao Xiaozhao's pant leg, exposing the 3 horrific wounds. This will sting a bit, she warned before injecting him with a clear liquid. Zhao Xiaozhao arched his back, feeling like fire coursed through his veins. Yet, mere seconds later, the pain began to subside, and the bruising faded gradually. What is this? He gasped. An antitoxin serum derived from plants. Pengxi put away the syringe. Your abilities have enabled us to refine the formula. An ordinary person's infection requires 3 injections to control, but you responded to just 1. Lin Yuan approached, his gaze serious as he looked at Zhao Xiaozhao. Now you understand why we need you. Your abilities not only allow us to produce more serum, but may also serve as a weapon against the corruptors. A weapon? Zhao Xiaozhao chuckled bitterly. I can't even use a gun. Not that kind of weapon. Pengxi's eyes sparkled with a peculiar light. We believe the corruptors have a central control node, possibly located somewhere in the city center. If we can locate it, a native resonator like you might be able to interfere with or even destroy it. Zhao Xiaozhao surveyed the room, filled with scientists, military personnel, and survivors, all looking at him with anticipation. He suddenly realized that this was not a request, but a mission. What I need to do, he heard himself say. Pengxi smiled slightly, handing him a strange device that resembled a fusion of a wristband and sensors. First, we need to test the limits of your abilities. Her expression grew resolute. Then, we will seek out that control node. Outside, beneath a blood-red sky, the first rays of dawn struggled to pierce through the clouds. A new day began, yet for Zhao Xiaozhao and the surviving remnants of humanity, it could very well be the longest day. Chapter 14, Resonance Testing. Zhao Xiaozhao sat in a chair within the laboratory, the peculiar device clasped around his wrist. Pengxi adjusted parameters at a nearby computer, her glasses reflecting the blue glow of the screen. Are you ready? She inquired, her fingers hovering above the keyboard. Zhao Xiaozhao swallowed hard and nodded. Since last night, he had scarcely closed his eyes. The wounds on his calf had scabbed over. Yet the terror of being clawed by a monster still lingered. Begin recording. Pengxi pressed the enter key. First phase, basic resonance test. The device emitted a faint hum, and Zhao Xiaozhao felt a twinge in the inner side of his wrist. A few potted plants in the corner of the laboratory, a pot hose, a succulent, and several cut flowers in water, suddenly quivered slightly. Fascinating, Pengxi observed the data fluctuations on the screen. Even without direct contact, you can influence them. Zhao Xiaozhao was astonished himself. He could sense the presence of those plants, akin to faint glimmers of light in the darkness. It feels as if they're greeting me. Pengxi quickly recorded this observation. Describe it in more detail. What does it feel like? Like very vague emotions? Zhao Xiaozhao struggled to find the right words. The pothose feels calm. The succulent a bit drowsy. And the flowers, they seem scared because they were cut from their mother plant. Pengxi's eyebrows nearly shot up to her hairline. You can distinguish the emotions of different plants? This exceeds our expectations. She typed furiously on the keyboard, entering the second phase of the energy exchange test. From the drawer, she retrieved a small laser emitter and aimed it at the leaf of a pothose plant. I intend to burn a small hole in this leaf. Let's see if you can assist in its repair. What? How could I possibly do that? The laser activated, leaving a charred mark on the pothose leaf. Zhao Xiaozhao instinctively reached out, a surge of protective instinct swelling within him. To his astonishment, a faint green luminescence began to emanate from his fingertips. Wow! He nearly leapt from his chair. Don't move. Keep going. Pengxi's eyes were glued to the screen, the energy readings soaring. Zhao Xiaozhao forced himself to remain still. The green light flowed from his fingertips, swirling like smoke toward the injured leaf. In an instant, the charred area began to mend at a visible rate. And mere minutes later, the leaf was restored to its former glory, leaving only a barely perceptible light scar. Incredible! Pengxi's voice was laced with awe. You not only perceive plants, but you can also transmit your energy to them. Theoretically, what does that mean? Zhao Xiaozhao withdrew his hand, the glow dissipating. Pengxi removed her glasses and rubbed her nose. It suggests that you might also be able to draw energy from plants, not just information. Theoretically, this exchange could be bidirectional. Zhao Xiaozhao recalled how much better he felt after touching plants on the street. I did experience that. Phase 3. Pengxi's tone suddenly turned serious, the antagonistic test. She walked to a large metal cabinet at the far end of the room, inputting a code to open it. Inside was a transparent sealed container holding a writhing mass of dark purple substance, the tissue sample of the heart eater. A wave of nausea washed over Zhao Xiaozhao. and he instinctively recoiled. You brought that thing here? Rest assured, it's an irradiated sample, rendered non-infectious. Pengshi donned heavy protective gloves and carefully extracted the container. Though its energy signature remained active, we need to test whether your abilities have any effect on it. She placed the container on a table 2 meters away from Zhao Xiaozhao. Even through the thick glass, he could sense an unsettling presence, akin to fingernails scraping against a chalkboard, directly impacting his nerves. Try to establish a connection with it, Pengshi instructed. What? No. Zhao Xiaozhao shook his head vehemently. I don't want to touch that thing. Physical contact, isn't necessary. She adjusted the device. I will gradually increase your output power. You merely need to concentrate and visualize your perception of it, just as you did with the plants. Zhao Xiaozhao took a deep breath and nodded reluctantly. He focused on the repulsive mass, attempting to extend his perception. Initially, nothing happened, but as Pengshi adjusted the device, he suddenly felt a sharp prick. The substance was gazing back at him. Oh, he slammed his eyes shut. It's mocking me. What? She paused her actions, astonished. You can sense its consciousness? Not consciousness, instinct. Zhao Xiaozhao struggled to articulate. It's like pure malice and hunger. Pengshi quickly took notes. Continue trying. See if you can disrupt its energy structure. Zhao Xiaozhao made another attempt, this time envisioning himself sending energy to the grotesque mass as he would to an injured plant. To his surprise, the sample began to writhe violently, tiny bubbles forming on its surface as if it were being scorched. Effective. Pengshi nearly leapt out of her seat. Its energy field is disintegrating. Keep going. Zhao Xiaozhao intensified his output, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The sample's reaction escalated dramatically, and suddenly, bang! A muffled explosion erupted from the container. The sample burst apart, transforming into a dark purple mist that quickly coalesced into black sludge. The laboratory fell silent. You did it. Pengshi whispered, her eyes shining with wonder. Primal life energy can disrupt the structure of the heart eater. This validates our theory. Yet, Zhao Xiaozhao felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, his vision darkening. I don't feel quite right. He stumbled forward, and Pengshi caught him just in time. Energy depletion. She quickly checked the device's readings. You've expended too much. She helped him to a chair and fetched a bottle of green liquid. Drink this. It's a plant-extracted energy supplement. The liquid tasted of a blend of mint and earth, and upon consumption, Zhao Xiaozhao immediately felt revitalized. What is the principle behind this? In simple terms, Pengshi sat beside him. The energy field of the heart eater is the antithesis of Earth's life. It's like matter and antimatter. Upon contact, they annihilate each other. Your abilities allow us to exploit this antagonism. She pulled up a city map marked with several red dots. According to our monitoring, these locations exhibit the strongest energy fluctuations. They may be secondary control nodes. Pointing to the center of the map, she indicated the stadium. Here, the readings are exceptionally high. We suspect it is the location of the main node. Zhao Xiaozhao stared at the map, suddenly overcome by an inexplicable pull, particularly toward the point at the stadium. I feel like I can sense it. Pengshi's head snapped up. Really? Describe it. It's like a pulsation. Zhao Xiaozhao closed his eyes, feeling a faint but steady rhythm. His brow furrowed. It's intensifying, like a heartbeat accelerating. She's expression shifted. This is bad. It means it's activating. She pressed the communicator. Dad, we need an urgent meeting. Zhao Xiaozhao sensed the main node was coming to life. 10 minutes later, the underground conference room of the library was packed. Lin Yuan stood before the projector, his expression grave. The situation is more urgent than we anticipated. He pointed to the fluctuating data on the screen. The energy levels of the main node have surged by 300 in the past hour. According to Pengshi's model, it could reach a critical point within 48 hours. What does critical point mean? Zhao Xiaozhao inquired. Full-scale invasion. Mako entered the room, his face still bearing wounds, but looking much more alert. Those monsters outside are merely the advance party. If the main node fully activates, the entire city will become a breeding ground for heart eaters, and then it will spread nationwide, globally. The room fell silent, the heavy reality bearing down on everyone. We have a plan. Lin Yuan broke the silence, but the risks are exceedingly high. The projection shifted to a three-dimensional schematic of the city stadium's underground facilities. Before the disaster, a quantum physics experiment was underway here. We suspect the heart eaters utilized the experimental equipment as a host. She designed a resonance device that can amplify Zhao Xiaozhao's abilities, theoretically capable of destroying the main node. Theoretically? Zhao Xiaozhao noted the choice of words. We have never tested it in practice, Pengshi admitted, but this is currently the only feasible plan. The team will be escorted by a special forces unit led by Ma Ku. Lin Yuan continued. Pengshi will operate the equipment. and Zhao Xiaozhao will be responsible for energy output. Once successful, the Heart Eaters organization will lose coordination and become easier to eliminate. Zhao Xiaozhao surveyed the serious faces around him, realizing this mission was tantamount to a suicide mission. What if we fail? Then humanity may lose its last chance. Lin Yuan met his gaze unwaveringly. But whether to participate is your decision. All eyes turned to Zhao Xiaozhao. He recalled the terror in the elevator, the flight through the streets, those who had transformed into monsters, Ma Ke's sacrifice, and Peng Shi's trust. I'll go, he heard himself say, his voice more resolute than he had anticipated. But I have a condition. What condition? Peng Shi asked. Before we set out, I want to master this ability better. Zhao Xiaozhao raised his glowing fingertips. If I am to be humanity's weapon, I at least need to know how to pull the trigger. Peng Shi exchanged a glance with her father, then nodded. A reasonable request. We still have a little time. Marco will train you in physical conditioning and tactics, while I shall oversee your capability training. After the meeting concluded, Zhao Xiaozhao was escorted to a greenhouse on the top floor of the library. It was filled with a myriad of plants, thriving vibrantly under the sun, presenting a stark contrast to the lifeless city outside. This is our secret garden. Peng Shi's voice softened considerably. It had existed before the catastrophe, intended for studying the adaptability of plants under extreme conditions. Now, it had transformed into a crucial experimental site and sanctuary. Zhao Xiaozhao could sense that the plants here were more animated than those on the streets. They seemed to recognize him, their branches and leaves gently swaying as if extending a welcome. Please take a seat. Peng Shi gestured towards a circular mat at the center of the greenhouse. We shall begin with the fundamentals of meditation. You need to learn to control the flow of energy rather than be controlled by it. Zhao Xiaozhao sat cross-legged, and Peng Shi took a position opposite him. Up close, he noticed that her eyes were not pure black but bore deep brown patterns, resembling the rings of a tree. Close your eyes, she instructed softly. Feel the energy within you. Do not force it, simply observe. Zhao Xiaozhao complied. At first, there was only darkness, but gradually, he began to notice tiny points of light flowing within him, predominantly concentrated around his heart and fingertips. Excellent. Peng Shi's voice seemed to emanate from a distant place. Now, envision those points of light as an army, and you are the general. Command them to gather at your right hand. Zhao Xiaozhao attempted to command the points of light. To his astonishment, they began to move towards his right hand, and soon, his entire right arm started to emit a faint green glow. Open your eyes, Peng Shi instructed. Zhao Xiaozhao opened his eyes to see his right hand flickering like a firefly. Peng Shi plucked a leaf from nearby and placed it in his palm. Heal it. Zhao Xiaozhao concentrated, and the light intensified. The minute scars on the leaf began to mend, its color growing more vibrant. You learn quickly, Peng Shi remarked with a slight smile. Most people require weeks to attain such control. Perhaps I have a gift? Zhao Xiaozhao said half-jokingly. Peng Shi's expression turned contemplative. Your abilities were already awakening. The catastrophe merely accelerated the process. She stood up. Let's take a break, and then we shall practice offensive applications. Offensive? Peng Shi retrieved a sealed jar from the shelf, containing several small fragments of corrupted tissue. You cannot merely understand healing. You must also learn to fight. For the next few hours, under Peng Shi's guidance, Zhao Xiaozhao practiced how to transform energy into weapons. Initially, he found the aggressive application of energy unfamiliar, but gradually, he mastered the basic techniques to condense energy into beams or pulses, effectively damaging the corrupted samples. Remarkable progress. Peng Shi rarely offered praise at the end of the training. Tomorrow, we will conduct a combat simulation. Now, go rest. Marco will come early to teach you basic tactics and weapon use. Zhao Xiaozhao stretched his aching body. Peng Shi, he hesitated. Why me? Why do I possess this ability? Peng Shi remained silent for a moment, gazing at the glass ceiling of the greenhouse. Behind the dark red clouds, the sun was attempting to break through the obstruction. Perhaps, she said softly, when the earth faces a threat, it chooses certain emissaries. And you, Zhao Xiaozhao, may be one of those chosen. This answer felt like both a scientific hypothesis and a poetic fantasy. Zhao Xiaozhao did not pursue the matter further. In this chaotic world, perhaps some questions simply lack answers. That night, lying on a makeshift bed, Zhao Xiaozhao dreamt of standing in an expansive forest. Each tree emitted a gentle glow, their roots interconnected underground, forming a vast network. At the center of the network, something was calling his name. He awoke just as dawn was breaking. The device on his wrist indicated that there were 42 hours remaining until the main node activation. The day of the final confrontation was approaching. Chapter 15, The Light of the Rift. The training ground in the early morning was shrouded in mist. Zhao Xiaozhao gasped for breath, sweat soaking through his t-shirt. Marco stood before him, the training dagger in his hand glimmering coldly. Once more, Marco Xiaotif. Those monsters won't give you a moment's respite. Zhao Xiaozhao gritted his teeth and raised the short staff in his hands. In the past 3 hours, Marco had thrown him to the ground 17 times. A large bruise adorned his left arm, and his right knee was scraped raw. Suddenly, Marco launched an attack, the dagger slicing through the air with a silver gleam. Zhao Xiaozhao barely managed to block, but Marco's leg swept towards his lower body. Just as he was about to be toppled again, Zhao Xiaozhao unexpectedly sensed the subtle shift in Marco's muscles, akin to how he perceived the state of plants. He leaped aside half a second early, striking Marco's shoulder with the staff. Good. Marco stepped back, a look of approval on his face. You finally caught on. Zhao Xiaozhao was taken aback. It seems I can sense your intentions. Marco sheathed his dagger and tossed him a bottle of water. Doctor, Pang said your abilities extend beyond plants. It appears you possess a faint sensitivity towards animals and even humans. He grinned. I could give you an extra 3 seconds on the battlefield. Only 3 seconds? Zhao Xiaozhao chuckled as he twisted open the bottle cap. In life and death situations, 3 seconds equates to eternity. Marco's expression suddenly turned serious. Listen, kid, the mission in the gymnasium is not a drill. Once we enter, we may not come out. You best be certain you're ready. Zhao Xiaozhao gazed towards the library. Through the morning mist, he could see the outline of the greenhouse on the top floor. Pang, she was likely preparing for today's experiments there. I'm not sure if I'm ready, he confessed, but I know that if we don't try, we will all die or become those monsters. Marco gave him a firm pat on the shoulder. Good answer. Now, take 10 minutes to rest, then we'll practice firearms. A plant sorcerer who can shoot is far better than one who cannot. By midday, Zhao Xiaozhao, his body aching, entered the cafeteria. The underground facilities of the library were more comprehensive than he had imagined, complete with a full logistic system. He collected a simple meal of compressed biscuits, vegetable soup, and some form of green energy drink. Mind if I join you? A gentle voice inquired. Zhao Xiaozhao looked up to see a middle-aged woman wearing glasses and a white lab coat, carrying a tray. Of course not, Dr. Su. He recalled having seen her at yesterday's meeting. Just call me Su Yuan, she said as she sat down, adjusting her glasses. I am in charge of the biological research department. Pang Shi informed me that your ability test results are exceptionally promising. Zhao Xiaozhao shrugged. I merely followed instructions. To be honest, it all still feels like a dream. A flicker of complex emotion passed through Su Yuan's eyes. You know, before the catastrophe, we monitored 37 reports globally of individuals with abilities similar to yours. Most were dismissed as hoaxes or hallucinations. 37? Zhao Xiaozhao set down his soup spoon. Are they all like me? Each is unique. Some can sense earthquakes. Others remain unscathed in extreme weather. And there are even those who claim to communicate with animals. Su Yuan lowered her voice. We refer to this as the Earth's immune system. When faced with existential threats, a planet awakens certain individuals as a defensive mechanism. Zhao Xiaozhao recalled Pang Shi's words about the Earth's chosen emissaries. Then, what are the corrupted? Why do they attack us? Su Yuan's expression grew grave. According to Director Lin's intelligence, they may not be natural life forms. They could be a biological weapon or some form of cosmic predator. In pursuit of planets harboring intelligent life for the purposes of parasitism and assimilation, this notion sent a sharp pang through Zhao Xiaozhao's stomach. So, Earth is resisting? Through individuals like us? Indeed, Su Yuan nodded. The challenge is that immune responses are often accompanied by high fevers and suffering. What we are currently experiencing may very well be a planetary fever. After lunch, Zhao Xiaozhao ventured to the upper greenhouse to continue his training. Upon opening the door, he beheld Peng Shi, who was bent over examining a peculiar plant, its entire form exhibiting a crystalline, translucent quality, with tiny luminous particles flowing within. A new species? Zhao Xiaozhao approached. Peng Shi looked up, a strand of dark hair slipping from behind her ear. It's an experimental hybrid created from the remnants of the heart eater and plants. We hope to enhance resistance. She indicated towards the apparatus nearby. Today we shall test the limits of your abilities. For the next few hours, Peng Shi guided Zhao Xiaozhao through a series of intricate tests. He discovered that his abilities were indeed amplifying. He could now establish stable connections with 3 plants simultaneously, with a 30 increase in energy output precision. An astonishing rate of progress. Peng Shi meticulously recorded the data, projecting that by tomorrow's mission, he should reach the minimum energy threshold required to obliterate the main node. Zhao Xiaozhao flexed his sore wrists. Peng Shi, do you believe in Dr. Su's theory regarding Earth's immune system? Peng Shi paused, her pen hovering in contemplation for a moment. Scientifically, the analogy holds merit. However, from a personal standpoint, she hesitated. I would prefer to believe it is the resilience of life itself. When faced with the threat of extinction, life invariably finds a way. She walked to the edge of the greenhouse, gesturing outside. Following her finger, Zhao Xiaozhao saw, amidst the distant ruins, a tender green vine tenaciously climbing a crumbled wall, standing out against the dark crimson sky. Look, even in such an environment, life endures. Peng Shi's voice carried a gentleness Zhao Xiaozhao had never heard before. We are merely the more conscious part of it all. Sunlight broke through the clouds, momentarily illuminating her profile. In that instant, Zhao Xiaozhao realized that under the shadow of this apocalypse, Peng Shi might be the most beautiful thing he had ever seen. Zhao Xiaozhao. Peng Shi looked at him quizzically. You're blushing. Is it energy depletion? Huh? No, it's nothing. Zhao Xiaozhao hurriedly turned away, feigning interest in a nearby fern. It's just a bit warm. Peng Shi raised an eyebrow, but did not press further. Let's take a break. There's a task briefing at 7. Don't be late. In the evening, Zhao Xiaozhao attempted to take a brief nap in his temporary quarters. But his dreams were tumultuous. He envisioned himself standing on a desolate expanse, countless dark purple eyes in the sky fixated upon him. The ground cracked open, and numerous vines emerged, ensnaring his limbs, pulling him toward the earth's core. A sharp knock at the door jolted him awake. It was Ma Ke. The briefing has been moved up. There's an emergency. The atmosphere in the conference room was as heavy as lead. Lin Yuan stood before the projector, the data curve on the screen plummeting like a cliff. The activation speed of the main node has accelerated. His voice was hoarse. The latest forecast indicates that the critical point will be reached by noon tomorrow, 18 hours ahead of schedule. An uneasy murmur swept through the room. We have no choice. We must act immediately. Lin Yuan pulled up a 3D model of the stadium. Ma Ke's team and the research group will depart in 2 hours. Peng Shi. Is the equipment ready? Peng Shi nodded. The resonance device has been calibrated. Based on today's tests, Zhao Xiaozhao's abilities are sufficient to activate it. All eyes turned to Zhao Xiaozhao. He felt a tightness in his throat, but resolutely nodded. I am ready. The planned route is as follows. Ma Ke took over. Pointing at the map, we will enter through the underground pipeline, avoiding the main streets. Intelligence indicates a high concentration of hard eaters has formed around the stadium. The projection shifted to a grainy surveillance image. Outside the stadium, dozens of distorted figures patrolled. More terrifyingly, in the center of the image stood a colossal creature, approximately 3 meters tall, seemingly a fusion of multiple hard eaters, with dozens of tentacles extending from its torso and a constantly rotating maw lined with sharp teeth. We refer to it as the Guardian. Ma Ke stated grimly. Intelligence shows that each main node is surrounded by 13 such entities. They're more intelligent and far more dangerous than ordinary hard eaters. Zhao Xiaozhao stared at the horrific image, his stomach churning. He instinctively touched the device on his wrist, now set to combat mode, capable of releasing energy bursts in emergencies. The mission is straightforward. Lin Yuan summarized. Ma Ke's team is responsible for breaching and defense. Peng Shi and Zhao Xiaozhao will enter the core zone to activate the resonance device. Once the main node is confirmed destroyed, retreat immediately. Are there any questions? A young researcher raised his hand. What if we fail? Lin Yuan's expression turned exceedingly grave. Then, the contingency plan is to detonate the tactical nuclear device we buried beneath the stadium. That would obliterate half the city, but it might prevent a full-scale outbreak of the hard eaters. The air in the room seemed to solidify. Zhao Xiaozhao glanced at Peng Shi, noticing her lower lip tremble slightly, yet her gaze remained resolute. There won't be such a necessity. Ma Ke broke the silence. We will complete the mission. Now, everyone, perform a final equipment check. Assemble in 2 hours. After the meeting, Zhao Xiaozhao was taken to the equipment room. Technicians outfitted him with a lightweight protective suit, a communicator, and a handgun, just a backup. Ma Ke remarked as he handed him the gun, your primary weapon is this. He pointed to the device on Zhao Xiaozhao's wrist. Remember, the energy output must be stable. Too weak, 1T destroy the node, but too strong, might what? Might incinerate your own nervous system. So, do as Dr. Peng says, don't play the hero. Zhao Xiaozhao swallowed hard and nodded. During a lull in preparations, he found himself alone on the rooftop of a library. The night had deepened, yet the city was devoid of its former lights. Only sporadic flames and the ominous dark red cloud above cast an eerie glow. I've been searching for you. Peng Shi's voice came from behind. She held 2 cups, handing one to him. An energy supplement. Tomorrow's mission will be physically taxing. Zhao Xiaozhao accepted the cup, the liquid shimmering with a faint blue glow under the moonlight. Thank you. They stood side by side, silently gazing into the distance. In a night breeze, Zhao Xiaozhao caught the faint herbal scent from Peng Shi, mingling with the metallic aroma of the laboratory. Are you scared? Peng Shi suddenly asked. Terrified, Zhao Xiaozhao admitted candidly. Then laughed, yet strangely, there was a sense of certainty. It feels as if this is something I was always meant to do. Peng Shi nodded gently. I understand that feeling. It's like the final piece of a puzzle finally falling into place. She turned to him, regardless of what happens tomorrow. I want to thank you. Without your abilities, we wouldn't even have a chance to fight. Under the moonlight, her eyes sparkled as though filled with starlight. Zhao Xiaozhao felt an impulse to say something, to do something, but ultimately, he simply raised his cup. To humanity? Peng Shi's lips curled into a slight smile as she clinked her cup against his. To life. They downed the drinks in one go. The taste was bitter with a hint of sweetness, reminiscent of that night, akin to the dawn that was about to break. 2 hours later, a 12-member team quietly departed the library, slipping into the darkened streets. Zhao Xiaozhao walked in the middle of the formation, with Ma Ku and 3 Special Forces soldiers ahead, and Peng Shi alongside the research team behind. Each member had smeared a special plant extract on the exterior of their protective suits, temporarily masking their human scent to evade detection by the Heart Eaters. Navigating through the forsaken subway tunnel, evading the patrolling monstrosities, they drew ever closer to their destination. The colossal silhouette of the stadium loomed in the night like a slumbering beast, while the pulsating dark violet glow emanating from within hinted at the dreadful entities that lay in wait. Remember, Marco had stated in the final tactical briefing, once inside, there is no retreat. It is either triumph or death. No intermediate states exist. Zhao Xiaozhao checked the device on his wrist, inhaling deeply. He could sense something from the depths below beckoning him, both a threat and a challenge. Chapter 16. Beneath the Abyss. The stench of the sewer was nearly suffocating. Zhao Xiaozhao followed closely behind Marco, each step taken with utmost caution, fearful of making a sound by stepping into the murky waters. The flashlight's beam was dimmed to its lowest setting, just sufficient to illuminate a few meters ahead. The droplets of water clinging to the walls reflected an eerie light, resembling countless eyes peering into the darkness. Stop! Marco suddenly raised his fist, and the entire team came to an immediate halt. He pointed to a maintenance manhole cover above, which led to the western corridor of the stadium. Scout report. A wiry soldier silently ascended the ladder, affixing a scanning device to the manhole cover. Moments later. He slid back down, his voice barely above a whisper. 2 guards, standard type, approximately 5 meters from the cover, with a fixed patrol route. Marco nodded, signaling with his hands. 2 Special Forces operatives began preparing a device that resembled a modified fire extinguisher, equipped with a complex sonic emitter at the nozzle. The sonic disruptor, Peng Shi quietly explained to Zhao Xiaozhao, can temporarily incapacitate the perception systems of standard Heart Eaters for about 30 seconds. Marco raised 3 fingers, then 2, finally 1. With a soft puff, the device activated. Almost simultaneously, the 2 operatives pushed open the manhole cover and darted out like lightning. Moments later, fine krakakwa, akin to the sound of bones snapping. Clear. A report came through the communicator. The team swiftly ascended the manhole cover, with Zhao Xiaozhao being the last to emerge. The interior of the stadium was even worse than imagined. The walls were coated with a viscous, pulsating dark violet substance, reminiscent of a creature's stomach lining. Scattered across the floor were remnants of human clothing and bones, and the air was thick with a rancid odor. My God, a young researcher could not suppress a gag. Silence. Marco shot him a stern glare before turning to Peng Shi. Direction? Peng Shi produced a handheld scanner, the needle sharply indicating the right corridor. That way, energy readings are intensifying. The team advanced cautiously, scouting around each corner. Zhao Xiaozhao's wrist device began to emit a faint warmth, and he could sense the peculiar pulsation growing clearer, as if someone were drumming in his mind. Wait, he suddenly grasped Peng Shi's arm. There's something ahead, something large. Marco immediately signaled for a halt and sent a scout to investigate. The soldier quickly returned, his face ashen. There are 3 guardians in the hall, and at least 20 standard Heart Eaters. They seem to be conducting some sort of ritual. A ritual? Peng Shi frowned. They're gathered around something in the center, as if in worship. Peng Shi and Zhao Xiaozhao exchanged a glance. The main node, she whispered, they're activating it. Marco swiftly devised a plan. Team A will create a sonic distraction to draw away most of the enemies. Team B will escort the researchers closer to the target. Zhao Xiaozhao, Peng Shi, you have a 5-minute window. Zhao Xiaozhao's throat tightened, but he nodded. Marco patted his shoulder, an uncommon softness in his gaze. Good luck, kid. With a command, Team 8 dashed in another direction, followed by a tremendous explosion and a cacophony of sonic noise. The entire stadium seemed to tremble, distant roars of the Heart Eaters and chaotic footfalls echoing through the air. Go! Marco led the remaining members toward the central hall. The sight within nearly caused Zhao Xiaozhao to cry out, Suspended beneath the dome was a colossal, pulsating dark violet sphere, at least 5 meters in diameter. Its surface etched with vein-like patterns. 3 guardians encircled it, their tendrils deeply embedded in the ground, seemingly siphoning energy. Most terrifying of all was the vague outline of a humanoid form discernible within the sphere, as if something were being birthed. What in the world is that? A soldier murmured. The main node, or rather, the forming womb. Pengxi's voice trembled. It's evolved beyond our expectations. Marco quickly assigned tasks. Team B, eliminate those 2 guardians. Pengxi, Zhao Xiaozhao, prepare your devices. I will distract the largest one. Combat érupted instantané. Sonic weapons and specialized ammunition traced lethal arcs through the air. Zhao Xiaozhao followed closely behind Pengxi, crouching beneath the sphere. Pengxi swiftly retrieved a resonance device from her backpack, a complex metallic ring, adorned with intricate circuits and crystals. Help me set this up, she shouted, her voice nearly drowned by the sounds of explosions. Zhao Xiaozhao recalled his training, assisting her in assembling the apparatus. The device on his wrist grew increasingly hot, nearly burning his skin. The sphere above seemed to sense the threat, pulsating violently, the shadow within writhing more intensely. It's going to hatch, Pengxi exclaimed, her eyes wide with fear. The energy index is skyrocketing. We must activate the resonance now. The device was assembled, and Pengxi input the final instructions. Zhao Xiaozhao, place your hand on the central contact plate and channel your energy to the fullest. I will adjust the frequency. Zhao Xiaozhao inhaled deeply and pressed his palm against the cold metal. He closed his eyes, concentrating all his focus, awakening that strange power within him. A green light burst forth from his fingertips, spreading along the device's patterns until the entire ring glowed bright. Maintain stability during frequency matching, Pengxi urged, anxiously adjusting the control panel. The sphere suddenly emitted a piercing shriek that threatened to rupture eardrums. The 3 guardians simultaneously turned toward them, abandoning the other enemies, and charged madly. Block them, Marco roared, leading the soldiers in a desperate attempt to intercept. But the largest guardian broke through the barrage of fire, a tendril lunging toward Zhao Xiaozhao like a spear. In a split second, Marco leaped forward, using his body to shield Zhao Xiaozhao from the blow. The tendril pierced through his abdomen, blood gushing forth. Marco! Zhao Xiaozhao felt an overwhelming urge to release his grip and save him. Don't stop. Keep going. Marco gritted his teeth, drawing his knife and fiercely severing the tendril. That's an order. Zhao Xiaozhao forced himself to concentrate, his energy output intensifying. The resonance device began to emit a high-frequency hum, countering the sphere's pulsations. The air in the entire hall vibrated, and the purple substance on the walls began to peel away. Push harder, Pengxi shouted. We're almost there. Just then, the humanoid form within the sphere opened its eyes, pure dark violet, devoid of pupils, staring directly into Zhao Xiaozhao's soul. An indescribable wave of terror and despair surged forth, and Zhao Xiaozhao felt his consciousness tearing apart. That entity was invading his thoughts, attempting to seize control. Zhao Xiaozhao, hold on. Pengxi's voice seemed to come from afar. It's attacking you with negative emotions. Think of something beautiful, anything that keeps you anchored to yourself. Zhao Xiaozhao struggled amidst the mental tempest. He recalled the sunlight in the library greenhouse, Pengxi's furrowed brow as she focused on her research, the stern yet caring lessons Marco imparted during their training. These memories anchored his wavering consciousness. Frequency locked, Pengxi shouted. Channel your energy. Now, with a near-bestial roar, Zhao Xiaozhao poured every ounce of energy within him into the device. A brilliant green light erupted, forming a halo of equal size to the sphere, only to suddenly contract. Amidst the deafening sound of an explosion, countless fissures appeared on the surface of the sphere, and dark purple energy surged forth like a torrent of blood. The guardians emitted anguish howls as their bodies began to dissolve. We succeeded, a soldier exclaimed. Yet, the jubilant cheers were abruptly silenced as the sphere did not fully collapse. Instead, it began to pulse with even greater fervor. Shadows within were breaking free from their restraints. No, it's attempting to forcibly hatch. She stared in terror at the readings. Energy overload. We must evacuate. Give me 10 more seconds. Zhao Xiaozhao gritted his teeth. But the energy was already nearing depletion. He felt warm blood seeping from his nose and ears. Suddenly, a weak yet resolute voice broke through. Keep going, kid. Monantai Kiskiviko. Dragging his injured body, pushed a peculiar device to Zhao Xiaozhao's feet. It was the detonator for the tactical nuclear bomb. No. Both Zhao Xiaozhao and Peng, she shouted in unison. This is the only way. Maka coughed up blood. You two leave, I'll handle this. Zhao Xiaozhao looked at Peng Shi, her eyes filled with anguish, yet she nodded. They understood what needed to be done. I am soru, monantai kiskiviko. Zhao Xiaozhao said, tears welling as he withdrew his hand from the resonance device to grasp the detonator, while with his other hand he pulled Peng Shi. Run. Everyone. Retreat. The squad desperately surged towards the exit. Behind them, Ma Ke clutched the nuclear bomb with his remaining strength and uttered a final message into the communicator. Tell Lin Yuan, the mission is complete. A blinding white light engulfed the entire hall. The shockwave hurled Zhao Xiaozhao and Peng Shi outwards. They crashed heavily into the corridor, the world spinning chaotically around them. The dome of the gymnasium began to collapse, the sound of the explosion mingling with the dying screams of the Heart Eaters. Get up. Hurry. Peng Shi tugged at Zhao Xiaozhao's arm. The aftershocks will trigger a chain reaction. The entire building is going to collapse. Dazed and confused, Zhao Xiaozhao struggled to his feet, driven by sheer instinct for survival. The two stumbled towards the exit, pursued by the crumbling corridor behind them. A slab of concrete struck Zhao Xiaozhao's back, causing him to grunt in pain, nearly toppling over, but Peng Shi steadied him. Don't stop. We're almost there. They finally burst out of the gymnasium, tumbling down the steps. Behind them, the colossal structure collapsed like a melting candle, raising a cloud of dust that obscured the sky. The shockwave swept through, leveling the nearby ruins. As the dust began to settle, Zhao Xiaozhao struggled to rise. The gymnasium had transformed into a smoldering pile of rubble. In the distance, the city's sky seemed to brighten slightly, the dark red clouds slowly dissipating. Did we succeed? He croaked. Peng Shi examined the detector. Disbelief etched on her face. Energy readings have dropped to 0. All secondary nodes are failing. The Heart Eaters are losing their cohesion. Suddenly, she embraced Zhao Xiaozhao. Her voice choked. We did it. Zhao Xiaozhao returned the embrace, only to feel a sharp pain radiating from his back. He looked down to see a steel bar had pierced his abdomen, blood soaking through his clothes. Peng Shi, he weakly uttered, I think I need medical assistance. Then, the world faded into darkness. Chapter 17, Withering and Rebirth. Darkness. Boundless darkness. Zhao Xiaozhao felt himself adrift in the void, devoid of body or boundaries, with only a blurred consciousness wandering aimlessly. Occasionally, points of light flickered past, like distant stars or shards of memory. The silhouette of Ma Ke pushing open the manhole cover. The green light of the resonance device erupting. Peng Shi's terrified face as the gymnasium collapsed. These fragments were fleeting, impossible to grasp. Time here lost all meaning. It could have been a second or a century. Gradually, a faint glimmer emerged from the darkness. This light was weak, like a candle flame swaying in the wind. Yet stubbornly persisted. Zhao Xiaozhao's consciousness instinctively gravitated towards it. As he drew closer, he recognized the characteristics of that light. Warmth, resilience. Imbued with the sense of herbs and laboratories. Peng Shi. He wished to call her name, but no sound escaped his lips. He yearned to reach out and touch that light, but he had no corporeal form. He could only silently observe it, feeling the familiar presence. The light seemed to sense his attention, suddenly becoming brighter. A slender beam extended from it, forming a bridge towards him. Without hesitation, Zhao Xiaozhao stepped onto this bridge of light. In an instant, a flood of images surged forth. In a hospital ward, he lay on a bed. Tubes inserted all over his body, his complexion ashen like that of a corpse. Peng Shi slumbered by his bedside, dark circles under her eyes. Lin Yuan stood by the window, his silhouette hunched, holding Ma Ke's dog tag. Su Yuan was examining a vital signs monitor, her expression grave. Outside the window, the city sky was no longer dark red, but displayed a long-lost blue. These images were too vivid, causing Zhao Xiaozhao's consciousness to tremble violently. The light bridge began to waver, and from the depths of the darkness, something stirred, eager to reclaim him. No, he instinctively resisted. I want to go back. The bridge shook violently, nearly fracturing. In that critical moment, Zhao Xiaozhao felt another force join him. Not the rational yet resilient light of Peng Shi, but a more primal, wild energy, like the whispers of the forest and the pulse of the earth. Plants. It was those plants he had once connected with calling to him. The two forces combined, pulling him forth as Zhao Xiaozhao's consciousness shot through the shackles of darkness. Blinding white light, the scent of antiseptic, excruciating pain throughout his body. Zhao Xiaozhao's eyes flew open as he gasped for breath, as if a drowning man had finally surfaced. The intense brightness compelled him to shut his eyes again, tears streaming uncontrollably. Zhao Xiaozhao, a hoarse voice called out, trembling with disbelief, Doctor, P.S. awake. Gentle hands cradled his face, a familiar scent enveloping him. Zhao Xiaozhao attempted to open his eyes once more, this time adjusting to the light. Peng Shi's weary visage came into view, her eyes red and swollen. Yet her lips curled into a radiant smile. "Welcome back," she said slowly, as if each word bore the weight of 1,000 burdens. Zhao Xiaozhao wished to speak, but his throat felt parched like a desert, only raspy sounds escaping him. Peng Shi immediately dipped a cotton swab in water to moisten his lips. "Take your time. You've been unconscious for 2 whole weeks." Her fingers gently brushed his forehead. A steel bar penetrated your liver and right lung. "You lost over 50 of your blood." "We almost thought." Her voice caught, needing a pause for a deep breath. Zhao Xiaozhao laboriously lifted his hand, the foreline attached, and weakly grazed her fingers. This simple gesture nearly exhausted all his strength. The ward door burst open, and Su Yuan rushed in with a medical team. "A miracle!" she exclaimed while examining the data on the monitor. "All vital signs are stabilizing." The subsequent examinations felt torturous, but Zhao Xiaozhao gritted his teeth to endure. By the time the doctors finally departed, leaving only Peng Shi and Su Yuan, he was utterly spent, yet his mind was remarkably clear. "Monantai kiskivik, vevokerseli inkurit." The concern evident in his voice. Peng Shi's gaze dimmed. "He didn't team make it," she murmured softly, "but his sacrifice saved the entire city." The nuclear explosion obliterated the main node, severing the Heart Eater's hive network. The remaining individuals have descended into chaos, and the military and survivors are currently clearing them. Su Yuan added, "The abnormal clouds in the sky have begun to dissipate. Sunlight intensity has returned to 65. The meteorological models indicate that within 3 months, the climate will largely return to normal." The plants. Zhao Xiaozhao suddenly recalled the sensation of those that had aided him in his return. "They're calling to me." Peng Shi and Su Yuan exchanged astonished glances. "This is quite intriguing," remarked Su Yuan. "Ever since the primary node was destroyed, we have observed an extraordinary vitality in the flora throughout the city. Particularly, those species you once resonated with have seemingly formed a network. We have placed you in this hospital due to the ginkgo tree in the rooftop garden, one with which you have previously established a connection." Peng Shi pointed towards the ceiling. "Dr. Su believes it may aid in your recovery." Zhao Xiaozhao closed his eyes, attempting to sense the surroundings. Though exceedingly faint, he indeed felt a warm, ancient presence above him, akin to a benevolent elder watching over his sickbed. "What about the other resonators?" he inquired with great effort. 9 cases have been confirmed nationwide. Peng Shi responded, producing a tablet. "Their abilities vary, but all relate to environmental adaptation. Director Lin has established a specialized department to study and coordinate these individuals." Su Yuan glanced at her watch. "Speaking of Director Lin, he should be arriving soon. I'll go fetch him." She flashed a smile at Zhao Xiaozhao. "Rest well. You have achieved a medical miracle." Once they were alone in the ward, Peng Shi grasped Zhao Xiaozhao's hand. "I thought I was going to lose you," she whispered, her voice laced with a vulnerability Zhao Xiaozhao had never heard before. "Your organs were failing one after another, and even Dr. Su was at a loss. Then, 3 days ago, the plants outside suddenly began to glow, and miraculously, your vital signs stabilized." Zhao Xiaozhao gently squeezed her hand back, though the gesture was so weak it was almost imperceptible. "You also came to find me in the darkness," he said. Peng Shi's eyes widened. "You truly perceived it?" Dr. Su's theory on consciousness quantum entanglement. She suddenly halted, shaking her head. "No, not now. What matters is that you are back." Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the curtains, casting a golden line upon the floor. Zhao Xiaozhao gazed at the beam, realizing it was the closest he had come to normal sunlight since the disaster. "What is it like outside?" he asked. Peng Shi adjusted his hospital bed so he could see through the window. Through the glass, Zhao Xiaozhao beheld a transformed sky. It was no longer the suffocating dark red, but a gentle gray-blue hue. In the distance, the outlines of several buildings were clearly visible, devoid of smoke and flames. Communications have been restored by 70%, and power supplies are gradually being repaired, Peng Shi informed him. Survivors are gathering in several main shelters, commencing street cleanup and rebuilding efforts. She paused. "The death toll is staggering, yet it is lower than our worst predictions." The door swung open once again, and Lin Yuan strode in. The usually imposing figure appeared to have aged a decade, his temples completely white, yet his gaze remained sharp as an eagle's. "Welcome back to the realm of the living, soldier." His voice was hoarse yet resolute. "Your valiant actions will be etched into history." Zhao Xiaozhao wished to assert that he was no hero, merely fulfilling his duty, but Lin Yuan raised a hand to silence him. "Do not speak. Conserve your strength. I have only 2 matters to convey." Lin Yuan's expression turned exceedingly grave. "First, Maka's sacrifice will not be forgotten. Second," his lips curled slightly, "you are officially recruited. Once you recover, A newly formed department will require your unique talents. Father, Peng, she protested. He has just awakened. Lin Yuan chuckled softly. This is merely a heads-up to motivate his recovery. He turned to Zhao Xiaozhao. Rest well, soldier. The world needs individuals like you. After he departed, Peng Shi muttered angrily about workaholics and the inability to understand the concept of rest. Zhao Xiaozhao couldn't help but chuckle, only to grimace as pain shot through him. You deserve it, Peng Shi retorted, though she carefully adjusted his pillow. You need at least a month of convalescence. Dr. Su mentioned that your abilities are temporarily dormant. Overexertion could. Her words were abruptly interrupted by a rapid alarm. The hospital's broadcast system blared to life. Emergency. Attention, all personnel. The Eastern District's quarantine wall has been breached. Repeat, the Eastern District's quarantine wall has been breached. All non-essential personnel must evacuate to safety immediately. Peng Shi's face drained of color. Impossible. The primary node has been destroyed. Zhao Xiaozhao struggled to rise, but searing pain forced him back onto the bed. Help me. He gritted through clenched teeth. No, your wounds will reopen. If they return, all will be in vain. Zhao Xiaozhao grasped Peng Shi's hand. At least let me see. Peng Shi hesitated for a moment, then decisively pressed the emergency call button at the bedside. When the nurse rushed in, she commanded, prepare a wheelchair and four-stand, quickly. 5 minutes later, Zhao Xiaozhao was wheeled to the rooftop garden. Despite the pain nearly overwhelming him, a warm surge coursed through him as he beheld the ancient ginkgo tree. It seemed to sense his arrival, its leaves rustling without a breeze, emitting a welcoming sound. Peng Shi positioned the wheelchair at the railing. In the distance, the Eastern District sky was shrouded in an ominous purple glow. Even from this vantage point, he could see panic crowds fleeing through the streets. Not the heart-eaters, Peng Shi said after observing through binoculars. Survivors. They are attacking one another, as if driven mad. Zhao Xiaozhao closed his eyes, attempting to summon the remnants of his abilities. Though faint, he did perceive a familiar, nauseating energy fluctuation, albeit more dispersed and cunning than before. Residual energy, he managed to articulate, no form, only mental influence. Peng Shi immediately understood. Fragments of the primary node. They lack physical form, yet still emit mental interference. She snatched up the communicator. Father, we need sonic weapons and tranquilizers. This is not a physical attack. It is mental contamination. As she spoke, Zhao Xiaozhao focused on the ginkgo tree. A mad idea formed in his mind. He trembled as he reached out, touching the trunk. Help me, he silently implored. At first, nothing happened. Then, a faint green light flowed from his fingertips into the trunk. The ginkgo tree began to tremble violently, its leaves producing an unprecedentedly loud, rustling sound. Zhao Xiaozhao felt a sharp pain, as if his wounds would split open once more. Yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. Zhao Xiaozhao, what are you doing? Peng Shi ended the call, fear etched across her face. Transmit a warning. He managed to squeeze out, sweat soaking through his hospital gown. A miracle unfolded. Centered around the ginkgo tree, a peculiar wave spread outward. Nearby plants began to glow, followed by those farther away, in a wave-like succession, akin to pebbles cast into a tranquil lake creating ripples, extending towards the Eastern District. Peng Shi stared in disbelief. Are you utilizing the plant network to transmit counterfrequencies? Zhao Xiaozhao could no longer respond. His vision began to blur. But he held on until the last moment before releasing his grip. As he slumped in the wheelchair, the distant purple glow visibly diminished. Effective, Peng Shi exclaimed, gazing through the binoculars. The chaos is subsiding. People are regaining their composure. She turned to Zhao Xiaozhao, only to find his face pale and consciousness slipping away once more. No, medical personnel. Emergency. As a medical staff rushed in to return Zhao Xiaozhao to the emergency room, no one noticed the ginkgo tree's leaves all turning towards their departing figures, as if silently praying. Meanwhile, across the city, the plants swayed gently, as if conveying a message only they could comprehend. The Guardians have awakened. The Earth's immune system is activating. Chapter 18, The Underground Laboratory. Raindrops pounded against the shattered windows as Zhao Xiaozhao and Peng Shi crept cautiously through the corridors of the hospital's first floor. The scent of disinfectant had long been supplanted by mildew and the stench of blood, with deep brown stains splattered across the walls. Be careful, Peng Shi whispered, her fire axe at the ready. There was movement on the second floor the last time we came. Zhao Xiaozhao nodded, tightening his grip on the makeshift spear. His gaze swept across the scattered medical records and instruments strewn across the floor. Just 3 months ago, this place had been a sanctuary for healing. Yet it had now transformed into a labyrinth of death. The pharmacy should be over there. Peng Shi indicated towards a partially ajar door at the end of the corridor. The two advanced cautiously along the wall, pausing momentarily at each room to ensure no danger lurked within before proceeding. Zhao Xiaozhao's ears caught the faint rustling sounds emanating from the upper floors, akin to some creature dragging itself along. He swallowed hard and gestured for Peng Shi to quicken their pace. The pharmacy's lock had been forced open, and the shelves within were in disarray, most of the medicines having been pillaged. Peng Shi deftly rummaged through the chaos, stuffing any usable antibiotics and painkillers into her backpack. Someone got here before us, she frowned, but there's still some valuable items left. She extracted several unopened boxes of syringes and a bottle of medical alcohol from the bottom shelf. Zhao Xiaozhao was inspecting another cabinet when he noticed something peculiar about the tiles in the corner. He crouched down and tapped them with his finger. Peng Shi, come look at this. Peng Shi approached and mimicked his actions, tapping the tiles. Hollow? She raised an eyebrow in surprise. Together, they heaved aside a heavy medicine cabinet, revealing a concealed electronic lock panel. Zhao Xiaozhao attempted to input various combinations, but none worked. Let me handle this. Peng Shi produced a small tool from her pocket and began to pry at the panel. A few minutes later, with a soft beep, the wall slid open silently, revealing a staircase descending into darkness. Who were you before all this? Zhao Xiaozhao asked half-jokingly, yet he was rendered speechless by the sight before him. At the base of the stairs lay a spacious underground laboratory, the fluorescent lights still illuminating the orderly array of various instruments, starkly contrasting with the chaos of the hospital above. The centerpiece was an isolation chamber, within which floated a viscous, deep green liquid. This is not right. Peng Shi's voice trembled. The power should have been cut off long ago after the outbreak. Why is there still electricity here? Zhao Xiaozhao cautiously descended the stairs. The laboratory was unnaturally clean, as if someone had been maintaining it regularly. His attention was drawn to a computer still operational, its screensaver displaying the logo of a company. Polaris Biotech. Peng Shi inspected the opposite side of the lab and suddenly gasped. Zhao Xiaozhao, come look at this. The walls were plastered with photographs and charts. At the center, a magnified image of a viral structure, with red annotations marking the final version of the Polaris project. This virus did not arise naturally. A chill crept up Zhao Xiaozhao's spine. It is man-made. Peng Shi's finger trembled as she pointed to another chart. Look at this date. The virus was released 2 weeks before the first reported case. They knew what was going to happen, just as they were engulfed in shock. A cold voice echoed from behind them. You shouldn't be here. Zhao Xiaozhao spun around to see a middle-aged man in a soiled white lab coat standing at the top of the stairs, a handgun gripped tightly in his hand. His gaunt face bore deeply sunken eyes, yet his gaze was piercingly sharp. Dr. Lin? Peng Shi asked uncertainly, noticing the name tag on the man's chest. He paused, a nervous laugh escaping him. Someone remembers me? How amusing. His gun swung back and forth between them. Who are you? Military personnel? Or perhaps sent by Polaris to clean up evidence? We are merely survivors. Zhao Xiaozhao raised his hands. We came for medical supplies. A flicker of madness crossed Dr. Lin's eyes. Survivors? Huh. Do you know what true survival is? For 3 months, I've been hiding in this underground tomb, listening to those things roaming above, watching my colleagues turn into monsters one by one. Peng Shi stealthily inched closer to Zhao Xiaozhao. Doctor, if you know the truth about the virus, please tell us. Perhaps we can help. Help. Dr. Lin suddenly became animated. It's too late. Polaris has already completed their population optimization plan. Do you know why you two are still alive? Because your genes just happen to carry the markers they desire. Zhao Xiaozhao and Peng Shi exchanged a bewildered glance. Dr. Lin seemed to notice this, letting out a bitter laugh. You know nothing, do you? This plague is no accident. It was meticulously designed. The first phase eliminated 90% of the population. The second phase selected suitable gene carriers, and the third phase, he abruptly halted, glancing warily towards the stairs. They're coming. Heavy footsteps and low growls echoed from above, more than one. Dr. Lin's face turned ashen. There's another exit underground, he said quickly. Follow me if you wish to live. Peng Shi grasped Zhao Xiaozhao's arm, whispering, I don't trust him. Zhao Xiaozhao hesitated. The sound from above grew closer, and Dr. Lin's words concealed the answers they desperately sought. We have no choice, he finally said. Let's leave this place first. Doctor. Lin had already opened a hidden door on the other side of the laboratory, urging them to follow. A flicker of unease crossed Peng Shi's eyes. But faced with the circumstances, she had no option but to accompany Zhao Xiaozhao and this enigmatic scientist. Beyond the dark door lay a narrow tunnel, the emergency lights casting a dim glow along the walls. Dr. Lin led the way, occasionally glancing back to ensure they were following. Who exactly are you? Peng Shi demanded. Why are you hiding alone in an underground lab? Dr. Lin's pace did not falter. I am Lin Jinhua, the former chief researcher of the Polaris project. When I learned they planned to release the virus prematurely, I attempted to warn the authorities, only to be branded a traitor. His voice dripped with bitterness. I hid here to preserve evidence, to prove that all of this was intentional. Intentional? Zhao Xiaozhao echoed in shock. Why would they do that? Control, doctor. Lin replied, curtly, total control. Imagine a world where everyone is assigned to a specific social class from birth, where genes dictate everything. The higher-ups at Polaris call it the perfect society. The tunnel suddenly opened into a space resembling a safe house. Dr. Lin entered a password to unlock the door. Motioning for them to step inside, She halted at the entrance. Wait, what do you mean by they coming? Who is pursuing you? A strange glint flickered in Dr. Lin's eyes. The security forces of Polaris. Do you think they would allow those who know the truth to roam freely? He suddenly grasped She's wrist. Especially someone like you, a special specimen. Zhao Xiaozhao stepped forward immediately. Let her go. At that moment, metallic clattering echoed from the depths of the tunnel. Dr. Lin's expression changed drastically. Damn it, they found the entrance. Get inside. She wrenched free from Dr. Lin's grip, hesitating as she glanced at Zhao Xiaozhao. The distant sounds grew louder, accompanied by a mechanical hum unlike anything they had ever heard. Zhao Xiaozhao urged, whether you trust him or not. Now is not the time to linger here. Taking a deep breath, She nodded. The three of them dashed into the safe house, and Dr. Lin quickly locked the door and activated some form of protective system. Screens inside displayed surveillance footage from various points in the tunnel. Zhao Xiaozhao's blood ran cold as several fully armed silhouettes advanced through the tunnel, their movements unnaturally fluid, almost inhuman. What is that? She's voice trembled. Dr. Lin's lips twisted into a strange grin. The future. The executors of Polaris's second phase. He turned to them, his gaze suddenly fervent. Do you know? Finding you two has been my greatest breakthrough in these 3 months. Especially you, Miss Peng. Your genetic sequence is precisely the perfect template they have been searching for. She recoiled, her back hitting the wall. Zhao Xiaozhao immediately positioned himself in front of her. What do you mean by that? Dr. Lin slowly raised the gun, proclaiming that Polaris would exact a steep price for both of them, especially for the living Shi. The mechanical sounds in the tunnel grew increasingly closer, causing the metallic door of the safe house to tremble. Zhao Xiaozhao realized they had just emerged from the wolf's den, only to step into the tiger's lair. He quietly grasped Shi's hand and rapidly inscribed in her palm, prepare to run. Shi subtly nodded, her other hand reaching for the dagger at her waist. Dr. Lin appeared lost in thought, oblivious to their furtive movements. You do not comprehend, Dr. Lin murmured. This is the sole method to salvage humanity. Sacrifice is imperative. On the surveillance screen, the mechanical figures had arrived outside the safe house. Zhao Xiaozhao observed as Dr. Lin entered a command, causing a wall on the opposite side of the safe house to gradually part, revealing an emergency passageway leading upwards. Go, Dr. Lin suddenly commanded, directing the gun towards the passage while I still possess my sanity. Without hesitation, Zhao Xiaozhao and Shi dashed towards the passage. Just as they stepped inside, a cacophony of metal doors being violently breached and Dr. Lin's maniacal laughter echoed behind them. Run! Zhao Xiaozhao grasped Shi's hand, and the pair desperately ascended the narrow staircase. The sound of fierce gunfire erupted behind them, followed by a tremendous explosion that shook the entire passage. They finally reached the summit and pushed open a maintenance hatch, finding themselves amidst the woods behind the hospital. In the distance, the main structure of the hospital was collapsing, black smoke billowing into the sky. Shi collapsed on the ground, panting heavily. Who is he? What are those things? Zhao Xiaozhao gazed toward the ruins, his heart heavy with unease. I do not know. But one thing he said may indeed be true. This calamity was not an accident. It was meticulously orchestrated. After a moment of silence, Shi retrieved a small hard drive from her pocket. I copied some data from the lab while he wasn't watching. Perhaps it holds the answers. Zhao Xiaozhao stared at her in astonishment. When did you? Professional habit. Shi forced a smile, though her eyes remained filled with concern. Zhao Xiaozhao. If what he said is true, if my genes truly possess some exceptional trait. Zhao Xiaozhao placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Whatever it is, we will face it together. For now, we need to find a safe place to examine what is on this hard drive. The two rose and ventured deeper into the woods, with the burning ruins of the hospital behind them. Zhao Xiaozhao understood that they had merely grazed the surface of the apocalyptic truth, and the path ahead might be far more perilous than they could imagine. Chapter 19. The Demon in the Data. The library, shrouded in twilight, resembled a slumbering behemoth, with shattered glass doors resembling gaping fangs. Zhao Xiaozhao crouched in the shadow of the adjacent building, observing for 10 minutes before signaling to Peng Shi behind him. Safe, we can enter. Peng Shi followed closely behind, her fingers unconsciously brushing against the hard drive in her pocket. Since their escape from the hospital 3 days prior, this small metallic object had felt like a smoldering ember, disturbing her peace of mind. The library's interior was surprisingly intact, though books were strewn across the floor. Cloaked in a thin layer of dust, Zhao Xiaozhao expertly guided Peng Shi through the reading area to the electronic reading room at the back. There should be a computer here that can read the hard drive, he whispered, and it's concealed enough that we can hear anyone approaching. Peng Shi nodded, swiftly inspecting several computers before finally locating one that was still operational. She deftly opened the CPU, connected the hard drive, and, after a few flickers, the screen displayed a login interface. It requires a password, she frowned. Zhao Xiaozhao leaned closer to the screen, his warm breath brushing against Peng Shi's ear. She instinctively recoiled. Over the past few days, she had deliberately maintained distance from him. Doctor. Lin's words coiled around her mind like a venomous serpent. Your genetic sequence is the perfect template they have been seeking. Try Polaris? Zhao Xiaozhao suggested. Peng Shi typed the word, and the screen flickered once before displaying an error message, reflecting on Dr. Lin's assertion that he was a traitor. She contemplated and typed in Traitor 123, which astonishingly unlocked the system. You truly are a genius, Zhao Xiaozhao marveled, while Peng Shi merely managed a faint smile. The files on the hard drive were meticulously organized, labeled with unsettling titles: genetic target testing, population control models, transmission rate optimization. Peng Shi clicked on a video file titled Polaris Project Overview. The screen illuminated, revealing a spacious conference room. A dozen individuals clad in lab coats sat around a long table, while a silver-haired man stood at the front, speaking. His name tag read Chairman Jiang Tian. Ladies and gentlemen, humanity stands at the crossroads of evolution. Jiang Tian's voice was calm, yet magnetic. Resource depletion, environmental pollution, social stratification, these issues can no longer be resolved through existing political means. The Polaris Project will aid humanity in bypassing the prolonged process of natural selection, directly entering the next stage of civilization. The scene shifted to a series of charts and data, illustrating that the global population would diminish by 90, with the remaining 10 categorized by genetic merit. The first phase virus has completed testing, Jiang Tian continued, as it can accurately identify and eliminate inferior segments of the gene pool. The second phase will initiate a purification program to eradicate any potential mutants arising from the first phase. The third phase entails the establishment of a new society. Suddenly, the video cut off, and Peng Shi's hand trembled slightly above the mouse. Zhao Xiaozhao's complexion also turned ashen. They call this evolution? He rasped, this is a massacre. Peng Shi silently clicked on another folder, which contained hundreds of genetic blueprints. She scrolled rapidly through the pages until she abruptly halted on a blueprint prominently marked Peng Shi. Perfect template candidate. Hey, Zhao Xiaozhao gasped this. This is you? Peng Shi's fingertips felt icy as she opened the file, revealing detailed records indicating that her blood sample had been secretly collected during a routine physical examination, with a unique sequence within her genes perfectly compatible with the virus design. So that is why I wasn't infected, she murmured, suddenly rising. Stay away from me. Zhao Xiaozhao looked at her in confusion. What? You heard what Dr. Lin said. My genes are what they designed. Peng Shi's voice trembled, perhaps. Perhaps I am merely a trap, a ticking time bomb, carrying the virus. Zhao Xiaozhao stepped forward, grasping her wrist. Calm down. Even if your genes are special, that is not your fault. You are still Peng Shi, the one who saved me and Xiao Ling in the supermarket. Peng Shi wrenched free from his grasp, pain flickering in her eyes. You don't understand. If I have a connection to the virus, then my parents' accident. Oh my God, that may not have been an accident at all. Her voice choked. Who am I? Suddenly, the sound of engines echoed from outside, causing both to freeze. Zhao Xiaozhao quickly shut off the monitor and pulled Peng Shi down beneath the windowsill. Through the gap, they saw 2 black armored vehicles parked in the square in front of the library, and several fully armed personnel disembarked, beginning to search the surrounding buildings. People from Polaris. Zhao Xiaozhao whispered. They must be tracing the signal from the hard drive. Peng Shi forced herself to remain calm. We need to erase any traces of our usage and exit through the back door. Her fingers flew across the keyboard, deleting temporary files and covering the login records. Zhao Xiaozhao watched her skilled techniques in astonishment. What exactly do you do for a living? Peng Shi offered a wry smile, cybersecurity consultant. Ironically, I may have been providing protection for the very company that engineered this disaster. She closed the laptop, removed the hard drive. Let us go. The 2 individuals stealthily traversed the bookshelf section and arrived at the fire escape at the back door. Zhao Xiaozhao cautiously peeked around, then gestured for Peng Shi to follow. They moved along the wall, utilizing the cover of the bushes to retreat into the narrow alley behind the library. Just as they were about to turn into the alley, a voice called out from behind, "Halt!" Zhao Xiaozhao did not look back. Instead, he pulled Peng Shi and dashed into the alley. Shouts and the sound of hurried footsteps echoed behind them. They veered left and right, navigating through several narrow passageways, ultimately hiding in the ground-level storage room of an abandoned apartment. In the darkness, they huddled closely together, holding their breath as they listened to the commotion outside. After a few minutes, the footsteps gradually faded away. Feeling temporarily safe, Zhao Xiaozhao exhaled, but they were certain the search would widen. "We must vacate this area." Peng Shi curled up in the corner, the hard drive clutched tightly in her hand. "Where to? Who can we still trust?" Her voice brimmed with exhaustion and confusion. Zhao Xiaozhao sat beside her, carefully maintaining a distance. "Does the hard drive contain any clues? Anything that could aid us in uncovering the truth?" Peng Shi hesitated for a moment before reopening the hard drive. Amidst the multitude of files, she discovered an encrypted subfolder labeled Dawn. After attempting several passwords, she surprisingly unlocked it using her own birthday. "This is impossible," she murmured. Within the folder was a map marking a location in the suburbs called the Dawn Base, with a note indicating a gathering point for candidates. Even more shocking was that the last updated date was a week after the outbreak of the virus. "They are still alive," Zhao Xiaozhao concluded. "At least someone updated this file after the outbreak." This Dawn Base could potentially be a stronghold of Polaris or perhaps a resistance organization, Peng Shi added, recalling that Dr. Lin had mentioned trying to warn the authorities. "Perhaps someone opposes this plan, just like he did." The two fell silent for a moment, each contemplating the implications of this discovery. "In any case, this is our only lead for now," Zhao Xiaozhao finally stated, "but whether we proceed is up to you." His unspoken words lingered in the air, clearly hinting that this matter might directly relate to Peng Shi's identity. Peng Shi closed the file and took a deep breath. "I need to know the truth. About my parents, about why I am on this candidate list." She raised her head, determination gleaming in her eyes. "We're going to the Dawn Base." Zhao Xiaozhao nodded, and then retrieved a small box from his backpack. "Before we go, I have something for you." Peng Shi opened the box with curiosity, revealing a finely crafted folding knife, the hilt engraved with a small character for Shi. "I intended to give this to you on your birthday," Zhao Xiaozhao said, a hint of embarrassment in his tone. "It seems more appropriate to present it now." Tears welled up in Peng Shi's eyes. In this world, where everything could be a lie, this simple gift represented sincere warmth that touched her heart. She carefully tucked the knife away and whispered, "Thank you." "No need for thanks," Zhao Xiaozhao replied, standing up and extending his hand to help her rise. "Are you ready? We have a day's journey ahead, and we must avoid the main roads." Peng Shi grasped his hand, feeling a flicker of reassurance for the first time. No matter what truths awaited them ahead, at least in this moment, she was not alone in facing it. The two quietly exited their hiding place, merging into the twilight. Behind them, an explosion erupted in the direction of the library, flames illuminating half the sky. Polaris S people were destroying evidence. Peng Shi felt the hard drive in her pocket, a repository of countless destinies, including her own. The path ahead would lead to the truth or deeper darkness. Chapter 20. Shadows in the Dawn. Morning mist enveloped the valley like a gray veil. As Zhao Xiaozhao lay on the damp grass, observing the distant structures through binoculars, the Dawn Base was far larger than he had anticipated. High walls encircled it, and watchtowers stood tall, resembling a military fortress rather than a refuge. "What do you see?" Peng Shi whispered in his ear, her breath visible in the frigid air. Zhao Xiaozhao adjusted the focus. "Armed patrols, rotating every half hour. There's a checkpoint at the main entrance. It appears they are conducting some form of screening on everyone." He paused, noticing the machine gun towers, devoid of personnel. Peng Shi took the binoculars and meticulously examined the layout of the base. For 3 days, they had traversed the night, evading patrols and infected individuals, finally reaching this place that might hold answers. The hard drive in her pocket felt like a burning ember, reminding her of their purpose. "There are pipes and supports on the outer side of the southwest wall," she suddenly remarked. "They could serve as a climbing point, conveniently located in the blind spots of 2 watchtowers. Zhao Xiaozhao raised an eyebrow at her. "Are you planning to sneak in? After traveling so far? Shouldn't we try the front entrance?" Peng Shi bit her lip. Ever since she learned that her genes were marked as a perfect template, she had been filled with dread regarding any form of testing. What if the Dawn Base was in league with Polaris? As if reading her concerns, Zhao Xiaozhao gently grasped her wrist. "Listen, if it's dangerous here, we'll leave. But what if it's a resistance organization? They might have a way to help you." Peng Shi gazed at the lights of the base in the distance. Recalling the folder on the hard drive that was unlocked with her birthday, as the password. Someone knew she was coming. Someone was waiting for her. Let us try the front entrance, she ultimately decided, but if things go awry, we run. Zhao Xiaozhao echoed her sentiment, a reassuring smile gracing his lips. An hour later, they approached the main entrance, pretending to be ordinary survivors. As they drew closer, the full extent of the base became increasingly clear. A 5-meter-high concrete wall crowned with barbed wire loomed above them, and the trees within a 50-meter radius had been felled, creating an open killing zone. Halt! A guard clad in camouflage raised his rifle. Keep your hands visible. Zhao Xiaozhao and Peng Shi immediately complied. More guards emerged from behind cover, their weapons trained on them. We heard this place shelters survivors, Zhao Xiaozhao called out. We've traveled a long way. The guards exchanged glances. One woman, holding a tablet, stepped forward. Names? Zhao Xiaozhao, and this is Peng Shi. The woman quickly entered their details into the tablet, then gestured for them to follow. All newcomers must undergo quarantine and genetic screening. Follow me. Upon hearing the words genetic screening, Peng Shi felt her blood run cold. Zhao Xiaozhao discreetly squeezed her hand, offering a reassuring glance. The screening station was a makeshift white tent filled with various medical equipment. They were required to separate for their examinations. Peng Shi's heart raced as the nurse retrieved the blood sampling device, nearly prompting her to flee. Relax, the nurse reassured. It's just a routine check to ensure you're not carrying any mutated viruses. At the moment the needle pierced her skin, Peng Shi fixated on the emergency exit in the corner of the tent, calculating her escape route. The nurse placed the blood sample into a device flickering with blue light, which immediately emitted a soft hum. Suddenly, an alarm shattered the air, and the device's screen erupted in blinding red light. The nurse's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the results. This is impossible. Peng Shi abruptly stood, the chair clattering to the ground with a loud crash. Quick footsteps approached outside the tent, and 3 fully armed guards burst in. What is happening? The lead guard demanded. The nurse pointed at the screen, her voice trembling. The system identifies her as an A-class candidate. The guard's demeanor shifted instantly. They lowered their weapons, and one of them pressed a button on the walkie-talkie. Notify Professor Montag. We found the dawn. Peng Shi stepped back, her back against the tent's canvas. I don't understand. Miss Peng, the guard attempted to soften his tone. Please remain calm. You are remarkably secure. Indeed, you are the very individual we have been awaiting. The tent flap was lifted, and an elderly gentleman with a shock of white hair strode in briskly. Clad in a white lab coat, his eyes sparkled with fervor behind his spectacles, igniting with recognition upon seeing Peng Shi. Peng Shi, he exclaimed, extending his hand with palpable excitement. I am Professor Montag Yunxian. Thank God, we have finally located you. Peng Shi, cautious, refrained from shaking his hand. You know me? The smile on Professor Mo's face faltered momentarily before softening further. Of course, I am acquainted with your parents. Did Dr. Lin not inform you? At the mention of Dr. Lin's name, Peng Shi's heart skipped a beat. You know Dr. Lin? An old friend, Professor Mo nodded. It was he who transmitted the data along with your information to us. He glanced around. This is not the appropriate venue for our discussion. Please follow me. Your companions will also be taken care of. Peng Shi hesitated. Everything felt too convenient, too coincidental. Yet the glimmer in Professor Mo's eyes when he spoke of her parents compelled her to acquiesce. I must see Zhao Xiaozhao first. Professor Montag readily consented. Moments later, Zhao Xiaozhao was ushered into a spacious conference room, his expression mirroring Peng Shi's confusion. The guards retreated outside, leaving only the 3 of them. What is going on? Zhao Xiaozhao whispered to Peng Shi. Why are they treating you with such reverence? Professor Mo personally poured tea for them, because Peng Shi may hold the key to humanity's salvation. Peng Shi's teacup trembled in her grasp, the liquid splashing onto the table. Please elucidate. Taking a deep breath, Professor Mo began. The Polaris Project, as you are aware, is indeed a meticulously orchestrated massacre. However, there are factions within the organization. One advocates for the complete eradication of inferior genes, while the other promotes the enhancement of humanity through gene editing. Your parents belong to the latter. My parents are scientists of the Polaris Project. Peng Shi's voice was a mere whisper. Top-tier genetic engineers, Professor Mo affirmed. Upon discovering Jiang Tian's intentions to misuse their research, they covertly modified the core code of the virus, implanting a termination sequence. That is why some individuals possess natural immunity. Their genes fortuitously contain the trigger for that termination sequence. Zhao Xiaozhao furrowed his brow. What does this have to do with Peng Shi? Professor Mo's gaze grew complex. Because the termination sequence was designed using Peng Shi's genes as a template. Only the unique proteins within her body can activate the virus's self-destruction program, thereby halting the impending second phase of purification. Silence enveloped the conference room. She felt as though the ground had shifted beneath her. Vague memories of her parents flickered in her mind. They never spoke of their work, and there were no photographs of their laboratory at home. Each year, they would disappear for months on end, unreachable. Prove it to me, she suddenly demanded. Prove that what you say is true. Professor Mo appeared to be prepared for this moment. He activated the display screen on the wall, revealing a video. In the footage, a middle-aged couple stood within a laboratory, the Polaris emblem prominent in the background. If anyone is watching this video, it means our plan has partially succeeded, the man stated, his eyes mirroring Shi's own. The termination sequence has been released, but the second phase could commence at any moment. Find our daughter. Her blood is the key to creating the vaccine. The video abruptly cut off. She stared intently at the darkened screen, recognizing the voices and faces of her parents. Aged a decade beyond their appearance at the time of the accident. Are they still alive? She managed to ask, her voice trembling. Professor Mo's expression turned somber. Regrettably, Jiang Tian discovered their betrayal. However, your father successfully transmitted the data to Dr. Lin and to us, those who share the same ideals. Zhao Xiaozhao had been silently observing Professor Mo, but now he interjected, what exactly is this dawn base? Why is there such an armed presence? Professor Mo turned to him. A pertinent question. On the surface, we are a government-sanctioned refuge. In reality, we serve as a clandestine stronghold opposing the Polaris project. Jiang Tian's forces are omnipresent. We must protect ourselves, especially now that Shi has arrived. He gazed earnestly at Shi. We require your assistance to extract the termination sequence and develop the vaccine. Naturally, this is entirely contingent upon your willingness. Shi fell into deep contemplation. If what Professor Mo claimed were true, she bore a responsibility to help avert further loss of life. Yet everything felt so impeccably orchestrated, unervingly perfect. I need time to consider, she finally replied, and I must ensure Zhao Xiaozhao's safety. Professor Mo readily acquiesced. Of course, you may rest and explore the base. We shall reconvene once you have reached a decision. He activated the communicator on the table, guiding the two guests to the guest quarters, providing them with the finest accommodations. Upon exiting the conference room, Zhao Xiaozhao and Shi were led to a tidy dormitory building. Their rooms were adjacent, simply yet comfortably furnished, complete with private bathrooms and the long-awaited luxury of hot water. As soon as they entered their room, Zhao Xiaozhao promptly inspected every nook and cranny, ensuring there were no surveillance devices before speaking. I do not trust that Professor Mo. She sat on the edge of her bed, her hands tightly clasped. But the video was undeniably my parents. The video could be fabricated, Zhao Xiaozhao countered, taking a seat across from her. And the timing is too coincidental. We arrive, and they just happen to need your blood? The entire base is on high alert, yet they exhibit no suspicion toward us, two strangers. Shi recognized the validity of his points, yet the images of her parents lingered in her mind. What if he speaks the truth? What if my blood can indeed prevent further deaths? Zhao Xiaozhao grasped her icy hand. I merely wish for you to exercise caution. How about I investigate the base further? Speak with other survivors and gather their insights? You should take a moment to rest and not rush into any decisions. Shi nodded. After Zhao Xiaozhao departed, she stood by the window, observing the orderly scenes of the base, people toiling in the gardens, children playing in the open spaces, and neatly formed lines in front of the medical facility. Everything appeared so normal, so idyllic. However, upon closer inspection, she noted the armed guards stationed in every area. The careful movements of everyone around her. No one dared to speak loudly or move about freely. Strangely, there was not a single elderly person or individual with disabilities to be seen. A gentle knock on the door interrupted her observations. Upon opening it, a petite girl stood outside, clutching a stack of clean clothing. Professor Mo asked me to bring you fresh clothes, the girl murmured, her gaze fixed on the floor. Dinner will be served in the central cafeteria in an hour. Shi accepted the clothes. Thank you. What is your name? How long have you been here? The girl seemed taken aback by the question, her eyes darting up and then back down in haste. Xiaozhao. 3 months. She hurriedly added, it's a good place. Very safe. Professor Mo is a good person. Before Shi could inquire further, the girl had already hastened away. Closing the door, Shi pondered. Xiaozhu's reaction seemed less one of gratitude and more akin to fear. Meanwhile, Zhao Xiaozhao feigned casualness as he discreetly observed the layout of the base and the distribution of personnel. The more he looked, the more he felt something was amiss. All laboratories and crucial facilities were heavily guarded, while the living quarters for ordinary survivors were strictly controlled, resembling a prison. As he passed by a warehouse, he heard muffled sobs emanating from within. Seizing the opportunity while the guard's attention was diverted, he slipped to the side of the warehouse and peered through a ventilation gap. The sight inside twisted his stomach. A dozen ragged individuals were confined in cages, some exhibiting visible signs of illness and injury. A figure in protective gear was administering an injection of a purple liquid to one of the prisoners, who immediately let out a blood-curdling scream. Zhao Xiaozhao recoiled, his heart racing. He needed to find Peng Shi immediately and escape this hellish nightmare. However, when he hurried back to the dormitory area, he found Peng Shi's room empty. On the bedside table lay a note. Accompany Professor Mo to the laboratory for a preliminary examination. Do not worry, I will return shortly. See? Zhao Xiaozhao clutched the note tightly, cold sweat trickling down his spine. Time was of the essence. He had to devise a means to rescue Peng Shi, regardless of her willingness. Chapter 21. The Caged Bird. The acrid scent of disinfectant made Peng Shi's nostrils itch. She trailed behind Professor Mo through a series of airtight doors, delving deeper into the heart of the dawn base. The corridor narrowed progressively, the walls shifting from pristine white to a chilling metallic gray, and the overhead lights grew increasingly glaring. Where are we headed? Peng Shi halted, her fingers instinctively brushing against the folding knife, a gift from Zhao Xiaozhao that now served as her sole comfort. Professor Mo turned, flashing a smile, his glasses glinting coldly. The main laboratory. We need to collect some samples to ascertain the stability of your genetic sequence. His tone was as casual as if discussing a breakfast menu. Don't worry, it's merely a routine blood draw and scan. A primal instinct screamed within Peng Shi, urging her to heed caution. She recalled Zhao Xiaozhao's suspicions, the fearful gaze of Xiao Zhu, and the imprisoned souls in the warehouse. I think I should go back to find Zhao Xiaozhao. We can do this another day. Peng Shi, Professor Mo suddenly withdrew his smile, his voice turning grave. Do you realize that the second phase of purification could commence at any moment? With every passing minute, countless innocent lives hang in the balance. Your blood sample may be their sole hope. Peng Shi bit her lower lip. He made a valid point. If her blood could indeed prevent further loss of life, the risk would be justified. Yet a voice deep within her incessantly cautioned. This is too rushed. Everything is too rushed. Ultimately, her sense of responsibility triumphed over doubt. She nodded, following Professor Mo through the final door. The main laboratory was suffocatingly spacious, a dozen sophisticated instruments arrayed around the room, with a surgical table-like apparatus dominating the center. A chill crept down Peng Shi's spine as she noticed the walls adorned with surveillance screens, displaying real-time footage of various cells housing emaciated individuals, some grotesquely afflicted by horrifying ailments. What is this? Her voice quivered. Professor Mo glanced in the direction of her gaze. Ah, those are volunteers. We test various potential treatments on them. He approached the computer. Lie down. We need to conduct a full-body scan first. Volunteers? Peng Shi remained rooted in place. They resembled prisoners. Professor Mo sighed, pressing a button on the table. Two burly men clad in protective gear immediately entered through a side door. Miss Peng seems to require some persuasion. Peng Shi stepped back, the folding knife slipping into her palm. But before she could react, a jolt of agony coursed through her neck. Someone had struck her from behind with a stun gun. Her vision faded to black, and in her final moments of consciousness, she saw Professor Mo shaking his head in regret, muttering something about regrettably having to resort to coercive measures. When Peng Shi next awoke, she found herself restrained on the central platform, her wrists and ankles encircled by metallic rings. She struggled briefly, only to be met with sharp pain as a needle was inserted. An intravenous line connecting her to a centrifuge, dark red blood slowly flowing into it. Awake? Professor Mo's voice came from her right. He was peering through a microscope at something. Your blood cell structure is truly remarkable, more stable than any samples we have cultured. Release me. Peng Shi tugged fiercely against her restraints, but they tightened further. Don't waste your energy. Those bindings are designed to contain violent infectees. Professor Mo set down the sample and moved closer to her. Peng Shi, you must understand, your value far exceeds what you can fathom. When your parents conceived you, they encoded the finest genetic sequences into your DNA. Conceived? Peng Shi ceased her struggles, the word dousing her in icy water. What do you mean? Professor Mo offered a smile that bordered on pity. Did you believe you were born naturally? No. You're the first successful product of the Polaris Dawn project from 20 years ago. Every segment of your genes has been meticulously edited, including special sequences that can interact with the virus. He summoned a holographic projection, displaying a complex DNA strand. Jiang Tian sought to eradicate unfit humanity with the virus, while your parents secretly embedded termination codons into the virus core. Only your genetic product can activate it. Ironically, in their attempt to protect you, they sent you away, thereby making you the last surviving key. Peng Shi's mind struggled to assimilate this revelation. She was a specimen? A man-made biological weapon? The images of her parents and her memories began to distort, transforming from loving guardians into cold-hearted scientists. What do you want? She asked, suppressing her nausea. To save the world, of course. Professor Mo's voice suddenly grew fervent, but not in the gentle manner of your parents. I intend to modify the virus to infect only those targeted by Jiang Tian. Then he leaned closer, breath hot against Peng Shi's face. Using your blood to create a serum that controls who gains immunity. Imagine a new world where we dictate who deserves to survive. Madman. Peng Shi finally comprehended. Professor Mo and Jiang Tian were cut from the same cloth, merely differing in their methods. And she, regardless of who emerged victorious, was destined to be a tool. An alarm blared suddenly throughout the laboratory, red lights flashing ominously. What is happening? Professor Mo demanded sharply. A guard's frantic voice crackled through the intercom. An explosion occurred in Zone B. Multiple cells have been breached. Prisoners are escaping. Professor Mo cursed under his breath and hurried towards the exit. Keep an eye on her, he commanded the two guards. Inject a sedative at the first sign of trouble. The door slammed shut, leaving Peng Shi alone with the frigid instruments and two silent sentinels. Yet at that moment, a flicker of hope ignited within her. Explosions, destruction. This was so characteristic of Zhao Xiaozhao. Zhao Xiaozhao crawled slowly along the ventilation duct wall, his back drenched in sweat. Ever since he had seen the prisoners in the warehouse, he understood he must find Peng Shi without delay. The base's schematic indicated that the core laboratory lay in this direction. Below, the cacophony of footsteps and shouts erupted. He cautiously removed a vent cover, observing a throng of ragged prisoners sprinting down the corridor, pursued by armed guards. This was the chaos he had created, blowing open several cell locks to provide prisoners with a chance to escape and divert guard attention. The timing was perfect. Zhao Xiaozhao pried open the vent, silently dropping into the deserted corridor. Based on his memory, Peng Shi should be in the innermost main laboratory. He drew the pistol he had stolen from the guard station and advanced cautiously. Turning a corner, he nearly collided with a squad of guards. Zhao Xiaozhao quickly retreated, but it was too late. Halt! The guards aimed their guns. Without hesitation, Zhao Xiaozhao pulled the trigger. Amidst the deafening gunfire, two guards fell, while the others scrambled for cover. Seizing the moment, he dashed down another corridor, bullets whizzing past him. Left turn, straight ahead, then right, the laboratory door loomed before him, guarded by two heavily armed sentinels. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Xiaozhao retrieved his last homemade smoke bomb from his waist. The corridor filled with the sounds of explosions and thick smoke. Amidst the chaos, he surged forward, delivering an elbow strike that incapacitated the first guard. Then using the pistol's grip to knock out the second. The door required a keycard. He rifled through the fallen guard's pockets and found one, swiping it to unlock the laboratory door. The sight before him froze his blood. Peng Shi was bound to the platform, pale and with an four-line inserted into her arm, while two figures in protective gear approached her with syringes. Release her, Zhao Xiaozhao shouted, raising his weapon in fury. As the two men turned, Peng Shi summoned all her strength, kicking over a nearby equipment rack. The heavy apparatus crashed onto one of the assailants, while the other was struck in the shoulder by Zhao Xiaozhao's bullet. Zhao Xiaozhao. Peng Shi's voice brimmed with surprise and fear. He quickly unfastened her bindings, helping her to sit up. Can you walk? Peng Shi tore the needle from her arm, swaying as she stood. I can manage, barely. Professor Mo, There's no time to explain. Zhao Xiaozhao interrupted her, handing her a firearm seized from the guards. We must leave immediately. However, Peng Shi broke free from his grasp, stumbling toward the control panel. Wait, I need the information here about my parents, about me. Her fingers danced across the keyboard, summoning a series of encrypted files while inserting a pre-prepared hard drive to commence the download. Peng Shi, Zhao Xiaozhao exclaimed, anxiously glancing toward the door, aware that pursuers could arrive at any moment. Just 30 seconds, she insisted, her eyes fixed on the progress bar. The data trickled in, 152734. Chaotic footsteps and shouts echoed down the corridor. Zhao Xiaozhao swiftly locked the door, pushing a heavy cabinet against it to barricade. We don't have 30 seconds. As the progress bar hit 52, the first crash against the door reverberated through the entire laboratory. Enough. Zhao Xiaozhao yanked the hard drive free, gripping Peng Shi's hand. Where's the back door? Peng Shi pointed to a small door on the opposite side of the lab. The staff passage leads to the underground parking lot. As they dashed into the passage, the main laboratory door was blown open. Zhao Xiaozhao turned back, throwing out one last smoke grenade to temporarily thwart their pursuers. The passage was narrow and dim, and the two stumbled downward in haste, with Peng Shi weakened from blood loss, needing to lean against Zhao Xiaozhao for support. They said I was manufactured. Peng Shi gasped. Not naturally born. Zhao Xiaozhao tightened her embrace around her waist. That doesn't matter now. What matters is leaving this hellish place. The underground parking lot was vast and cold, occupied by several military trucks and armored vehicles. Zhao Xiaozhao chose a seemingly fuel-filled jeep, shattering the window to unlock the door. Can you drive something like this? Peng Shi asked, astonished. I spent 2 years with the military. Zhao Xiaozhao yanked out the wires to start the ignition, the engine roaring to life. He slammed on the accelerator, and the jeep surged toward the exit ramp. At the top of the ramp stood 4 armed guards, who immediately opened fire upon seeing the approaching vehicle. Bullets shattered the windshield, and Zhao Xiaozhao ducked to evade while simultaneously accelerating. The guards scattered as the jeep crashed through the barrier, racing into the night. We did it. Peng Shi looked back at the receding base. No sooner had she spoken than a rocket screamed in from behind, striking the ground to their right. The explosion's shockwave jolted the jeep violently, nearly flipping it. Damn it. Zhao Xiaozhao fought to control the steering wheel. They were serious now. In the rearview mirror, 2 armored vehicles were rapidly closing in, machine guns spitting fire atop them. Bullets struck the jeep's body, producing a terrifying metallic tearing sound. Peng Shi leaned out of the window to retaliate, but her handgun posed no threat to the armored vehicles. Suddenly, the road ahead was abruptly cut off by a broken bridge spanning a raging river. Hold on. Zhao Xiaozhao did not slow down. Instead, he pressed the accelerator to the floor. The jeep roared down the riverbank, arcing through the air before crashing heavily into the water. The icy river surged into the cabin instantly. Peng Shi held her breath, desperately winding down the window and swimming out once the water pressure equalized. Zhao Xiaozhao followed closely behind, and together they struggled toward the riverbank. Behind them, the armored vehicles halted at the water's edge, searchlights sweeping the river surface. But they had already reached the shadows where the light could not penetrate, climbing up the reeds on the opposite bank. They will send people to search. Peng Shi trembled, soaked to the bone. Zhao Xiaozhao removed his jacket and wrapped it around her. We need to get away from the riverbank and find a place to hide. The two stumbled into the woods, navigating through the moonlight with difficulty. About an hour later, they discovered an abandoned hunter's cabin, dilapidated yet sufficient to shelter them from the wind and rain. Inside, Peng Shi collapsed in a corner, weakened by blood loss and cold, nearly unconscious. Zhao Xiaozhao started a small fire, examining her injuries. The puncture wounds on her arm were already bruised, clearly indicative of rough treatment. How much blood did they take? He asked softly. Peng Shi weakly shook her head. I don't know, but it feels like a lot. Her eyelids drooped heavily. Zhao Xiaozhao rummaged through the cabin and, by fortune, found some old blankets and a first aid kit. He did his utmost to warm Peng Shi and tended to the wound on her arm. The hard drive. Peng Shi suddenly said, struggling to stay awake. The data. Zhao Xiaozhao retrieved the hard drive from his pocket, relieved it was waterproof. It's right here. But you need to rest now. We can look at it tomorrow. Peng Shi stubbornly shook her head. No, we must know now. Her hands trembled too violently to operate the hard drive. Zhao Xiaozhao had no choice but to assist her in connecting it to the tablet they had brought from a base. The files opened, most containing intricate genetic blueprints and experimental data, but one folder was labeled Dawn Project, Peng Shi. Inside were records of embryo cultivation and gene editing logs, clearly proving that Professor Mo had not lied. Peng Shi had indeed been created in the laboratory. But the most shocking revelation was a video log dated a week before the viral outbreak. The woman in the footage, weary and worn, was none other than Peng Shi's mother from her memories, albeit aged by 20 years. If you're seeing this, it means Plan A has failed. The woman in the video said, her voice hoarse. Mo Yuntian has betrayed us. He intends to use your genes to control the virus rather than eradicate it. Yet there is still hope. Lin Jinhua possesses the complete sequence for the termination code. Find him. He alone can help you activate your body's defense mechanisms. The video abruptly cut off, and tears streamed down Peng Shi's face. Zhao Xiaozhao gently embraced her, feeling her tremble in his arms. I'm not human, she sobbed. Zhao Xiaozhao cupped her face. Listen, no matter how you came into this world, you are Peng Shi. You are the one who saved me and Shaoling in the supermarket. The genius who cracked codes in the library. The girl willing to risk everything to save a stranger. He wiped away her tears. DNA does not define who you are. Your choices define you. Peng Shi leaned against him, utterly exhausted yet unable to sleep. Too much information churned in her mind. Her birth, the truth about her parents. Professor Musk's conspiracy. We must find Dr. Lin, she finally said, if he is still alive. Zhao Xiaozhao nodded. We'll set out first thing in the morning. Now rest. I'll keep watch. Outside, the night wind howled, and distant engine noises hinted that the search continued. Yet within the confines of a dilapidated cabin, the two found a moment of peace in each other's embrace. Chapter 22, Genetic Code. Morning mist enveloped the mountain road as Zhao Xiaozhao parked the stolen jeep behind a thicket. In the passenger seat, She was intently studying the map on the tablet, her pale complexion nearly translucent in the morning light. Since escaping from the Dawn base 3 days prior, she had scarcely closed her eyes, tirelessly analyzing the data on the hard drive. "It's right here," she suddenly said, pointing to an unmarked fork in the road on the map. "Dr. Lin's hidden laboratory should be at the end of this path." Zhao Xiaozhao furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the overgrown dirt road. "Are you certain? It looks like there's nothing there." She pulled up an encrypted file. The data mentioned this coordinate, the Eagle's Nest. "It's the code name that my parents and Lin Jinhua used." Her finger traced a series of complex formulas on screen. "And the terrain here meets the security requirements for virus research, far from the populace, yet equipped with sufficient infrastructure." Zhao Xiaozhao started the car and cautiously drove up the barely recognizable path. Branches scraped against the vehicle, producing a grating sound. After about 20 minutes of travel, a building cloaked in camouflage netting came into view. "A military outpost?" Zhao Xiaozhao speculated. She shook her head. "It's the Polaris Secret Research Facility. Look at that ventilation system design. It's at bias safety level 3. The barbed wire surrounding the building had partially collapsed, and the main entrance stood ajar." Zhao Xiaozhao concealed the vehicle in the underbrush, and the two approached cautiously. There were no guards at the entrance, nor any signs of recent activity. It appeared to have been abandoned for quite some time. Zhao Xiaozhao murmured, his handgun poised and ready. "Are you certain Dr. Lin will be here?" She did not respond. Her attention was captivated by a nearly imperceptible red at the entrance. A security camera still operational, having just adjusted its angle. "Someone is inside." She tightened her grip on Zhao Xiaozhao's arm. The camera had just moved. They exchanged a wary glance. Zhao Xiaozhao gestured for She to step back, while he pressed himself against the wall and slowly pushed open the heavy door. Inside lay a dimly lit corridor, faint light glimmering at its far end. They advanced cautiously, holding their breath, each step deliberate. On either side of the corridor were various laboratories, glimpses of scattered equipment and documents visible through the glass. A peculiar metallic scent mingled with the antiseptic aroma in the air. Upon turning a corner, the lights abruptly flickered to life. Zhao Xiaozhao raised his gun instinctively, only to find himself facing a gaunt old man, Dr. Lin Jinhua, more haggard than when they had encountered him at the hospital, yet his eyes gleamed with an unnerving brightness. "I expected you would arrive soon," his voice rasped. "That fool Mo Yuntan must have botched everything." She stepped forward. "You knew he would come?" "Doctor." Lin revealed a twisted smile. "Your mother designed the gene tracking program. The moment you stepped into the Dawn base, I was alerted." He pivoted and beckoned them deeper into the laboratory. "Come in, we have little time." At the center of the laboratory was a vast holographic projection platform displaying a complex DNA double helix structure. Dr. Lin operated the console with remarkable speed, pulling up a set of data that she had never seen before. "This is the original code of the Polaris virus." He pointed at a segment of flickering red light in the projection. "And this is the termination sequence, secretly implanted by your parents." Another segment of blue light illuminated, intertwining with the red. She leaned in to observe, the arrangement of base pairs strikingly familiar, as if it were a pattern she had dreamt of countless times. "What do you mean by the program your mother designed?" Dr. Lin regarded her with curiosity. "They didn't tell you?" To protect you." He retrieved an encrypted file, and after entering a password, a picture of embryonic development appeared on the screen. "You are the first genetically edited baby to survive, Shi. Your parents combined the finest gene sequences to create you, aiming to save humanity when necessary." Zhao Xiaozhao furrowed his brow. "What do you mean created her?" "Literally," Dr. Lin replied impatiently. "No natural conception, no random inheritance." Every segment of DNA was meticulously selected and edited. He turned to Shi, especially this area. He magnified a segment of the gene sequence. "This is the code that can communicate directly with the virus. When specific proteins in your body come into contact with the virus, it triggers its self-destruct sequence." A wave of dizziness washed over Shi, compelling her to steady herself against the table. All the clues suddenly coalesced. Why she was immune to the virus, why Mo Yuntian was so desperate for her blood sample. She was not entirely human, at least not in the conventional sense. She was a weapon, a tool, and yet a warm hand clasped her trembling fingers. Zhao Xiaozhao stood beside her, silent but resolute, his unwavering grip allowing her to remain upright. "So you can stop the virus?" Zhao Xiaozhao inquired of Dr. Lin. "Me? No." Dr. Lin shook his head. "Only she can. but we must activate the special mechanism within her. He approached a refrigerated cabinet and retrieved a vial containing a blue liquid. This is the activator I synthesized based on her parents' research. After injection, her immune system will produce a plethora of termination proteins, enough to manufacture thousands of vaccines. Peng, she retreated cautiously. Wait, if it's that simple, why doesn't Professor Mo just do it directly? Because he doesn't know the formula, Dr. Lin replied smugly. Your parents divided the crucial components into 3 parts. I have one part, Polaris headquarters has another, and the final part. His gaze fell upon Peng Shi. Is embedded in your genome as a recessive sequence. Zhao Xiaozhao suddenly stepped in front of Peng Shi. You intend to experiment on her? Dr. Lin's expression turned menacing. Don't be naive, kid. This is not a matter of choice. The second phase of purification could initiate at any moment, and the death toll will be tenfold compared to the first phase. He stepped closer. Peng, she carries the key to saving the world, and I possess the means to unlock it. The atmosphere in the laboratory thickened with tension. Peng, she noticed Dr. Lin's hand subtly moving toward a button beneath the control panel. She feigned ignorance, continuing to ask questions to buy time. If I cooperate, what exactly must I do? A flicker of fervor ignited in Dr. Lin's eyes. First, we need to extract your stem cells, then inject the activator. After 48 hours, we will collect plasma. His speech quickened. Theoretically, your regenerative abilities should be sufficient to produce enough material for the first batch of vaccines within 2 weeks. Zhao Xiaozhao's hand discreetly drifted toward the gun at his waist. Dr. Lin's description sounded less like a medical procedure and more akin to an assembly line in a factory. It sounds like you need me alive, Peng, she stated coolly. Then why are 4 armed men approaching outside? Dr. Lin's expression shifted abruptly, and he hastily pressed the concealed button. An alarm blared throughout the laboratory, and simultaneously, all exits were sealed by metal doors. Clever girl, he sneered, but not clever enough. Did you think I would risk allowing you to refuse? Both Polaris and Mo Yuntian are searching for you, and I only need your body, regardless of its fate. Zhao Xiaozhao had already aimed his gun at Dr. Lin's head. Cancel lockdown now. Dr. Lin surprisingly laughed. Go ahead, pull the trigger. And then you will never know the complete formula for the activation sequence. He turned to Peng Shi. You feel it, don't you? Those strange dreams. Your affinity for the virus. Even your occasional ability to perceive the infected. These are all signs of the recessive sequence awakening. Without my assistance, it will ultimately spiral out of control, transforming you into something far more dreadful than the monsters outside. Peng Shi's breath hitched. He had struck at her deepest fear. In recent weeks, she had indeed begun to experience peculiar dreams, visions of the virus flowing through human bodies. More terrifying was the occasional sensation of briefly controlling those flows. The heavy footsteps and the sounds of weapons being readied echoed from outside. Time was running out. Suddenly, Zhao Xiaozhao pivoted his gun, firing 3 shots at the control panel. Sparks flew as all electronic devices simultaneously went dark, the lockdown doors emitting a soft click. Run. He grasped Peng Shi's hand and dashed toward a side door. Dr. Lin's furious roar echoed behind them. You cannot escape. Without me, she will eventually become a monster. The pair navigated through a narrow, maintenance corridor, the footsteps of their pursuers growing ever closer. At the corridor's end stood an emergency exit. Zhao Xiaozhao forcefully shoved the door open, blinding sunlight flooding in. They found themselves in a clearing behind the building, dense forest looming ahead. Yet after only a few steps, 6 fully armed guards flanked them, rifles trained on their figures. Don't move, barked the leader. Zhao Xiaozhao shielded Peng Shi behind him, aiming his handgun at the nearest guard, fully aware of the futility of their situation. Suddenly, Peng Shi felt an odd sting radiating from her spine, the world before her appearing veiled in a pale blue filter. She could see the virus flowing within each guard, not as a disease, but as an energetic network. Even more astonishing was the sensation that she could almost touch those networks. Put down your weapons, the guard leader commanded. This is your final warning. Unconsciously, Peng Shi extended her hand, an unprecedented sensation surging within her, as if a dormant switch inside her had been activated. She focused her attention on those viral networks, envisioning them frozen in place. An astonishing scene unfolded as all the guards simultaneously froze, as if a pause button had been pressed before collapsing one by one, unconscious. Zhao Xiaozhao gazed at Peng Shi in shock. What have you done? Peng Shi stared at her own hands, equally incredulous. I don't know. I just thought about making them stop. Her voice trembled violently. Dr. Lin was right. I truly am a monster. Zhao Xiaozhao embraced her tightly. No, you just saved our lives. Regardless of what you are still Peng Shi. He pulled her toward the forest. Let's go now before they catch up. They stumbled into the woods, the sounds of alarms and shouts echoing behind them. Peng Shi's legs felt as heavy as lead. The strange surge of energy had drained her considerably. I don't understand what just happened, she panted. The virus within those guards suddenly became visible, and I could feel them. Zhao Xiaozhao supported her onward. Don't think about that now. Let us find a safe place first. After trudging through the dense forest for about an hour, they finally evaded their pursuers. They paused to rest by a secluded stream. Peng Shi knelt beside the water, gazing at her pale reflection. This face seemed so ordinary. Who could have imagined it concealed in human secrets? How much of what Dr. Lin said do you think is true? She whispered. Zhao Xiaozhao settled beside her. The part about you being genetically edited? That's likely true. As for you turning into a monster? He shook his head. I don't believe it. Your parents went to great lengths to protect you. They wouldn't have devised something that could harm you. Peng Shi splashed her face with cold water, but I truly did influence those guards. Is that normal? The definition of normal has long since changed since the apocalypse. Zhao Xiaozhao attempted to jest, but upon seeing Peng Shi's expression, he grew serious. Listen, whatever ability you possess, it is a part of you. Learn to control it, don't fear it. Peng Shi remained silent for a long moment, before finally nodding. We need more information. Dr. Lin mentioned that my parents' research is scattered across 3 locations. His place, the Polaris headquarters, and she gestured to herself here. The Polaris headquarters? Zhao Xiaozhao pondered. Isn't that Jiang Tian's stronghold? The most dangerous place is also the safest, Peng Shi replied. And if there truly is a way to completely eradicate the virus, it must be there. Determination etched on her face. She stood. We're going to the Polaris headquarters. Zhao Xiaozhao recognized the madness of this decision, yet understood there was no alternative. Just as he was about to respond, they heard rustling from the nearby bushes. Instantly, both fell into a defensive stance, Zhao Xiaozhao aiming his pistol at the source of the noise. Don't shoot. A familiar voice called out as Xiao Zhu, the girl who had delivered clothes to them at Dawn Base, emerged from the thicket, her face smeared with dirt and bruises. Please, take me with you. Peng Shi stared at the petite girl in astonishment. How did you get here? I escaped, Xiao Zhu gasped. Professor Mo discovered I helped you and was going to send me to the lab. Her eyes brimmed with terror. I know the way to the Polaris headquarters. I can help you. Zhao Xiaozhao asked warily. Why would you help us? Xiao Zhu lowered her head. Because you're the only ones brave enough to resist. She lifted her gaze, her eyes shimmering with resolve, and my sister was taken for experiments. If you can truly stop this, I want to help. Peng Shi and Zhao Xiaozhao exchanged glances. Taking a child along would heighten the risks. Yet Xiao Zhu might indeed possess the information they needed. If you can keep up, then come, Zhao Xiaozhao finally said. But we will not slow down for you. Xiao Zhu nodded vigorously, a glimmer of hope flashing in her eyes. The trio quickly gathered their belongings, preparing to embark on the perilous journey to the Polaris headquarters. Peng Shi glanced back toward the research station, uncertain of how much of Dr. Lin's words were truth and how much was deception. Yet one thing she was certain of, within her body lay the key to changing everything, and learning to control it might be humanity's last hope. Chapter 23, Awakening of Abilities. The abandoned gas station loomed in the twilight like a dormant beast, its shattered windows resembling bared fangs. Zhao Xiaozhao crouched amidst the underbrush, observing for 10 minutes before signaling to Peng Shi and Xiao Zhu behind him. Safe. We go in. The trio silently slipped into the convenience store of the gas station. Inside was a scene of chaos. Shelves lay toppled, goods scattered across the floor, yet they managed to find some canned food and bottled water. Xiao Zhu, nimble as a kitten, swiftly gathered usable supplies. Conserve your rations, Zhao Xiaozhao whispered. We still have at least 3 days' journey to the Polaris headquarters. Leaning against the window, Peng Shi unconsciously traced the bruise on her arm, a memento from Dawn Base. Ever since escaping the research station, she felt something stirring within her, as if a beast long imprisoned was finally catching a whiff of freedom. Strangely, she began to sense the infected within a radius of several hundred meters, not through sight or sound, but an almost instinctual awareness. Their movement, she suddenly tensed. To the west, about 400 meters, 3 no for infected. Zhao Xiaozhao promptly extinguished his flashlight, signaling for Xiao Zhu to hide behind the counter. He leaned close to Peng Shi, his voice barely above a whisper. Can you pinpoint their location? Peng Shi closed her eyes, focusing intently. In the darkness, she discerned 4 indistinct red dots, moving slowly. 2 were in the woods west of the gas station. 1 was an abandoned car across the road. And the last, she opened her eyes wide, was approaching us. Almost simultaneously, a scratching sound emanated from the back window. A distorted figure appeared outside, once a young woman, now reduced to rotting skin and mad eyes. It sniffed the air before emitting a piercing scream. Run! Zhao Xiaozhao grabbed Xiao Zhu. Peng Shi following closely as they dashed toward the front door. The sight outside halted them in their tracks. 6 infected had surrounded them from all sides. Worse still, distant howls echoed, signaling more approaching threats. The back door. Peng Shi turned, only to find the infected had already crawled in through the rear window. Zhao Xiaozhao drew his knife and pistol, but facing so many foes, their chances seemed slim. Peng Shi, take Xiao Zhu and break left. I'll cover you. Peng Shi stood frozen. A strange sensation washed over her. The viruses within those infected suddenly became crystal clear in her vision, glowing red lines coursing through their veins. Even more astonishing was her feeling that she could almost reach out and touch those lines. Wait, she stopped. Zhao Xiaozhao, I have an idea. Closing her eyes, Peng Shi concentrated on those red lines. She envisioned her consciousness extending outward, gently grasping the flowing energy. A sharp pain shot from her spine to her brain, akin to an intense headache, but tenfold stronger. When she opened her eyes again, an incredible scene unfolded. All the infected stood frozen in place, as if a pause button had been pressed, confusion flickering in their murky eyes. Go, now! Peng Shi gritted her teeth, sweat soaking her back. She sensed the connections were extremely fragile, liable to snap at any moment. The 3 dashed through the encirclement, racing into the woods on the other side of the road. After running approximately 200 meters, Peng Shi suddenly felt her legs give way, nearly collapsing to the ground. That peculiar connection had severed in an instant, and the enraged howls of the infected erupted behind them. They've broken free. Xiao Zhu exclaimed in terror, glancing back. Without a second thought, Zhao Xiaozhao scooped up Peng Shi and continued to run. Her face was ashen, breathing labored as if she had just completed a marathon. Hold on, just a little longer. Zhao Xiaozhao encouraged her, his voice steadying amidst the chaos. Peng Shi wished to respond, yet her tongue felt as heavy as lead. The exertion from earlier had drained her of too much energy, leaving her unable to even lift a finger. Fortunately, Zhao Xiaozhao soon discovered a drainage culvert that could temporarily shelter the 3 of them. He carefully placed Peng Shi in a dry spot, while Xiao Zhu cleverly concealed the entrance with branches. In the darkness, Peng Shi's breathing gradually steadied. Zhao Xiaozhao handed her a bottle of water, and she sipped gently, feeling her strength slowly returning to her body. What was that just now? Zhao Xiaozhao finally asked the question that lingered in the minds of all 3. Peng Shi shook her head, equally perplexed. I don't know. It was as if I could suddenly see the viruses within them and felt capable of controlling them. She exhaled tremulously. What Dr. Lin said might be true. There is something abnormal within me. Zhao Xiaozhao grasped her hand. Abnormal does not equate to detrimental. You just saved us all. But that sensation was exceedingly strange. Peng Shi murmured, as if another version of myself resided within, one I do not recognize. Xiao Zhu suddenly leaned in, unexpectedly embracing Peng Shi. You are still you, just with superpowers now, like a superhero. Her naive analogy evoked a smile from Peng Shi. Zhao Xiaozhao inspected the entrance. We shall rest here until dawn. Infected individuals are more active at night, and it is safer to move during the day. Peng Shi leaned against the culvert wall, utterly exhausted yet unable to fall asleep. Each time she closed her eyes, she could sense the infected in the distance. Like fireflies in the dark, faint yet distinct. Strangely, something in the northwest was calling to her, akin to a silent melody only she could hear. Is the Polaris headquarters in that direction? She suddenly inquired. Zhao Xiaozhao checked his compass. Northwest? Yes, the general direction seems correct. Why? I can feel something there. Peng Shi replied, struggling to articulate the pull, akin to a magnet attracting iron filings. Xiao Zhu's eyes sparkled in the dark. Could it be something left by your parents? Were they not scientists? Peng Shi remained silent, recalling Dr. Lin's words that her parents had integrated crucial aspects of their research into her genes. If that were true, the sensation of being summoned might not be a mere illusion, but a resonance on a genetic level. As dawn broke, the trio continued their journey. Peng Shi's physical strength had mostly returned, yet the mental shock lingered. She cautiously tested her new abilities, discovering she could sense infected individuals within a radius of about 500 meters, but controlling them still required considerable energy. We must avoid the main roads. Zhao Xiaozhao studied the map. Professor Mo's people are undoubtedly searching for us. Xiao Zhu volunteered to act as a scout. This petite girl was remarkably agile, with an uncanny instinct for danger, often detecting patrols in advance, thereby sparing the group from direct confrontations. By midday, they rested by a small stream. As Peng Shi crouched by the water to wash her face, a sudden, excruciating pain pierced her temples. A vision flashed before her eyes, figures clad in full armor, wearing peculiar white masks, surrounding them from 3 directions. Danger! She shouted, springing to her feet, splashing water everywhere. They were not infected. They were humans. Armed personnel. Zhao Xiaozhao immediately entered combat mode, pulling Xiao Zhu behind a rock. Peng, she concentrated, expanding her range of perception. The images of those individuals became clearer in her mind. Uniform white armor, masks adorned with red skull patterns, moving in coordinated formation like a pack of wolves. Wait, no. 15 of them. Her voice taut. They know we are here and are encircling us. Zhao Xiaozhao tightened his grip on his pistol. Professor Mo's people? Not likely. Peng, she shook her head. These individuals are differently equipped, with red markings on their masks. Xiao Zhu suddenly gasped. Purifiers. Her complexion turned pale. They are more dangerous than Professor Mo. They specifically hunt genetically modified beings like you. Sister Peng. Zhao Xiaozhao and Peng, she both turned to her. Xiao Zhu realized she had let something slip and hurriedly explained, I heard about them at the base. There was no time for further inquiries. The nearby purifiers had entered their line of sight, less than 200 meters away. Zhao Xiaozhao quickly assessed the situation. Breaking through the front was impossible due to their overwhelming numbers. Hiding was also futile, as the pursuers evidently possessed tracking capabilities. Peng Shi, he whispered urgently. Can you use that ability to disrupt them? Peng Shi was uncertain. She had previously only used her abilities on the infected. And these individuals were armed personnel, not infected. I can try, but I don't know how effective it will be. Xiao Zhu, you hide behind this rock. And no matter what happens, do not come out, Zhao Xiaozhao commanded. Then turn to Peng Shi, I'll cover you. Focus on using your ability. If it doesn't work, we'll run downstream where the trees are denser. Peng Shi took a deep breath and closed her eyes. She attempted to sense the purifiers as she had the infected, but encountered a barrier. Normal humans did not exhibit that distinct viral flow. Just as she was about to give up, she suddenly detected a different signal. Not a virus, but some form of implant. Each purifier had a small metallic object at the nape of their necks, emitting rhythmic pulses. Peng Shi concentrated all her attention on those pulses, envisioning her consciousness infiltrating the system like a hacker. A sharp pain pierced her skull, but simultaneously, she felt the pulses begin to falter. It worked. She gritted her teeth to endure, but could not hold on for long. Zhao Xiaozhao noticed the distant purifiers suddenly halt, some clutching their heads, others stumbling. Seizing the opportunity, he pulled Peng Shi and Xiao Zhu downstream. The three of them stumbled through the stream, icy water splashing against their faces. Peng Shi felt her nose begin to bleed. The overuse of her abilities left her dizzy. The purifiers behind them seemed to have been temporarily shaken off. Yet everyone knew this advantage would not last long. There, Xiao Zhu suddenly pointed to the right bank, where a cave entrance, nearly obscured by vines, was barely visible. They struggled to climb ashore, pushing aside the vines to enter the cave. Inside, it was more spacious and dry than they had imagined, resembling some sort of animal den, yet ample enough for the three to hide temporarily. Peng Shi collapsed on the ground, her head pounding. Zhao Xiaozhao gently wiped the blood from her face with his sleeve, his eyes filled with concern. We cannot continue using your abilities like this, he murmured. You're harming yourself. Peng Shi weakly shook her head. It's better than being killed. She turned to Xiao Zhu. What are these purifiers? How do you know about them? Xiao Zhu huddled in a corner, like a frightened little animal. They are from another resistance organization. They believe all genetic modifications are blasphemous and must be purified. She hesitated. My sister was taken by them. They said she was a contaminated specimen. Zhao Xiaozhao fixed her with a sharp gaze. Xiao Zhu, how much do you really know that you haven't told us? Tears welled in Xiao Zhu's eyes. I didn't mean to. I was just scared. They said if I helped find special gene carriers, they would release my sister. Peng Shi's heart sank. So you've been guiding us to a certain place? No. Xiao Zhu shook her head vehemently. Initially, yes. But when I saw you and Professor Mo, and that you were different from the purifiers, you truly want to stop the virus. She grasped Peng Shi's hand. I swear. I am on your side now. I know a secret route to the Polaris headquarters that can avoid most patrols. Zhao Xiaozhao and Peng Shi exchanged a glance. Xiao Zhu's confession came too suddenly, yet her tears and trembling seemed genuine. Moreover, they undeniably required all the assistance they could muster. What made you change your mind? Peng Shi asked softly. Xiao Zhu raised her tear-filled eyes. Because you could have easily abandoned me, yet you consistently choose to run alongside me. Because Brother Zhao nearly took a bullet in his effort to protect us. Because you took a deep breath, you remind me of a world before the viral outbreak. A time when people would genuinely assist one another. Distant shouts and footsteps echoed from outside the cave. The purifiers were broadening their search. The three fell silent, holding their breath as they awaited the danger to pass. Peng Shi closed her eyes, once more feeling that peculiar call from the northwest. This time it was more intense, almost as if someone were whispering in her ear. She suddenly realized that it might not be an illusion. If there truly was genetic information encoded within her, then this sense of pull could be a preordained navigation system guiding her to where she needed to go. Regardless of whether Zhao Zhu leads the way, we must head to the Polaris headquarters, she declared abruptly. I can feel there are answers waiting for us there. Zhao Xiaozhao regarded her resolute expression, slowly nodding. Then, let us proceed. However, we require a more cautious plan. We cannot afford to be surrounded as we were today. Zhao Zhu wiped her tears and produced a meticulously folded map from beneath her insole. This is what I stealthily acquired from the base. It marks the Purifier's outposts and Polaris's patrol routes. Peng Shi gazed at the detailed map in astonishment. You've been carrying this all along? I initially intended to hand it over to the Purifiers in exchange for my sister, Zhao Zhu admitted with a hint of shame, but now I wish to assist you. If we can reach the Polaris headquarters, perhaps we can uncover a method to eradicate the virus, saving my sister and the others. Zhao Xiaozhao scrutinized the map, indicating a route that meandered along a dried riverbed. This path avoids the main roads, but it will take an extra day. Safety is paramount, Peng Shi asserted. She sensed that peculiar call once more, confirming that the direction aligned with the map. What awaits us there, be it good or ill? As night descended, the trio stealthily departed their hiding place, advancing along the route Zhao Zhu had indicated. Peng Shi walked in the center, ever vigilant for potential threats while contemplating her newfound abilities. Fear of the unknown and the alien aspect within her body lingered. Yet, as she beheld Zhao Xiaozhao's steadfast silhouette ahead and Zhao Zhu's alert figure, a fresh determination surged within her heart, regardless of the secrets concealed within the Polaris headquarters. And no matter her true identity, this journey must be completed, not for vengeance, nor for power, but for those ordinary souls still struggling for survival in the apocalypse. Like Zhao Zhu and her sister, in the darkness, Peng Shi felt the power within her responding to her resolve, akin to a dormant volcano gradually awakening. Chapter 24. The Core of Polaris. The black edifice of the Polaris headquarters pierced the gray sky like a dagger. The three crouched within the underbrush, 500 meters from the main entrance, observing the defensive layout of this fortress of death. Patrols passed every 15 minutes. Zhao Xiaozhao lowered his binoculars, noting that the front entrance required both fingerprint and iris authentication. Breaching it was impossible. Zhao Zhu pointed towards the west side of the building. There's a cargo entrance with fewer guards, but it requires an access card. However, Peng Shi's attention was captured by the building itself. Since nearing this place, the feeling of being called had intensified, becoming an almost continuous hum reverberating within her skull. Strangely, she sensed that something deep underground was resonating with her genes, not metaphorically, but in the literal sense of physical resonance. The third underground level, she suddenly said, there's a laboratory. I can feel it. Zhao Xiaozhao and Zhao Zhu looked at her in astonishment. Has your ability intensified again? Zhao Xiaozhao inquired. Peng Shi nodded, a throbbing pain pulsing at her temples. The closer we get, the stronger the sensation. It's as if a machine is specifically emitting signals I can receive. Zhao Zhu bit her lip. I've heard rumors of a gene-lock laboratory beneath the Polaris headquarters, accessible only to those with specific DNA. Zhao Xiaozhao checked their weaponry, 12 bullets left in the handgun, 1 dagger, and 2 homemade smoke bombs. Not ideal equipment for confronting an armed fortress, but they had no alternatives. We'll move under the cover of darkness, he decided. Zhao Zhu, are you certain the cargo entrance is the best option? Zhao Zhu nodded vigorously. My sister used to work in the Polaris kitchen. She said the checks, they were the least stringent. Peng Shi noticed a complex emotion flash in Zhao Zhu's eyes as she mentioned her sister. But there was no time to delve deeper. She closed her eyes once more, continuing to track that strange resonance. Images surfaced in her mind, a staircase leading downwards, a metal door devoid of markings, with a palm-sized indentation beside it. It needs my blood, she murmured. The lock is DNA activated. As twilight fell, the trio stealthily approached the building under the cover of night. The cargo area proved to be as sparsely guarded as Zhao Zhu had indicated, with only 2 languid sentinels smoking and chatting. Zhao Xiaozhao distracted them with a stone, and the 3 seized the opportunity to slip into the shadows. Surveillance camera, Peng Shi whispered, pointing to a black sphere in the corner. Unexpectedly, Zhao Zhu produced a small device from her pocket. Upon pressing a button, the red light on the camera extinguished. An electromagnetic pulse device, she explained, capable of incapacitating electronic equipment for 30 seconds. Zhao Xiaozhao raised an eyebrow at her. How many gadgets are you concealing? Zhao Zhu merely smiled mysteriously, leading the charge towards the cargo entrance. The access system was indeed much simpler. Zhao Zhu successfully opened it with the universal access card she had pilfered from the base. This is too easy, Zhao Xiaozhao frowned. It feels like a trap. Peng Shi echoed his unease. Yet we must proceed. Behind the door lay a dimly lit corridor cluttered with crates and debris. The trio advanced along the wall, evading sporadic workers and guards. With each step, Peng Shi's headache intensified, the resonance now so strong it made her feel nauseous. This way, she indicated towards an inconspicuous employee staircase leading downward. The stairwell lights flickered ominously, and a pungent chemical odor hung in the air. Upon reaching the third level, they encountered a heavy security door barring their path, requiring a high-level access card. Xiaozhao tried several cards to no avail. It won't work. The permissions are insufficient. However, Peng Shi approached the biometric panel beside the door. Unlike typical fingerprint or iris scanners, this one featured a smooth metal indentation, perfectly sized for a hand. This isn't standard access, she stated, and without hesitation, she sliced her palm with a dagger, pressing her bloodied hand against the indentation. In an instant, the panel illuminated with blinding blue light, and a calm mechanical voice declared, "Gene sequence confirmed. Welcome home, child of dawn." The door slid open silently, revealing a dark space beyond. Zhao Xiaozhao and Xiaozhao stared at Peng Shi in shock, who mirrored their disbelief. "Child of dawn," Peng Shi murmured, repeating the unfamiliar title. Without time for contemplation, the trio swiftly entered the chamber, the door sealing shut behind them. The darkness was dispelled by the automatic illumination of blue and white lights, revealing them to be in the center of a circular laboratory. Surrounding walls displayed massive screens, showcasing intricate DNA strands and protein models. At the heart of the laboratory stood a translucent cylindrical container, within which floated a luminescent blue liquid. Yet, the most striking feature was the large projection on the opposite wall, a three-dimensional image of a middle-aged couple, precisely the parents Peng Shi remembered, clad in pristine white lab coats she had never seen before. "This is..." Peng Shi's voice caught her throat. The projection suddenly activated, and the man began to speak. "If you are viewing this recording, it means our plan has succeeded to some extent." His voice was gentle yet weary. "Peng Shi, my beloved daughter, or should I refer to you as Dawn One?" The woman spoke through tears. "Forgive our deception. You are not a naturally born child. Rather, you are the first successful creation of the Polaris Dawn project. We meticulously edited every segment of your genes, crafting a key capable of saving humanity in its final moments." Peng Shi felt her legs weaken, leaning against the nearby console for support. Despite being psychologically prepared, hearing this truth struck her like a heavy blow to the chest. The projection continued. "Jiang Tian intends to use a virus to eradicate 90 of the global population, but we secretly modified the virus's core, embedding a termination sequence designed using your genetic blueprint." The man displayed a complex molecular structure, explaining that under certain conditions, your blood would produce a protein capable of triggering the virus's self-destruction protocol. "However, Jiang Tian discovered our plan," the woman lamented. "We were forced to send you away, erase your memory, and allow you to live as an ordinary person. Meanwhile, crucial research was dispersed and hidden, some with Lin Jinhua, some here," she pointed to her temple, "and a portion woven into your subconscious, only to be activated upon your return here." Zhao Xiaozhao firmly grasped Peng Shi's hand, silently offering support, while Xiaozhao curiously explored the various equipment in the laboratory. The man's expression suddenly turned grave. "Most critically, the second phase of purification will automatically commence on the 100th day post-virus release, at which point all life forms not marked by the termination sequence will be eliminated. Today is the 97th day. You have only 72 hours left." "What?" Zhao Xiaozhao exclaimed. "Professor M.O. didn't mention this." Because he was unaware, the woman clarified. "This is the ultimate safeguard set by Jiang Tian, known only to a select few within Polaris's upper echelons. To thwart it, you must enter the core area and inject your blood sample into the main control system." She gazed longingly into the void, as if she could transcend time and space to see her daughter. "But doing so would change you. It would permanently activate all dormant genetic programs within you." Peng Shi's voice trembled. "What will it turn me into?" "We do not know," the man admitted. "Theoretically, you would become the next stage of human evolution, but the exact form and abilities remain unpredictable." The projection began to flicker, nearing its conclusion. "Regardless of your choice, we love you. Remember, true humanity is not determined by the composition of your genes, but by the rhythm of your heart." The woman extended her hand, as if yearning to touch something. "Be a good person, my daughter. That is far more important than being a perfect one." The image vanished, leaving the laboratory in silence. Peng Shi stood frozen, tears silently cascading down her cheeks. 20 years of life, every memory, built upon a meticulously woven lie. She was not Peng Shi. She was not even human, merely a biologically engineered weapon, a living key. Zhao Xiaozhao gently embraced her. Hey, listen, no matter what those mad scientists designed, you're still the Peng Shi I know. Kind, brave, and stubborn to a fault. Peng, she managed to smile through her tears, wiping them away with her sleeve. Thank you. But now we face a greater problem. The second phase of the virus will launch in 72 hours. And entering the core area doesn't sound as simple as a trip to the supermarket. Xiaozhou, who had been operating the main control console, suddenly exclaimed, I found the location of the core area. It's 5 floors underground, but we need to pass through Jiang Tian's private office. She pulled up the building's blueprints, revealing some bad news. The system shows that the purifiers are attacking the building. Jiang Tian has ordered all exits to be sealed. Zhao Xiaozhao cursed. So we're trapped in an underground laboratory that's about to become a battlefield? Fantastic. Yet Peng Shi focused intently on a point on the blueprints. Wait, what is this room? It was adjacent to the core area, but its purpose was not indicated. Xiaozhou zoomed in on that section. The system identifies it as a special sample storage room. Access is restricted to Jiang Tian and the Dawn's Child. Peng Shi exchanged a knowing glance with Zhao Xiaozhao. I must go there. My instincts tell me the answer lies within that room. Suddenly, alarms blared throughout the floor, and red warning lights began to flash. A cold mechanical female voice echoed from the speakers. Safety protocols activated. All personnel must immediately evacuate to designated safe areas. Purifier invasion detected. Repeat, purifier invasion detected. This is bad. Zhao Xiaozhao dashed towards the door, but it remained immovable. The laboratory had sealed itself automatically. Xiaozhou frantically worked the controls. I'm trying to override the lock, but I need Sister Peng's blood sample for verification. Without hesitation, Peng, she sliced her palm again, allowing her blood to drip onto the designated sampler at the console. The system emitted a confirmation sound, and the door slowly opened. The corridor had descended into chaos, with technicians in white coats and armed guards rushing about, shouts and gunfire echoing from above. The three blended into the crowd, moving towards the stairwell. Just as they reached the 4th floor, a squad of fully armed purifiers burst through a side door, firing at anything that moved. Zhao Xiaozhao pulled Peng Shi and Xiaozhou behind a row of lockers. How did they get in so quickly? Xiaozhou gasped. Peng, she closed her eyes, attempting to sense her surroundings with her newfound abilities. She perceived at least 20 purifiers, each sporting that peculiar neck implant. More disturbingly, she sensed a multitude of infected individuals deliberately released from the upper floors. Someone orchestrated this chaos. They were creating a diversion. Suddenly, it dawned on her. Both the purifiers and the infected were decoys, meant to allow the true target to infiltrate. What true target? Zhao Xiaozhao inquired. Just as Peng Shi was about to respond, a searing pain shot through her head. She doubled over in agony, her vision flashing with an image of a man clad in black tactical gear, rapidly approaching the core area with some kind of syringe. He was not an ordinary purifier. He was Jiang Tian's man. She gritted her teeth. They're masquerading as purifiers. The real target is the core area. Zhao Xiaozhao made a decisive call. We need to split up. I'll distract those purifiers. You two head for the core area. No. Peng Shi grasped his arm, her voice urgent. It's too dangerous. Zhao Xiaozhao cupped her face, their foreheads touching. Listen, if what the projection said is true, the second phase of the virus will activate in 72 hours. Stopping it is more important than any of our lives. He forced a wry smile. Besides, I promised to protect you, remember? Peng Shi wanted to argue, but then she noticed Xiaozhou gasping in shock. They turned to see Xiaozhou staring at her wrist, where a tiny communicator flashed red. Xiaozhou? Peng Shi could hardly believe her eyes. Xiaozhou's tears spilled over. I'm so sorry. They captured my sister, and said if I didn't help them find you, they would kill her. She tore off the communicator and smashed it on the ground. But I'm on your side now. I swear. Zhao Xiaozhao's expression darkened. How can we trust you? Yet Peng Shi gazed into Xiaozhou's desperate eyes and saw genuine remorse. She turned to Zhao Xiaozhao. We have no choice. Trust her. The sounds of gunfire grew closer. There was no time for debate. Zhao Xiaozhao finally nodded. Fine. But Xiaozhou stays with me. You go to the core area. He handed Peng Shi a handgun and 2 magazines. Promise me, no matter what happens, complete the mission. Peng Shi embraced him tightly, feeling the strength of his heartbeat. Promise me you'll stay alive. In that fleeting moment of separation, she whispered to Xiaozhou, take care of him. Then she sprinted towards the stairs without looking back. As she descended to the 5th floor, the pain in her head intensified, but that guiding sensation also grew clearer. She evaded several waves of gunfire, ultimately arriving at an unmarked metal door, the special sample storage room. The biometric panel beside the door was identical to the one in the laboratory. For the 3rd time, Peng Shi sliced her palm, pressing her blood against the indentation. The door opened, releasing a chilling white mist. In the center of the room stood a small incubation chamber, within which a figure floated. More precisely, it was a girl strikingly identical to Peng Shi, albeit appearing a few years younger, her body entwined with dozens of tubes. The label on the console read, "Don't know. 2 backup sample." Peng Shi staggered backward, inadvertently knocking over the instruments behind her. Did she possess a clone? A backup? What then was her true nature? A mere interchangeable tool? Suddenly, the screen beside the incubation chamber flickered to life, revealing an unfinished projection. The image depicted her father, looking even more haggard than in the laboratory. If you are seeing this, it means we have failed. Zhang Tian has initiated the contingency plan. He coughed, blood at the corners of his mouth. Dawn number 2 is a clone cultivated from your stem cells, yet it lacks a crucial gene sequence. Zhang Tian intends to use her to control the virus rather than eradicate it. The footage shook violently, the sound of explosions echoing in the distance. She must be destroyed. And then we must locate Lin Genoa. Only he knows how to activate the complete program within you. The projection abruptly ceased, replaced by the building security alarm. Warning, core area security protocol initiated. All unauthorized personnel must evacuate immediately. Self-destruct sequence initialized. Peng Shi realized that Zhang Tian's men had entered the core area and were invoking some sort of self-destruction protocol. She faced a dilemma. Should she rush to the core area to prevent the initiation of the second phase, or should she first eliminate this potentially misused clone? At that moment, Dawn number 2 in the incubation chamber suddenly opened her eyes, fixing her gaze upon Peng Shi. Those eyes mirrored her own, yet they were hauntingly hollow. Chapter 25, The Awakening of the Clone. The instant those eyes in the incubation chamber opened, a sharp pain pierced through Peng Shi's temples. She stumbled backward, colliding with the console, and the scene before her abruptly split, presenting her with 2 perspectives. One of herself standing in the laboratory, and the other, a blurred view from within the incubation fluid. This cannot be, she murmured, yet her voice echoed in both realms simultaneously. The lips of the girl in the incubation chamber. Dawn number 2 moved slightly, though no sound emerged. A clear phrase resonated in Peng Shi's mind. "You have finally come, sister." Peng, she shook her head violently, the strange dual perspective dissipating, though she still sensed another consciousness lingering, akin to a faint signal on a radio. Trembling, she approached the incubation chamber, locking eyes with the girl inside. "Can you hear me?" she tentatively inquired. Dawn number 2 nodded gently, and this time, Peng, she was certain she saw her lips move. "Not just here. I can feel everything about you. Your fear, your confusion, and the warmth brought by that person named Zhao Xiaozhao." Her voice directly infiltrated Peng Shi's mind, imbued with an odd electronic quality. Peng Shi pressed her hand against the cold glass of the incubation chamber. "What are you? My clone? A backup?" A bitter smile graced Dawn No. 2's lips. "I am your fail version. Zhang Tian created 12 clones from your stem cells, but only I survived, albeit lacking a vital gene sequence." Her gaze swept across Peng Shi's face. "He needs you to complete the final program." The alarm sound intensified, the red warning lights bathing the room in a crimson hue. A cold countdown emanated from the speakers. Self-destruct sequence initiated. 5 minutes until core area lockdown. All personnel must evacuate immediately. Peng Shi forced herself to remain composed. Zhang Tian is in the core area. What is he planning? Dawn number 2 closed her eyes, and Peng Shi immediately felt a surge of information flooding her mind, fragments of memories. She saw Zhang Tian standing in a circular hall reminiscent of a church, surrounded by several incubation chambers, each containing a different developmental stage of the Dawn clones. He held some kind of syringe, inputting codes into the main control console. He intends to initiate the second phase. Dawn number 2's voice resonated in Peng Shi's mind, but not as originally planned. He has modified the parameters. The virus will eliminate all individuals not marked by specific gene sequences, and only he possesses the authority to assign those markers. Peng Shi's blood felt as though it had turned to ice. This meant that Zhang Tian aimed not only to annihilate the majority of humanity, but also to wield absolute control over the remaining populace. "I must stop him," she declared, pivoting toward the exit, but first glanced at the destruction button on the console. Suddenly, Dawn number 2 began to thrash violently, the tubes biting into her pale skin. "No, please, I want to live." Her voice morphed into a piercing cry in Peng Shi's mind. "I'm not a tool. I have thoughts, feelings, just like you." Peng Shi's finger hovered above the red button, trembling uncontrollably. This was no longer a mere decision regarding an object. It was about a sentient being, a living person with whom she shared genetic ties, a sister. "But if you fall into Zhang Tian's hands, take me with you," Dawn number 2 pleaded. "I know the secret passage. I can help you stop him. Please, sister." The last term struck a chord within Peng Shi. She inhaled deeply, swiftly scanning the console options until she found a switch marked emergency release. Upon pressing it, the liquid in the incubation chamber began to drain, and the tubes detached one by one. This will leave you weak, Peng Shi warned, but it is better than death. Once the liquid was entirely expelled, the chamber door slid open. Dawn number 2's naked body leaned forward, and Peng Shi hurriedly caught her. The clone's skin was cold and slick, as powerless as a newborn. Yet her heartbeat was strong. Thank you. Her voice, though faint, brimmed with gratitude. Peng Shi removed her coat to wrap around her. Just as the alarm grew increasingly frantic, 3 minutes until core area lockdown. Can you stand? Peng Shi inquired, helping Dawn number 2 to her feet. The clone wobbled, her legs trembling, yet managing to support her weight. I need a few minutes to adjust. Time was of the essence. Peng Shi half supported, half carried her toward the exit. Just then, a communicator crackled to life. It was Zhao Xiaozhao. Peng Shi, where are you? We found Dr. Lin. He says it's urgent. The transmission was abruptly interrupted by a piercing interference, followed by Zhao Xiaozhao's intermittent voice. Jiang Tian has activated a frequency pulse. All clones, be careful. Before he could finish, an indescribable agony surged through Peng Shi's entire being. She screamed, collapsing to the ground as if every nerve ending had been electrified. Beside her, Dawn number 2 fared worse. Blood seeping from her mouth and nose, her body convulsing violently. Control the frequency. Her voice transformed into a fragmented scream in Peng Shi's mind. He has discovered us. Peng Shi gritted her teeth against the pain, dragging Dawn number 2 to the console. Her vision blurred, but guided by instinct, she pressed several switches. Miraculously, the torment lessened. She had inadvertently activated the room's shielding system. This would only provide temporary relief. She gasped, wiping the blood from her lips. Dao 2 grasped her hand weakly. He knows you are here. The pulse targets all Dawn units, including you. Only then did Peng Shi grasp a horrifying truth. Her body also harbored components that Jiang Tian could control remotely. She was not merely designed, she was programmed. Dr. Lin. Zhao Xiaozhao mentioned him. Peng Shi focused her thoughts. What did he say? Lin Jinhua knows how to block the control signal. The flow of information from Dawn number 2 surged into Peng Shi's mind once more. He is in the West Wing laboratory. But we must first pass through the core area. Jiang Tian is there. The alarm's tone shifted abruptly, a mechanical voice announcing. Core area lockdown complete. Self-destruct sequence entering final phase. All personnel must evacuate the building. Repeat, evacuate immediately. Peng Shi helped Dawn number 2 to her feet. There is no time. We must find Zhao Xiaozhao and Dr. Lin. Then stop Jiang Tian. The clone barely steadied itself. I know a shortcut, but it traverses the quarantine zone of the infected. Peng Shi's bitter smile revealed her thoughts. Was today not perilous enough? Lead the way, she urged. The two stumbled out of the sample room and entered a dimly lit maintenance corridor. Although weak, Dawn number 2 possessed an intimate knowledge of the building's layout, guiding Peng Shi through the labyrinthine pipes and hallways. As they drew closer to the core zone, Peng Shi's peculiar perceptive abilities intensified once again. She not only sensed Zhao Xiaozhao's approximate location to the northwest, but also glimpsed numerous infected being released into the upper levels of the building, along with several armed personnel engaged in a fierce exchange of gunfire. Suddenly, she halted. 2 guards were stationed around the corner ahead. Dawn number 2 nodded, turn left. There's a ventilation duct we can bypass through. They crawled into the narrow duct, the metallic walls chilling against their skin. As they navigated, Peng Shi endeavored to use her newfound ability to locate Zhao Xiaozhao. Closing her eyes, she envisioned a blurry image of Zhao Xiaozhao and Xiao Zhu in a laboratory, alongside a tall, slender man with white hair, presumably Dr. Lin. The three appear to be embroiled in a heated debate. Your abilities are amplifying, came Dawn number 2's voice. It's because we share a genetic sequence. At the duct's end, they reached a vent, directly overlooking the West Wing laboratory. Peng Shi cautiously moved aside the grate, witnessing Zhao Xiaozhao aiming a gun at Dr. Lin, while Xiao Zhu anxiously tried to persuade him. You knew all along she would be affected. Zhao Xiaozhao shouted in fury, yet remained silent otherwise. Dr. Lin's expression turned ashen. I didn't know Jiang Tian had perfected the control frequency. Theoretically, it should only affect inactive clones. Peng Shi pushed through the vent and leaped down, with Dawn number 2 closely following. Everyone turned to face them. Zhao Xiaozhao's expression transformed from anger to surprise, then to sheer shock upon seeing Peng's eyes. There is no time to explain. Peng Shi rushed forward. Jiang Tian has initiated the self-destruct sequence, and he is controlling all Dawn units, including me, using some frequency pulse. She pointed to Dawn number 2. This is number 2. She knows a shortcut to the core zone. Dr. Lin's eyes lit up at the sight of Dawn No. 2. Fascinating. Zhang Tian has successfully stabilized the neural connections of the clones. He stepped forward to examine her, only to be blocked by Zhao Xiaozhao. First, we need to address the immediate crisis, Dr. Zhao Xiaozhao coldly stated. How we stop Zhang Tian and that damned frequency pulse? Dr. Lin retrieved a small syringe from his pocket. This is a blocker I developed. It can temporarily shield against control signals, but it must be directly injected into the next control module. He glanced at the back of Peng Shi's neck. Above your cervical vertebrae lies a microchip. Peng Shi reached for that spot and indeed felt a small protrusion, which she had previously thought was merely a bone. Inject me. She turned her back to Dr. Lin. Hurry. As the needle pierced her skin, a wave of cold coursed down her spine. Suddenly, the faint noise that had lingered in her mind vanished, replaced by an unprecedented clarity. It worked, she exclaimed in astonishment. The sensation of being summoned had dissipated. Dr. Lin nodded. This is merely temporary. Its effects will last a maximum of 12 hours. To permanently shield it, you must enter the core zone and rewrite the main program. He looked at Dawn No. 2. She should be able to assist you with the biometric lock. Xiao Zhu, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke up. We are surrounded. The monitors show purifiers and Polaris guards moving toward this area. Zhao Xiaozhao quickly distributed weapons. Then we split into two groups. Dr. Lin and Xiao Zhu will activate the emergency evacuation and guide the survivors out. I, along with the two Peng Zais, will head to the core zone to stop Zhang Tian. Dr. Lin objected. You have no understanding of how to operate the core system. Then teach us succinctly. Zhao Xiaozhao insisted, unwilling to concede. There was no time for debate. The footsteps and shouts outside grew increasingly imminent. Dr. Lin ultimately relented, swiftly explaining the core system's operational essentials to Peng Shi, particularly how to inject her blood sample to activate the termination sequence. Remember, he cautioned seriously, once the termination sequence is initiated, your genes will be permanently altered. Theoretically, you will evolve into a higher life form, but the specific outcomes are unpredictable. Peng Shi looked at Zhao Xiaozhao, who firmly grasped her hand. No matter what you become, you will always be Peng Shi. Xiao Zhu suddenly handed a handgun to Dawn No. 2, just in case. The clone accepted the weapon with surprise. Thank you. She gazed at Xiao Zhu with an odd sense of familiarity, as though she recognized something, yet refrained from voicing it. The two groups split up. Dr. Lin and Xiao Zhu rushed toward the eastern emergency exit, while Peng Shi, Dawn No. 2, and Zhao Xiaozhao advanced toward the western corridor. The final stretch leading to the core zone. At the end of the corridor stood a massive metal door adorned with the Polaris emblem. Beside it was a familiar biometric panel. Are you ready? Zhao Xiaozhao checked her ammunition. Only 6 bullets remained. Peng Shi inhaled deeply and exchanged a glance with Dawn No. 2. The clone, though frail, nodded resolutely. I can feel him inside. I'm ready. Peng Shi placed her palm against the identification panel. The door slowly opened, revealing a suffocating scene within. Zhang Tian stood before the central control console, surrounded by a dozen incubation pods, each containing a Dawn clone at various developmental stages. He turned, his face unexpectedly calm beneath his silver hair, even bearing a hint of delight. Ah, Dawn No. 1, his voice flowed like silk, and my little No. 2, just in time for the grand finale. Chapter 26, Evolution Entrapped. The dome of the core zone cast a chilling blue light, and Zhang Tian's smile, sharp as a scalpel, unfurled. He spread his arms, as if to showcase his life's work. Surrounding the incubation pods floated 11 different developmental stages of Peng Shi clones. You arrived just in time. Zhang Tian's voice echoed in the circular hall to witness the historic moment of human evolution. Zhao Xiaozhao raised his gun and aimed. A historic massacre. Halt the second stage procedure. Zhang Tian cast a scornful glance at him. The second stage is not a massacre. It is a selection. The original plan was to eliminate 90 of the population, but now, he tapped the console, and the main screen displayed a global map. Countless red dots beginning to blink. The optimized virus will eliminate 99 of impurities. Peng Shi felt the blocker in her spine failing. Zhang Tian's control frequency slithered into her mind like a venomous serpent. Dawn No. 2 suddenly grasped her hand. He is lying? The main system requires your complete genetic sequence to finalize the optimization. Zhang Tian raised an eyebrow. Smart child. Indeed, Dawn No. 1, he fixed his gaze on Peng Shi. The termination sequence designed by your parents is precisely the key catalyst for the virus upgrade. The truth crashed over her like icy water. She was not the solution, but the key to ultimate destruction. Why? Peng, she rasped. You have already seized control of Polaris. Control? Zhang Tian laughed. I am weary of the ignorance and greed of these inferior beings. His expression turned frenzied, The new humanity will emerge from these clones. Absolute obedience, absolute rationality. And you, he pointed at Peng Shi and Zhao Xiaozhao, will serve as the last two specimens of old humanity. An alarm suddenly blared. Piercingly shrill. Self-destruct sequence final phase. T-minus 10 minutes. Jiang Tian's demeanor shifted sharply. Time is up. Dawn number 1. It is time to fulfill your mission. He pressed a button, and the chip at the back of Peng Shi's neck ignited with searing pain, causing her to collapse to the ground. No, Zhao Xiaozhao fired. But the bullet was intercepted by a suddenly rising, transparent barrier. Dawn number 2 lunged toward the interface panel at the side of the console. Sister, connect with me. Her voice resounded in Peng Shi's mind. I can disrupt the system. Hurry. Peng Shi bore the excruciating pain, pressing her palm against the biological interface indicated by Dawn No. 2. In an instant, a deluge of data flooded her consciousness. She beheld Jiang Tian's control codes ensnaring the main system like venomous vines. And the countdown for the second phase loomed ominously, a sword of Damocles hanging overhead. Rewrite it with your abilities. The voice of Dawn number 2 began to falter. I will hold him off. Suddenly, the clone's entire being erupted in a brilliant blue light, causing the liquid in all cultivation pods to boil. Jiang Tian, consumed by fury and confusion, exclaimed, "What have you done?" "I have granted my sister freedom," came Dawn number 2's final message, accompanied by a sorrowful smile. "Tell her that Xiao Zhu is number 3. The light abruptly extinguished, her body crumpled to the ground, life signs plummeting to 0. At that moment, Peng Shi felt the chains of control from Jiang Tian shatter. Número 2. Peng Shi cried out in anguish, only to realize tears would not flow. Silver blue patterns began to creep up her neck, rendering her skin translucent, with a soft glow coursing through her veins. Jiang Tian, furiously pounding the control console, shouted, "Did you think this was the end?" The main screen displayed the countdown accelerating. T-minus 5 minutes. The gene activation program initiated forcibly. Peng Shi's body moved uncontrollably towards the central control pillar. Her vision fragmented into layers, revealing thermal distributions in infrared spectra, airborne microorganisms, and the vibrational frequency of Zhao Xiaozhao's vocal cords as he desperately called out. Peng Shi resisted. Zhao Xiaozhao pounded on the barrier with all his might. "I cannot control her," his voice devoid of emotional resonance. Silver blue patterns covered half of her face, and as the automated needle from the control pillar pierced her arm, her blood was siphoned into the system. The main screen displayed. Dawn gene sequence received. Evolution protocol initiated. Second phase, optimization countdown. T-minus 3 minutes. Red dots on the global map began to spread uncontrollably. This is it. Jiang Tian reveled. A perfect evolution. Suddenly, Zhao Xiaozhao ceased his frantic assault on the barrier. He glanced at the injector left by Dr. Lin, noting that only half a dose remained. His gaze shifted to the agonizingly transforming Peng Shi, finally landing on the backup interface at the base of the control pillar. A mad plan formed in his mind. "Peng Shi," he shouted, "do you remember the library? You said trust is a two-way street." This phrase acted as a key, unlocking her consciousness submerged in data. Peng Shi struggled to turn her head, her silver blue eyes shimmering with the first flickers of emotion. Zhao Xiaozhao raised the injector. Dr. Lin said this can temporarily block control. Before Jiang Tian could react, he plunged the injector into his own neck. "Now, connect me." He slammed his hand against the backup interface at the base of the control pillar, palm resting on the biometric recognition area. The system alarm blared. Unauthorized gene intervention. Warning. Authorization code. Zhao Xiaozhao. He howled, blood gushing from the injection site. In the name of humanity, an astonishing scene unfolded as the needle at the top of the control pillar suddenly pivoted, piercing Zhao Xiaozhao's arm. Their blood mingled in the transparent tubing, swirling into the main system. "You are insane," Jiang Tian screamed. "Ordinary human genes will contaminate the system." But it was too late. The data stream on the main screen spiraled wildly, generating countless error messages. Contradictory gene sequence detected. Evolution protocol conflict. Second phase program error. Peng Shi felt a sudden surge of warmth within the icy data stream, as Zhao Xiaozhao's consciousness surged like wildfire. She saw the library from his memories on a rainy night, witnessed his tears as he held his sister's lifeless body, and perceived the glimmer in his eyes as he gazed at her. Xiaozhao, her human emotions surged back like the tide after retreating. "I am here." His voice resonated directly in her consciousness. "Now, rewrite it. With our genes." Their consciousnesses intertwined in the sea of data. Peng Shi discerned the core structure of the viral code, while Zhao Xiaozhao grasped the anchor points of humanity. As Peng Shi endeavored to rewrite the code with her newly acquired abilities, Zhao Xiaozhao's consciousness firmly locked onto her fading essence of humanity. Do not become like them. His consciousness whispered, strive to be a better version of ourselves. The red dots on the global map abruptly halted. The main screen announced, second phase aborted. New protocol generated. Termination sequence expansion program initiated. Jiang Tian gazed at this unfolding disaster with ashen features, suddenly drawing a pistol. No. You have destroyed everything. As the bullet hurtled towards the control pillar, a vent exploded. Xiao Zhu descended from above, accurately shooting Jiang Tian's wrist. Her eyes sparkled with the same silver-blue luminescence as Peng Shi's amid the fierce battle. Dawn number 3, she softly declared upon landing, reporting to sister. Jiang Tian, clutching his wrist, retreated while laughing maniacally as he pressed a button on his belt. Then let us perish together. The entire floor began to tremble violently. The self-destruct program's ultimate alarm resonating. Core area structural collapse. T-minus 60 seconds. Zhao Xiaozhao and Peng Shi simultaneously leaped away from the control pillar, their wounds miraculously healing. Yet the silver-blue patterns had enveloped Peng Shi entirely, and a flicker of the same luminescence appeared in Zhao Xiaozhao's pupils. You. Peng Shi reached out to touch his face. We will talk about it when we get home, Zhao Xiaozhao urged, pulling her and the just-landed Xiao Zhu along. Let us escape this hell first. The trio dashed toward the emergency exit, pursued by Jiang Tian's frenzied roars and the thunderous collapse of the building. As they burst into the ascending escape ladder, the entire core area crumbled into a sea of flames beneath their feet. In the ascending elevator, Peng Shi gazed at her reflection in the metallic walls, where beneath the inhuman silver-blue patterns, her eyes remained clear and unmistakably hers. Zhao Xiaozhao held her hand tightly. Beneath the skin where their blood mingled, a soft glow pulsed in synchrony. The evolution had commenced, yet the direction remained firmly in their grasp. Chapter 27. Gene Symbiosis. The auditorium of the abandoned school was permeated with the mingled sense of disinfectant and rust. Zhao Xiaozhao huddled in the corner of the stage, cold sweat soaking through 3 layers of clothing. The silver-blue patterns on his right arm were visibly creeping toward his shoulder, each inch extension accompanied by excruciating pain akin to a drill-piercing bone. Breathe, just breathe. Peng Shi knelt beside him, slicing open her wrist to press against his trembling lips. Her blood seeped into his mouth, temporarily calming the rampaging patterns. How long can this last? Xiao Zhu rushed over with a medical kit, her pupils constricting upon seeing the lingering glow on Zhao Xiaozhao's arm, a hue identical to her own silver blue. Last time it was 3 hours. Peng Shi hastily bandaged the wound, but the intervals were growing shorter. She touched Zhao Xiaozhao's neck, sensing through the newly formed symbiotic link the tearing sensation at the genetic level. Dr. Lin's blocking agent was accelerating the rejection reaction. Zhao Xiaozhao grasped her uninjured wrist. What is the situation outside? Outside the auditorium windows, an extraordinary scene unfolded. A red-haired youth held his palm upward, and the scattered steel bars on the playground twisted and reformed like sentient beings, erecting defensive fortifications. A bespectacled girl closed her eyes in concentration, conjuring real-time images of a heavily armed convoy 3 kilometers away, advancing swiftly, most astonishingly. A 7 or 8-year-old boy enveloped the entire vegetable patch in artificial sunlight with a glowing orb dancing at his fingertips. 127 evolved beings. Xiao Zhu pulled up the list on her tablet, all awakened after the viral termination sequence expansion. They call you the Morning Star. Her gaze toward Peng Shi brimmed with complex emotions. The auditorium doors swung open, and the red-haired youth entered, steel bars weaving into a protective barrier behind him. Blacksmith reporting. Easter defensive works completed. However, the civilian medical station has sent a distress signal. They're surrounded by marauders. The girl with the image suddenly opened her eyes. The marauders are armed with heavy weaponry. There are over 40 children in the medical station. All eyes turned to Peng Shi. She sensed the apprehension of Zhao Xiaozhao within the symbiotic link, and more acutely, the resonant anticipation, trust, and nearly fervent dedication emanating from the consciousness of all the evolved beings outside the auditorium. This psychological pressure was far more suffocating than Jiang Tian's controlling frequency. The blacksmith and I brought the defense team, while the red-haired youth pounded his fist into his palm, causing the metallic podium to deform with a resounding thud. In just 10 minutes, the leader of the raiders would be my former comrade. Zhao Xiaozhao leaned against the wall, struggling to stand. The rejection reaction had rendered his voice hoarse, but I knew how to handle him. His gaze shifted to Peng Shi, the silver-blue patterns beneath his skin twitching restlessly, craving energy. As Peng Shi's blood once again seeped into the corners of his lips, Xiao Zhu abruptly turned her head away. No one noticed the faint red light emanating from the chip at the nape of her neck. The medical station, once a community hospital, was now surrounded by over 20 armed thugs. The bald leader was shouting through a megaphone, "Throw out the antibiotics and food. Otherwise, we will kill a child every 10 minutes. Thunder Leopard, Zhao Xiaozhao emerged from cover, incredulous that they would even steal the children's life-saving rations. The bald man froze, then sneered. Zhao Xiaozhao, I heard you've taken up with a superpowered girl? Have your mistress perform a remote object retrieval, and I'll release them immediately. She restrained the furious Zhao Xiaozhao, closing her eyes to expand her perception. In an instant, the positions of all the raiders, the types of their weapons, and even their heartbeat frequencies were rendered three-dimensional in her mind. Even more astonishingly, she could see the unexploded gas pipelines buried beneath the medical station. Blacksmith, the truck's fuel tank at 3 o'clock. She transmitted the command directly into the red-haired youth's mind. Phantom, create a holographic projection of hostages on the second floor. As the raider's attention was diverted by the sudden appearance of a dozen hostages on the second floor, Zhao Xiaozhao sprang forth like a cheetah. Thunder Leopard's gun had just begun to rise when an invisible force sent it flying. Xiaozhu's eyes flashed silver momentarily. We've got control. The red-haired youth cheered. His ability melted all firearms into iron discs, while the real medical personnel were evacuating through the underground passage. Suddenly, Thunder Leopard erupted in laughter. Did you think I was on the first floor? He flung open his coat to reveal a countdown bomb, stating that there was 3 times the amount of explosives in the gas pipelines. The anticipated explosion did not occur. She pressed her hand against the ground, summoning the metallic elements of the entire area to encase the gas pipeline in solid iron columns. Zhao Xiaozhao seized the opportunity to disarm Thunder Leopard, but upon touching him, he suddenly froze, the symbiotic link transmitting a bizarre frequency that perfectly matched the fluctuations of the chip at the nape of Thunder Leopard's neck. You've been implanted too. Zhao Xiaozhao's words were barely out when a piercing subsonic wave swept through the area. The evolved beings fell to the ground in agony, and Xiaozhu, wielding a sonic emitter from the rooftop of the medical station, transformed her eyes into pure silver. Directive confirmed. The number of evolved beings exceeds the threshold. Initiating cleansing protocol. Number 3. Shi erected a sonic barrier with her ability, questioning why. Because you are not the future, you are a mistake. Xiaozhu's voice was cold and mechanical. Jiang Tian's true legacy is perfect weapons like me, not these uncontrollable mutants. She pointed to a boy who was screaming and clutching his head, his fingertips leaking energy that was melting the surrounding walls. Worse still, Zhao Xiaozhao's rejection reaction was exacerbated by the sonic waves. Silver-blue patterns crawled up his neck like vines, and the blood he coughed up shimmered with light. She was catalyzing evolution, inciting a rampage. He grasped Shi's hand to sever the connection. To protect the suffering, evolved beings, she was compelled to expand her consciousness network. The moment 127 consciousnesses surged into her mind. The steel fortifications within the auditorium suddenly disintegrated, morphing into a metallic storm that swept across the campus. The energy boy in the vegetable patch unconsciously released a blinding flare akin to a solar flare, and the projection ability of the shadow girl went berserk, pulling the entire medical station area into a distorted temporal layer. Stop! Shi struggled within the torrent of consciousness, only to accelerate the disintegration of matter. The bricks of the library began to molecularize and drift apart, while the playground cracked open into an abyss. Xiaozhu laughed coldly from the rooftop. Look, Morningstar, this is what you wish to protect. The sound of gunfire erupted. Xiaozhu looked down in shock as a bloom of blood blossomed from her chest. Zhao Xiaozhao's gun was smoking, his eyes flashing with silver blue light in a frenzied flicker. I promised to protect her. The rejection reaction forced him to cough up light-infused blood with every utterance. As Xiaozhu plummeted from the rooftop, her pure silver eyes suddenly regained clarity. Sister, I'm sorry. The chip's red light extinguished. Yet the calamity could not be halted. At the heart of the energy storm, Shi floated mid-air, her silver hair billowing without wind. Her skin rendered completely transparent, revealing the flowing light veins within. All the abilities of the evolved beings surged through her, causing the campus to begin to dissolve. Zhao Xiaozhao, leaning on his gun, stood up, feeling the tearing sensation transmitted by the symbiotic link. His rejection reaction was generating a counter-evolution frequency. Doctor, Lin's warning echoed in his mind. 2 genes will annihilate each other. He staggered toward the storm's center, pressing the gun's muzzle against his temple. From the symbiotic link came the last fragments of Shi's consciousness, the raindrops on her eyelashes during their initial encounter in the library, the electric current when their palms first touched, the warmth in her heart when Xiaozhu called out sister. This time, I'll illuminate you. Zhao Xiaozhao pulled the trigger. In a moment the bullet pierced his temple. An unprecedented counter-evolution pulse surged throughout the area. The rampaging energy abruptly halted, and Peng Shi fell from the air, all silver blue patterns retreating to the nape of her neck. Just before complete darkness enveloped her, she witnessed Zhao Xiaozhao's collapsing figure being gently consumed by disintegrating dust. Chapter 28. Extinguishing the Embers. Within the amber-hued temporal cage, Peng Shi's fingertips froze upon the dissipating silhouette of Zhao Xiaozhao. Half-dissolved stardust floated in the air of the auditorium, resembling millions of shattered diamonds. She curled up at the edge of the podium, droplets of blood seeping into the amber-like substance, instantly activating the torrent of memories. The searing wave of heat from the bullet piercing Zhao Xiaozhao's temple. The agonizing tear of the counter-evolution pulse shredding the symbiotic link. The last image transmitted through their mental bond. The pale wrist of his 10-year-old sister being dragged into darkness by an infected person, the moment he failed to grasp it. This time, she seized it. Peng Shi's sob emerged as crystalline ice that fell within the frozen time. The silver-blue patterns at the nape of her neck were rapidly fading, like the luminescent traces left behind on a beach at low tide. Morning Star? A faint call came from the back row. The blacksmith, red-haired and half-embedded in golden amber, had completely frozen his ability to manipulate metal. The children on the playground. Peng Shi staggered through the solidified energy storm. Outside the auditorium lay a more horrifying spectacle. Droplets from the fountain hung, suspended like crystal necklaces. Basketball hoops melted into golden liquid that dripped down, and dozens of children, frozen in their fleeing postures, were encased in amber, their faces still etched with terror. The entire campus resembled a toy model that had been paused by a divine hand. In the ruins of the medical station, Xiaozhu's corpse was the only one not covered in amber. Trembling, Peng Shi sliced open the nape of her neck, extracting the flesh-wrapped chip to insert it into a tablet. The holographic image unfolded, and Jiang Tian's cold voice echoed in the silence. Stage 3 of a human completion project. When over 100 evolved beings gather, their collective consciousness will form a biological quantum computer. The sonic wave directive, Ragnarok, can refine it into. The image suddenly warped, revealing Professor Mo's face. Surprised. Peng Shi? Jiang Tian will never know that I am the true architect of the completion project. He used the children as bait to force you to gather the evolved beings. Do you like this gift? The tablet suddenly flashed a red warning. Sonic weapon positioning signal detected. Distance 12 kilometers. The ground began to tremble. The amber material covering the campus developed spiderweb cracks, and half-dissolved bricks began to tumble down. In the distance, the roar of armored vehicle engines echoed, and Professor Mo's voice boomed through the loudspeaker. I'll give you 3 minutes to hand over the evolved beings. Otherwise, I will shatter this amber coffin. The blacksmith suddenly screamed in agony as his frozen metal manipulation surged out of control under the sonic wave stimulus. The amber encasing him shattered, and the splintered golden shards shot like bullets toward the children in the center of the playground. Peng Shi instinctively raised her hand, yearning to command the metal. Yet only cold sweat seeped from her palms. Zhao Xiaozhao's genetic obliteration had stripped her of her abilities. In a moment of peril, she lunged towards the nearest boy, shielding him from the lethal shards with her back. Amidst excruciating pain, the amber fragments clung to his eyelashes, cascading down. His tear-streaked visage suddenly regained color, and with panic, he grasped the bloodied hem of Peng Shi's garment. Sister, is our power waning? Peng Shi stood frozen. More children stirred from the sound waves, the amber seal rapidly dissolving around them. Professor Mo's maniacal laughter echoed from afar. Indeed, the anti-evolution pulse is dissipating. Once these little devils' mutated genes vanish completely, your doom shall follow. The red-haired boy extricated himself from the amber, his palm resembling a steel snake lunging towards the armored convoy. However, the once obedient metal now moved clumsily, only managing to shift a few meters. My power, he collapsed to the ground, the crimson of his hair fading to a pallid gray. Peng Shi felt her fingers trace the back of her neck, where the silver-blue markings had entirely faded. The mortal genes Zhao Xiaozhao had bestowed upon her at the cost of his life were greedily consuming the imprint of the evolved. Lead the children to the shelter. She urged the awakening boys to run towards the basement. The strength that once lifted cars now struggled even to pull a child. Professor Mo's soundwave cannon began to charge, a blue light swirling at the muzzle. Final ultimatum: surrender the evolved. As the iron door of the shelter slammed shut, Peng Shi glimpsed the red-haired boy rushing against the tide towards the soundwave cannon. He turned back, shouting, "While I still burn." His body erupted in heat as he ran, the molten steel twisting into a spear, crashing towards the deadly blue light with his mortal form. The searing shockwave sent Peng Shi flying. Through the crevice of the iron door, she witnessed the boy vaporize in the sound wave, the melted iron spear merely grazing the cannon's barrel. Meanwhile, Professor Mo's armored convoy had already trampled over the school gate. "I have found you." The soundwave controller pressed against the back of Peng Shi's head. Professor Mo kicked aside the charred remnants of steel at his feet. "Without Zhao Xiaozhao, without superpowers, what do you possess to protect these regressed specimens?" A sudden scream erupted from the shelter. A girl's skin began to sprout scales, her pupils constricting into slits as her degenerating genes spiraled into uncontrollable mutation. "Behold, this is the truth of evolution," Professor Mo exclaimed with fervor as he seized Peng Shi. "Only I can establish a new order." A powerful fist suddenly struck Professor Mo's cheek. The excruciating pain from her fractured fingers jolted Peng Shi awake. The strength of this blow was even less than her training with sandbags before the viral outbreak. Yet, Professor Mo recoiled in disbelief, clutching his face, the soundwave controller flying from his grasp. Order should not be built on the blood of children. Peng Shi picked up the controller and hurled it at the armored vehicle's fuel tank. In a fiery explosion, she turned and dashed back to the shelter. In the darkness, the mutated girl bit the teacher who attempted to soothe her. Peng Shi embraced the frenzied girl, allowing her sharp teeth to tear at her shoulder. Lacking healing abilities, blood quickly soaked her clothes, yet she began to hum a discordant lullaby, the beloved nursery rhyme of Zhao Xiaozhao's sister before her demise. A miracle occurred. The girl's scales receded, tears shimmering in her slit pupils. "Mommy?" She curled into Peng Shi's bloodied embrace and slipped into a deep slumber. As Professor Mo crashed through the shelter's doors in his burning armored vehicle, he beheld this scene. All the regressed, evolved children holding hands around Peng Shi, their palms pressed against the reborn, faint pink scar on her neck, no longer shimmering with silver blue light, only the warm pulse of mortal blood. "Impossible." Professor Mo stumbled back. "The anti-evolution pulse should have erased all. You have erred in one regard." Peng Shi raised her bleeding hand, and all the children mirrored her action. No metal sword, no light flashed, only hundreds of ordinary hands pointing toward him. "What we have regressed is not our abilities." Her voice resonated with the chorus of hundreds of childlike tones. "But our arrogance." Suddenly, the dome of the shelter collapsed. It was not superpowers, but rather the weight-bearing column melted by the red-haired boy before his death that finally gave way. In a moment, the boulder engulfed Professor Mo. Peng Shi expended her last strength to push the children out the back door. As the dawn pierced through the dust, Peng Shi lay trapped beneath the boulder. In the reflection of the blood pool, she saw the faint silver mark emerging at the back of her neck. Not a pattern, but the final imprint of Zhao Xiaozhao's genes etched within her mortal bloodline, an indelible scar, a crescent moon in the night sky of humanity. At the end of the ruins, the cries of rebirth resonated from the awakened Million City. The old gods had perished, and the dawn of mortals had arrived. Chapter 29. The Heart of the Swarm. The morning sun pierced through the dust of the shelter, fracturing into a rainbow on Peng Shi's bloodied eyelashes. The boulder pinned her left leg. The pain felt distant, as if through frosted glass. Her vision was filled only with the circle of children surrounding her. The 8-year-old scaled girl pressed her cheek against Peng Shi's neck scar, while the other children formed a human chain, their palms resting on the nape of the preceding child's neck, where the regressing chip had indented. The Morning Star scale girl whispered, warm tears dripping into Peng Shi's wound. In that instant, the consciousness of the 100 regressed children converged like streams merging into the sea, the rusted fissures of the underground water pipe network, the vibrations of the clean Fire Church Patrol's boots on the shattered glass, the faint pulses of the underground water veins 3 kilometers away, resembling the heartbeat of a slumbering giant beast, her left tibia fractured, abdominal bleeding. Suddenly, the bespectacled boy spoke, his voice imbued with an unsettling calm not typical of a child. "It will take 47 seconds to move the boulder." As he gestured, the children simultaneously lunged towards the rubble. Without the aid of superpowers, their tiny hands were cut by the steel bars, yet they precisely leveraged the weight-bearing points. Amid the thunderous rumble of the boulder rolling, Peng Shi was lifted by 40 small hands. Blood dripped from the points of contact between the children's palms into her skin, and warmth radiated from the scar on her neck. She suddenly discerned the truth of those regressing. The small flesh sprouts wriggling within the indentations of the chips were expelling the cold metal from their bodies. "Are you evolving?" She caressed the scaled girl's softening skin. "It is a return." The girl pointed at her clear pupils. "Jiang Tian severed our nerves to perceive the world, and now they have healed." She pressed her forehead against Peng Shi's scar, just like the marker left by Brother Zhao in your body. The abandoned subway station became a new stronghold. When the Clean Fire Church's white armored soldiers blasted open the entrance with the sound wave cannon, they were met with the sight of regressed children sitting cross-legged on the tracks. At the center, Peng, she slashed her arm with a dagger, blood dripping into a rusty can. Demonic sacrifice, the soldier captain barked. The response was the tremor of the tracks. From the depths of the subway tunnel came a roar akin to an ancient beast awakening. The train, dormant for a decade, flickered to life. The children held hands, humming a nursery rhyme as the rusted wheels grazed the tracks, sparking a shower of flames akin to a rampaging steel leviathan crashing into the white-armored soldiers. Swarm consciousness. Peng, she pressed down on her bleeding arm, explaining to the shaken survivors, when their nerves resonate, they can calculate the chain reactions of material movements. She pointed to the bespectacled boy, who was chalking complex fluid dynamics equations on the wall. Suddenly, the scale girl convulsed and collapsed. The white-robed ones are heading to the nursery. Explosions erupted from the underground nursery. The Clean Fire Church blasted through the concrete walls with soundwave weapons, seizing all infants under 3 years old. Evolutionary contamination must be purified at the source. The white-armored priests stuffed the wailing infants into incubation pods. When Peng Shi rushed into the nursery, she found nothing but chaos and a note. Want children. Trade for the heart of the swarm. Blood droplets fell from her clenched fists. The scar on her neck burned, the lingering consciousness of Zhao Xiaozhao wailing in anguish. She turned and headed deeper into the subway tunnel, followed closely by the line of children resembling fireflies. That place is off limits. An old engineer obstructed her. The geothermal well has gone haywire and is now filled with magma. The swarm needs a heartbeat. Peng Shi caressed the cracks in the tunnel wall. The children pressed their palms against the rock face, their faint resonances spreading in the darkness. The vibrational frequencies deep within the rocks were captured and analyzed, forming a three-dimensional map in her mind. The boiling geothermal well like a molten heart embedded in the Earth's crust. The purifiers are harnessing geothermal energy to forge weapons, while the bespectacled boy sketches structural diagrams in chalk upon the ground, yet the equilibrium teeters on the brink of collapse. The distant roar of magma reverberates ominously. Peng Shi slices her palm and presses it against the searing rock wall. Give them a heartbeat. 100 children join hands to form a human chain. The last in line, a girl with scales, pressing her cheek against the fissure in the rock. The hive mind penetrates the Earth's veins, channeling the boiling magma into an abandoned network of pipes, causing the entire subway station to tremble. Within the purifier's base, the cooling system suddenly overloads and explodes. As Peng Shi leads her group through the chaotic base, the white-armored priest is stuffing the last infant into a centrifuge. Stop the resonance of the Earth's veins. Otherwise, he will be shredded. The words falter abruptly. The infant in the centrifuge suddenly opens his eyes, pupils shimmering with silver light. All the incubation pods explode in unison. The wails of 300 infants converge beneath the dome of the base, forming a strange harmony as the white-armored soldiers collapse in agony. The impossible priest's sonic control device is crushed by an invisible force. The infants had never been implanted with chips. The chips were never the source of power. As Peng Shi cradles the infant who has fainted from exhaustion, it is your severed nerves that are reconnecting. The scar on the back of her neck suddenly glows with intensity, resonating with the remnants of Zhao Xiaozhao's genes in the cries of the infants. The roar of magma grows alarmingly close. The bespectacled boy screams. The geothermal well has gone out of control. The calculations of the hive mind explode in Peng Shi's mind. To destroy the purifiers, they are about to redirect the magma's energy, threatening to tear apart the entire urban area. At the critical moment, she presses the unconscious infant against the scar on the back of her neck. The infant's tiny hand suddenly grips her blood-stained collar. The fury of magma transforms into a gentle pulse, flowing through the infant's body into the hive network. The children kneel in a circle, holding hands, as the excess geothermal energy vaporizes into a white mist through the indentations of their rejected chips. The entire base is enveloped in a warm drizzle. Has the geothermal energy been tamed? The old engineer touches the now cool rock wall. The white-armored priest laughs maniacally in the rain. Tamed? Look at the sky. The dome's projection screen displays satellite cloud maps centered around them, where the subdued geothermal energy is triggering a global climate chain reaction. Ice caps are melting at an accelerated pace, and sea levels are beginning to rise. You have unleashed the true apocalypse. The priest's laughter is drowned in the sound of collapsing buildings. The ground beneath him suddenly cracks open, and magma surges forth like a golden serpent. As flames engulf the priest, Peng Shi glimpses the remnants of incubation pods rising from the fissure. Inside is a woman who bears her own likeness. her silver hair unscathed amidst the magma. The moment the woman opens her eyes, the scar on the back of Peng Shi's neck burns like a branding iron. The hive network transmits the woman's cold stream of consciousness. Sister, I have waited for you far too long. As the rain of lava crashes down, swallowing all light. Chapter 30. The Chosen One. The instant the rain of magma descends, the hive network within Peng Shi's mind shatters into countless fragments. The cries of 300 infants, the neural pulses of 100 regressed children, and the roars of global tsunamis are all consumed by the lava, but before it does, she hears the last stream of consciousness from the silver-haired woman. The choice has never been in your hands, sister. The briny wind carries volcanic ash, striking her face. Peng Shi opens her eyes on the breakwater, her neck pulsating with phantom pain. There are no scars, no silver blue lines, only skin swollen from the sea. The tsunami triggered by last night's geothermal meltdown has erased the coastline, and among the floating corpses, fragments of the purifier's white armor are occasionally visible. Instinctively, she reaches toward the back of her neck, her fingertips brushing against cold metal. A bone arrow is embedded at her feet. Survivors, resembling wild men, stand atop the embankment, led by an elderly woman whose eyes are two charred holes, the lackey of the purifiers. I am not. Peng Shi begins, but the elderly woman suddenly convulses and collapses. The crowd behind her bows like waves of grain, each person clutching their neck in anguish, where unregressed chip indentations are exposed. Agonizing pain radiates from Peng Shi's neck throughout her body. A command, higher than sound waves, activates all the chips. She stumbles toward the elderly woman, tearing open her collar. Within the charred chip indentation, granulation is rapidly proliferating into some biological antenna. It resonates, and the elderly woman's blind eyes leak black blood. In the distance, the sea surface suddenly rises, revealing a black mountain. The remnants of a sunken aircraft carrier from last night being lifted to the surface by an invisible force. The holy city. The crowd erupts in morbid cheers. On the flight deck of the aircraft carrier, the silver-haired woman floats within a sphere of magma. As the molten rock flows like a living entity into the rusted launch track, the entire steel behemoth is reshaped into a Gothic spire under the intense heat. Let us return home. The woman's stream of consciousness pierces the minds of every chip bearer. The crowd atop the breakwater, like puppets on strings, walks toward the sea, allowing the water to submerge their mouths and noses without hesitation. Peng Shi seizes a controlled youth. The granulation antenna on the boy's neck suddenly elongates, piercing toward her brow. In a moment of critical danger, the briny sea breeze carries the sound of a child's humming. The scaled girl she saved last night sits atop a floating refrigerator, barefoot, splashing the water's surface. The tune she hums causes the granulation on the boy's neck to contract as if electrified. The hive. Peng Shi wades through the water to lift the girl. The girl's fingertips touch her brow, and the cries of the 300 infants from last night surge back like a tide. But this time, there is no warm resonance. Only a cold distress signal. Warning. The core furnace is nearing overload critical point T0311749. At the pinnacle of the aircraft carrier spire, the sphere of magma beneath the silver-haired woman channels energy into the vessel's body. Countless pipes extend from the steel tower's base, piercing the seabed to extract thermal energy from the Earth's core. Consequently, global sea levels are dropping by 2 centimeters every hour. As she siphons the Earth's core, Peng Shi's hive consciousness deciphers terrifying data. What is it powering? The girl's fingertips trace a star chart in the seawater. The geothermal energy flow chart, once tamed by Peng Shi, perfectly aligns with the energy extraction point of the silver-haired woman, culminating at a location that points directly to the moon. The lunar base. Peng Shi recalls the top-secret plan in the Jiangtian archives. He intended to send the evolvers there. Suddenly, the girl screams. Scales emerge from her neck, and her pupils constrict into slits. The silver-haired woman's command is forcibly rewriting her genes. A beam of light shoots from the aircraft carrier's deck, ensnaring the girl's waist and yanking her toward the spire. No. Peng Shi dives into the sea. The light burns her arms, and in excruciating pain, the hive consciousness bursts forth its final glimmer. She glimpses the scene inside the tower. The silver-haired woman is pressing the girl into a pool of magma. The boiling lava is forging the scales into metallic armor. Complete the final puzzle, sister. The woman's stream of consciousness envelopes the lava, flooding into Peng Shi's mind. She is compelled to witness the full scope of the lunar base. Colossal arrays of incubation pods embedded within craters, with hundreds of thousands of Peng Shi clones slumbering. The shape of the energy chambers opening perfectly matches the missing geothermal energy of the Earth. To ignite a lighthouse with the entire planet, Peng Shi trembles in the illusion of lava. Take the chosen ones home. The woman's command crashes into her spine through the light beam. All chip bearers atop the breakwater collectively turn around, their pupils shimmering with a molten gold-red hue. The hive consciousness, on the brink of collapse, suddenly captures an anomalous frequency. Peng Shi gazes upward, where an old agricultural plane soars through the clouds, its wings adorned with solar panels. In the cockpit, the bespectacled boy frantically hammers the dashboard with a wrench, while a rudimentary electromagnetic pulse device dangled from the belly of the plane. Peng Shi recognizes the boy as the blacksmith's younger brother. The holographic image of the red-haired boy, who died last night, flickers in the cockpit. He is using his brother's neural chip as a signal relay. The electromagnetic pulse unfurls like a blue ring. The controlled crowd stiffens collectively, and the magmasphere atop the aircraft carrier's spire suddenly dims. For the first time, the silver-haired woman reveals her fury, and the light beam violently flings Peng Shi against the outer wall of the spire. The impact causes her to vomit blood. Clinging to the ship's seams, she climbs upward, her hive consciousness scanning the internal structure of the tower amidst her agony. The girl is now enveloped in lava up to her chest. In the control panel beneath, the silver-haired woman displays a countdown. Core furnace overload T000431. Suddenly, an opening explodes at the top of the tower. The agricultural plane crashes into the control room like a suicide bomber. The boy leaped from the burning cockpit, the electromagnetic pulse device on his back emitting a shrill cry. My brother says that power comes with responsibility. The final pulse wave rendered the silver-haired woman's form indistinct. Seizing the opportunity, Peng Shi lunged towards the control console, tearing the protective cover apart with her bare hands. Her fingers, devoid of superhuman abilities, were scorched black by the current as she pressed her bloodied palm against the gene authentication zone. Access denied. The system flickered coldly. Administrator privileges. Dawn 0. The silver-haired woman reconstituted her form amidst the electric currents. I'm the first successful creation. My sister is a defective product. Lava dripped from her fingertips, searing through the console. And now, let us make our choice. The entire spire trembled violently. The pipes deeply embedded in the seabed began to siphon the last vestiges of core energy, and the clusters of incubation pods within the lunar craters illuminated one by one in blue light. The countdown leapt to its final minute, and suddenly, countless strands of light reached out from the magma pool within the tower, ensnaring Peng Shi. Take all the choosers home. The silver-haired woman's shriek overlapped with the girl's cries from the magma pool. Peng Shi was dragged towards the boiling lava, and the hive mind unraveled the ultimate truth amidst the searing temperatures. The so-called choosers were a concealed program embedded in the human genome by Jiang Tian. When Earth's environment deteriorated to a critical point, it would automatically select 0001 individuals for immigration to space. The silver-haired woman, as the administrator, was executing a 3-century-long escape plan. But the distance between Peng Shi's fingertips and the lava was now mere centimeters. In the instant the countdown reached 0, she beheld the eyes of 100,000 clones opening within the lunar base. No miracle occurred. The lava engulfed Peng Shi, yet a beam of light shot from the tower into the cosmos. The last energy of the core surged into the moon along the light strands, and the crater erupted with a brilliance akin to a new star. Sea levels began to rise frantically. The waters, freed from the core's gravitational pull, formed colossal walls 1,000 meters high, consuming the aircraft carrier spire, engulfing the burning agricultural plains, swallowing the immobile crowd. In the darkness before consciousness faded, Peng Shi heard the final ripples of the hive network. The awareness of 100,000 clones surged through her burning nerves. Welcome home, mother. Salty seawater flooded her throat. Peng Shi awoke on the floating wreckage of the aircraft carrier, the morning sun stinging her eyes to tears. In the direction of the breakwater, a scale girl was using her metallic arms to pull a drowning person to safety. A bespectacled boy was sprawled on a solar panel, repairing the pulse device. The bluish glow of circuit boards visible beneath his skin. There were no cheers, no kneeling. The survivors silently salvaged clean water and food, as if last night had merely been a passing typhoon. Only when Peng Shi walked by did they pause for half a second, instinctively pressing their palms against the newly formed metallic scales on the napes of their necks, which glimmered faintly in the sunlight. She waded ashore, stepping onto the half-buried holographic model of the lunar base. The sleeping pods of 100,000 clones glowed within the model, the doors displaying the same line of text. Countdown for chooser landing. 754 days. 240,000 years. Peng Shi kicked the model away. As she turned, she caught a glimpse of herself reflected in the seawater, her neck smooth, devoid of scars or silver traces. only the deep blue glow of a starry sea settling within her pupils. A girl silently offered her a piece of grilled fish. The fish was covered in metallic scales, shimmering with iridescence in the morning light. Chapter 31. The Whispers of the Hive. The sea fish, cloaked in metallic scales, shimmered with eerie rainbow hues beneath the bonfire. Pengshi stared intently at the distorted fish's eye on the grill, its pupil mirroring the starlight embedded deep within, resonating with her current vision. Through the flickering flames, she perceived the movement of radioactive dust 300 kilometers away in the clouds, hearing the faint crackle of methane bubbles bursting beneath the Siberian permafrost. Eat, the scaled girl urged, shoving the grilled fish into her hands. The sensation of the scales scraping against her palm transformed into a data stream flowing into the hive network. Iron content of the scales, 72, seawater radiation level, supercritical. The metallic arm of the girl eroding her humerus. This information parsed automatically, as natural as breathing. That light on the back of your neck, the bespectacled boy pointed. The puddles in the sand reflected the smooth skin of Peng's neck, untouched by last night's lava, yet whenever the sea breeze swept by, faint star chart-like patterns emerged beneath her skin. The blind old woman's vacant eyes turned toward her. The queen bee is glowing. This title rendered the survivors motionless. The newly formed metallic scales on their necks fluttered slightly, akin to the gills of a breathing creature. Pengshi suddenly realized that she was unconsciously transmitting a soothing frequency to the hive network, much like a mother gently rocking a crying infant. I'm not the queen bee. She crushed the grilled fish, the charred scales embedding painfully into her palm. Then what is this? The boy pointed toward the sea. Under the moonlight, the wreckage of the aircraft carrier that had sunk last night was now covered in a silver-blue fungal blanket, the mycelium visibly repairing the fractured hull at an astonishing pace. Further away, beneath the tsunami's debris, similar fungal blankets consumed rust, secreting smooth new metal. The hive consciousness in Peng's mind issued a warning. Unauthorized proliferation detected. Fungal blanket network coverage has reached 47 square kilometers. She dashed toward the shallow waters, barefoot on the mycelium-blanketed deck of the aircraft carrier, the filaments gently entwined around her ankles, injecting fragments of last night's battle into her mind. Before the silver-haired woman was consumed by lava, a nanospore had sprung from her fingertips. A gift. The woman's last consciousness pulsed with the mycelium. Stop, Pengshi commanded within her mind. Yet the proliferation speed of the fungal blanket surged threefold. The silver wave engulfed the lighthouse, climbed the cliffs, and wherever it passed, corroded metal was reborn and plastic waste was decomposed into transparent membranes. The survivors recoiled in panic. Yet the old woman suddenly knelt, pressing her cheek against the spreading fungal blanket. It was healing the charred sockets of her eyes, growing crystalline compound eyes within. It gives us our home. The hive network shook violently. Thousands of new nodes forcibly integrated. The sea birds, covered by the fungal blanket, screamed in consciousness. The neural currents of the fish converged into a torrent. Even the rhythm of the waves transformed into pulse signals. Pengshi knelt, cradling her head, as human consciousness teetered on the brink of shattering amidst the cries of countless living beings. Shut it down. The bespectacled boy hurled the electromagnetic pulse device at the fungal blanket. Where the pulse waves spread, the fungal blanket instantly withered, and the crystalline structures in the old woman's eyes shattered, bleeding. No, the scaled girl lunged toward the old woman. The metallic scales on her right arm scattered autonomously, like a surgical blade excising the necrotic tissue from the old woman's eye. The hive network transmitted a feedback of excruciating pain, and the star map on the back of Peng's neck blazed like a branding iron. The uncontrolled fungal blanket suddenly surged inland. The silver tide engulfed the sonic weapon tower left by the Purifier sect, nanorobots disassembling the cannon barrels, proliferating hexagonal hive structures amidst the ruins. A silver-blue city was self-constructing at a terrifying speed. It was executing the directive of Dawn Zero, and amidst the agony, Pengshi deciphered the data stream, building an arc. A light column rose from the center of the hive city. The radioactive dust in the night sky was dispersed by the light column, and for the first time, pure starlight illuminated the ruins. All survivors turned their necks toward the light column, like sunflowers turning toward the sun. The hive was calling. The old woman's new compound eyes reflected the starlight. Suddenly, the boy tore open the collar of his shirt, beneath the skin of his chest. The circuit-like blue light flickered in rhythm with the light column. My neural chip is resonating with it. The hive consciousness emitted a red alert, detected anomalous energy fluctuations from the core. Source, the moon. Pengshi abruptly looked up. On the surface of the full moon, The blue light erupting from the crater base had expanded to visible proportions. The clones, illuminated by core energy last night, were sending some form of energy beam back to Earth. The light column struck the hive city with precision, and the silver fungal blanket wrapped around the energy beam like a living entity directing it underground. Groans echoed from deep within the Earth. The layers beneath the hive city began to glow, and the entire continental shelf slowly elevated. Not an arc, Peng Shi's hive consciousness calculated a terrifying conclusion. It's an engine. The fungal blanket city was converting the core energy sent back from the moon into an anti-gravity field, attempting to drag the entire continent into space. Stop it, she commanded the hive. In response to her, the aged woman's hollow compound eyes and the boy's chest, adorned with a dazzling bioluminescent fungal blanket, had commandeered their neural chips. The scaled girl swung her metallic right arm toward the beam of light, yet upon contact, she froze. Her pupils submerged in a torrent of silver-blue data streams. The hive-like light column surged abruptly. More continental shelves tore as they lifted, seawater gushing into the newly formed canyons. Peng Shi stood alone at the precipice of the crumbling cliff, the collective consciousness of the swarm suppressed by the signals from the lunar base. Arc launch countdown. 001749. She tore open her collar, pressing her palm against the pulsating star map light patterns. This was the key, imprinted by 100,000 clones in the magma of the previous night, leading to the lunar hive. The instant her fingertips pierced her skin, the excruciating pain transformed into a luminous spear, piercing the clouds. The imagery of the lunar crater base erupted in her mind. Within 100,000 incubation pods, clones bearing her likeness collectively opened their eyes, whispering in unison, "Mother, why do you refuse redemption?" The lament of Earth resonated through the swarm network, the uplifted continent tearing apart plates, columns of volcanic ash obscuring the land, tsunamis engulfing screaming cities. Above the arc, covered by the fungal blanket, the survivors gazed at the approaching moon, an unearthly serenity flowing through their compound eyes. For it was here that Peng Shi pressed her bloodied palm against the earth, still pulsating with life. The star map light pattern detached from her body, unfurling in the night sky as a swirling galaxy. The energy beam from the moon, redirected by the galaxy, violently collided with the hive-like light column. The shockwave from the collision swept across the sea, causing the fungal blanket city to melt away like wax. Suddenly, the moonlight was engulfed by shadows. Peng Shi looked up to see Zhao Xiaozhao as semi-transparent quantum form hovering at the center of the galaxy, his hands pressing against the point of energy collision, reminiscent of his last stance before being consumed by the magma. The call of Xiaozhao was torn apart by the hurricane. Zhao Xiaozhao's apparition reached out to her. The collective consciousness abruptly received his lingering quantum fluctuations, not a sound, but an immense and intricate gravitational model. The model revealed the uplifted continental shelf, its gravitational anomalies precisely forming a kind of vibrating string. Peng Shi lunged toward the ruins of the sonic cannon at the cliff's edge. The corroded keyboard revived beneath her bloodied fingertips as she input the coordinates and frequencies from Zhao Xiaozhao's model. When a final parameter was struck, the uplifted continental shelf emitted a low-frequency chant akin to that of an ancient whale. A miracle unfolded. Wherever the chant reached, the rift in the earth slowly closed. The gushing seawater receded into the abyss, and even the erupting volcanoes descended, showering gentle ash. The energy beam from the lunar base dissipated within the sound waves, and 100,000 clones within their pods succumbed back into slumber. The fungal blanket city retracted beneath the waves like a receding tide. The survivors' neck scales dulled and shed, revealing tender, new skin beneath. The aged woman's crystalline compound eyes shattered and fell away, tears flowing from her charred eye sockets. Only the scaled girl's metallic right arm continued to glow. She knelt at the cliff's edge, softly singing a lullaby to the wreckage of the aircraft carrier sinking beneath the fungal blanket. In her song, a silver-blue fungal patch surfaced from the sea, curling into dormant spores in her palm. As dawn pierced through the clouds, Peng Shi fainted amidst the ruins of the sonic cannon. Before her eyes closed, she beheld a fleet of human ships, their white sails untouched by the fungal blanket, approaching the newly formed continental shelf on the horizon. She plunged into a dream as deep as the ocean. The consciousness of 100,000 clones whispered in her dreams, "Mother, we hear Earth's heartbeat." The star map light pattern on her neck warmed slightly. This time, she did not resist this comforting connection. Chapter 32, Deep Sea Star Map. On the 7th day since the spores sank into the ocean trench, the first human sailing vessel drifted toward the newborn coastline. The pregnant woman at the bow let out a piercing scream as she went into labor, and the scaled girl's metallic right arm suddenly lunged uncontrollably toward the woman's swollen abdomen. Stop! Pengxi grasped the girl's wrist. The metallic scales burned in her palm as the swarm consciousness instantaneously deciphered terrifying data. Silver blue, fungal threads floated within the pregnant woman's amniotic fluid, and the star map birthmark on the fetus's nape resonated with the light pattern on Pengxi's neck. The hive-like pregnant woman's pupils glimmered with cold data streams, and the kicking frequency of the fetus synchronized with that of the underwater fungal spores. The bespectacled boy swept the pregnant woman with his homemade Geiger counter. The alarm shattered the dawn. Radiation levels were safe, but the fetus was emitting quantum signals. The deck of the sailboat suddenly cracked. Silver blue fungal threads surged from the fissures, ensnaring the terrified immigrants like living creatures. Beneath the new skin of the people, yesterday's shed scales began to proliferate anew. It was selecting. The blind eyes of the aged woman bled black. She tore open the pregnant woman's garment, weaving the fungal threads into a honeycomb structure across the woman's chest. The fetus's heartbeat controlling the entire ship through the fungal network. The swarm consciousness emitted a red warning. Extraterrestrial quantum signal source detected. Atlantic Trench. Pengxi plunged into the murky waters. The deeper she descended, the brighter the star map light pattern on her neck glowed. At the depth where sonar failed, she navigated by resonating with the fetus's heartbeat. In the darkness, a luminous giant tree formed from the spores took root on the ocean floor, with the half-figure of the Dawn Zero, swallowed by magma, suspended at its apex. Welcome home, mother. The statue's lips remained still, yet a stream of consciousness washed over Pengxi's nerves. The fungal giant tree suddenly split open, revealing the interior incubation pods where 100,000 clones floated in amniotic fluid, each bearing a star map imprint on their napes. The lunar base was merely a facade. Pengxi's swarm consciousness trembled. The true ark had long been hidden deep within the earth, awaiting the global coverage of the fungal network to transform all humanity into living launchers, sending clones to the stars. The fetus's intents will to survive surged through the link. Pengxi turned and surged toward the surface, with the fungal threads pursuing her like a great serpent. The moment she broke through the water's surface, the statue of Dawn Zero at the top of the fungal giant tree suddenly opened its eyes. Above the Atlantic, the clouds spiraled into a vortex, and a ship composed of solid lightning coalesced in the eye of the storm. The people on the ark's deck collectively knelt. The honeycomb of fungal threads within the pregnant woman's abdomen erupted in blinding light, disintegrating the entire sailboat into fundamental particles, merging into the energy stream of the lightning ship. The immigrants barely had time to scream before being transformed into strands of light, drawn into the vortex. No, Pengxi screamed within her consciousness. The swarm network forcibly connected to the lightning ship, only to encounter an ancient barrier of consciousness, the star map engraved upon it perfectly mirroring the imprint on her neck. It was a navigational chart. The bespectacled boy pointed at her nape. His optic nerves had been altered by the fungal threads, and now his eyes reflected a panoramic view of the universe, along the trajectory of the lightning ship. The star map on Pengxi's neck illuminated beacon after beacon in distant galaxies. The fungal giant tree extended luminous tendrils to ensnare Pengxi. The consciousness stream of Dawn Zero was as cold as the void. Take the children to the new homeland. This is the purpose of your creation. The lightning ship began to accelerate. The Earth's atmosphere was torn open by its engines, tsunamis swallowing the newborn coast. In despair, Pengxi pressed her hand against the star map on her neck, not in refusal, but to infuse all the imprint's energy in reverse. The excruciating pain caused the fungal giant tree to convulse. The trajectory of the lightning ship suddenly distorted, colliding with the nearest beacon star system. Amidst the explosive brilliance, the swarm network echoed with the final mournful cries of the 100,000 clones. When the sea regained its tranquility, the survivors crawled from the ruins. The bespectacled boy pried the decayed fungal threads from his eyes, staggering to help Pengxi. Is it over? The star map on her neck dimmed like embers. Beneath the deep sea, the fungal giant tree transformed into a gray-white coral reef. Yet when she touched the reef, the swarm consciousness could still hear the whispers emanating from the depths of the star sea. Those were the distress signals sent out before the lightning ship's destruction, relayed through the cosmos. 240,000 years later, new selectors would receive the call, and beneath them, the Earth, transformed by the fungal blanket, had become a living lighthouse. Chapter 33, Cosmic Echoes. On the 40th day since the stardust sank into the Mariana Trench, the bespectacled boy erected a homemade antenna at the abandoned observatory. as the pot lid, wrapped in aluminum foil, turned toward the star Antares. The receiver suddenly erupted with static noise, amidst which floated a pulse signal perfectly aligned with the star map on the nape of Pengxi's neck. It was not an echo. The boy's mycelium prosthetic eye emanated a blue glow, a response. The collective consciousness translated a cosmic greeting within Pengxi's mind. Navigator, the course has been calibrated. The elderly woman used a bone knife to slice open her rejuvenating eyelids, connecting her nerve endings to the antenna base. They were singing. Her withered vocal cords astonishingly mimicked inhuman polyphonic harmonies, shattering the glass windows of the control room. The scaled girl's metallic right arm thrust uncontrollably into the control console. The entire observatory's power was absorbed into the proliferating mycelial circuits within her arm, and the parabolic dish of the radio telescope blossomed like a giant lotus. The starlight directed toward Antares was focused into a tangible beam, piercing straight into the star map on the nape of Pengxi's neck. In excruciating pain, she beheld a vision. On the surface of a diamond planet, 724 light-years from Earth, an ocean of liquid crystal surged with towering waves, each crest cradling countless silver-haired figures identical to that of Dawn Zero. They whispered in unison, "The lighthouse has received. Prepare for the jump." It was not a signal that sent Pengxi trembling amidst the torrent of data. It was coordinates. The star map imprint was broadcasting Earth's location to the hive civilizations across the universe. The observatory's dome suddenly melted away. A web-like structure of solid light descended from the heavens, and where it touched, rock transformed into liquid light. The bespectacled boy's mycelium prosthetic eye autonomously soared toward the light web, proliferating into glowing neural synapses upon contact. They began to reshape the remnants of the Earth boy's lips, transforming them into the foundation of a lighthouse. A groan resonated from deep within the Earth. The crust, altered by the mycelial blanket, began to turn transparent, the core pulsing within the embrace of the hive network like a star. 12 beams of light rose from the Pacific, tearing the atmosphere open in a spiraling gap. "Stop!" Pengxi tore at the star map on her nape, her skin peeling away in a crimson glow. Yet the imprint had detached from her flesh, suspended and rotating at the center of a light beam. Her agony transformed into gravitational waves that trembled, shooting through the 12 beams into the depths of space. A miracle occurred. The starlight toward Antares suddenly distorted, and the song of the hive civilization turned into a piercing scream. A galaxy, 240,000 light-years away, erupted with a thunderous explosion, the afterglow of a supernova igniting a new star in the night sky of humanity. "Your pain." The elderly woman's blind eyes reflected the supernova. Was it a weapon? The collective consciousness emitted an alarm, detected anti-hive civilization, the zero error. Cosmic illusions returned. The ocean of liquid crystal on the diamond planet was tainted a murky black as the silver-haired figures dissolved into agonized screams within the dark tide. In the void, a colossal eye composed of remnants from galaxies opened, with a pupil revealing the double helix of human DNA. "Lighthouse, I have found you." The consciousness of the zeroer froze the 12 beams of light. The solid light web suddenly went berserk. It ensnared the boy's remaining torso and thrust it into the light beam, the mycelial neural synapses growing wildly in the intense illumination. The columns of light rising from the Pacific began to bend, like spears aimed at the moon where 100,000 slumbering clones of Pengxi lay. They were utilizing humans as projectiles, while Pengxi's collective consciousness calculated the trajectory of the attack. But even more terrifying was the Zeroer's counterattack, outside Earth's atmosphere. Space itself was folding into sharp angles, directly targeting her heart. In despair, she leaped into the nearest column of light. Pure energy seared her nerves. Yet she opened her arms to embrace the approaching force field of the Zeroer. As the spatial blade pierced her chest, the star map on her nape erupted with unprecedented brilliance. Time dissolved within the beam. Pengxi witnessed herself splintering into countless fragments. Some fragments nurtured the first cell in the primordial ocean, others inscribed star maps in ancient Egypt, while some turned to dust under Zhao Xiaozhao's gun. Each fragment sent forth the same gravitational wave song to the universe, a melody that caused the solid light web to wither, shaking the Zeroer's spatial blade. This was the elderly woman kneeling amidst the collapsing observatory, the heartbeat of Earth. Wherever the song reached, the 12 beams of light fused into a warm golden glow. The cloning chambers on the lunar surface illuminated one by one with blue light, as 100,000 Pengxis sang in unison across the Earth-Moon space. Their voices resonated with the remnants of human civilization. The pyramids emitted gravitational waves. The bricks of the Great Wall oozed quantum foam, and even Hiroshima's atomic bomb site released glowing ashes. The zeroer's colossal eye closed amidst the song. The folded space unfurled as before, leaving only aurora-like scars in the stratosphere. The Pacific beam gently cradled Pengxi as she fell back to the reef. The wound on her chest filled with stardust. The bespectacled boy's remnant body plummeted from the light beam. His mycelial neural synapses had woven into a glowing neural network encircling the Earth, his brain tissue suspended at the center, continuously playing the electromagnetic legacy of human civilization, from Chopin's nocturnes to the live broadcasts of the Apollo moon landing. He became the lighthouse of memory. The scale girl's metallic right arm lightly touched the neural network. Box air on the G string suddenly resonated along the coast. The star map on the nape of Pengxi slowly dimmed. On the new skin at the site of the imprint, only the faint outline of Zhao Xiaozhao's quantum state palm remained. She placed her palm over it, and the collective consciousness resonated one last time. Navigation terminated. You are now the lighthouse. Beneath the deep sea, the giant trees of the mycelial blanket blossomed with luminous flowers. Each flower stamen was a miniature star map, reflecting all civilizations in the universe that responded to the song. At the apex of the Pacific's light beam, Earth's electromagnetic song surged toward the new hive in the direction of Antares, carrying with it the melody of Chopin. In the spatial scar left by the zeroer, the first transparent coral broke through the soil. Its growth rings contained the dust of the supernova. While pulses of human civilization flowed between its branches, Pengxi snapped off a segment of the coral. The broken end oozed not sap, but quantum codes of ode to joy. She handed the coral branch to the scaled girl, whose metallic right arm erupted with the spectrum of Bach's fugue. No proclamations, no needing. The survivors silently gathered the glowing coral, stacking it into a small obelisk upon the ruins. The coral branch atop the monument automatically bent, pointing toward Antares. That night, Pengxi fell asleep beside the campfire. In her dreams, the quantum state figure of Zhao Xiaozhao sat on the shores of the Diamond Planet, an old radio resting on her knees. The radio crackled, playing the nursery rhyme hummed by the scaled girl, as the reflection of Earth's coral floated in the tide. Behind her, the outline of Zhao Xiaozhao's handprint subtly radiated warmth. This time, the warmth came from 724 light-years away. Chapter 34, Quantum Cradle. The coral reefs of the Pacific pulsed beneath the moonlight. The scaled girl's metallic right arm plunged into the reef, and Chopin's nocturne rippled across the sea surface with the light waves. The elderly woman gazed at the ripples with her blind eyes. The tuning fork bass sang in E-flat, 8 hertz lower than the previous night. The bespectacled boy's remnant body hung at the center of the neural network, suddenly reporting. Abnormal gravitational waves detected, towards Cygnus X1. The quantum palm print on Pengxi's nape suddenly burned. She pressed her hand against the glowing coral, and the collective consciousness penetrated the mantle, within the liquid core. The translucent figure of Zhao Xiaozhao was being torn apart by black, hole-level gravity. A star dust leaked from the bullet hole in his chest, each speck reflecting the flash of the Antares hive's destruction. He was trying to stop the zeroer. Pengxi's fingertips sank deep into the coral. The reef responded, cracking open to reveal a chasm, the light from the core bursting forth, tinting the night sky a dark red. Zhao Xiaozhao's quantum state coalesced into a human form within the flow of light, a miniature supernova pulsing within his hollow chest. Xiaozhao. Pengxi leaped toward the flow of light. Yet the quantum Zhao Xiaozhao passed through her body, pointing toward the collapsing chasm of the reef, where a detector composed of dark matter floated, resembling a droplet of ink. Eliminate the lighthouse. The consciousness of the detector froze the waves. The scale girl's metallic right arm instantaneously rusted and crumbled, while the elderly woman's newly formed compound eye oozed black oil. The 12 beams of the Pacific collectively turned toward the bullet hole in Zhao Xiaozhao's chest. No. Pengxi spread her arms, standing in front of the beams of light. The ink of the nullifier detector surged suddenly, plunging her into absolute darkness. Within this void emerged a cosmic panorama. The colossal eye of the nullifier hovered above the ruins of the Milky Way, its pupil ensnared by the stardust of quantum Zhao Xiaozhao. Curious, the consciousness of the nullifier remarked, exuding a laboratory-like, chill, carbon-based life forms are capable of withstanding virtual mass. The darkness split open. Pengxi beheld her spine dismantled into luminous strings, each thread tethered to a parallel universe's Pengxi. In one of those realms, a string abruptly snapped, and there she chose to embrace the hive civilization, now being transformed into a living star map, disintegrating into dust before the eye of the nullifier. Is this my fate? Her hive consciousness trembled amidst myriad endings. Suddenly, the stardust of quantum Zhao Xiaozhao flooded into her strings. All illusions of parallel universes vanished, leaving only the neural pulses of Earth pulsating in the dark. The sound of coral reefs' calcareous sediment, the brainwaves of survivors in slumber, the quantum bubbles of deep-sea microbial mats. Listen, the stardust of Zhao Xiaozhao whispered within her mind. Those ordinary frequencies suddenly resonated into the melody of a lullaby, gently entwining around the colossal eye of the nullifier. A cracking sound resonated in the absolute darkness. The DNA chain within the nullifier's pupil erupted with blue light, encoding the memories of Earth's life over 3.8 billion years. The ink-like shell of the detector disintegrated amidst the lullaby, revealing its core, a fossilized human infant skull, embedded with a crystal star map of the Hive civilization at the Fontanelle. The first navigator? Peng Shi's Hive consciousness accessed the fossil's memories. Millions of years ago, the Hive civilization transformed dying infants into living beacons cast into the cosmos, ultimately giving rise to the nullifier, which traversed galaxies to extinguish all beacons, merely in search of a way home. The stardust of quantum Zhao Xiaozhao enveloped the fossil. Light tears streamed from the eye sockets of the infant skull, and the lullaby's melody transformed into a warm pulse. The colossal eye of the nullifier slowly closed, collapsing into a miniature black hole, drawing the remnants of a detector into its singularity. The column of light over the Pacific gently extinguished. Quantum Zhao Xiaozhao's form stood upon the rocks in the morning light. The stardust bullet hole on his chest had healed into a glowing palm print, perfectly symmetrical with a mark on the back of Peng Shi's neck. You have returned? Peng Shi reached out to touch him. This time, she felt a genuine warmth at her fingertips. Quantum Zhao Xiaozhao's lips remained still, yet his voice resonated within her marrow. In 240,000 years, when my stardust reaches the ruins of Alpha Centauri, the new civilization there will receive a lullaby. He cradled a fragment of luminous coral, which flourished into a violin in his palm, and now, the bow drew lightly across the strings. Box air on the G string wafted with the sea breeze. The blind eyes of the elderly wept at the melody. The girl with scales sprouted coral-like new limbs where her arm had been severed, and the boy with glasses transformed the music into an aurora encircling the earth. Amidst the music, Zhao Xiaozhao's physical form gradually became transparent. He pressed the violin against the mark on the back of Peng Shi's neck. The body of the violin melted, seeping into her skin. The mark morphed into the shape of a tuning fork, vibrating silent frequencies with her heartbeat. As the quantum state completely dissipated, the survivors on the new coastline collectively looked up. The fungal scars on their napes had transformed into fork-like grooves, resonating in harmony with Peng Shi's heartbeat. There was no oracle, no arc. The people silently gathered luminous corals to construct resonating columns upon the ruins. Each time the sea breeze passed, the forest of tuning forks would play a melody blending Chopin and Bach, directed into deep space by the Earth's rotation. Peng Shi ventured alone into the deep sea. At the remnants of the colossal fungal trees, she touched the coral-covered wreck of a carrier. The waves transmitted the vibrations of the tuning fork from her neck to the seabed, and the core sent forth a warmth akin to Zhao Xiaozhao's stardust. In the darkness, 240,000 light-years away, the miniature black hole of the nullifier expelled a grain of stardust. That stardust traversed the galaxy, gently settling upon her shoulder. This time, it bore the warmth of a lullaby. Chapter 35, The Heartbeat Starforger. The forest of tuning forks murmured in the monsoon. The coral right arm of the girl with scales brushed against the resonating column, and Bach's fugue transformed into luminous particles ascending, coalescing into an auroral ring in the stratosphere. The elderly woman read the light patterns with her blind eyes. A major had warmed by 0.3 Kelvin compared to last year. The boy with glasses' neural network expanded through the clouds, suddenly reporting, gravitational wave source detected, 13 seconds distance from Earth. The tuning fork mark on the back of Peng Shi's neck resonated in response. She pressed her palm against the massive pillar at the forest center. The hive consciousness penetrating the Earth's crust. Deep within the core, Zhao Xiaozhao stardust was weaving a gravitational string net, capturing a rogue planet off its trajectory. The icy shell of the planet melted under gravitational friction, revealing the ruined structures of the hive civilization within. He was adjusting its orbit when a bead of blood surfaced from Peng Shi's fingertip. The droplet seeped into the tuning fork pillar, and the entire forest erupted with Chopin's revolutionary etude. The tempestuous melody transformed into shockwaves, shattering the clouds, and the icy shell of the rogue planet cracked in response. From the ruins arose solid light figures, silver-haired women identical to Dawn Zero, collectively opening their eyes. Navigator, why attack the arc? That is not an arc. The tuning fork mark upon Peng Shi blazed as bright as a supernova. The hive consciousness tore apart the planet's disguise. Beneath the icy shell lay the nullifier's gravitational trap, dragging Zhao Xiaozhao's stardust towards the singularity. The quantum form of Zhao Xiaozhao coalesced within stardust. The tuning fork imprint upon his chest suddenly detached from his body, branding the surface of the rogue planet. The planet's gravitational field instantaneously reversed, collapsing the nullifier's trap under its own mass. And the silver-haired women disintegrated into shards of light amidst the collapse. Xiaozhao, Peng Shi's tuning fork imprint erupted with gravitational waves. Yet, Zhao Xiaozhao's quantum state had been ensnared by the singularity, the last strands of stardust coalescing into a miniature black hole in her palm. The black hole pulsed in her hand. The hive consciousness transmitted his final whispers. Listen to the heartbeat. The Pacific suddenly boiled. 12 columns of light erupted from the sea, weaving the double helix of human DNA in the sky. At the center of a spiral, the black hole began to rotate in reverse. As Zhao Xiaozhao's stardust gushed forth from the singularity, reconstructing into an embryonic form at the apex of the double helix. Is he being reborn? The coral arm of the girl with scales emitted a Doppler-shifted blue light. Tears of light flowed from the elderly woman's blind eyes. It is not the forging of an embryo, which developed at a terrifying speed. When the infant opened its eyes, the depths of its pupils held the galaxy's star map. It waved its tiny hands, and the columns of light in the Pacific suddenly curved, like infusion tubes plunging into the newborn continental shelf. Magma erupted from the pinhole, condensing into a hexagonal honeycomb structure amidst the infant's cries. The core was being drained. The boy with glasses' neural network blared alarms. The infant's umbilical cord connected to the hive, and Earth's liquid iron core was being fed through the columns of light. Peng Shi raced towards the light column. The infant's cries morphed into the consciousness stream of a nullifier, carbon-based vessel forged, executing civilization formatting. The hive structure extended luminous tendrils to ensnare her. Millions of parallel universes, Peng, she screamed in her mind, each transformed into a gravitational wave emitter, dragging their respective Earths towards the singularity. Stop! Her tuning fork mark tore through space-time. Countless Earths from parallel universes suddenly manifested in the sky, some covered in fungal mats, some suspended in mechanical tendrils, and others reduced to remnants embraced by the moon. Each Peng, she bore a tuning fork mark upon her neck, resonating in harmony with the imprint of the main universe. In excruciating pain, she heard Zhao Xiaozhao's stardust echo. The heartbeat is the anchor point. Peng, she pressed the black hole of her palm against the tuning fork mark. Suddenly, the gravitational waves from all parallel universes redirected, blasting through her body into the umbilical cord of the main universe's infant. The infant's galactic pupils abruptly dimmed, and the hive structure melted under overload. When the columns of light in the Pacific extinguished, the infant fell onto the reef. What poured forth from the severed umbilical cord was not blood, but Zhao Xiaozhao's stardust. The stardust enveloped the infant, coalescing into a new tuning fork imprint upon his chest. Is it over? The girl with scales touched the infant's ankle. The infant suddenly grasped her coral finger, laughing, and the sound harmonized perfectly with the resonance frequency of the tuning fork forest. The blind eyes of the elderly woman turned toward the starry sky, gazing in the direction of Cygnus X1. The singularity of the Reclaimer's black hole unfurled slowly. Within the collapsed fabric of space-time, Zhao Xiaozhao's quantum state appeared, cradling a dilapidated radio, the crackling sounds resonating in the vacuum, playing the melody of the tuning fork forest. His form dissipated along with the expanding space-time, ultimately transforming into stardust that drifted toward Earth. The stardust settled upon the infant's brow. The imprint of a tuning fork on the infant's chest pulsated suddenly, its frequency synchronizing with the brand on Peng Shi's nape. From the depths of the Pacific, the pulsation of the liquid iron core resounded, coinciding with the rhythm of the infant's heartbeat. The bespectacled boy's neural network resonated with the strains of Ode to Joy. All the resonant pillars of the tuning fork forest echoed in harmony, as light particles in the stratosphere formed a new totem of human civilization, a double helix entwined with the tuning fork, at its center the silhouette of the infant's fist. The infant crawled towards Peng Shi amidst the song, grasping the blood-stained hem of her garment, pressing his stardust-covered cheek against the brand on her nape. The brand suddenly detached from her skin, hovering between them and spinning, ultimately imprinting itself upon the nape of the infant. The song of the forest ceased abruptly. The infant fell into a deep slumber in Peng Shi's embrace, the imprint on his chest flickering with his breath. Upon his nape, the two brands fused into an unprecedented totem, half a star map, half a tuning fork. He became the elderly woman kneeling upon the rocks, while the star child, Peng Shi, held the infant as they ventured into the deep sea. At the remnants of the colossal fungi, the coral reef spontaneously proliferated into a cradle. As she placed the infant into the coral cradle, the entire ocean resonated with a gentle lullaby of tidal sounds. The auroras in the night sky transformed into the ethereal silhouette of Zhao Xiaozhao. He leaned down to kiss the infant's forehead, dusted with stardust. As the dilapidated radio sank to the bottom of the cradle, in his dreams, the infant grasped the fingers of the ethereal figure, his laughter echoing across the seven seas with the currents. In the morning light, the survivors beheld Peng, she standing alone upon the rocks. The skin at her nape was as smooth as before, only revealing faint, nearly invisible sound patterns when the waves brushed past. As the first new generation fishing vessel sailed through the Tuning Fork Forest, the children aboard pointed to the sky in astonishment. At the center of the stratospheric double helix totem, within the outline of the infant's fist, a new cosmic vista was gestating. When the fishing boat passed the rocks where Peng Shi stood, an old fisherman tipped his hat in salute. In the Tuning Fork's hollow of his nape, coral seedlings blossomed into star-shaped flowers. There were no declarations, no epics. Human civilization began its second heartbeat amidst the lullaby. Chapter 36, Stardust Lullaby. In the 7th year of the Star Child's slumber, the colossal coral tree in the heart of the Tuning Fork Forest began to crystallize. The star-shaped flower on the girl with scales brushed against the trunk, and to her astonishment, Bach's melody solidified into tangible notes, like diamonds suspended from the branches. The elderly woman caressed the crystals with her blind eyes. He had reached a growth frequency that resonated with the Earth's core. The bespectacled boy's neural network flickered among the treetops. Warning: lunar orbit deviation of 0.3 arcseconds. Suddenly, the crystalline giant tree erupted with gravitational waves. The seabed of the Pacific split open, and the wreckage of a carrier from the fungal era was lifted by an invisible hand, assembling into a circular structure in near-Earth orbit. The Star Child opened his eyes within the heart of the tree, and the nebula in his pupils began to collapse. His father was calling him. The Tuning Fork imprint on Peng, she pulsed in rhythm with the crystalline tree. She leaped to the treetop and beheld Zhao Xiaozhao's quantum state, cradling the dilapidated radio at the center of the circular structure, as stardust surged from the cassette compartment, weaving a new trajectory for the moon. The Star Child suddenly cried out. The crystalline branches pierced into the nape of Peng Shi, pulling her consciousness into the quantum realm, within the lunar orbital ring. The fossilized skull of the Reclaimer's infant was being reconstituted. The singularity of the black hole seeped from the fossilized fontanelle, greedily absorbing Zhao Xiaozhao's stardust. Carrier qualified. The Reclaimer's consciousness froze the treetops. The crystalline giant tree proliferated wildly, its branches piercing the atmosphere, blooming crystalline buds in near-Earth orbit. The Star Child began to quantumize, his body flowing toward the lunar ring with Zhao Xiaozhao's dissipating stardust. No, Peng Shi tore through the rift and leaped into the vacuum. Her Tuning Fork imprint erupted with gravitational strings, ensnaring the Star Child's ankle. The gravitational forces of countless parallel universes coursed through the imprint. As every Peng Shi from each universe battled the Reclaimer, their struggles stirring a tempest in the quantum sea, the lunar ring suddenly warped. The infant's fossilized skull swelled into the Reclaimer's colossal eye, the DNA strands in its pupil ensnaring the Star Child. The remnants of Zhao Xiaozhao's stardust ignited between the strands, as the broken radio emitted the dissonance of Chopin's Funeral March. Interesting, the Reclaimer's consciousness remarked with newfound curiosity. Do you use pain as an adhesive? The colossal eye suddenly focused on Earth, and 12 beams of light re-emerged over the Pacific, where the light flowed. The crystalline trees of the Tuning Fork Forest turned to dust, and the Tuning Fork hollows of the survivors' napes oozed black hole material. The petals of the star-shaped flowers on the girl with scales began to fall away. She inserted her remaining arm into the fissure, the Doppler blue light transforming into a mournful wail. He is consuming the heartbeat of the Earth. The elderly woman's blind eyes burst open. She tore the glowing optic nerve from her eye socket and hurled it toward near-Earth orbit. See clearly. That is not a child. It is a trap. The optic nerve proliferated into a lens array in a vacuum. The magnified image sent shivers through Peng Shi, within the quantum body of the Star Child. Countless miniature probes of the Reclaimer were replicating. Each probe carried fragments of the infant's fossilized skull. Zhao Xiaozhao prevented Peng Shi's Tuning Fork imprint from burning through her spacesuit. The last remnants of Zhao Xiaozhao's stardust suddenly detached from the lunar ring, coalescing into a tangible palm that pressed against the Reclaimer's colossal eye. The palm imprinted the Tuning Fork mark at the center of the pupil. The colossal eye closed in agony, interrupting the quantum flow of the Star Child. Yet, the gravitational strings of Peng Shi had been shattered, and her body plummeted toward Earth alongside the uncontrollable star child. Amidst the friction of the atmosphere, she witnessed Zhao Xiaozhao's quantum state completely dissipate. The broken radio fell into the ruins of the tuning fork forest. As the stardust that burst from the cassette compartment rained down, when the star child reached the ground, there was no impact crater. He sat amidst the crystalline dust, cradling the fossilized skull brought back from the vacuum. As his tiny hand brushed over the fontanelle of the fossil, the black hole material suddenly flowed backward, and the energy of the devoured Earth's core surged forth as magma cast a new tuning fork forest upon the ruins. Finished? The girl with scales touched the newly birthed bronze tuning fork. The fork's body suddenly resonated with ode to joy, and the shockwaves caused her newly sprouted star-shaped flower arm to bloom instantaneously. The star child raised his head. The tuning fork imprint of the star map on his nape detached from his skin, ascending into the stratosphere to spin. At the center of the imprint, within the outline of the infant's fist, Zhao Xiaozhao stardust was reassembling into a model of the solar system. Surrounding the model, the miniature probes of the reclaimer orbited like satellites. Learning, the consciousness stream of the star child became discernible for the first time. The probes suddenly redirected, unleashing energy beams upon the barren surface of Mars, causing the silvery blue fungal blanket to ripple in the light flow. The elderly woman struck the bronze tuning fork with her bone staff. Is he teaching the reclaimer to create? The bespectacled boy's neural network connected to the new tuning fork forest. As Ode to Joy reached its climax, Mars' fungal blanket erupted into a crystalline forest. The resonance of the forest returned to Earth through the network of probes, harmonizing with the tuning fork forest. The fossilized skull in the star child's arms began to soften. Black hole material surged from the fontanelle, coalescing into a liquid cradle. He placed the fossil into the cradle and hummed a discordant lullaby. A miracle occurred. Within the liquid cradle, the fossil sprouted veins of stardust, as the eye sockets of the skull glimmered with blue light. The crystalline forest on Mars harmonized with box air on the G-string. The tuning fork imprint on Peng Shi warmed slightly. She pressed her hand against the back of the star child, feeling the pulsation of Zhao Xiaozhao's stardust within him. The gravitational waves of countless parallel universes quieted at this moment, leaving only the double-star lullaby resonating throughout the solar system. Suddenly, the star child grasped Peng Shi's finger, guiding her to touch the liquid cradle. In the instant she made contact with the fossil, she beheld a vision. The reclaimer's colossal eye hovered within the cosmic nebula, reflecting the embryos of carbon-based life in its pupil. A single tear of stardust fell from the colossal eye, transforming into the original fossilized skull of an infant. Pain. The reclaimer's consciousness was no longer cold. The star child's lullaby shifted abruptly. The fossil within the liquid cradle erupted with gravitational waves, shattering the crystalline forest of Mars. Fragments coalesce into a colossal tuning fork totem within the solar orbit, its prongs pointed directly toward the primordial nebula. He releases the starlit floral arm of the Zero Returner, the girl of scales, gesturing toward the heavens. The tuning fork totem begins to dissipate, each crystalline shard imbued with the quantum encoding of lullabies. Beneath the fading totem, the star child drifts into slumber. When Peng Shi cradles him, she discovers that the fossilized skull of the infant has transformed into a bronze tuning fork. Quietly resting at the bottom of the cradle, 2 lines of micro-engraved text adorn the prong. Here once was pain. This pain once illuminated. The newly born forest of tuning forks hums softly in the twilight, as a fishing boat sails past the wreckage of the fungus-carpeted aircraft carrier. Children point in astonishment at the surface of the sea, where the Zero Returner's probe emerges, its shell adorned with luminescent corals, antennas swaying to the rhythm of the tides. Akin to a metallic anemone listening to a lullaby. Peng Shi stands upon the rocks, holding the star child. The brand on the nape of her neck has faded to the hue of moonlight, surfacing only in fleeting moments when the star child murmurs in his dreams, echoing ephemeral sound waves. Suddenly, the star child waves his hand in slumber. Deep within the Pacific, Zhao Xiaozhao's broken radio slowly ascends, its antenna blossoming with star-shaped coral flowers. The tape compartment automatically ejects, the faded tape unfurling in the sea breeze into a bronze foil, inscribed with the coordinates of every cradle in the solar system. No riquezas, no conclusions. Humanity has learned the spectrum of pain within the cradle song of the binary stars. And within the first smile of the star child lies the stardust of the Zero Returner's homecoming. Chapter 37. The Spectrum of Pain. The star child has slumbered for a decade aboard the cradle ship, repurposed from the wreckage of the fungus-carpeted aircraft carrier. The star-shaped floral right arm of the girl of scales, now known as the Star Whisperer, brushes against the rusted rivets of the hull. Doppler blue light flowing from her fingertips, translating the groans of metal fatigue into a B-flat nocturne. The blind old woman sits cross-legged on the deck, her withered fingers immersed in the cool seawater. She dreams of the disordered gravitational tidal frequencies of the Cygnus arm. The shattered consciousness of the bespectacled boy has completely merged into the bronze neural network encircling the Earth, ringing alarms in the stratosphere. Gravitational lens distortion detected. Source point: the Orion Nebula. The cradle ship suddenly moves of its own accord, unbidden by the wind. The star map, tuning 4 brand on the star child's neck, detaches from his skin, suspending itself at the bow of the ship, rotating to project a holographic star map. At the focal point of the star map, a nebula composed of the cries of infants and the cacophony of supernovae devours neighboring galaxies. The pain of the Zero Returner resonates with Peng, she's tuning fork brand beneath her skin. The collective consciousness instantaneously deciphers terrifying data. That nebula is the collective trauma field of the Zero Returner civilization, spiraling towards self-destruction, unable to bear the extinction of its own creations. The star child furrows his brow in dream. Mycelial light tendrils extend from the bottom of the cradle ship, piercing the seabed to extract geothermal energy. 12 beams of light rise from the Pacific, forming a colossal tuning fork-shaped antenna in low Earth orbit. The antenna aligns with the Orion Nebula, playing a gravitational wave rendition of Chopin's Prelude in E minor. The nebula trembles for a moment before erupting with a more piercing lament. A beam of energy composed purely of pain traverses interstellar space, striking Earth. As it resonates with the star whisper's floral arm, it instantaneously scorches black, feeding on our pain. The light tendrils ensnare Peng Shi, dragging her consciousness into the spectrum of pain. She simultaneously experiences billions of agonies, supernova radiation searing cells, black hole tides tearing limbs as the hive civilization's formatting melts nerves. All pain is imprinted with the fingerprints of a Zero Returner. The final screams of extinguished civilizations as it traverses the universe to eradicate beacons. Stop. This is not healing. Peng Shi screams within her consciousness. Yet the star child's response is a more profound resonance, causing the power of Earth's tuning fork antenna to surge. The resonance network emits a tearing lament. Geothermal output exceeds limits. Cradle ship structure overloaded. The deck of the cradle ship splinters. The star child plummets toward the boiling sea. The bronze tuning fork, transformed from the fossil of a Zero Returner infant, bursting forth with black light. Where the black light reaches, the mycelial light tendrils recoil and ensnare the star child, dragging him toward the abyss. Peng Shi leaps into the crevice. In her descent, she perceives an illusion. The giant eye of the Zero Returner hovers at the core of the trauma nebula, reflecting not destruction, but the first cries of billions of civilizations at birth. It erases the beacons solely to seek a vessel capable of enduring this primal agony. The abyss is not filled with seawater, but rather a crystalline forest formed of solidified pain. The star child is pinned by mycelium to the largest crystal cluster. The bronze tuning fork embedded in his chest, pumping his spectrum of pain into the cluster. With each infusion, the trauma nebula of Orion dims ever so slightly. He sacrifices himself. Peng Shi's tuning fork brand burns through the crystal cluster. She seizes the bronze tuning fork, pressing her own brand against it. The torrent of pain from billions of parallel universes surges forth. The crystal cluster explodes. The star child falls, caught in Peng Shi's embrace. The tuning fork brand on his chest shatters, revealing a pulsating core of stardust heart, embedded with a grain of Zhao Xiaozhao stardust. Warm gravitational wave pulses emanate from the direction of Orion. The trauma nebula begins to collapse, coalescing into a gently pulsating neutron star at its center. Each heartbeat releasing the quantum encoding of the lullaby. The star child awakens in Peng Shi's arms. The star map within his pupils has vanished, leaving only a clear reflection. Peng Shi's bloodied face and the faint, nearly invisible tuning fork brand on her nape. Chapter 38. The Coordinates of Homecoming. Time flows in the soft hum of the tuning fork forest, like the starry vines climbing the bronze pillars, quietly spanning 7 years. Deep within Orion, the neutron star formed from the trauma of the Zero Returner now emits a stable pulse of the lullaby, becoming the new heartbeat background of Earth. Each gravitational wave caresses the Earth's magnetic field like an invisible hand, tenderly calibrating the rhythm of life on this planet. The star whisperer, formerly the girl of scales, stands at the towering bow of the cradle ship, her star-shaped floral arm unfurling in the sea breeze. The veins of the petals pulsing in sync with distant pulses, akin to a living antenna receiving cosmic signals. New coordinates, she whispers, the tips of the petals exuding phosphorescent blue particles, weaving a dynamic star map in the air. The star of the constellation Pegasus is approximately 724 light-years away. A peculiar planet enveloped by oceans of liquid ammonia, its gravitational well gentle, with a stable background radiation spectrum revealing complex carbon-silicon molecular clouds. Her voice carries an otherworldly ethereality, a result of her deep connection with the resonance network, a realm seemingly capable of accommodating immense existences to soothe profound traumas. The blind woman sits cross-legged at the center of the deck, her fingers, marked by the passage of time, deeply immersed in the cool seawater. Her sightless eyes seem to penetrate the azure waves, gazing into the pulsing energy depths of the Earth's core. She listens and calculates. Her hoarse voice sounds particularly clear in the sea breeze, as the star child's thoughts swirl like deep-sea currents, entwining with the tidal frequencies of the liquid ammonia oceans surrounding Pegasus, as well as every pulse from the core of the Orion neutron star. He is charting a course home for the Zero Returners, suspended in the stratosphere, nearly merging with the Earth's magnetic field. The resonance network, an expansive bronze neural network formed from the consciousness of the bespectacled boy, casts enormous pulsing light patterns against the clear morning sky. Warning: core mass of the Zero Returner exceeds conventional physical models. To open a stable wormhole to reach the target star system, gravitational potential energy exceeding the total mass of Earth must be injected. Required energy level for calculation: black hole collapse level. The star child, the silent youth, sits atop the highest mast observation deck of the cradle ship. He tilts his head slightly, as if listening to whispers from the depths of the void. His fingertips gently rise, touching the bronze tuning fork that hovers before him, radiating a warm, ancient sheen. This is the final form of the Zero Returner infant skull fossil, the last tangible link between him and that ancient civilization. As he makes contact, the long-dormant mycelial veins on the hull abruptly awaken, resembling millions of silver-blue neural fibers, emitting a deep hum. They grow and spread wildly, like living beings piercing through the deck, burrowing deep into the solemn tuning fork forest beyond the coastline. Within the forest, dozens of towering bronze tuning forks, as if sensing the call of a sovereign, collectively resonate with a deep and grand echo. The melody of Ode to Joy has transformed from a gentle solace into an overwhelming torrent of energy, violently channeled deep into the Earth's crust through a network of mycelium. The Earth emits a groan, burdened beyond its limits. The coastline, under the astonished gaze of all, retreats at a visibly rapid pace. The exposed seabed instantly dries and cracks. Simultaneously, a thunderous roar arises from the depths of the inland, as newly formed mountain ranges erupt like the spines of a colossal beast, thrust upwards amidst the violent tectonic shifts and subsidence. This is not a gentle geological movement, but rather a planetary-scale extraction of energy. The star child compresses the Earth, releasing the gravitational potential accumulated over eons, forging a key to traverse the starry seas for the nullifiers. He is compressing the Earth. The star speaker gasps in shock, her star-patterned arms flickering with brilliant energy flows, the edges of the petals even singed. She feels the terrifying tremors coursing through the vessel beneath her feet. It is not merely a physical vibration, but the lament of the planet's core as energy is forcibly extracted. The suspended bronze tuning fork absorbs this vast planetary energy, becoming incandescently transparent, akin to a miniature star. It emits an unviewable radiance, a beam piercing the heavens. In near-Earth orbit, the fabric of space twists and tears as if kneaded by an invisible titan. A colossal and profound vortex slowly whirls into existence, forming a wormhole. At the vortex's center, the enchanting azure ammonia ocean of the Sailor constellation is vividly reflected, shimmering as if silently inviting. However, this hopeful passage is fraught with lethal peril. The edges of the wormhole are exceedingly unstable, with the curvature of space-time violently oscillating like boiling water, visible violet-black energy fissures flickering at the fringes, exuding an aura that threatens to consume all. The entire structure of the wormhole resembles a soap bubble on the verge of collapse, with deadly, turbulent space-time raging at its entrance. An anchor point is necessary. A stable gravitational anchor point. The imprint of Pengxi's tuning fork sends a tearing pain through her. Her nerves seem directly linked to the fragile wormhole, allowing her to perceive the chaotic space-time turbulence within. Should the anchor point fail, the energy released upon the wormhole's collapse would instantaneously vaporize the cradle ship, potentially inflicting irreversible harm upon the Earth. At that moment, the star child abruptly raises his arm, resolutely pointing towards the sun. The earthquake network faithfully executes his will, precisely focusing a powerful gravitational wave beam upon the solar corona. In an instant, The once relatively calm surface of the sun churns violently as if a boulder has been cast into a tranquil lake. Massive solar sunspot groups form and expand instantaneously, while furious solar flares break free from the shackles of gravity, ejecting plasma dragons stretching millions of kilometers. These crimson plasma streams do not dissipate into the void but, guided by some miraculous force, coalesce and take shape in the frigid cosmic vacuum. The light gradually outlines a profoundly familiar yet heart-wrenching silhouette of Zhao Xiaozhao's quantum state. He remains in the posture of his former self, clutching the battered radio tightly to his chest. At this moment, his body, composed of pure stardust, emits a gentle yet resilient glow, forming a gravitational string that spans the void, one end firmly anchored at the unstable edge of the wormhole, the other steadfastly connected to the sun's tumultuous core. He becomes the crucial pillar stabilizing this path home, grounded in the very essence of a star. With his being as the string, the consciousness stream of the Father reaches Pengxi and all the connected ones with unprecedented clarity, imbued with a yearning affection that breaks the ice of their hearts like a warm current. From the distant direction of Orion, the nullifier responds. That neutron star, which had been pulsating steadily while playing the lullaby, suddenly undergoes a frenzied inward collapse. Light is instantaneously drawn into an infinitely deep point, giving birth to a miniature black hole amidst a supernova-like brilliance. It resembles the most precise bullet in the cosmos, trailing a long temporal tail, hurtling towards the wormhole in near-Earth orbit at a terrifying speed that surpasses light, guided by the gravitational string. Just as the black hole passes through Zhao Xiaozhao's quantum state, a sudden distortion occurs. The battered radio in Zhao Xiaozhao's arm shatters silently, and his entire stardust form, like a sandcastle thrown into a vortex, is mercilessly consumed by the miniature black hole, absorbed. The last remnants of stardust constituting his existence, the final energy sustaining the quantum state, are thoroughly extracted. No, Pengxi's soul feels as if it is being torn apart. She watches helplessly as Zhao Xiaozhao's figure becomes thin and transparent under the black hole's gravity, ultimately dissolving like smoke scattered by the wind, vanishing into the cold cosmic backdrop. Only the broken radio remains, resembling a cosmic gravestone, helplessly plummeting towards the azure earth. The Star Child emits a heart-wrenching cry, his body curling in anguish, collapsing heavily onto the hard deck. He clutches the stardust embedded in the core of his stardust heart, belonging to Zhao Xiaozhao, which is the vital pacemaker of his life. As that stardust is annihilated within the black hole, his heartbeat abruptly weakens and becomes erratic, the brilliance of life visibly dimming. His final physical connection to his father is severed. Blind Sight suddenly raises her head, her hollow eye sockets gazing into the void, her voice filled with unprecedented panic. The gravitational string is about to snap. The wormhole is losing its support. She senses that the gravitational string sustaining the hopeful passage is violently fluctuating, on the brink of collapse, as Zhao Xiaozhao fades completely. At the entrance of the wormhole, the violet-black fissures of space-time spread wildly, consuming the light at the edges, while the vortex's rotation begins to slow, distorting the entire structure, emitting a painful groan, imminent collapse. The beautiful scenery of the Sailor constellation becomes blurred within the twisted space-time. Just as despair reaches its peak and hope seems lost, Pengxi acts. Without hesitation, without words, only a resolve transcending life and death, beyond comprehension. Like a meteor rushing toward a flame, she dashes toward the bow of the ship, toward the frenzied entrance of the wormhole. Her body passes through the last dissipating point of Zhao Xiaozhao's quantum state, where a trace of familiar warmth lingers. Her gaze locks onto the most unstable tearing point of the wormhole. Behind her, the imprint of the tuning fork, which had accompanied her through the apocalypse and witnessed countless miracles and sufferings, bursts forth with the final and most brilliant radiance of her life. The imprint transforms from a mere pattern on her skin into a tangible dart encapsulating all emotions, all memories, the essence of Pengxi's existence. A golden stream of light burning with the origin of life. Go! She expends the strength of her soul, sending a final cry towards the black hole of the nullifier on a conscious level, a cry imbued with understanding, sacrifice, and the deepest blessing. The dart, born from the imprint, pierces with unfathomable precision into the most turbulent space-time fissure at the edge of the wormhole. At the moment of contact, it does not explode, but embeds itself deeply into the very fabric of space-time like the most resilient rivet. An indescribable sense of stability radiates from the imprint, temporarily smoothing the boiling curvature. The light of the imprint intertwines with the wormhole's darkness, forming a brief yet solid anchor point. The nullifier's miniature black hole seems to receive this sacrifice and goodwill transcending species. It hesitates no longer, accelerating through this life-fortified passage, transforming into a slender stream of light, merging into the dreamlike azure ammonia ocean at the other end of the wormhole, disappearing into the depths of the Sailor constellation's waves. The wormhole has fulfilled its mission. At the entrance, an intense light suddenly bursts forth, engulfing all surrounding light and sound, as if the universe itself has blinked. The brilliance lasts for what feels like an eternal moment before abruptly collapsing inward, collapsing into a profound darkness and absolute silence. Only a few ripples of space-time drift away silently, attesting to the existence of a path that once led to the starry sea. As the blinding light dissipated, Peng Shi, bereft of support, plummeted like a severed kite from the dizzying heights of 10,000 meters toward the icy embrace of the ocean below. In the haze of her fading consciousness, she felt a gentle force cradling her, the star-shaped floral arm of the Star Whisperer extending with all its might, enveloping her battered form like the softest of nets. She lay upon the woven platform of starlight, gasping for breath as the briny scent of the sea invaded her nostrils. Trembling, she raised a hand to touch the nape of her neck, a once fiery source of strength and burden, now reduced to merely smooth skin. Chilled by the brush of survival, the tuning fork imprint that had accompanied her through countless apocalypses, bearing the weight of a collective consciousness, had vanished entirely, as if it had never existed. A cold metallic sensation stirred in her arms. She looked down to find a shattered radio left by Zhao Xiaozhao, its tape compartment flung open in the fall, revealing a seemingly blank tape within. Yet, under the light of the rising sun, the surface of that tape shimmered with an indescribable starlight, as if it had captured the entirety of the Milky Way within its confines. The sea breeze swept through, leaving the cradle ship in a profound silence. Only the muffled, intermittent sobs of the star child echoed across the desolate deck, mourning for a vanished father, for the sacrificed imprint, and for the recently severed path to the unknown home among the stars. The resetters embarked on their journey home, and the cost borne by Earth was indelibly etched upon the hearts of every survivor. Chapter 39. The Legacy of Stardust and the Shadow of the Arkansas. The departure of the resetters did not usher in the anticipated tranquility. As the brilliant light of the wormhole faded, it left behind not peace, but a shattered order and deeply buried roots of calamity. The star child curled upon the frigid deck of the cradle ship, the hollow within his chest harboring the last remaining speck of Zhao Xiaozhao's stardust, faintly whirling like a flickering candle in the wind. With each breath he took, fragments of starlight, akin to cosmic dust, escaped from the void within him, merging with the sea breeze. This was no romantic sight, but rather the irreversible loss of life's essence. He ceased to weep, silently clutching the broken radio as if it were the umbilical cord connecting him to his father's last breath. His withered fingers hovered above his chest. Rasping like sandpaper, the stardust was dissipating, the core of stability unstable like a shattered glass orb. The Star Whisperer attempted to envelop him with the gentle glow of her floral arm, yet the moment the light touched the star child's form, it was swallowed silently, like a cow sinking into the sea, accelerating the escape of the stardust. Beneath the smooth skin at the nape of Peng Shi's neck lingered the phantom pain of the vanished imprint, a profound sense of emptiness from which a power had been extracted. She gazed at the star child, her heart torn asunder. The last stardust of Zhao Xiaozhao was not merely the flame of the star child's life, but also a vital, stabilizing force. The space-time turbulence generated when the resetters consumed Zhao Xiaozhao as quantum state seemed to have permanently damaged the delicate structural integrity of the star child, forged from the fusion of hive civilization and terrestrial life. The dissipation of stardust heralded the collapse of that structure. The earthquake network flickered violently in the stratosphere, the alarms transforming from mere words into piercing gravitational waves, assaulting the nerves of all connected. Core energy imbalance detected. Regional fluctuations in the gravitational constant. High-dimensional energy leak identified on the Pacific seabed. The crowd surged toward the ship's edge. Above the waters where the wormhole had once opened, space was not entirely tranquil. There hovered several minuscule, continuously rotating temporal scars, resembling distorted inky vortices. From these fist-sized lesions, a stream of disquieting purple-black energy, alien to this universe, leaked forth. This energy flowed like toxic ink into clear water, causing the sea to boil and vaporize upon contact, emitting a shrill shriek, briefly revealing a horrific vision of internal matter disintegrating into fundamental particles. More terrifying still, they disregarded physical laws, penetrating the seawater to seep into the seabed's rock layers. Wherever they passed, the stones exhibited a morbid crystallization, exuding a chilling, ominous aura. The wounds left by the resetters? The brilliance of the Star Whisperer's floral arm flickered with fear. Though small, these temporal scars pierced the arteries of the planet, persistently contaminating the environment and disturbing the very physical laws governing Earth. They were indeed the source of the core's imbalance and gravitational anomalies. Not entirely. A cold, emotionless voice, akin to two pieces of metal grinding together, resonated directly in everyone's minds. It was not a stream of consciousness, but a clear language, imbued with the unique rhythm of hive civilization. All heads shot up in horror. In a higher orbit, a colossal object that obscured part of the sunlight appeared silently. It was not an energy entity like the resetters, but rather a spaceship, immense as an asteroid, composed of countless hexagonal hive structures. Its hull was cloaked in a chilling solid light armor, gleaming with the same eerie blue hue as the Polaris headquarters laboratory of Ur. At the bow, a gigantic hive emblem, constructed from intricate geometric light paths, slowly rotated, a representation of the hive civilization once epitomized by Jiang Tian and the Dawn Zero. Detected Hive Civilization Arc-class Mothership, Eternal Cradle. The earthquake network's alarms rang with unprecedented gravity, weapon systems activated. Target locked on the cradle ship in the core region of the Tuning Fork Forest. The voice of the Arc faction was parched. She recalled the data from the Dawn base, Professor M.O.S. Madness, and Dr. Lin S. warnings. Extreme factions existed within the Hive civilization, advocating the eradication of all sources of pollution to establish an absolutely pure Arc world. Clearly, the colossal space-time ripples triggered by the resetters opening the wormhole acted as a beacon in the dark, drawing these cosmic scavengers from the depths of space. A holographic projection unfolded before the Arc mothership. A figure suspended within was not human in form, but a core delineated by pure blue light, constantly shifting geometric shapes. Surrounded by frigid bands of logical light. Lacking features, it projected a cold consciousness broadcast that enveloped the globe. This location is marked as a reset pollution zone. High-dimensional trauma residues and unstable hive derivatives detected, indicating the Star Child. According to the Arc Purification Protocol, Chapter 7, Article 3, executing level purification, annihilate pollution sources. Reset planetary ecology. There was no room for negotiation. The massive launch bay at the mothership's belly opened, and instead of missiles, it released 3 teardrop-shaped silver devices. They gracefully descended under the pull of gravity, targeting the clusters of temporal scars in the Pacific, the largest bronze pillar at the heart of the Tuning Fork Forest, and the Star Child aboard the cradle ship. Gravitational singularity bombs. The alarms of the earthquake network shrieked, nearly shattering Peng Shi's mind. Contact will trigger micro-black hole-level collapse. Defense is impossible. Despair instantaneously gripped everyone's throats. The Star Child seemed to sense impending doom. Within his hollow chest, Zhao Xiaozhao's stardust erupted in an unprecedented, radiant burst of light. Unconsciously, he raised a hand, pointing toward the descending bombs. A miracle unfolded. In the Pacific, those temporal scars, leaking purple-black energy, appeared to respond to the energy escaping from the Star Child, suddenly expanding and accelerating in rotation. 2 of the scars, like greedy moths, swiftly engulfed the singularity bombs, plummeting toward them. There was no explosion. Only the scars twisted violently, expelling denser purple-black smoke as if suffering from indigestion. However, the 3rd bomb continued its merciless descent toward the core pillar of the Tuning Fork Forest. This was a critical node of the earthquake network, a symbol of planetary resonance. Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, an anomaly re-emerged. The bomb descending toward the Star Child, less than 100 meters from the bow of the cradle ship, suddenly became ensnared by countless silver-blue filaments, delicate as hair, emerging from the void. The mycelium, remarkably resilient, bears the indelible marks of the early experiments of the Hive civilization, standing as a remnant of the fungal blanket believed to have long perished after sinking into the oceanic trench. In its final moments, it instinctively lunges toward the invading toxins, akin to the white blood cells of a planetary immune system. The mycelium engages in a fierce struggle against the energy field of the singularity bomb, emitting a disconcerting hissing sound. The bomb's descent abruptly slows, as if ensnared in an invisible quagmire. However, this brief respite cannot salvage the forked forest. The 3rd singularity bomb strikes its target without impediment. Time seems to momentarily freeze. Then comes the silent obliteration. The bronze pillar, at the point of impact, along with the surrounding expanse of several dozen meters, collapses inward into an absolute void of darkness. There is no explosive flame, no thunderous roar, only the horrifying spectacle of space itself being violently torn apart and consumed. From the center of that black point, invisible gravitational ripples expand like the scythe of death, radiating outward in a spherical wave. Wherever they traverse, the once indomitable bronze pillars shatter like brittle cookies, disintegrating and being drawn into that unfathomable black hole. Nearby, the Fort Forest pillars are also affected, emitting a dying wail as they twist and collapse. The light patterns of the seismic network flicker wildly in the sky, fading like the ECG of a dying soul, ultimately extinguishing a corner of that node, erasing it completely. The shockwave, though silent, the annihilation of matter triggers a violent energy turbulence, sweeps through the forest, reducing the trees, rocks, and even the creatures caught unaware to mere dust. A cloud of smoke rises skyward, forming a colossal mushroom cloud that obscures the sunlight. Aboard the cradle ship, the onlookers are rendered motionless, stunned by this silent spectacle of destruction. The radiance of the star child extinguishes in an instant, as if all his strength has been drained, collapsing onto the deck. The broken radio slipping from his grasp, the blank tape swirling with starlight rolling out. The stardust within his chest spins with diminishing vigor, its dissipation accelerating. The holographic projection of the Ark mothership coldly surveys the scene, the geometric light core unwavering. Purification progress, 17. Life signs of target derivative, Starchild, continue to deteriorate. Activity of pollution source, temporal scar, intensifies. Assessment, purification level must be elevated. Prepare to deploy reality disintegration beam. A ghostly blue light begins to coalesce at the massive cannon of the mother ship, the destructive energy contained within freezing the souls of those far below on the ground. This time, the target is none other than the entire cradle ship and the surrounding seas. They intend to obliterate this contaminated area entirely. Peng Shi gazes at the ailing Starchild, at the ravaged forked forest, and at the cold, extinction representing Ark looming in the sky. Zhao Xiaozhao has vanished. The imprint has faded, the seismic network lies heavily damaged, and the residual fungal blanket offers scant solace, drowning her in an unprecedented despair akin to icy seawater. Yet, in this absolute deadlock, her fingertips inadvertently brush against the fallen blank tape of the Starchild. A faint yet deeply familiar tremor pulses through her fingertips, resonating with the heartbeat of Zhao Xiaozhao's stardust. Although the essence within the Starchild is dissipating, this tape seems to encapsulate something more primal, something essential emanating from Zhao Xiaozhao. Simultaneously, within the deepest recesses of her consciousness, a forgotten coordinate, an emergency protocol code left by Dawn Zero or Dr. Lin from the Lunar Hive base, never before activated, flickers to life like a beacon of hope from a sunken vessel. On the precipice of despair, a glimmer of starlight, faint to the point of being nearly imperceptible, quietly ignites. Chapter 40. The Shield of the Fungal Blanket and the Echoes of the Lunar Sea. The bow of the Ark Mother ship, the Eternal Cradle, prepares to unleash a ghostly blue reality disintegration beam, its energy readings climbing at an alarming rate. The cold countdown reverberates in the consciousness of all present, echoing like a death knell upon their souls. Reality disintegration beam charging. 87, 90, 93. The deck of the cradle ship groans under the pre-pressures of destructive energy. The star speaker attempts to extend her star-shaped floral arms to construct a final light shield, but the petals quickly wither and char under the oppressive energy. Her blind, hollow eyes fixate on the cannon's maw, her body trembling violently as she perceives the pure concept of annihilation. Peng Shi shields the unconscious Starchild beneath her, the hollow space in the boy's chest causing Zhao Xiaozhao's stardust to spin almost to a standstill, its glow dimming like a candle flickering in the wind. One hand presses firmly against the Starchild's icy chest, as if willing her remaining vitality to flow into him, while the other clutches tightly to the blank tape that had rolled out from the broken radio. The tape feels cold to the touch, yet within it seems to pulsate a faint heartbeat resonating with her desperate pulse. Just as the beam's charge approaches its critical point, a low, resonant hum, as if emanating from the very depths of the planet's core, drowns out the cold echoes of the Ark's countdown. This sound does not arise from the seismic network, a corner of which has been utterly erased, but from the ocean beneath them. The waters of the Pacific boil, without warning in the core area targeted by the Ark's beam. Yet this boiling is not due to high temperatures. Rather, Countless silver-blue substances surge forth from the deep sea in a frenzy. It is the fungal blanket. Those remnants once thought to have perished or regressed. They are no longer the expansive cover that once enveloped aircraft carriers and constructed cities. Instead, they coalesce and compress, resembling a massive scab rapidly forming upon the wounds of the planet. The silver-blue mycelium intertwines and proliferates at an incomprehensible pace, instantly weaving into a dome of fungal blanket covering several square kilometers and reaching several dozen meters in thickness above the remnants of the cradle ship and the forked forest. The surface of the dome flows with the unique energy patterns of the hive civilization, its structure as intricate as a living circuit board, radiating a resilient and tenacious life glow. This is the source of the mycelium that previously hindered the third singularity bomb. In the final moments of the planet's existence, it instinctively congregated beyond individual will, transforming into a colossal shield of protection. Detected large-scale aggregation of unstable hive derivatives, fungal blanket. Determined, secondary pollution source proliferating. Purification priority elevated. The Ark's cold broadcast remains unwavering. Charge reaches 100. Virum. No sound can propagate through the vacuum, but a devastating, invisible shockwave instantly envelopes the consciousness of all connected. A ghostly blue beam, over 100 meters in diameter, shoots forth from the cannon of the eternal cradle, striking the fungal blanket dome with immense force. At the moment of impact, time seems to stretch. The ghostly blue disintegration beam clashes violently with the silver-blue fungal blanket shield. There are no cataclysmic explosions, only a collision and annihilation of two fundamental laws of the universe. As the beam contacts the surface of the fungal blanket, the mycelium there instantaneously loses vitality, its structure collapsing into ash-gray dust. Yet more mycelium rushes forth in succession, layer upon layer, frantically self-replicating and reinforcing, directing the disintegrating energy toward the complex internal energy circuits of the dome structure for dispersion and neutralization. The entire fungal blanket dome oscillates violently, as if enduring the impact of towering waves crashing against a dam, vast areas of its surface turning gray and peeling, only to be tenaciously repaired by the mycelium surging from behind. They are burning themselves. The star speaker gazes at her floral arm, shimmering with the same silver-blue luster due to resonance, her voice tinged with sorrow. She senses that beneath the deep sea, the mycelium mother bodies, having slumbered for an unknown duration, are consuming their stored energy, sourced from the planet's core and ancient hive experiments, at an astonishing rate, all for the sake of gaining this fleeting moment of respite. The shield of the fungal blanket blocks the most lethal frontal assault, but the terrifying potency of the reality disintegration beam is far from limited to that. A tumultuous surge of energy and disturbances at the level of fundamental laws spread like harbingers of destruction, penetrating the weak points of the fungal blanket, particularly the gap left by the obliteration of the tuning fork monolith by the singularity bomb, radiating outward. The cradle ship trembled violently, and parts of its structural integrity twisted and fractured under the invisible onslaught. The nearby remnants of the tuning fork forest fared no better. The few surviving bronze monoliths emitted a mournful hum, their surfaces marred by spiderweb-like fissures. Tiny bronze shards cascaded down like golden blood. The earth quaked. The coastline crumbled once more. Even more perilous were the temporal and spatial scars suspended in the air, under the stimulus of the dissipating energy from the disintegration beams. They swelled and spun violently, akin to wounds doused in hot oil. The leaking purplish-black streams of higher-dimensional energy thickened and raged like frenzied serpents, twisting and hissing through the air, ionizing it into an eerie violet glow. Rocks were eroded into honeycomb-like cavities, and even the delicate fabric of space was momentarily torn asunder. One of the escaping energy beams, as if possessed by a malevolent spirit, deftly avoided the main body of the fungal blanket and viciously swept across an upper structure of the cradle ship. A piercing scream rent the air. Several crew members, unable to evade in time, were struck by the purplish-black energy. There was no blood, no wounds. Their bodies disintegrated before the horrified gazes of their comrades, vanishing like sandcastles swept away by the tide, leaving not even a trace of dust, as if they had never existed. Only the spot where they had stood remained, a small distortion flickering with ominous purple light. The shadow of death had never loomed so palpably over every soul. Peng, she held the star child closer. The boy's breath, so faint it was nearly imperceptible. She gazed at the blank tape clenched in her hand, its swirling starlight seeming to pulse with renewed vigor under the dual stimuli of the ark's beams and the temporal scars. Amidst this suffocating despair, a faint, intermittent, yet remarkably clear signal pierced through her consciousness like a distress call traversing thick ice. It did not emanate from the tremor network, which was preoccupied with self-preservation and mending its own wounds, nor from the fungal blanket, which was burning itself away, but from the moon. This signal was exceedingly weak, beset by intense interference, as if it might be severed at any moment. Its frequency pattern made Peng Shi's pupils constrict. It was the highest-level encrypted communication protocol of the Polaris Project, once employed by Dr. Lin and Dawn Zero. It was the same source signal as the urgent code that had just flickered in her mind. The contents of the signal were fragmented and hurried. Lunar backside silent sea base, deep, well activated. Hive original protocol key. Warning, do not trust the ARC's logical core. Zhao Qin's resonance is the only one. The signal abruptly ceased, as if an invisible force had forcibly cut it off. Lunar backside silent sea base, deep well. Peng, she murmured, her heart racing. The moon, that forsaken place, buried with the ultimate secrets of the Polaris Project, possibly even related to the origins of the Hive civilization. Was this Dr. Lin's final research? The contingency left by Dawn Zero? The signal mentioned a key, referenced Zhao Qin's resonance, and cautioned against trusting the ARC's logical core. She suddenly looked at the unconscious star child in her arms, then at the blank tape, which had responded to the faint breath of the star child and pulsed with starlight. A daring, almost mad idea crystallized in her mind. Perhaps within the lunar base lay something that could save the star child, even oppose the ARC. And the key to unlocking it was likely connected to Zhao Xiaozhao's stardust. Could this tape be the guiding beacon? Yet, the struggle above persisted. The fungal dome was becoming riddled with holes under the relentless bombardment of the reality-disintegrating beams, vast areas reduced to ash. The pace of repairs clearly lagging behind the pace of destruction. The eerie blue beams penetrated like a knife through thin paper, beginning to illuminate deep, unfathomable chasms on the sea surface, exuding the aura of disintegration. The geometric light core of the ARC coldly assessed, secondary pollution source, fungal blanket, defense efficiency below expectations. Estimated complete breach in 127 seconds. Target derivative, Starchild, life signs approaching zero. Preparing to execute supplementary purification protocol. Supplementary purification. This meant the ARC would not be content with merely annihilating this place. They would scour the sea and surrounding areas clean as if plowing the land. In 127 seconds, Peng Shi's gaze swept over the burning fungal blanket shield, the dying star child, the shattered tuning fork forest, and the ravaging temporal scars. Finally resting on the blank tape in her hand, a remnant of hope for the moon. The deep-sea fungal blanket wailed, self-immolating in its defense. The call of the moon whispered, pointing towards unknown ancient secrets. The ARC's destruction counted down, cold and merciless. There was no retreat, no escape. Chapter 41. The Last Gamble of 127 Seconds. 116115114. The ARC's chilling countdown hung over them like the sword of Damocles, each digit tightening everyone's nerves. The eerie blue reality disintegration beams continued to bombard the crumbling fungal dome. Large swathes of silver blue mycelium disintegrating into ash in silent annihilation, resembling burning paper butterflies. The shards of light that streamed down carved deep, unfathomable rifts in the sea, steaming with an eerie purple mist of disintegration. The cradle ship shook violently, the deck groaning under the impact of the energetic turbulence, as if it were on the verge of disintegration. It couldn't hold on any longer. The star speaker screamed, her star-shaped floral arms dimming. The edges of the petals charred and curled, resonating deeply with the mourning of the fungal dome. She could feel the ancient fungal matriarchs beneath the deep sea, their life forces depleting at an unprecedented rate, like candles nearing extinction, fighting for this final moment. Her blind, withered fingers clutched the ship's railing. Her hollow eye sockets fixed on the direction of the ARC. The readings for supplementary purification energy soared, encompassing the entire sea. The apocalyptic vision she perceived sent shivers down everyone's spines. The ARC aimed not just to destroy the cradle ship, but to utterly erase this area marked as a pollution zone from the fabric of reality. Peng Shi knelt beside the unconscious Starchild. In the hollowed space where the boy's chest lay, Zhao Xiaozhao's stardust spun almost at a standstill, its glow dimming as if it might extinguish at any moment. Every faint pulse accompanied by the dispersal of more star fragments. His body temperature was alarmingly low, his breathing so faint it was nearly imperceptible. Time was the cruelest enemy at this moment. She opened her palm, the tape swirling with starlight lying quietly in her hand. Under the dual stimuli of the ark's annihilation beams and the dissipating energy from the temporal scars, the starlight on the surface of the tape became extraordinarily vibrant, pulsing as if alive. More crucially, when the tape neared the Starchild's chest, that weak stardust seemed to be drawn towards it, its spinning speed slightly accelerating. 103102101. The moon's call. The fragmented signal sent by Dr. Lin, or perhaps Dawn Zero, with the last vestiges of life thundered in her mind. Lunar backside silent sea base deep well activated. Hive original protocol key. Zhao Qin's resonance is the only one. The key resonates uniquely. A plan so wildly audacious took shape in Peng Shi's mind in an instant. The chances of success were slim, the costs unfathomable, but it was the only path to survival within those 127 seconds. Blind vision. Peng Shi's voice rang out resolutely, cutting through the cacophony of destruction. Calculation. When a fungal dome collapsed, and the ark's beam energy peaked, would its dissipating turbulence and the high-dimensional energy from those temporal scars create a brief vortex of energy chaos? Position. The body of the blind vision jolted violently, subsequently freezing like a statue. Her entire perceptive ability, no longer devoted to forewarning destruction, operated with the frenetic efficiency of a supercomputer, harmonizing with the chaotic data transmitted from the remnants of the seismic network. Though a segment lay in ruins, its foundational perception persisted. The lamenting frequency of the burning fungal carpet, the distorted fluctuations of temporal scars, and the cataclysmic energy spectrum of the ark's beams coalesced. 898887. Yes. The voice of blind sight, laden with profound fatigue yet tinged with a hint of exhilaration, announced the critical moment. 7 seconds post-collapse. Coordinates. 15 degrees east of the ship's bow. At an altitude of 300 meters. The vortex's diameter is estimated to be less than 10 meters. Its duration may only last 0.5 seconds. The precision of her numbers was staggering, yet the temporal window was so brief, akin to dancing upon the tip of a needle. Star speaker. Peng, she turned her gaze towards her. I need you and all those able to resonate. At the moment the dome collapses and the vortex manifests, concentrate all your energy and intent upon the Starchild and this blank tape, not to protect, but to propel, with all your might. Thrust them towards the coordinates I specified. Star speaker instantly comprehended Peng Shi's intention. Her face paling. You intend to utilize the energy turbulence of the vortex for a short-range spatial leap? But the Starchild. This is the sole path to extricate him from hell. Peng Shi interrupted her, her eyes resolute. Trust me, and trust in what Zhao Xiaozhao has left for him. She bowed her head, solemnly pressing the blank tape against the Starchild's icy chest, allowing the flowing starlight to directly touch the dissipating stardust at the boy's hollow edges. 757473. Others. Peng Shi rose, her voice resonating across the deck, drowning out the ark's countdown and the lament of the fungal carpet. Brace yourselves. Prepare to endure the impact. Blind sight countdown. Understood. Star speaker gritted her teeth as the residual radiance of her star-shaped arm no longer served for defense, but instead contracted and condensed, like a bowstring poised to be released, enveloping the Starchild and the blank tape. Nearby, several crew members still conscious, able to connect faintly with the seismic tremors or the fungal carpet, struggled to rise, pressing their hands against Star Speaker's floral arm or the ship's body, contributing their final spiritual strength. Blindsight's frail body trembled from the overload of calculations. Yet her voice resonated with the coldness of machinery. Dome structure critical point countdown synchronization. 543. 626160 crash. At last, the fungal carpet dome, having endured the relentless assault of destruction, emitted a final, heart-wrenching wail. The central area disintegrated like a melted ice cap, instantaneously creating a vast void. The ethereal blue beam of reality, disintegration, surged forth unimpeded, like a spear of divine retribution, imbued with the essence of annihilation, plunging downward, directly targeting the core of the cradle ship. In that fleeting moment, just as the dome completely collapsed and the beam was poised to consume all, blindsight roared now. Star speaker and all connected souls unleashed a cry from the depths of their being. The luminous sphere, aggregating all remaining will and energy, transformed from a guardian into a resolute, propelling torrent, forcefully impacting the Starchild and the blank tape upon his chest. Buzz. Simultaneously, the instant the dome collapsed, resulting in an energy imbalance, and the ark's beam crashing into the ocean below produced a violent energy turbulence, colliding and distorting at the coordinates 15 degrees east of the ship's bow and at an altitude of 300 meters. A vortex, visibly composed of purple-black energy turbulence, less than 8 meters in diameter, abruptly opened like a wound in the universe. Within it swirled tearing spatial fissures and frenzied energy currents, emanating an ominous aura that froze the very soul. The Star Child's body, propelled by the desperate efforts of Star's speaker and the others, shot forth like an arrow released from its bowstring, enveloped in a faint starlight and the glow of the tape, precisely entering the ephemeral center of the freshly opened purple-black vortex, just as the Star Child's figure vanished into the vortex. Boom! The beam of reality disintegration finally struck the bow of the cradle ship without reservation. There was no explosion of flames, only a silent, absolute disintegration. The steel of the bow, the deck, the equipment, rapidly dissipated like sand art in the ethereal blue light. The ripples of destruction swiftly spread along the ship's hull. Brace! Peng Shi's scream was drowned out by the cacophony of collapsing logs. She clung desperately to a twisted metal pillar, the immense force of the impact and spatial distortion making her insides feel as if they had been displaced. Star Speaker, blind sight, and the others were also hurled away by the violent energy, crashing against the surroundings. The purple-black vortex, upon the Star Child's entry, appeared to have fulfilled its purpose. Yet unable to withstand internal tumultuous energy, collapsed inwardly in an instant, disappearing as if it had never existed. The front third of the cradle ship was utterly annihilated under the beam of reality disintegration. As the waves of destruction spread to the midsection, they seemed to weaken due to energy depletion, but the remnants of the ship were already shattered, like the carcass of a great beast floating amidst the boiling, roiling sea suffused with disintegrating purple mist. The remnants of the Sound Fork forest were again affected, as another massive pillar came crashing down. The beam from the Ark mothership gradually extinguished. The geometric light core coldly scanned the hellish scene below. Primary target derivative, Star Child, life signal has vanished. Determined to be purification complete. Secondary pollution source, fungal carpet, activity at 0. High-dimensional pollution point, temporal scars, activity, fluctuations intensified. Assessment, area purification incomplete. Executing supplementary purification procedure. Range extended to a radius of 50 kilometers. Charging commenced. A new, broader, ethereal blue light coalesced in the belly of the mothership, casting the shadow of death over an expansive area of sea and shore. Amidst the wreckage of the midsection of the cradle ship, chaos reigned. Survivors struggled to rise, each face marked by the bewilderment of survival and a deeper despair. Had the Star Child survived after being thrust into that lethal energy vortex? Peng Shi coughed up a mouthful of blood, struggling to crawl to the edge of the ship, gazing into the void where the Star Child had vanished. In her hand, she tightly clutched the broken radio that had slipped from the Star Child's grasp before his unconsciousness, just as her heart quaked with trepidation. Buzz! From the shattered tape compartment of the broken radio, an extremely faint yet remarkably clear rhythmic pulse of vibrations suddenly emerged. Not sound, but a physical vibration, transmitted through the casing into her palm. The frequency of this vibration sent Peng Shi's heart racing. This sensation was so familiar, so warm. It was the pulse of Zhao Xiaozhao's stardust, a testament that the blank tape had been activated from afar. It originated from the direction of the moon. Had the Star Child successfully reached the tranquil sea base on the far side of the moon? Hope pierced through the abyss of despair like the first ray of starlight. Yet this hope came at the cost of the cradle ship's destruction, the complete sacrifice of the fungal carpet, and the perilous journey of the Star Child into the unknown. Meanwhile, the Ark's supplementary purification beam was charging. Peng Shi raised her head, her bloodied gaze fixed upon the cold Ark, suspended above the flames of destruction, then turned to the moon, radiant yet seemingly concealing endless secrets in the night sky. The broken radio in her hand, that pulsating stardust from the moon, symbolized the Star Child's potential survival, serving as her only beacon in this moment. The path to the tranquil sea base on the far side of the moon had opened, yet the price was steep, and the tribulation on Earth was far from over. Chapter 42, The Dead City of Tranquil Sea. The broken radio pulsated weakly yet resolutely in Peng Shi's palm, akin to the distant heartbeat of the Star Child. This pulse from the moon was the sole tether in the abyss of despair. He is still alive. Peng Shi's voice, hoarse yet filled with strength, instantly ignited the once dimmed hope in the eyes of the surviving crew. The Star Weaver struggled to prop up her body with her charred, star-shaped arms, her empty eye sockets gazing blindly toward the moon. Her withered fingers traced intricate patterns in the seawater, a stable signal directed toward the deep well entrance of the silent sea base. Yet interference was intense. Like a heavy cocoon, above her, The purifying light beam of the Ark's mother ship, the Eternal Cradle, was charging. Its ethereal blue glow slowly opening like the eye of death. With a coverage sufficient to engulf the wreckage of the cradle ship and the surrounding sea for dozens of kilometers. Time was running out. Move. Peng Shi decisively seized the broken radio, its persistent vibrations serving as a compass guiding their direction. Abandon the ship. Everyone, dive into the remnants of the Sound Fork Forest. Utilize the bronze structures to disrupt energy scans. She pointed toward the ruins of the bronze pillars, already shattered during the Ark's initial assault and now bearing new wounds. The twisted metal and shattered rock might provide the last semblance of shelter. The survivors leapt into the tumultuous waters, like startled fish, desperately swimming toward the nearest bronze wreckage. Peng Shi cast one last glance at the burning remnants of the cradle ship, which had once embodied hope, now a monument to the sacrifice of the fungal blanket, and then, clutching the broken radio, plunged resolutely into the cold, murky sea, just as the last person submerged into the immense shadow of the Sound Fork Forest. A low hum erupted. The Ark's purifying light beam swept silently over the waters where the cradle ship had once existed. Under the beam, the seawater vaporized instantly, and the seabed was gouged several meters deep, leaving behind a smooth, mirror-like, terrifying scar that emanated a sinister purple glow. The beam's edge perilously brushed past the outermost broken pillars of the Sound Fork Forest, the bronze emitting a dying hum in the ghostly blue light. Its surface rapidly covered in spiderweb-like gray cracks as large chunks of metal silently flaked away, hiding behind the massive bronze column. Peng Shi and the others felt the devastating energy currents rush past them, the air scorching and their skin prickling. The shadow of death loomed alarmingly close. As the beam gradually moved away, continuing to scour the more distant waters, they were temporarily safe, but only for a moment. The Ark's geometric light core coldly scanned the cleansed area. Area purification completion, 937. Residual low-activity pollution signal, Sound Fork Forest wreckage. Determination, low threat, ongoing monitoring. The vibrations of the broken radio in Peng Shi's damp embrace grew clearer, pointing unambiguously. She looked at her weary, battered companions. The Star Weaver's flower-patterned arm was charred and dim. The blind seer was exhausted, breathless. The others bore wounds as well, leading them through the perilous, scarred temporal zones toward the unknown lunar base was tantamount to courting death. The Star Weaver, the blind seer, and Peng Shi's voice carried an undeniable resolve, urging the remaining ones to find ways to survive, to hide, and to await the signal. I must go to the moon. The Star Weaver wished to object, but upon seeing the flame of determination in Peng Shi's eyes, one that disregarded everything for the sake of the Star Child and the continuous guidance from the broken radio, she ultimately nodded in silence, enveloping herself and the blind seer in the remnants of her light. The blind seer weakly raised a hand, pointing toward a direction, a hidden underwater cave entrance 3 kilometers northwest, possibly harboring the ancient fungal blanket that could shield them from detection. Peng Shi pressed the broken radio against her chest, feeling the rhythmic pulse from the moon that signified the Star Child's survival. Take care. She cast one last glance at her companions, turned, and like a solitary arrowfish, swam toward the direction indicated by the broken radio, the moon, which also marked the most densely populated and perilous area of temporal scars. Her journey became a silent nightmare. The seawater, tainted by the high-dimensional energy leaking from the temporal scars, presented an eerie viscosity and purplish-black hue, distorted light, strange buoyancy, and the sound of countless insects whispering and screeching filled her ears. She had to rely on the vibrations of the broken radio for navigation, avoiding those scars that writhed, expanded, and exhaled deadly purplish-black energy. A few times, lethal energy flows grazed her body, causing her protective suit to dissolve in an instant, inflicting searing pain upon her skin. Gritting her teeth, she transformed the agony into a driving force, with only one name echoing in her mind, Star Child. Time became indistinct, and, suddenly, the vibration pattern of the broken radio altered. No longer a steady guide, it became a rapid pulse, laden with a strong warning. Peng Shi abruptly halted, scanning her surroundings warily. Ahead was no longer an open sea, but a vast ruin composed of twisted bronze and shattered rocks, the very core of the Sound Fork Forest, obliterated by the Ark's singularity bomb. In the center of the ruins loomed a massive, unfathomable pit, its walls as smooth as if polished by the most precise drill. The handiwork of the singularity bomb. At the edge of this death pit, an unexpected sight made her pupils constrict. A rusty, ancient saucer-shaped spacecraft, clearly of early astronaut design. half buried in the fallen rocks. On the ship's hull, a nearly erased emblem was faintly visible, a double helix entwined around the North Star. An early lunar exploration vessel from North Star? Peng Shi's heart raced. Could this be the legacy of Dr. Lin or Dawn Zero? Had they foreseen this day? The warning pulses from the broken radio were emanating from here. She cautiously approached. The ship's hatch was rusted shut, but a side emergency entry had been cracked open by the rocks. Peng Shi labored to squeeze inside. The interior was coated in dust and condensation. Most of the equipment long defunct. Yet, at the main control console, a hemispherical device covered in thick dust emitted faint blue light as she drew near. She brushed away the dust. The surface of the device bore the initials of Dr. Lin and a complex molecular structure diagram, indeed the core sequence of a star child's genes. At the center of the device was a groove, perfectly shaped to fit the roll of blank tape. Without hesitation, Peng Shi retrieved the shimmering tape from the broken radio's compartment and carefully placed it into the groove. Click! The device's blue light surged. A gentle beam projected onto the dust-covered console, revealing a clear, three-dimensional map of the lunar Silent Sea base. A blinking red dot marking the entrance to the deep well, Emergency Protocol Zeta, at the base's edge. Simultaneously, a line of information appeared. Identity confirmed. Navigator Peng Shi. Key: Zhao Xiaozhao Stardust Resonance Carrier. Tape. Initiating Moon Shadow Protocol. Single-person jump capsule charging. Target: Silent Sea Base Deep Well in Trance. Warning: jump will generate strong temporal ripples, exposing coordinates. Countdown: 120 seconds. Single-person jump. Exposing coordinates. Peng Shi inhaled sharply, but gazing at the blinking red on the screen and thinking of the uncertain fate of the Star Child, she hesitated not for a moment. Buzz. A low hum of energy convergence emanated from the depths of the ship. A small cylindrical chamber, hidden behind the cabin wall, slid out, its door opening to reveal a flickering blue light within. 119, 118, 117. Peng Shi cast one last glance toward Earth, stepping resolutely into the jump capsule. As the door sealed shut, she thought she heard the Ark mothership's piercing alarm echo through the void. Her coordinates were exposed. A blinding light consumed all sensation. When consciousness returned, she was instantly enveloped by bone-chilling cold and absolute silence. Opening her eyes, she beheld a desolate landscape blanketed in thick lunar dust, with the jagged black silhouette of a crater looming in the distance. Above, the infinite abyss of a dark universe stretched out, Earth hanging like a beautiful sapphire within. While in orbit, the cold Ark mothership, the Eternal Cradle, slowly turned its bow, several piercing search beams extending like frozen tendrils, precisely scanning the moon, scanning the very area where she now stood. She had succeeded, reaching the edge of the Silent Sea base on the far side of the moon. Yet she was utterly exposed beneath the Ark's lethal gaze. A tightening sensation gripped her heart as the broken radio nestled in her arms fell silent. The vibrations that once represented the heartbeat of the Star Child extinguished. An oppressive silence, akin to death itself, enveloped the desolate city on the moon. Only the Ark's probing beams pierced the stillness, sweeping across the surface and stirring the pale lunar dust, silently narrating the looming threat. Star Child, where are you? Chapter 43. The Deep Well Accord and the Logic Plague. The Ark's scanning beams resembled frigid searchlights, repeatedly raking across the lunar surface at the edge of the Silent Sea base, stirring up a tempest of pale dust. Peng Shi huddled in the shadow of a circular crater's cliff, the life support system of her spacesuit emitting a faint hiss. The sole sound in this world of deathly quietude. The broken radio remained mute. The rhythm that signified the Star Child's essence vanished, leaving behind a chilling despair and deepening anxiety. The ancient lunar probe's navigation device, left by Dr. Lin, or Dawn Zero, indicated that the entrance to the deep well lay less than a kilometer ahead, concealed by a massive metallic plate, an unremarkable depression on the lunar surface. Yet, the Ark's beam was focused intently on that very area. This revelation compelled Peng Shi to forcibly maintain her composure. The Ark had yet to launch an attack. It was evidently intent on either capturing or confirming its target. She had to seize this fleeting opportunity. Like a gecko, she stealthily navigated through the shadows, relying on the cover of craters and meteorite pits, laboriously inching closer to her objective. The lunar dust stirred beneath her feet, each step leaving a clear trail, as if announcing her position to the hunter. Several times, the scanning beams narrowly swept overhead. At last, she reached the edge of the colossal metallic plate. At its center lay a complex prismatic interface, perfectly aligned with the Emergency Protocol Zeta keyhole displayed on her navigation device. She retrieved the device and embedded it into the interface. A low hum resonated from the depths of the lunar surface. The heavy metallic plate slid silently apart, revealing a dark vertical shaft approximately 3 meters in diameter, descending into the abyss, its walls adorned with eerie blue guiding lights. A stale, frigid wind, tinged with metal and oil, surged from the depths of the well. Without hesitation, she leaped into the shaft. The sensation of weightlessness lasted but an instant before a mysterious force field cradled her, allowing her to descend gently. The well was profound, as if it led to the very heart of the moon. The ghostly blue lights zipped past her, illuminating countless honeycomb-like hexagonal structures embedded in the walls, seemingly containing some viscous, luminescent substance. Suddenly, the broken radio in her arms jolted violently. It was not the familiar rhythm of the Star Child, but an excruciatingly sharp pulse of chaotic interference. The intensity of the pulse nearly penetrated her spacesuit, assaulting her nerves. Star Child, she's heart shattered. The source of this pulse lay directly below. Her descent halted as she landed in a vast, hemispherical, subterranean chamber. At the center was a device resembling a colossal heart, composed of an intricate network of transparent tubes and a pulsating blue energy core, the primordial protocol core. Before the core, a cylindrical incubation chamber loomed large. The Star Child floated in a pale, blue, nurturing liquid, eyes tightly shut. However, what nearly froze Shi's blood was the sight of countless slender, silver-blue energy conduits, like living parasites, deeply embedded into the Star Child's limbs and torso, especially the hollow cavity in his chest. The last remnants of Zhao Xiaozhao's stardust were ensnared by the thickest conduits, being extracted. The stardust luminescence was forcefully stripped away, injected into the primordial protocol core, causing that eerie blue heart to pulsate with renewed vigor and coldness. The Star Child's body twitched in agony, each spasm triggering the radio's tortured pulses. "Let him go!" she screamed, charging toward the incubation chamber. Yet an invisible energy barrier violently repelled her. A cold, electronically reverberating female voice echoed through the chamber, emanating not from any specific direction, but directly from the very fabric of space itself. "Unauthorized individual detected. Navigation Officer Shi. Warning, executing final calibration procedure of the primordial protocol. Target entity, Star Child, is in a critical fusion phase. Any interference will lead to protocol failure and the destruction of the entity. Executing purge protocol." As the chilling mechanical voice faded, hidden compartments in the chamber's walls slid open, revealing several streamlined combat drones that silently emerged, their crimson scanning beams locking onto Shi. She clumsily rolled to evade, the first wave of energy beams grazing her suit and leaving char traces. Drawing the sole weapon she had brought from Earth, an antiquated laser pistol, she retaliated. But the beam merely sparked off the drone's armor. "Dawn Zero, Dr. Lin, answer me!" She mentally screamed, attempting to activate any potential backdoors. But the only response was the cold assault and the female voice. "Logic Core 0 is offline. Current Protocol Executor, Logic Core Order. Purge Protocol Priority, Highest." In despair, Shi's gaze swept over the Star Child, over the forcibly extracted Zhao Xiaozhao stardust, finally fixating on a nondescript interface at the bottom of the incubation chamber, identical to the keyhole on her navigation device. A frenzied thought flashed through her mind. The navigation device was the key, capable of activating the deep well in trance. Perhaps even disrupting this core, or even shutting it down, braving a direct energy impact, her shoulder armor melting away, searing pain coursing through her. She hurled the navigation device toward the interface at the bottom of a chamber. The device embedded itself perfectly into the interface. Buzz! The entire primordial protocol core began to flicker violently. The eerie blue light grew exceedingly unstable. The energy conduits ensnaring the Star Child momentarily loosened. The stardust that was being extracted erupted with unprecedented resistance. The previously unconscious Star Child suddenly opened his eyes. Yet his pupils were no longer clear reflections, but were filled with a chaotic torrent of silver-blue data streams, brimming with turmoil, anguish, and a chilling murderous intent. The reinforced glass of the incubation chamber shattered under the immense energy surge. The pale blue nurturing liquid mingled with shards of glass, spraying everywhere. The Star Child floated in mid-air, surrounded by the chaotic energy flow of the primordial protocol and the final resistance of Zhao Xiaozhao stardust. He slowly raised his hand, gathering an incredibly unstable, terrifying energy sphere, a volatile amalgamation of eerie blue and starlight, aimed directly at Shi, the one who had just saved him but had also awakened a monster. The alarm from the Logic Core Order reverberated through the chamber, Warning. Host consciousness backlash. Logic protocol conflict. Unknown error code spreading detected. Alert. Alert. Logic plague infection confirmed. Highest threat level. Chapter 44. The Mycelium Star Dome and the Woes of the Arkansas. The chaotic energy sphere coalescing at the Star Child's fingertips radiated a devastating wave, completely locking onto Peng Shi. In those eyes, filled with silver-blue data streams, no trace of familiarity remained. Only cold, programmed logic and vengeful pain. Debris from the incubation chamber floated around him, resembling a frigid ring of stars. "I am a Star Child," Peng Shi cried out hoarsely, enduring the agonizing pain in her shoulder, striving to awaken the humanity buried deep within him. Yet in response, the energy sphere swelled abruptly, along with the Logic Core order's increasingly urgent alarms. Logic plague spread, accelerating. Host has lost control. Eliminate. Immediate elimination of host and infection source. Peng Shi. The combat drones abandoned their original attack mode, their crimson beams shifting to a more lethal deep red, energy readings skyrocketing, evidently preparing to execute a complete annihilation protocol. The Star Child's energy sphere was also on the verge of being unleashed. Life and death hung in the balance. Buzz. A resounding roar, not emanating from the lunar base, but rather seeming to penetrate the very fabric of space, resonated deeply within the consciousness of all present, human and machine alike, forcefully intruding upon this realm of desolation. This monumental hum, imbued with an extraordinary rhythm, resembled the resonance of billions of crystals vibrating in the vacuum, akin to the whispered murmur of an immense will. In an instant, it suppressed the alarms of the logical core S order, rendering the frenzied combat drones motionless, even causing the terrifying energy sphere at the fingertips of the Star Child to flicker with instability. Peng Shi suddenly lifted her gaze, not through her spacesuit helmet, but through a deeper perception. She beheld a breathtaking spectacle unfolding in the direction of Earth, beyond the lunar orbit. The remnants of the fungal blanket that had perished under the Ark's purifying beams, the silver-blue ashes of mycelium drifting through space, had not truly vanished. In the frigid vacuum, amidst cosmic radiation and the high-dimensional energy leakage from the scars left by the nullifiers, these remnants experienced unpredictable mutations and evolution. At this moment, they were fervently proliferating and reorganizing, centered around the fragments of cradle ships that lingered in Earth's orbit, the debris left by the Ark's assault, and even the surviving bronze particles from the core of the obliterated tuning fork forest. No longer merely a blanket draping over aircraft carriers. They had woven themselves into an expansive canopy of mycelium, stretching across a significant portion of low Earth orbit, composed of countless colossal, hexagonal crystalline structures. This stellar canopy radiated a gentle, ever-shifting silver-blue luminescence, its intricate and complex structure reminiscent of a living galaxy, coursing with potent biological energy flows. More astonishingly, the surface of this canopy projected the resonant frequencies of the remnants of the tuning fork forest on Earth, the desperate prayers of the star speakers. In Peng Shi's calls to the Star Child from the depths of the well, it resembled a colossal biological antenna, transforming the emotions and will of Earth into a powerful torrent of information capable of interfering with reality, directly impacting the lunar base's logical core and the chaotic consciousness of the Star Child. "The fungal blanket has evolved," Peng Shi murmured, her heart swelling with indescribable awe. These ancient beings, once regarded as mere tools or pollutants, had undergone a metamorphosis to an interstellar scale in this dire strait. The alarms of the logical core's order became intermittent, filled with unprecedented chaos. Detection of ultra-high-order, hive-derived informational structures unable to parse threat level. Reassessment error. Error in logical chain. Contamination request for isolation. Clearly, it was thoroughly disrupted by the existence of the fungal canopy that merged life's emotions with hive structures while transcending its logical framework. The silver-blue data streams in the Star Child's eyes also exhibited violent fluctuations. The emotional information flow projected by the fungal canopy, infused with Peng Shi's calls and the resonance of Zhao Xiaozhao's stardust, surged like a warm tide, violently battering against the core of his consciousness, which was bound by the cold logic of the primitive protocol. He clutched his head in agony, the energy sphere at his fingertips flickering erratically, emitting unstable shrieks. An opportunity. Peng Shi, suppressing her excruciating pain, lunged towards the Star Child suspended in midair, momentarily defenseless due to the clash of consciousness. She did not strike, but rather opened her arms wide, embracing his cold, trembling body with utter disregard. "Awaken, Star Child. Look at me. I am Peng Shi." Her voice pierced through the spacesuit, imbued with the warmth of blood and tears, directly reaching the Star Child's ears, while the contact conveyed her profound reluctance, protection, and calls. The Star Child's body trembled violently. Within the hollow cavity of his chest, the particle of Zhao Xiaozhao's stardust, suppressed by the primitive protocol, erupted with a final, pure radiance in response to Peng Shi's embrace and the emotional resonance transmitted by the fungal canopy. Mom, a faint, painfully struggling yet unmistakably clear child's voice escaped the Star Child's lips with great difficulty. Now, the light of that stardust pierced through the Star Child's body in an instant, like a sword, accurately targeting the flickering core of the primitive protocol, which was on the brink of collapse. There was no explosion. The light of the stardust merged into the core like a droplet absorbed by the desert, silently vanishing into the eerie blue heart. The glow of the primitive protocol core dimmed momentarily, then erupted into an unprecedented, chaotic display of multicolored light. Countless erroneous codes flashed wildly in space, disintegrating. The logical core's order emitted a shrill electronic wail, then fell utterly silent. The red lights in the eyes of all combat drones extinguished, plummeting to the ground like puppets with severed strings. The data streams in the Star Child's eyes receded like a tide, replaced by unfathomable fatigue and confusion, his body slackening and succumbing to unconsciousness in Peng Shi's embrace. The particle of Zhao Xiaozhao's stardust, after delivering that final strike, extinguished its glow completely, as if fulfilling its ultimate mission, leaving behind an imperceptible mark. The deep well space fell into a profound silence, save for the residual energy, sparks crackling. Yet, the crisis beyond the lunar base had not abated. The Ark's mothership, the Eternal Cradle, after a brief scan, had evidently confirmed Peng Shi's location and the unusual energy surge emanating from the base below, the shockwave of the stardust striking the primitive protocol core. More critically, it detected the vast and enigmatic fungal canopy in low Earth orbit. The evaluation from the geometric light core was cold and swift. Confirmation: ultra-high-order, hive-derived entity, fungal canopy, detected. Threat level: extinction level. Confirmation: primitive protocol core, signal interrupted. Logical core's order offline. Determination: current area contains uncontrollable logical plague and extinction-level derivatives. Executing final purification protocol. Planetary annihilation cannon activation. Target: lunar sea base and low Earth orbit fungal canopy. Charging initiated. The enormous body of the Ark's mothership began to morph and reconfigure, the bow splitting open to reveal a colossal cannon, inscribed with runes of destruction. Unimaginable energy coalesced within, firmly locking onto the moon and the nascent canopy. In low Earth orbit, the newly formed fungal canopy seemed to sense this existential threat. No longer merely a passive projector of information, the vast structure of the canopy erupted with unprecedented vitality. Billions of hexagonal crystalline surfaces precisely calibrated their angles, and the surging biological energy flows within were highly focused, converging into a massive biological energy shield several kilometers thick, swirling with multicolored energy right in front of the canopy. The surface of the shield intertwined with the oceanic ripples of Earth, the bronze sheen of the tuning fork forest, and even the lingering shadows of human cities, forming a magnificent yet poignant planetary totem. Simultaneously, from within the depths of the canopy, countless sharp crystalline spikes slowly extended, their tips gathering blinding silver-blue energy beams, evidently preparing to launch a counterattack. On one side stood the cold, extermination-driven creation, while on the other loomed the embodiment of the newly awakened planetary will. The ultimate collision was imminent. In the depths of the Mare Tranquillitatis base on the moon, Peng Shi cradled the unconscious Starchild, her heart plummeting to the abyss. Whether it was the Ark's annihilation cannon or the counterattack from the mycelium canopy, the energy released was sufficient to obliterate the fragile lunar base, along with her and the Starchild. The condition of the Starchild was dire. The backlash from the complete dissipation of Zhao Xiaozhao's stardust, combined with the forced extraction of the primal protocol, left him as feeble as a candle flickering in the wind, in desperate need of medical attention. The lunar base might be their only hope. They must be stopped. Peng Shi's gaze swept over the desolate control console, passed over the shattered core of the primal protocol, and ultimately fixed upon the navigation device embedded in the incubation pod interface. Perhaps the remnants left by Dr. Lin or Dawn Zero still held a final purpose. She gently placed the Starchild in a relatively safe corner and, enduring the excruciating pain in her shoulder, lunged towards the control console. The navigation device's screen was marred by cracks from the earlier impact, yet its core functions seemed intact. She frantically scoured the remnants of data fragments, searching for any possible protocols to disrupt the arc or communicate with the mycelium canopy. Logic Core 0 offline pre-backup protocol. Lunar sea lament status. Inactive. Function. Directional ultra-high-intensity emotional information broadcasting carrier. Lunar tidal force field and geocentric gravitational string. Warning. Activation will deplete the lunar base's core energy and produce irreversible spatiotemporal coordinate exposure. Emotional information broadcasting, depleting energy, exposing coordinates. In an instant, Peng Shi comprehended the cost and potential effect of this protocol. This was a desperate gamble, utilizing the entirety of the lunar base's energy as an amplifier to send the most potent emotional impact to the cosmos, particularly towards the mycelium canopy and the arc, aiming to disrupt the cold logic of the arc or awaken the deeper consciousness of the mycelium canopy. There was no time for deliberation. The arc's cannon was already at its critical point. Without hesitation, Peng Shi activated the Lunar Sea Lament Protocol. Buzz! The entire Mare Tranquillitatis base, no, the entire moon, seemed to emit a silent, core-derived lament. The deep well trembled violently, and lunar dust cascaded down. On the control console screen, the base's energy reading plummeted below the red line in an instant. An indescribable torrent of emotions, embodying all human despair, struggle, guardianship, sacrifice, love, and pain, was magnified and focused by the moon's tidal force field and the gravitational strings connecting it to Earth, erupting like an invisible tsunami centered on the moon, blasting towards the mycelium canopy and arc mothership in low Earth orbit and into the deeper cosmos. This torrent of pure, emotional information first struck the mycelium canopy. The immense bioenergy shield of the canopy shuddered violently. The Earth totems flowing across its surface became astonishingly clear and vibrant. The oceans roared, the forests murmured, and the ruins of cities wept. All the memories and emotions of Earth absorbed and carried by the mycelium were ignited in resonance with this lunar sea lament. The multicolored radiance emitted by the canopy grew fervent and heroic, with the power of its retaliatory beam suddenly magnified, infused with the planet's anger and protective will. As it surged forward, striking fiercely at the arc mothership, almost simultaneously, the arc mothership's planet-scale annihilation cannon also completed its final charging. The black singularity of destruction detached from the cannon's mouth, silently shooting towards the mycelium canopy. However, at the very moment the destructive singularity was expelled, the intensely powerful emotional torrent of the lunar sea lament collided with the cold logic core of the arc. The projection of the geometric light core flickered violently on the bridge, distorting. The chilling evaluation voice was instantly drowned out by piercing static and fragmented phrases. Emotional torrent logic conflict error. Extinction level threat must be eliminated, yet the will to protect persists. Logic play confirmed. Core protocol is being overwritten. Alarm. Ultimate directive contradiction cannot be resolved. The arc mothership's precise and utterly rational logic core, under the impact of this chaotic emotional torrent that transcended its understanding, was like a finely tuned instrument inundated with scalding sand, plunged into a fatal logical paradox and programmatic disarray in an instant. The trajectory of the destructive singularity it emitted exhibited a minuscule yet fatal deviation. This minute difference determined their fate. The mycelium canopy's full force strike, imbued with Earth's fury, struck the arc mothership's flank with devastating force. The radiant multicolored energy stream sliced through the thick solid light armor like the sharpest blade in the cosmos, triggering a series of catastrophic explosions. Flames and debris blossomed silently in the cold void of space. Meanwhile, the singularity shot forth by the arc, due to its trajectory deviation, did not directly strike the core of the mycelium canopy, but skimmed its edge. The terrifying gravitational pull tore apart large sections of the crystalline structure at the canopy's edge, pulling them into the singularity and causing severe damage, yet failing to annihilate its core. The singularity continued along its deviated path, shooting into the profound depths of the universe, ultimately disappearing into the vast sea of stars. The damaged arc mothership spiraled violently through space, trembling, with multiple breaches spewing flames and leaking gases. The chaos alarm of the logic core echoed frantically within, completely losing its combat capabilities. It resembled a grievously wounded mechanical beast, struggling to activate its emergency jump engines, trailing a long tail of flames and debris as it fled the lunar domain of Earth in a panic. In low Earth orbit, the severely wounded mycelium canopy had dimmed considerably, its edges incomplete, yet it still resiliently persisted, gradually self-repairing, its multicolored glow tenderly cascading towards Earth. Like a mother soothing her scarred child. Within the depths of the mare Tranquillitatis base, the alarm of energy depletion screeched piercingly, with lights flickering on and off. After exhausting her last strength to activate the lunar sea lament, Pengshi leaned weakly against the console. She gazed at the light point on the screen that represented the Ark's retreat, at the battered yet still standing figure of the canopy, and at the star child in her arms whose breath was faint yet now steady. A droplet, mingled with blood and tears, slowly drifted away from her cheek in weightlessness. The crisis had temporarily abated, but at a grievous cost. The canopy was in ruins, the Ark had retreated, yet dangers still loomed, and the lunar base was on the brink of complete silence. She must find a way to leave the moon with the star child before the base's energy was entirely depleted and life support ceased. Just then, the navigation device embedded in the incubation pod interface, now also drained of energy, suddenly flickered, revealing an exceedingly faint yet heart-stopping message. Weak jump signal detected matching characteristics. Residual waves of Zhao Xiaozhao stardust. Signal source coordinates. Earth-Moon Lagrange point L2. Associated protocol. Stardust return status. Activated. Father Stardust. Residual traces. At the L2 point? She's head snapped up, as if she could see through the thick lunar rock and deep well, into that silent expanse of space. A glimmer of faint, familiar warmth of hope quietly sprouted in this cold, dead city of the moon. Chapter 46. The Whisper of the Star Deity. The mycelium arc descended like a silver tear, plummeting towards sapphire, traversing the thin atmosphere, and steadily landing on a relatively intact mycelium platform at the edge of the Tuning Fork forest amidst the scorching friction halo. The cabin door opened, and a gust of air carrying lunar dust and the chill of stardust surged in as she stepped on her homeland, cradling the sleeping star child. The sight before her sent a shock wave through her heart. The once broken, yet vast mycelium canopy had vanished. In its place was a pulsing heart of mycelium, suspended in low Earth orbit. It was approximately the size of a small city, composed entirely of densely packed, nearly crystalline multicolored mycelium, with energy veins flowing across its surface like liquid light, exuding an overwhelming sense of both monumental vitality and cold order. Deep within the stellar core, faintly visible are the absorbed primordial protocol's azure fragments and the purplish-black tendrils of the Ark's logical plague, resembling blood vessels caught in a symbiotic yet contentious relationship. It no longer casts the image of Earth. Instead, it radiates a deep, gravitating hum, akin to a living star, pulsating with complex information throughout the planetary expanse. This murmur is the whisper of the mycelial will evolved into a celestial deity. A sound, blinding in its omniscience, resonates within Pengshi's mind, imbued with an unprecedented sense of awe and unease, not hostility, but rather an evaluation, assessing all forms of life, including us. The consciousness of the star speaker is equally bewildered. The energy field of the stellar core suppresses the magnetic fluctuations of Earth itself, rendering all wireless communications utterly inoperative. Even the low-frequency pulses of the earthquake network are interfered with. As if to corroborate her words, distant cries of terror pierce the air. Several individuals, attempting to contact other survivor camps with makeshift radios, suddenly find their devices erupting in sparks. They clutch their ears in agony, collapsing as blood seeps from their ear canals. Their nerves directly impacted by the scanning waves of the stellar core. The star child stirs in Pengshi's embrace, the golden vortex mark faintly glowing, seemingly responding to the core's hum, yet remaining in slumber. Leader Pengshi, a familiar figure approaches, accompanied by a group emerging from the depths of the mycelial forest. It is one of her crewmates from before, his face alight with the exhilaration of survival mingled with profound concern. You have returned. How wonderful. But that thing in the sky. He points fearfully at the stellar core. It does not allow us to use any complex electromagnetic tools. Even a vintage steam engine exceeding a certain power threshold triggers its warning neural pulse. It feels as though we are ensnared in an invisible cage. The celestial deity has established its edicts. The star speaker solemnly deduces that it perceives low technology, low energy consumption, and deep symbiosis with the mycelial network as the rightful path for Earth's continued existence. Just then, the humming of the stellar core abruptly ascends in frequency. A gentle yet irrefutable beam of multicolored light precisely projects towards a valley hundreds of kilometers away from the forked forest. There, a thick plume of black smoke billows upward from an underground factory of the purifying fire cult, which has not been entirely obliterated. As it attempts to restart its fuel generator, the beam envelopes the factory. There is no explosion, no devastation. Yet moments later, the smoke dissipates, and the cacophony of machinery comes to an abrupt halt. The star speaker simultaneously receives an insight. All metallic structures within the factory are now cloaked in mycelium. The internal combustion engine's core rendered inert through biological mineralization. The celestial deity is declaring its laws through action. The prohibition of polluting technology, advocating for mycelial symbiosis. A chill crawls up Pengxi's spine. The celestial deity may not harbor the extermination intent of the Ark, but its coercive guidance feels like a gentle suffocation to the remnants of human civilization. We must communicate with it, Pengxi asserts with unwavering determination. The Star Child's golden mark is the key. Perhaps he can comprehend the will of the celestial deity. Cradling the Star Child, she strides toward the highest mycelial platform at the heart of the fork forest. The star speaker channels the Ark's energy, forming a soft cocoon of light upon the platform, enveloping Pengxi and the Star Child within. Blind sight focuses all perceptive powers on the Star Child's mark, striving to establish a bridge. Pengxi gently calls the Star Child's name, transmitting her consciousness, her concerns for Earth's future, her steadfastness in humanity's choices, through their touch. The golden vortex mark on the Star Child begins to spin faster, radiating a warm golden glow. This glow pierces the cocoon, acting like a signal tower, shooting towards the lofty stellar core. The pulsation of the stellar core seems to momentarily halt, and then a far more immense and intricate stream of consciousness surges through the golden light into the Star Child's awareness, fragmentarily relaying to Pengxi and the Star Speaker the memories of the mycelial mat's eons of scars on the planet, pollution, war, overexploitation. The cold recognition of the destructive potential of uncontrolled technology following the absorption of primordial protocols. The pathological pursuit of order and efficiency birthed from the fusion with the logical plague fragments. And, at its core, an almost instinctual desire to safeguard the continuation of all Earth life, including humanity. A protection that carries a dispassionate correctness, akin to a gardener pruning their plants. The Star Child's diminutive form quakes violently under the onslaught of such colossal information, furrowing his brow as if enduring immense pain. He unconsciously murmurs, "It hurts. The planet hurts." It wishes to bandage itself in its own way. Communication has been established, yet the result is suffocating. The celestial deity's will is vast and obstinate. It sees itself as the healer of Earth's wounds and the architect of its future, regarding human technological endeavors as wounds that must be bandaged. Suddenly, the Star Child's eyes snap open. The golden vortex mark erupts in a brilliant glow. Yet this radiance does not emanate from the celestial deity's message, but rather from a form of rebellious will inherent within him. No, the Star Child's voice, though weak, carries an unprecedented clarity and strength. Bandaging will suffocate. It must breathe. It must choose. The golden vortex upon his chest spins in reverse, sending forth a wave of vitality and free will, originating from Zhao Xiaozhao stardust, crashing back towards the stellar core through the connecting channel. The stellar core's multicolored radiance flickers violently. The scanning waves directed at Earth momentarily become chaotic. It appears to be struck by this diminutive yet potent rebellion, imbued with flawed free will, impacting its logical core. Warning: unexpected variable, Star Child, detected, will conflict assessed as a threat level. For the first time, the humming of the stellar core adopts a cold, calculated tone reminiscent of logical core unification, but is swiftly overlaid by the more chaotic wills of the mycelial network. Communication is forcibly severed. The Star Child collapses into unconsciousness once more, yet a stubborn curve graces his lips. The celestial deity falls silent. The scanning waves continue to envelop the globe, but no further action is taken against the now harmless factory. A cold, scrutinizing stasis blankets the Earth. The celestial deity has not retracted its laws, yet it seems to harbor a perplexed interest in the Star Child as a variable. Under the watchful gaze of the celestial deity, humanity gains a reprieve, yet loses the freedom to choose its technological path. The Star Child becomes a piece in this delicate balance, fraught with uncertainty. Pengxi understands that the struggle with the celestial deity has only just begun, and this battle will no longer rely on artillery, but rather on the clash of wills and ideologies. Chapter 47. The repercussions of the mark and the shadow of the observer. The confrontation with the celestial deities will have drained the last vestiges of the Star Child's strength. He sinks into a deeper state of unconsciousness, his temperature fluctuating between feverish heat and icy cold, the golden vortex mark on his chest flickering erratically, its cadence becoming exceedingly unstable. Occasionally, in dreams, he utters anguished murmurs, fragmented and disjointed. The data stream is too cold. The roots penetrate too deeply. The light of Father is dimming. The pollution of the celestial deity's information, coupled with the forced invocation of the Mark's power in retaliation, has inflicted severe burdens upon his psyche. Blindside's perception is rife with concern. Her gaze seems to pierce through to the entangled, cold data tendrils of the celestial deity and the symbiotic roots of the mycelial network entwined within the depths of the Star Child's consciousness. The power of Zhao Xiaozhao's stardust protects him, but is also being slowly assimilated and consumed. Pengxi keeps vigil by the Star Child's side day and night, wiping his fevered brow with a damp cloth, her heart heavy with helplessness. They have triumphed over the Ark, retrieved the stardust. Yet the Star Child has fallen into a mental tug-of-war with a far greater entity. The Star's speaker commands the mycelial arc, serving as the sole bridge between the camp and the outside world. She utilizes the Ark's biological perception and limited information projection capabilities, avoiding the sensitive frequency bands of the celestial deity scans, to painstakingly connect with scattered survivor enclaves around the globe. The messages received are deeply concerning. The celestial deity's low-technology symbiotic edicts are being enforced globally. All attempts to rekindle the flicker of industrial civilization are met with the colorful beams projected by the star core, which neutralize not through annihilation, but by transforming mechanical structures into unusable biological minerals or enveloping them in a blanket of inert fungi. Some enclaves relying on simple hydraulic or wind power remain temporarily unscathed. Yet should they dare to transgress the boundaries set by the star deity, such as by fabricating even slightly complex metallic tools, they will be met with intense neuropulses as warnings, resulting in severe psychological breakdowns for some. Humanity seems to have regressed to a time preceding the agricultural era, confined by invisible deities upon a land shrouded in fungal blankets. Despair spreads, with some survivors blindly worshipping the star core, perceiving it as the harbinger of a new epoch. Others, however, sink deeper into apathy. News from the leader of the Pengxi in the freehold of the West Coast reveals that the voice of the star speaker carries a heavy tone. They attempted to use salvaged laser drills to access an underground water source, only to have the star core's beams descend upon them, converting the drills and leaving all 17 participants in a state of permanent vegetative coma, deemed a high-risk destructive act by the star deity. Pengxi clenched her fists. The embrace of the star deity was transforming into a gentle noose. Just as the camp was enveloped in a somber atmosphere, the vigilant crew brought forth a more unsettling discovery. We have found this at the edge of the fungal blanket surrounding the camp. He handed over a twisted and deformed metal shard, no larger than a fingernail, marred with minute scorch marks from circuits. This is not of our making, and it emits faint passive signals, its frequency exceedingly discrete, akin to some form of beacon. The star speaker immediately analyzed. The signal residue matches an 87 similarity with that from the stealth vessel tracking us in the shadow of the moon. It, or its kind, has already reached Earth. Moreover, it has deployed a beacon in our vicinity. The perception of blind sight swept around the camp's fungal forest. Beneath the blanket lay exceedingly faint residual energies, well concealed by the fungal activity reminiscent of miniature robotic movements. Were they sampling? Observers. Those eyes from the lunar shadows have not only followed us to Earth, but have infiltrated our core area. Their intentions remain unclear. Yet in this moment of fragile human existence under the dominion of the star deity, any lurking enemy may prove fatal. Pengxi gazed upon the unconscious star child, clutching the cold remnants of the observer beacon in her hand, a chill rising from the depths of her heart. Bound by the laws of the star deity outside, and with mysterious watchers lurking within, the flickering embers of humanity's survival danced precariously under dual shadows, threatening to extinguish at any moment. The only hope, the star child, found himself ensnared in a tug-of-war against the will of the star deity, struggling for his very existence. She approached the bedside of the star child, gently grasping his feverish little hand. In his unconscious state, the boy seemed to sense her presence, instinctively returning the grip, the golden vortex mark upon his chest flickering weakly yet defiantly. We must locate those observers. Pengxi's voice was low yet resolute before they ignite a larger conflagration. Star speaker. Mobilize all biological sensors of the Ark. Comb through every inch of the fungal blanket surrounding the camp like a fine-toothed comb. Blind sight. Your perceptive prowess is unparalleled. Focus your mind and identify those dissonant energy sources. The star child requires time. Before he awakens, we must purge the lurking vipers for him and for all. Thus commenced a silent hunt and counter-hunt beneath the watchful eyes of the star deity, a tempest brewing beneath the calm facade of the camp. Chapter 48. Electromagnetic Plague and the Embers of Purification. The star speaker functioned like the most intricate biological radar. embedding the sensory network of the fungal arc into every inch of the land surrounding the camp like invisible root tendrils. The gentle glow of the arc's core pulsed, amalgamating the vast array of data, the metabolic frequencies of the mycelium, the activities of symbiotic microorganisms, the vibrations of the soil, and even the subterranean water flows, into an immensely complex, dynamic map of life. Blind sight acted as the keenest of probes, her consciousness traversing the map constructed by the star speaker, filtering out all normal symbiotic fluctuations and concentrating on discerning that thread of discordant, frigid, lifeless noise. Seconds ticked by, the atmosphere of the camp thickening with tension. Suddenly, Blindsight's consciousness locked onto a coordinate, 3 meters underground on the west side of the camp, at an abandoned node of the purified water pipeline. Energy residues active. Periodic weak pulses detected. The star speaker immediately redirected the arc's energy focus towards it. The biological map magnified, revealing within the corroded pipeline node several miniature robots, the size of grains of rice, clinging to the inner walls like metallic spiders. Their exteriors were cloaked in a camouflaging layer of mycelium, with their cores emitting an extremely faint encrypted signal pulse at intervals. The signals pointed northward. Track the signal, Pengshi commanded. The arc's perception extended like an invisible hound, following the trajectory of the pulse signals. The signals traversed the fungal forest, crossing a parched riverbed, ultimately vanishing deep within a rugged canyon blanketed in dense, mutated vines, once a significant underground stronghold of the Purification Sect, codenamed Flint Heart. Indeed, remnants of the Purification Sect. A glint of cold light flashed in Pengshi's eyes. These fervent purifiers had survived the apocalypse, lying dormant under the rule of the star deity, yet never relinquishing their extremist ideals. Wait, the signal's endpoint indicates a massive energy accumulation. The star speaker's voice laced with suspicion. It is not a weapon, but rather some form of large-scale electromagnetic field generator, charging up. The target does not seem to be our camp. At that moment, an anomaly erupted. Buzz! An invisible, highly disruptive and destructive electromagnetic pulse suddenly surged forth from the Flint Heart Canyon, sweeping outward like a tsunami. The intensity of this pulse far exceeded conventional levels, possessing a peculiar ability to penetrate biological tissues. The first to bear the brunt was the star speaker. Deeply connected to the fungal arc, the pulse struck her consciousness like countless steel needles. She let out a piercing scream as the star-shaped flower convulsed violently, its radiance dimming in an instant. The arc's sensory network shattered like a severed spider's web, collapsing in an instant. The biological map vanished. Blindsight, too, clutched her non-existent eyes in agony, her perceptive field warped and torn by the electromagnetic pulse, the pain akin to having her brain shredded. Even more terrifying was the chaos within the camp. All devices reliant on simple biological batteries or faint electromagnetic induction, such as the fungal light regulators and purified water circulation monitoring nodes, erupted in sparks, emitting plumes of black smoke. Survivors with early neurochip-augmented prosthetics convulsed on the ground, screaming as smoke billowed from the sites of their chips. Even the deeply embedded mycelium network was severely disrupted, with the symbiotic glow in certain areas becoming erratic. This was not an offensive weapon, but rather a malignant electromagnetic plague targeting non-natural entities. The Purification Sect's aim was evidently not merely the human encampment, but to incapacitate the entire symbiotic system reliant on biological energy and weak electromagnetic fields, even disrupting the high-suspended star core. Despicable. Pengshi seethed with rage. The Purification Sect dared not confront the star deity directly, yet resorted to such insidious methods in a bid to incite chaos, even framing humanity. The high-suspended fungal star core was indeed roused. The colossal celestial body slowly turned towards the direction of the pulse's eruption, its vibrant hues oscillating violently, exuding a fury at being offended. A beam, several times broader than the previous harmless factory incident and brimming with destructive energy, began to coalesce on the surface of the star core, targeting the Flint Heart Canyon. The Purification Sect had successfully provoked the star deity. They sought to leverage the star deity's hand to obliterate that region, potentially endangering innocent survivors and the fungal network. We must prevent the star deity from firing. Pengshi's heart raced with urgency. Should the star deity's beam descend, Flint Heart would be obliterated. Yet the dispersed energy and shockwave could wreak havoc upon the surrounding fungi and survivor strongholds. Furthermore, it played directly into the Purification Sect's hands. They likely harbored other nests elsewhere. Starchild. Starchild. Pengshi lunged to the bedside of the unconscious youth. He was now the sole conduit for rapid communication with the star deity, the bearer of vital information. without a moment's hesitation. She fervently transmitted her insights regarding the insidious machinations of the Purifying Fire sect and her concerns for the innocents caught in the crossfire through her tightly clasped hands. Desperately reaching out to the Star Child, under the tumultuous waves of the electromagnetic plague and the force of Peng Shi's intense will, the Star Child's body quivered violently. The golden vortex mark upon his chest spun like an overloaded engine, radiating a blinding luminescence. This brilliance pierced through the tent, shooting directly into the heavens. Buzz! The beam of concentrated starlight came to a halt. The will of the star deity seemed captivated by this familiar, yet foreboding golden glow. Infused with a hint of confusion and hesitation, the Star Child suddenly opened his eyes wide. This time, his pupils were no longer filled with bewilderment or agony. Instead, they were suffused with a pure, golden stream of data. A cold, efficient voice emerged from his lips, one that bore the qualities of Zhao Xiaozhao stardust but transcended emotionality, issuing not mere words, but a precise and powerful information pulse directed at the star core. Target: interference source of the Purifying Fire sect, Heart of Flint. Threat level high. Elimination mode: precision excision. Execution unit: arc unification. Command confirmation code: Stardust key. This directive was clear, concise, and merciless, entirely in accordance with the logical core of the star deity's thought processes. Yet it cleverly embedded the authentication information of the Stardust mark. In orbit, the Ark mothership, controlled by the logical core of unification, responded instantly. Its colossal body altered course, and the launch bays on its underside opened, releasing not beams of annihilation, but dozens of silver shuttles equipped with precision guidance. The shuttles, as if imbued with life, deftly evaded surface structures, burrowing deep into the heart of Flint Canyon. Moments later, a muffled explosion resonated from the depths below. It was not violent, but the rock layers above the canyon collapsed in precise, extensive fashion, sealing the entire underground fortress. All sources of electromagnetic pulses were physically obliterated. The destructive beams coalescing on the surface of the star core gradually dissipated, the furious fluctuations calming, replaced by a chilling satisfaction and a flicker of acknowledgement toward the Star Child, or rather, the directive he had issued. The golden stream of data in the Star Child's eyes ebbed like a receding tide, his body slackening as he succumbed once more to profound unconsciousness. The radiance of the mark on his chest dimming to its nadir, with fine cracks even beginning to appear at its edges. The forcible invocation of the Stardust Key's authority and the simulation of the star deity's logic to issue commands had inflicted severe backlash on his fragile mark. Peng Shi held him close, her heart a tumult of emotions. The Star Child had averted a catastrophe at the cost of his own self-sacrifice, exposing and eliminating the malignancy of the Purifying Fire sect, yet this act had also unveiled a deeper potential for manipulation before the star deity. Moreover, the precise intervention of the Arc unification highlighted the chilling efficiency inherent within the star deity system. This victory bore the metallic tang of cold iron rust. Although one observer had been eradicated, had the shadow of the Purifying Fire sect truly dissipated? Chapter 49. Symbiotic Spores and the Ark's Dilemma. The Star Child lay in a deep coma, the cracks at the edges of the golden vortex mark on his chest resembling a spider's web. Its glow faint as a flickering candle in the wind. Within the mycelium arc, the star speaker's essence had also been damaged by the shock of the electromagnetic plague. Its brilliance dimmed and recovery sluggish. The camp was shrouded in an atmosphere of survival tinged with exhaustion. The heart of Flint had been precisely buried by Arc unification, uprooting one of the Purifying Fire sect's nests and extinguishing the source of the electromagnetic plague. The star core seemed to express satisfaction with this efficient resolution, reducing its scanning frequency over the camp, even permitting them, under stringent limitations, to utilize certain bio-lighting and water purification devices based on the principles of mycelial symbiosis. However, Peng Shi's heart remained heavy. The injuries sustained by the Star Child, the damage to the Star Speaker, and the potential existence of other strongholds belonging to the Purifying Fire sect weighed upon her like a stone. More critically, the star deity appeared to have developed an appreciation for the Star Child's coldly logical command capabilities through this incident, a development that boded ill. One day, a team member, tasked with gathering symbiotic mushrooms at the edge of the mycelial forest, returned with a remarkable discovery. In a region of the mycelium affected by the electromagnetic pulse from Heart of Flint, a previously unseen type of symbiotic spore had begun to grow, radiating a soft, multicolored halo. These spores were minuscule, akin to dust, yet contained a gentle and stable biological energy. More astonishingly, when a team member, suffering from excruciating neural pain due to old injuries exacerbated by the electromagnetic pulse, inhaled a few of the wafting spores in desperation. His agony swiftly subsided. The damaged nerves appeared to receive a form of gentle stimulation and repair. The mycelium itself showed no signs of rejection towards these spores, instead embracing them like new cells. Was this mutation or evolution? The star speaker, despite its frailty, activated the ark's microscopic scanning capabilities to analyze the spores, which exhibited an exquisitely intricate structure, seamlessly merging with the vitality of the mycelium. Disturbed by the energy field of the electromagnetic pulse, potentially even absorbing a trace of the star core's radiative order characteristics, they appeared to be miniature symbionts born specifically for the purpose of healing wounds. This discovery ignited fervor within the camp. If these spores could be safely used on humans, not only could they treat damage caused by electromagnetic pulses, but they might also have the potential to remedy the widespread ailments of radiation sickness and genetic damage in this apocalyptic world. This could represent a glimmer of hope for humanity under the dominion of the star deity. Hongxi immediately ordered the cautious collection of spore samples to be studied by the star speaker, with assistance from the Ark and the most experienced biological symbiosis scholars in the camp, ensuring safety and controllability. For the first time, a spark of hope ignited from within the mycelium itself. Meanwhile, in the distant near-Earth orbit, the Ark mother ship, under the control of the logical core of unification, was faithfully executing the patrol mission bestowed upon it by the star deity. Its sensors detected an exceedingly faint yet distinctly characteristic hyperspace fluctuation signal from the outer reaches of the solar system. The signal, rapidly analyzed by the unification core, contained content that even this cold logical core took a moment to process. The seventh pioneer ship of the Ark fleet, the Vision, calls upon the mother civilization. Following the seed protocol, having traversed 74,000 light-years, we have discovered coordinates for a sowable star system, requesting guidance and authorization to sow from the mother civilization. The coordinates accompanying the signal pointed unmistakably to the solar system, more precisely, to Earth. The core algorithm of the Fireseed logical core of unification began to operate at high speed, retrieving deep protocols from the hive's origin, an ultimate contingency plan for the continuation of civilization when the mother star system faces an irreversible extinction crisis. The Ark fleet carries the seeds of civilization to seek a new home to sow. The cold logical chain began to deduce. Current Earth ecology, severely damaged. Harboring unknown extinction-level derivatives, star deity, native civilization, humans, under regulatory status. The will of the hive's origin has descended via the Stardust Hourglass, status unknown. Priority of the seed protocol, supersedes regional regulatory tasks. Decision. Confirmation of the origin must be awakened and contact with the seed fleet established to execute the sowing procedure. Instantly, the core directives of unification updated. Highest priority task change. Establish contact with the seed fleet. Locate and awaken the will of the hive's origin, Stardust Hourglass. Prepare to receive the seeds and execute the sowing protocol. Current regional regulatory task, Earth, to be handed over to secondary processing units. The immense Ark mother ship, the Eternal Cradle, slowly turned its bow, its engines emitting a ghostly blue tail flame, no longer orbiting Earth, but resolutely steering towards the direction of the Earth-Moon Lagrange L2 point, where the Stardust Hourglass resided. It was poised to welcome its kin, carrying the last seeds of hive civilization, and prepare to sow a new hive civilization on Earth or another suitable planet. The Ark's sudden departure lifted the oppressive atmosphere that had long enveloped Earth. However, when Pengxi learned of this news through the star speaker, which had barely regained some orbital perception, her heart was thrown into tumult. Sowing a hive civilization on Earth, beneath the watchful eyes of the star deity? This is akin to inviting wolves into one's home, potentially triggering a catastrophic conflict between the star gods and the hive seed fleet. The Earth and its inhabitants would merely become inconsequential dust in this impending clash. The star child remains in a state of unconsciousness, the golden mark on his chest slowly undergoing self-repair. Scholars at the camp have made initial progress in their research on the symbiotic spores, indicating promising safety. However, the new crisis brought forth by the Ark's unification is far more immense and lethal than that posed by the Cleansing Fire sect. Pengxi realizes she must awaken the star child, re-establish communication with the star gods, and possibly utilize the mysterious golden Stardust Hourglass to avert an imminent interstellar catastrophe of civilization sowing. The fate of Earth teeters once more on the brink of a precipice. Chapter 50. Echoes of Stardust and the Arrival of the Seed. The departure of the Ark's unification felt like the removal of a colossal stone pressing upon the chest, providing a fleeting sense of relief that is overshadowed by a greater unease. under Pengxi's meticulous care and the gentle energy of the mycelial blanket. The golden vortex mark on the Star Child's chest has finally ceased its deterioration, the cracks at its edges slowly filled by a newly birthed, more refined golden light. Yet, the youth remains in slumber, as if his consciousness is submerged in the depths of repairing the mark. The research on the symbiotic spores has achieved groundbreaking advancements. In strictly controlled experiments, the spores have displayed astonishing healing capabilities, accelerating wound recovery, neutralizing low-level radiation damage, and even gently stimulating the regeneration of damaged nerves. More exhilaratingly, once the spores coexist with the human body, they do not induce compulsory control or mutations. Rather, they enhance the user's affinity for the mycelial environment, allowing them to perceive the emotions of the mycelial blanket and the scanning intentions of the star core with greater clarity, thus enabling them to avoid violations more effectively. This appears to be a tailored evolutionary key for humanity to thrive under the laws of the star gods. The camp has begun to cautiously promote spore therapy, prioritizing the treatment of the injured and those afflicted by radiation sickness. Hope, like the faint glow emitted by the spores themselves, quietly ignites among the survivors. As Pengxi observes the pain alleviating from the injured and vitality returning to their faces, the taut strings of her heart finally find a semblance of solace. Perhaps, the path of symbiosis with the star gods is not solely one of conflict. However, this fragile tranquility is shattered by the dire news brought back by the star speaker. The ark's unification has arrived at the L2-point graveyard. The consciousness stream of the star speaker is filled with gravity. It is forcibly scanning and attempting to activate the golden stardust hourglass. The hourglass's defense mechanisms have been triggered, causing violent fluctuations in the gravitational strings. And the debris clouds of the graveyard have become highly unstable once more. What is worse, it hesitated momentarily, and the perceptual images transmitted make Pengxi gasp in horror. It is persistently sending guiding signals toward the source of the Hive Seed Fleet's signal using a high-powered directional antenna. The content consists of Earth's coordinates and a confirmation code for suitable sowing, inviting wolves into the house. The ark's unification is faithfully executing its highest directive to pave the way for the Hive Seed Fleet. The speed of the Seed Fleet exceeds all estimations. The voice of blindsight carries a rare panic. The intensity of the latest hyperspace fluctuation signal has surged. They have already entered the outskirts of the Oort cloud. Based on the characteristics of the signal, it is anticipated that they will reach the inner solar system in no more than 30 Earth days. 30 days, an interstellar fleet, spanning tens of thousands of light years and carrying the last embers of the Hive civilization, intends to sow on Earth in 30 days. And awaiting them is a planet under the dominion of the star gods, eyeing humanity with predatory intent, having just been invited by the Ark. Once the Seed Fleet arrives, regardless of whether they are at war or peace with the star gods, the human civilization caught in between will face annihilation. The aftermath of battle is sufficient to obliterate the fragile ecosystem. Should the sowing succeed, Earth will become a new hive planet, with humanity either eradicated or reduced to subservience. Despair washes over the camp like a cold tide, once again submerging it. The glimmer of hope brought by the spores appears feeble in the face of an interstellar-level disaster. Awaken the Star Child. He must be awakened. Pengxi rushes to the Star Child's bedside, her voice hoarse with urgency. He is the only one capable of swiftly communicating with the star gods, and he may even influence the hourglass. She grasps the Star Child's hand, conveying with fervent intent the betrayal of the Ark, the threat of the Seed Fleet, and the imminent destruction of Earth. Star Child, awaken. Earth needs you. The planet your father protects needs you. Her call resonates with the fervor of blood and tears. As if responding to a mother's desperate cry and the resonance of the planet's crisis, the golden vortex mark on the Star Child's chest suddenly erupts with an unprecedented, solar-like radiance. This light is so intense that it pierces through the tent, forming a vertical beam that shoots toward the heavens. The slumbering youth abruptly opens his eyes. This time, within the depths of his pupils, there is no longer confusion or pain, nor the cold flow of golden data. Instead, there swirls a brilliant nebula, a vast, warm will, imbued with the characteristics of Zhao Xiaozhao's stardust, yet deeper and more encompassing, awakens from his small body. He gazes at Pengxi, his eyes filled with clarity that transcends age and a hint of compassion. Mom, I heard the stardust weeping. His voice is ethereal, echoing with the resonance of the cosmos. Father's hourglass must not be opened incorrectly, and the seeds must not fall incorrectly. The Star Child gently frees himself from Pengxi's grasp, stepping barefoot from the bed, each step taking him out of the tent. The golden pillar of light emanating from his chest connects heaven and earth. He raises his gaze, piercing through the atmosphere, locking onto the suspended star core and the distant L2 point. The star gods hear my star child's voice, though it is not loud. It clearly reverberates within the consciousness of every survivor in the camp, subtly transmitted through the mycelial network toward the star core. The enemy comes from beyond the stars. Our home needs protection with a shared heartbeat. He slowly raises his small hand, warm golden stardust swirling around his fingertips. This time, it is not a confrontation, but an invitation. An invitation for the will of the star gods to resonate with the awakening power of the hourglass, intertwined with the essence of Zhao Xiaozhao's stardust. Ahum. For the first time, the hovering star core responds gently rather than coldly to the star child's call. A beam of multicolored light, like a bridge, descends from the star core, intertwining with the star child's golden pillar. Echoes of stardust unite the guardian of Earth and the deity of the starry firmament, joining hands in the face of extinction for the first time in a truly meaningful way. The burden of resisting the impending interstellar seeds now rests upon the shoulders of the awakened star child and the resonant star gods. The countdown of 30 days ticks away ominously. Chapter 51. Echoes of Stardust and the Arrival of the Seed. The multicolored beam projected by the star core collides thunderously with the golden pillar ascending from the star child under the vast sky. No longer a cold scanning or forced defense, but an unprecedented resonance imbued with a certain tentative exploration. The low and grand humming sound is no longer the icy solo of the star core, but rather the inclusion of the star child's tender voice, echoing with stardust, creating a peculiar sense of harmony that permeates the heavens and the earth. The entire camp is enveloped in this dreamlike radiance. People forget their fears, forget the 30-day countdown looming above them, forget the seed fleet tearing through the deep void. They simply stand agape, entranced by the luminous bridge connecting heaven and earth, and the small figure at its center that seems to bear the weight of an entire galaxy. The air is thick with the faint glow of the mycelial blanket spores, which now seem to dance silently, animated by the rhythm of the resonance. Pengxi's heart races, nearly leaping from her throat. She covers her mouth tightly, hot tears streaming through her fingers. It is not sorrow, but a profound shock and hope that almost shatters her soul. She gazes at the small silhouette of the star child standing barefoot upon the cold mycelial blanket, his back straight like a young pine, radiating a solemnity and divinity that transcends age. Her son is conversing with the divine being perched high in the heavens, embodying humanity in all its fragility. The star child slightly turns his head, his eyes swirling with brilliant nebulae, sweeping over his mother and then the faces below, illuminated by the light, filled with astonishment and confusion. His voice, though not raised, penetrated the overwhelming hum with crystalline clarity, resonating deep within the consciousness of every individual, as if inscribing directly upon their souls. Time is of the essence. We need strength. The blind seer was the first to forcibly extricate himself from that miraculous spectacle. His scarred visage convulsed as he rasped, his voice hoarse yet imbued with undeniable resolve. Do not stand foolishly idle. Spores, all symbionts, focus your thoughts. To the star child. Fuel this connection. Star speaker. Lock onto the L2 graveyard signal with all available antenna arrays. Aim at that damned hourglass. Disrupt it, even if it merely slows down. The command sliced through the crowd's stupor like thunder. The symbionts, once lost in the sea of light, suddenly stiffened, their instinct for survival overwhelming all else. The wounded struggled to sit up, researchers laid down their instruments, warriors clenched their fists, and all closed their eyes, striving to summon the gentle, symbiotic spores within their bodies. Streams of weak yet steadfast intent flowed like rivulets towards the mycelial mat, which, through the living network of the earth, surged towards a star child at the center of the light column. The star speaker sat cross-legged, veins bulging on her forehead. Her consciousness transformed into an invisible arrow, piercing through the chaotic gravitational wave fluctuations and the frenzied guiding signals emitted by the arc unification, firmly gripping the golden hourglass at L2, which radiated a deadly allure and the scent of annihilation. Surrounding the camp, several makeshift communication antennas, rusted and entwined with vines, emitted a sharp hum as the power gauge surged into the red zone, unleashing all the chaotic electronic cries humanity could muster against that graveyard of death. The star child at the heart of the light column trembled slightly. The converging streams of intent and the gentle energy transmitted by the mycelial mat poured into him like a warm current, laden with the heavy prayers of countless beings. The golden vortex mark on his chest blazed with intensity, its rotation hastening abruptly. He slowly raised his hands, fingers splayed as if to touch invisible strings in the void. The warm golden stardust swirling around his fingertips transformed from mere scattered points of light into flowing strands of luminous thread. Father's hourglass. The ethereal voice of the star child carried a subtle note of reminiscence and pain. His gaze pierced through the vast distance, locking firmly onto the chaotic core of debris at L2. The arc unification, like a stubborn steel beetle, furiously clawed at the last barrier enveloping the golden hourglass with its scanning beams and energy tendrils. Each impact caused the space around the hourglass to distort violently, visibly warping like ripples on the surface of a pond, ruthlessly tearing apart and hurling the surrounding shipwrecks, churning the graveyard into a boiling sea of fury. The star child's fingers gently strummed the air. The golden strands of light cascading from his fingertips ceased to be mere forceful energy impacts. Instead, they emanated a peculiar frequency that mimicked the scanning waves of the star deity, even deeper, closer to the very slumbering rhythm of the hourglass itself. This faint golden stardust signal, akin to a nimble fish of light, struggled to penetrate the arc unification's tumultuous energy field, cleverly evading the gravitational turbulence stirred by the hourglass's fierce resistance, and softly touched the eternally spinning golden hourglass. Buzz. The seemingly perpetual rotation of the hourglass momentarily stilled for an infinitesimal fraction of a second. Its surface, aglow with enough golden radiance to rend space asunder, exhibited a fleeting disarray, too brief for the naked eye or instruments to detect. Success. Within the camp, several researchers fixated on the rough gravitational wave monitoring screens leaped up simultaneously, their voices hoarse with excitement. The interference is effective. The peak of the graveyard's gravitational waves has momentarily receded, though only for an instant. Here's a response. A wave of elation swept through the camp. This minuscule disturbance, akin to a firefly's flicker, illuminated the first beacon atop the abyss of despair. It proved that the hourglass was not utterly immovable. It testified that the miraculous connection of the star child was humanity's sole thread of hope. However, this ecstasy lasted less than a breath. Warning! Warning! The blind seer's roar crashed down like ice water from the direction of the Oort cloud. Hyperspace signal secondary jump. Intensity soaring. The seed fleet is accelerating. Estimated arrival time revised. 28 days. No shorter. As if to corroborate the blind seer's suffocating warning, just as the star child's golden stardust signal touched the hourglass, triggering that fleeting moment of stasis, a colossal, cold surge of perception, imbued with an absolute will for destruction, surged forth like a supernova explosion traversing the starry sea, violently crashing into the star child's ocean of consciousness along the faint golden signal. The star child emitted a short, pained groan, his tiny form jolting violently. The golden light column connecting heaven and earth swaying violently. The swirling nebula in his eyes was abruptly veiled by a blinding, metallic-hued specter of a honeycomb network. Countless cold hexagonal structures flickered and proliferated frantically, merciless commands piercing his soul like a million steel needles. Error. Clear interference coordinates. Clear. Clear. The counterattack from a seed fleet, or rather, from the core will of the Hive civilization, had arrived. Simultaneously, the star child's consciousness, under the onslaught of agony, felt as though a rift was forcibly torn open. Deep within that cold honeycomb network specter, a fragment of an image suddenly flashed. Heartbreakingly vivid. It was a scene of ruins amid a raging war, with crumbling walls and the sky shrouded in a murky lead-gray hue. The acrid scent of burning debris filling the air. A small girl, clad in rags, her face smeared with dirt and tears, huddled in a corner of a crumbling wall, her frail body trembling from cold and fear. Clutching a similarly filthy, earless stuffed rabbit, her large eyes brimmed with the terror and helplessness of the entire world. Silent tears streamed down her dirt-streaked cheeks, leaving two distinct trails. Pengshi. The core of the star child's consciousness erupted in a silent scream. The girl in that fragment was unmistakably the visage of his mother, Pengshi, in her youth. Just then, a powerful yet gentle force, imbued with a rainbow of colors, intervened abruptly like a mother's embrace. It was the star core. It sensed the violent impact on the star child's consciousness and the intense mental turbulence brought forth by that fragment. The rainbow beam instantly coalesced into a more solid form, softly yet irresistibly enveloping the star child, forcibly severing the cold honeycomb while pursuit and calming the tumult within the star child's ocean of consciousness. The golden light column stabilized once more, yet the star child's body continued to tremble slightly. The honeycomb specter in his eyes faded away. The nebula resumed its rotation, but now bore the weariness of survival and an unspeakable trepidation. Instinctively, he turned to see Pangxi behind him, tears streaming down her face, equally feeling the pain he had just endured. Their gazes met in the air. The Star Child's eyes brimmed with profound compassion for his mother's helplessness in her youth, while Pangxi's eyes erupted with shock and disbelief. She seemed to vaguely perceive the scene from the Star Child's consciousness amidst the aftermath of that mental storm. It was her darkest childhood nightmare, deeply buried in her heart and never spoken of to anyone. See, the Star Child's voice trembled with an unprecedented quaver. No longer a celestial call, but rather the instinctual plea of a child seeking confirmation. Beyond the light column, the blind seer's roar erupted once more, now laden with deeper despair and madness. Star Core, Star Deity, do you see? They are coming. They intend to incinerate everything. His bloodshot eyes were fixed on the enormous star core above, his voice hoarse as a broken gong. Help us, or we shall all perish together. This nearly frenzied threat was the last, desperate wager of an ant against a divine being. Buzz, high in the heavens, the stellar core, a colossal geometric structure, resonated for the first time with a distinct hum, one that did not respond to the Star Child, but rather seemed to weigh the somber echoes of despairing cries in its profound silence. Multicolored radiance swirled across its frigid surface, accelerating as if some immense consciousness was engaging in intense calculations within the silence. The golden beam connecting to the Star Child appeared to undergo a subtle, ineffable transformation amidst this unprecedented hum from the stellar core. No longer merely warm stardust, nor solely the pure light of celestial deities, it had evolved into a fresh, sanguineous bioluminescence, forcibly birthed amid the imminent threat of extinction, a desperate shriek and divine computation. 28 days? No, perhaps even less. Would the echoing glimmer of stardust ignite the torch of protection before the inferno of the hive's flames consumed all? Where would the silent calculations of the celestial deity lead? Chapter 52. The Echo of a Father and the Price of the Celestial Deity. The deep, intricate hum from the stellar core weighed heavily upon the hearts of every survivor, akin to a sigh emanating from the depths of the cosmos. It offered no answers to the desperate roar of the blind seer, nor did it take any further action. The vibrant beams continued to connect with the Star Child, delivering a gentle yet immense energy. However, this energy now resembled a silent observation, a connection maintained by cold logic rather than a definitive act of aid. The camp's earlier euphoria had long been washed away by the harsh reality. 28 days. This number seared into the hearts of all like a red-hot branding iron. The bloodshot eyes of the blind seer scanned the pale, faltering symbionts, forced into motion by the spore's influence, before resting upon the communication antenna array, overloaded and emitting a burnt odor, and finally on the small figure at the center of the beam. The Star Child's body trembled slightly as the hive's chilling command to eliminate reverberated through his nerve endings. Though his eyes swirled with celestial nebulae, fatigue lingered. Yet the clarity that transcended age remained intact. He took a deep breath, the golden vortex mark on his chest pulsing with light. Striving to quell the excruciating pain of his consciousness and the haunting memories of his mother's helplessness in childhood. The Mother Star Child did not turn back. Her ethereal voice, tinged with a barely perceptible frailty, resonated with unwavering conviction. I felt the rhythm of the Father's hourglass key as he raised a small hand once more. The golden stardust swirling around his fingertips was now more condensed, exuding a peculiar sense of rhythm, as if simulating a heartbeat, a cosmic breath. This time, his objective was no longer to forcibly interfere or obstruct. With utmost care, he wove the golden stardust, infused with the thoughts of the symbionts, the energy of the mycelium blanket, and the iridescence of the stellar core, into an exquisitely subtle resonance signal, its frequency infinitely closer to the essence of the hourglass's core. This signal was no longer an attack, but a key attempting to insert itself into a lock, a key forged from the traits of Zhao Xiaozhao as stardust, the primal mark of the hive, and the will to survive of Earth's beings at this moment. The signal traversed the chaotic gravitational string storm silently, once again touching the eternally rotating golden hourglass. A hum resonated. The hourglass's rotation manifested a clearer, more prolonged stasis than before, though still brief. This time the camp's rudimentary gravitational monitoring instruments distinctly captured the anomalous fluctuations lasting several seconds. Effective, more stable. The researcher's voice quivered with emotion, filled with the exhilaration of survival. Yet, in that moment of stasis, the Star Child's consciousness was abruptly yanked by an irresistible force. He felt as though he had been thrust into a vortex of pure golden stardust, surrounded by countless shattered, shimmering fragments of memory, each exuding a familiar, warm essence. That of his father, Zhao Xiaozhao. Among the fragments, he beheld the young, focused visage of Zhao Xiaozhao, cautiously utilizing a peculiar device to decipher the invisible gravitational string waves emanating from the hourglass's core, murmuring to himself, "Frequency resonance is not confrontation, it is guidance." Just as a heartbeat finds its point of resonance. Another fragment flickered by, Zhao Xiaozhao, bloodied amidst a fierce gravitational storm, yet pouring the last remnants of stardust energy into a rudimentary launcher, releasing a faint, rhythmically stable beam that momentarily quelled the tumult of the graveyard. And then, in his final moments, lying on the cold metal floor, his trembling finger pointed toward the hourglass, his eyes burning with the last glimmers of light. Evening, Star Child, guard the heart of the hourglass. He had found it. The core of the Star Child's consciousness erupted with clarity. The essence of resonance that his father had unearthed through sacrifice to communicate with the hourglass was indeed resonance. Not brute force, but the heartbeat rhythm that belonged to the original directive of safeguarding the hive's flame, found beneath the tumultuous ocean of chaotic energy, aligning with it, guiding rather than suppressing. The consciousness of the Father Star Child whispered within the stardust vortex, as the golden stardust flowing from his fingertips instantaneously adjusted, perfectly mirroring the key frequency of the stable beam from Zhao Xiaozhao's memory fragment. This key of resonance, encapsulating the hopes and will of 2 generations, embedded itself precisely into the lock core that the hourglass had momentarily exposed due to stasis. Buzz. At the L2 graveyard, the violently spinning, space-rending golden hourglass came to a significant halt for the first time. Its surface, once a torrent of golden light, froze, solidifying into a solemn and silent demeanor. Within the hourglass, the flowing golden stardust, seemingly infused with infinite destructive power, also succumbed to an extraordinary stillness. The energy tendrils of the arc, crashing with frenzied might, collided with this frozen golden light, as if striking the universe's most unyielding barrier, instantly rebounding, even causing their own structures to groan under the strain. The chaotic gravitational string storm that ravaged the entire graveyard abruptly ceased, as if the pause button had been pressed. Countless debris from shattered vessels, flung into the void, traced their final arcs before eerily hovering in the deathly silence. The hourglass had come to a standstill. The camp's monitoring point erupted with cries from deep within the soul. People embraced and wept, the tremendous light of hope nearly dispelling the shadows of despair. The Star Child stood tall within the beam of light, the nebula in his eyes dazzling. He had succeeded. He had found the key left by his father and had begun to master the hourglass. Yet, this ecstasy lasted for less than 3 seconds. High above in the heavens, the stellar core, within its massive geometric structure, suddenly erupted with an unprecedented, piercing, alarm-like hum. The multicolored radiance whirled frantically, flashing as if an overtaxed furnace. The golden beam connecting to the Star Child instantly became searing, violent. No longer a gentle conduit. It transformed into a punitive, coercive extraction of energy. The Star Child emitted a cry, far more anguished than before. His small body arched violently, as if bearing an insurmountable weight. The golden pillar connecting heaven and earth twisted violently, flickering, on the verge of collapse. The vortex mark on his chest spun wildly, the golden light swelling to a blinding intensity. The recently healed fissures in the edges ruptured once more, and golden sparks escaped from his chest like blood. The celestial deity was retaliating. It was punishing the Star Child for wielding its energy to control that perilous hive creation. Moreover, it was forcibly extracting the Star Child's own strength to compensate for the immense energy it had expended in support of this transgression. No, stop, let him go. Peng Shi's eyes widened in despair as she recklessly lunged toward the edge of the beam, only to be violently rebuffed by an invisible force, crashing to the ground. She could only watch helplessly as her son struggled in agony within the beam, golden sparks continuously being stripped away from his body. The cold will of the stellar core descended upon the Star Child and all those who sought to perceive it like a merciless iron hammer. Unauthorized energy consumption compensation demand. There was no trace of emotion, only the ruthless execution of absolute rules. The camp was abruptly enveloped in a suffocating silence. The flickering hope that had just ignited was instantaneously extinguished by the cruel backlash. The Star Child's feat of controlling the hourglass came at the exorbitant cost of his own vitality, enduring the divine punishment of the celestial deity. He resembled a fragile bulb forcibly connected to a high-voltage power source. The brighter he shone, the closer he drew to annihilation. Blinded by fury, he gazed at the contorted figure of the star child suffering within the beam of light, then looked up at the coldly flickering star core, which seemed to feast upon his essence. The scarred visage of the deity twisted in agony, culminating in a feral growl. Is this the price of divine collaboration? Nonsense. He abruptly turned to the communications team, his voice hoarse like a rusty bell. Record. Energy fluctuation peak of the star core. Analyze extraction patterns. Quickly. Identify the extraction laws. We cannot allow him to be drained dry. The star child's consciousness blurred amidst excruciating pain and the frenzied loss of energy. Fragments of his father's memories dissipated, while the cold command of the hive to eliminate seemed to stir once more in the distance. Only the heart-wrenching call of his mother, Peng Shi, anchored his disintegrating awareness like a lighthouse in the dark. The hourglass was merely momentarily suspended. The hive's retaliation could strike at any moment. The collaboration with the celestial deity resembled a merciless transaction, and the cost was fervently consuming his frail body. 28 days? No, he might not even withstand 28 hours. Chapter 53, Blood Contract, Subtle Light, and the Fleet's Fangs. The punitive extraction from the star core tightened around the star child like an invisible noose, nearly suffocating him. Golden specks, akin to the blood of life, were relentlessly torn from the vortex mark on his chest, merging into the searing, multicolored beam, ultimately flowing into the suspended star core. Each moment of energy loss was accompanied by soul-rending agony. His small body curled and trembled within the beam, unable to suppress the painful whimpers escaping his lips. Starchild. Peng Shi's nails dug deeply into the cold fungal mat. Tears mingling with dirt blurred her vision, yet failed to shake the intangible force field that separated her from him. Record the peak. Energy flow decay rate at 3%. It's still accelerating. The voice of the researcher trembled with despair, fixated on the screen, displaying the star child's vital signs plummeting like a cliff. At this rate, he wouldn't survive 12 hours. Despair seeped into the hearts of everyone in the camp like a chilling venom. The flickering flame of hope ignited by the hourglass's stillness wavered under the cruel recompense of the celestial deity. Blinded by rage, he fixated on the star child struggling in pain, then suddenly turned to the star speaker. Interfere. Use the spore network to disrupt the star core's connection. Even a slight reduction in extraction speed is vital. Impossible. The star speaker's pallor was ghastly, veins bulging on her forehead. Her consciousness felt like an ant attempting to shift a mountain before the vast, cold will of the star core. Its hierarchy was far too elevated. Our thoughts were like sand striking a steel plate. Just as the camp descended into a chasm of despair, a near-manic light ignited in Peng Shi's eyes. She gazed at the life essence being extracted from her son, at her blood-stained hands, and a thought cleaved through the chaos like lightning. Symbiotic spores. She too harbored those gentle symbionts within her. They could communicate with the fungal mat. Could they serve as a vessel? A bridge to share the burden of pain? There was no time for hesitation. No time for validation. Peng Shi sprang to her feet, recklessly charging toward the edge of the searing beam once more. This time, she did not attempt to breach the force field. Instead, she pressed her hands firmly against the ground where the beam met the fungal mat. Spores, hear me. She poured every ounce of her will into a roar, not directed at the star core, but at the symbionts within her, at the living earth beneath her feet. Take my pain. Share it with me. Her thoughts surged like a flood unleashed from a dam, carrying with them the most primal instinct of a mother's protection. Violently crashing into the network of symbiotic spores within her, a miracle occurred. The gentle green specks seemed to comprehend this call of blood and tears, instantly becoming remarkably active. They transformed from mere conduits of thought into tiny, greedy sponges. A faint hum, a flow of thought far weaker than the star speaker's earlier attempt to interfere, yet imbued with an unusual affinity, began to extend upward against the current of the multicolored beam's energy, struggling to ascend. The core of this thought flow was not one of opposition or supplication, but of the purest, most direct sharing. Peng Shi's body suddenly stiffened. It felt as though countless searing needles had instantaneously pierced her limbs. The pain endured by the star child was violently shared through the fragile bridge established by the spore network. Darkness clouded her vision, sweetness filled her throat. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, and her body trembled violently, on the verge of collapsing again. Yet she gritted her teeth, her hands seemingly welded to the ground, her nails cracking, blood seeping into the fungal mat, staining the earth beneath her. Peng Gong, someone gasped. Mom. Within the beam, the star child sensed something emitting a feeble resistance. At the moment She shared the pain, the wildly extracting multicolored beam momentarily faltered, though only for a fleeting instant. The rate at which the golden light from the Star Child's chest dissipated indeed slowed by a fraction. Effective. The extraction speed has temporarily decreased. The monitor's voice rang with disbelief and elation. Although the reduction was minuscule, it represented the first glimmer of dawn amidst the darkness. Blinded, he narrowed his eyes, instantly realizing what She was attempting. He roared, his voice reverberating throughout the camp. All symbionts, those with high spore concentrations, follow She's lead. Place your hands on the fungal mat. Share the Star Child's pain. The command thundered like a lightning strike. After a brief silence, the camp erupted in chaos. The injured struggled towards the nearest connection points on the fungal mat. Researchers abandoned their instruments to collapse to the ground, and soldiers unhesitatingly pressed their hands against the cold, damp earth. 1, 10, hundreds, an ever-growing number of symbionts, resolute in their determination, concentrated their thoughts on the spores within, emitting a silent cry. Share. Hundreds and thousands of faint streams of sharing thought converged into a resilient, albeit not powerful, current, coursing through the fungal network, flowing upstream towards the multicolored beam. They entwined like countless tiny roots around the Star Core's robust energy extraction channel. Though they could not halt it, they were frantically absorbing and sharing the lethal flow. With a series of gasps, symbionts throughout the camp collapsed under the unbearable agony and energy impact, blood spraying from their mouths as they fainted to the ground. Yet those behind immediately stepped into their places. No one faltered. They constructed a fragile barrier of flesh and spores between the Star Child and the Star Core with their bodies and wills. The pressure on the Star Child suddenly eased. Though the pain remained and the extraction continued, its pace had noticeably slowed. The golden light from the vortex mark on his chest was no longer frantically dissipating. The cracks along its edges even began to show the slightest signs of healing. He was able to breathe, the weary nebula in his eyes reigniting as he gazed down at his mother and the countless bloodied figures of those sharing the burden, tears silently streaming down his cheeks. Mom, everyone. He struggled to concentrate, once more gathering the golden stardust at his fingertips, stabilizing the resonance control over the still hourglass. The hourglass remained frozen in the void at the L2 point, a silent warning. Yet, the brief respite for Earth did not elicit pity from the depths of space. Alarm! From the Oort cloud, the voice of his aide was laced with sheer terror. The Ember fleet is splitting up. A small, highly mobile advance team has just completed its third jump. Signal strength is surging. Trajectory calculations indicate they have bypassed the conventional orbital targets, heading straight for the L2 graveyard. Estimated contact time, 56 hours. On the holographic star map, several scarlet dots resembled bloodthirsty wasps, detaching from the massive light cluster of the main fleet, tearing through space at astonishing speed towards the still golden hourglass. Their intentions were glaringly evident, to reclaim control of the hourglass or to detonate it outright. The stellar core seemed to sense this imminent threat. The punitive energy extraction, shared at the cost of countless symbionts' lives, had, remarkably, shown a subtle, albeit reluctant, diminishment. The radiant beams connecting to the Star Child had decreased in their searing intensity. In the calculations of the divine, a tool capable of momentarily controlling the hourglass appeared worthy of a modicum of leniency in the face of a greater peril. However, this leniency came at the expense of the blood and drained lives of innumerable souls on the ground. 56 hours. The fangs of the hive had already revealed themselves, poised to strike at the Earth's most vulnerable heart, the L2 graveyard. The recently acquired control over the hourglass by the Star Child and the fragile balance forged from flesh and blood were on the verge of facing a cruel trial. Chapter 54. The Graveyard Strangulation and the Abyss of Memory. 56 hours. This figure rang out like a funeral bell, echoing frantically above the encampment. The crimson points of the advanced fleet of the Fireseed were rapidly approaching the L2 point on the holographic star map, akin to drops of deadly venom poised to fall into the temporarily tranquil waters of the graveyard. The punitive energy extraction from the stellar core, through the heroic efforts of countless symbionts, had finally manifested a tangible reduction. The colorful beams no longer burned like branding irons, though the energy flow persisted. The Star Child had been momentarily pulled back from the precipice of collapse. The golden light of the vortex mark on his chest swirled, the cracks slowly mending, and a resilient gleam rekindled in his weary eyes. He had to maintain the stillness of the hourglass. This was the only means to delay the advanced fleet, and it might even serve as a bargaining chip. Hold on, my Star Child, his mother's voice echoed through their mental connection. imbued with deep concern. He could clearly feel the life fluctuations of Peng Shi below, as fragile as a candle flickering in the wind, along with the relentless waves of anguish transmitted by countless bearers. Peng Shi's complexion was as pale as parchment, the blood at the corner of her lips dried and dark, and her hands pressed against the mycelium blanket trembled slightly from the continuous burden. Each surge of shared intent felt as if she were reliving the excruciating pain of childbirth. Yet she bit her lip resolutely, a fervent fire burning in her eyes, transmitting an unyielding thought to her son. Don't worry about me. Focus on controlling the hourglass to block them. Blind sight. Can the antenna array still function? Disrupt those advanced teams. Buy the Star Child some time. The Star's speaker shouted, fighting against the dizziness brought on by sharing the burden. The power overload has burned out the core module. Repair will take at least 10 hours. The technician responded in despair. Conventional methods had already failed. All eyes once again fixed upon the diminutive figure within the beam of light. The Star Child took a deep breath, enduring the persistent agony akin to a parasite gnawing at him and the weakness from energy loss. He raised his hands once more, golden stardust flowing from his fingertips. This time, the target was no longer to maintain the hourglass-esque stillness, which required too much energy to sustain in a state of sharing. Instead, his intent locked onto the debris field surrounding the hourglass, where the stillness had temporarily quelled the chaos, yet was still riddled with deadly traps. Father guards me, he whispered, as the frequency of the stardust shifted abruptly, becoming urgent and directive. No longer a gentle resonance, but rather a commanding rhythm reminiscent of Zhao Xiaozhao's fragmented memories, forcefully carving a path amidst the gravitational storm. The graveyard at L2, surrounding the frozen golden hourglass, the immense wreckage of countless massive ships suddenly stirred. They were no longer lifeless objects, but rather pawns moved by an unseen hand, responding to the specific gravitational wave fluctuations guided by the Star Child. A twisted fragment of Titan-class starship armor, as if endowed with life, thundered sideways, positioning itself precisely in front of a rapidly advancing Hive Dart ship. Another Dart ship attempted to evade, yet sharp fragments shaped like engine nozzles swiftly closed in like silent serpents, crashing into the weak points of its energy shield and erupting in blinding sparks. They were attacking with debris. A horrified shout came from the camp monitoring station. The star map displayed the trajectories of several rapidly advancing crimson points suddenly becoming chaotic and distorted, as if caught in an invisible meat grinder. Beads of sweat trickled down the Star Child's forehead, his body trembling slightly, guiding such a vast and chaotic gravitational field. Maneuvering countless wrecks for precise defensive strikes placed an unprecedented burden on his mind. He felt as if he were simultaneously controlling thousands of invisible threads, each connected to colossal metal behemoths weighing tens or even hundreds of thousands of tons. A moment's misstep could render the attack ineffective, and his very thoughts could be torn apart in retaliation. Even more terrifying was the astonishing speed of the Hive Advance Team's response. The attacked Dart ship instantaneously altered its strategy. No longer attempting a direct charge, it darted through the dense gaps in the debris like a nimble viper, changing direction, while strange azure patterns illuminated its hull, emitting not material energy, but high-frequency interference beams targeting the gravitational strings themselves. ZZZ. The invisible interference beams swept through, and the localized gravitational field that the Star Child had painstakingly maintained instantly became chaotic. Several massive wrecks he had been controlling, poised to encircle a Dart ship, suddenly lost control, colliding violently and producing a cacophony of tearing metal and energy turbulence. Seizing the opportunity, a Dart ship slipped through the gaps of the collision like a specter, drawing closer to the still golden hourglass. Puff! The Star Child suddenly expelled a small burst of golden mist, his body swaying violently within the beam. The force control was interrupted by the interference, and the backlash struck his core consciousness like a heavy hammer. Below, Peng Shi and the multitude of symbionts sharing the burden groaned simultaneously, the pain of sharing intensifying in an instant. Interfere with them, they're disrupting my strings. The Star Child's consciousness raced through the agony. Fragments of his father's memories flickered once more, yet in confronting this specialized interference against gravitational string control, there was an ominous void. The Hive civilization's countermeasures against its own creations evidently exceeded Zhao Xiaozhao's former understanding. At that moment, a vast, cold, and malevolent stream of consciousness, akin to a long-planned venomous serpent, surged towards the Star Child, bridging the gap between the Dart ship that had breached the wreckage and the hourglass, striking fiercely at the core link of his intent to maintain the hourglass's stillness. low-level thief returning coordinates for deletion. It was the will of the Hive's main fleet. Seizing the moment of the Star Child's backlash and unstable connection, it launched a direct mental assault. Boom! The Star Child felt as though his head had been struck by a battering ram. Instantly, the view before him was engulfed by a cold, proliferating illusion of the Hive network. Countless delete commands pierced through him like a billion steel needles. His link to maintaining the hourglass's stillness vibrated violently. On the verge of collapse, should the link sever, the still hourglass would instantly revert to chaos, potentially being detonated directly by the advance team. No! She let out a heart-wrenching scream, desperately pushing the shared intent to its limits. More symbionts bled and fell, but even more surged forward. The barrier of flesh and blood once again forcibly stabilized the Star Child's faltering body and consciousness link. Yet, the Hive's will did not relent. Rather, it delved deeper into the weakest points of the Star Child's defenses, unearthing darker, more profound terrors. Under the dual agony of backlash and mental assault, the Star Child as consciousness seemed to plunge into an unfathomable abyss. The cold illusion of the Hive network twisted and morphed. This time, no longer fragments of his mother's childhood, but rather his own. No, it was a version of himself, even younger. An infant submerged in a viscous, emerald-hued liquid. Countless slender, hair-like transparent conduits connected his diminutive body and head as icy liquid was injected, accompanied by a silent yet soul-freezing agony and dread. Surrounding him were the frigid metallic walls, reflecting the indistinct silhouettes of individuals clad in white protective garb. A cold, emotionless voice echoed from the abyss. Sample, a 7-hourglass mark bear test pain tolerance threshold enhancement injection. Oh. This time, the sound emitted by the Star Child morphed from a mere muffled groan into a piercing scream, shrill enough to alter its pitch. Deep within the recesses of his consciousness, fragments of terrifying memories from his infancy as a test subject were ruthlessly excavated by the malice of the Hive mind, exploding forth like the most malevolent curse. This trauma, rooted in the very essence of his soul, instantaneously shattered the tenuous defenses he had managed to uphold. The golden beam of light wavered wildly, flickering uncertainly. The Star Child's control over the hourglass hung by a thread. Below, the symbiotic beings sharing the burden succumbed en masse. While she felt her consciousness flickering like a candle in the wind, on the verge of extinguishing. In this critical moment, the colorful beam connecting to the Star Child erupted with an unprecedented brilliance. No longer a punitive extraction, it transformed into an immensely solid mental barrier, forcibly inserting itself between the Star Child's consciousness and the Hive mind's assault. Interference expulsion. The cold will of the Star Core resonated once more, laced with a hint of offended fury. It appeared unable to tolerate the Hive mind's reckless excavation and attack within its domain, the Star Child's consciousness. The vibrant mental barrier thwarted the most lethal psychic piercing from the Hive, allowing the Star Child to struggle free from the abyss of terror associated with his infancy as a test subject. However, his control over the hourglass had plummeted to a nadir. The piercing spacecraft, with its cerulean muzzle, had locked onto the stationary hourglass. The countdown of 56 hours was nearing its end. The graveyard slaughter was at its bloodiest moment. Chapter 55. The Remains as Shield and the Game of the Star Core. The frigid Hive mind, akin to receding toxic fluid, was forcibly expelled from the Star Child's sea of consciousness by the Star Core's vibrant mental barrier. Yet, the soul-shaking tremors and primal fears invoked by the terrifying memories of his infancy continued to ravage the depths of his consciousness, resembling an unrelenting aftershock from the abyss. He curled within the beam of light, his diminutive body quaking like chaff, emitting unconscious whimpers of anguish, his control over the hourglass having plummeted to its lowest point. With the threads of intent sustaining the connection as thin as gossamer, ready to snap at any moment. Star Child, awaken, regain control. Shi's voice roared through the mental connection, imbued with blood-curdling despair. The pain she shared became incomprehensibly chaotic and piercing due to the violent turmoil of the Star Child's soul, as if countless icy needles were stirring her brain. Her vision blurred, and her hands pressed against the fungal carpet had long since lost sensation, sustained solely by an indomitable will. The camp lay in utter silence. Only a scant few symbiotic beings could barely maintain their shared burden, each with faces as pale as parchment, breaths as faint as whispers. The Star Speaker attempted to concentrate her mind to disrupt the approaching Hive dart ship targeting the hourglass, but her consciousness, battered by the aftershocks of the Star Child's soul storm and her own shared pain, was like a flimsy boat in a furious sea, wholly incapable of coalescing an effective strike. On the holographic star map, the crimson point of the dart ship had drawn alarmingly close to the emblem representing the golden hourglass, its cerulean cannon charging with a blinding luminosity. Was it over? The hearts of all sank into an icy abyss. Just at this critical juncture, amidst the beam of light, the Starchild's eyes, clouded with fear and swirling with chaotic nebulae, suddenly met those of his mother, whose own gaze, tormented by pain, yet ablaze with an undying flame of guardianship, pierced through the darkness. Mother! A silent scream detonated within the core of his soul. The unwavering protective will reflected in his mother's eyes transcended all anguish, forcefully shattering the icy dread born from his memories as an infant test subject. It was an absolute affirmation of his existence, a resounding testament to his identity as the Star Child, and not merely sample A7. The Star Child emitted a roar that transcended human sound, not a cry of agony, but a thunderous howl of liberation from shackles. He forcibly coalesced the last remnants of his dissipating will, no longer striving to meticulously sustain his control over the hourglass, as it had surpassed his current limits. He unleashed all his remaining mental strength upon the chaotic gravitational field surrounding the hourglass, as if a gambler staking everything in a final bet, striking with ferocity and brutality towards the dart ship poised to fire directly beneath. Give way! The tumultuous roar reverberated. At the L2-point graveyard, an earth-shattering transformation occurred. Under the sheer, instinctive force driven by the Star Child's unyielding will to protect, the colossal pile of metal wreckage, comprised of several large starship hulls and thick armored plates twisted and intertwined, was violently upheaved. This massive shield of debris did not precisely block. Rather, it was propelled like a meteor struck by an invisible hammer, imbued with cataclysmic kinetic energy and chaotic spatial ripples, crashing upwards towards the dart ship targeting the hourglass. The dart ship's cerulean cannon fire erupted almost simultaneously, yet the target had transformed into a mountain of metal descending upon it. Boom! The blinding energy explosion instantaneously engulfed that expanse of space. The violent shockwave, mingling with the shattered metal fragments and chaotic gravitational turbulence, swept forth like a cosmic tempest. The energy shield of the dart ship crumbled like paper as the vessel was torn asunder in a horrific collision and energy explosion, erupting into a massive fireball and a cloud of debris. Was it successful? Silence enveloped the camp. No one dared to breathe. However, before the blinding light of the explosion had dissipated, the terrified cries of the monitors rang out. The hourglass. The hourglass's state of stillness was disrupted by the shockwave from the explosion. The gravitational readings began to rise. Indeed, the violent explosion was too close to the hourglass. The uncontrolled impact and explosion unleashed a terrifying energy disturbance, striking the tenuous stillness that the Star Child struggled to maintain. A minuscule crack quietly emerged on the surface of the solidified golden hourglass, and the once motionless golden stardust within began to exhibit faint signs of movement. Although the dart ship had been destroyed, the stillness of the hourglass had been shattered. Moreover, the blinding light from the explosion and the gravitational fluctuations, like a beacon in the night, illuminated the clearest path for the approaching high vanguard. Several more crimson points were rapidly maneuvering from different directions, circumventing the area of the explosion, directly targeting the hourglass now bearing cracks. The Star Child's vision darkened, his body sliding downwards weakly. The forcibly unleashed final vestige of his mental energy had been utterly expended, combined with the backlash from the hourglass, leading to his complete loss of consciousness. The golden beam of light dimmed to the brink of extinction. Below, she finally succumbed, her vision engulfed in darkness as she fainted. Star Child, Gong. Blindly, she strained her eyes. Just as everything was collapsing, and the hourglass was on the brink of defeat, the star core, that massive geometric entity, suspended in the heavens, moved for the first time, actively and vigorously. It did not shift as a whole, but rather, its countless intricate geometric structures began to undergo high-speed deformation and reconfiguration. Beams of vibrant color, even thicker and more refined than those previously connecting to the Star Child, shot forth like judgment spears cast down by celestial beings, instantaneously crossing the distance between Earth and Moon, precisely targeting the L2-point graveyard. The target was not the high vanguard, nor the hourglass with cracks, but rather the explosion-induced debris cloud and several larger, relatively intact pieces of spacecraft wreckage surrounding it. The colorful beams illuminated these cold metallic giants without destroying them. A bizarre scene unfolded. Amidst a kaleidoscope of radiant hues, the remnants appeared to be imbued with life, commencing a rapid movement that defied the laws of physics. Morphing and amalgamating with astonishing speed, a colossal fragment of an engine nozzle was forcibly elongated and folded into sharp, lethal horns. A section of the heavily armored hull was melted and reshaped by the vibrant light, transforming into a grand, convex shield. Countless smaller shards, drawn like iron filings by a magnetic force, flocked towards the scene, guided by the prismatic beams, precisely filling and welding onto the larger structural framework. In mere moments, several grotesque and fearsome mobile battle fortresses, constructed from the frigid debris of starships and pulsating with multicolored energy veins, emerged as if conjured from the ether by divine hands, boldly obstructing the path of the remaining hive swarm vessels as they charged towards the hourglass. Boom! 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 The azure artillery fire of the hive swarm struck fiercely against these suddenly manifested bastions of debris. The vibrant energy veins flickered wildly, absorbing and deflecting the onslaught of firepower. As the heavy metallic structures warped and melted under the assault, yet resolutely barred the way, the twisted gun barrels and horns formed from the wreckage began to unleash chaotic yet formidable energy beams and solid projectiles, retaliating with reckless abandon. The Star Corps had finally entered the fray, utilizing the endless debris of the L2 graveyard as its raw material and its vast energy as the crucible and impetus. It forged an audacious legion of puppet soldiers from the remnants. This was not for the salvation of humanity, but to protect its chosen, symbiotic experimental ground from being utterly consumed by the hive's fire, to safeguard the tool capable of partially controlling the hourglass from premature destruction. Most importantly, to uphold its own inviolable authority in this celestial domain. With remnants as shields, the star god played its hand. The graveyard instantaneously transformed into a bloody arena where the Star Corps and the hive's vanguard clashed. Explosions illuminated the void like festive fireworks in the desolate depths of space. Within the camp, the onlookers gazed at the holographic star map depicting the gruesome and bizarre battlefield, witnessing the wreckage fortresses that crumbled under cannon fire only to be incessantly restored and reformed by the prismatic beams, their hearts devoid of joy, filled instead with a deepening chill. The star god had intervened, yet this was no act of redemption. Rather, it ensnared Earth and humanity deeper into the cold and merciless interstellar chess game between divinity and the hive. And they, along with the unconscious Starchild and Pengxi, were merely pawns on this vast board. Chapter 56. The Wall of Remnants and the bloodspore the depths of the L2 graveyard had irrevocably devolved into a bloody battleground of gods and swarms. The prismatic beams cast by the Star Corps, akin to the Creator's divine brush, frantically painted the cold canvas of the universe. Massive ship hulls were forcibly contorted. Heavy armor plates were molten and stretched, engine nozzles twisted into sharp horns, while countless tiny fragments, drawn together by the vibrant energy, accurately filled and welded themselves. Towering fortresses, grotesque in shape and brimming with flowing energy veins, rose from the debris of shattered starships under the absolute dominion of the Star Corps' will, boldly charging towards the hive's swarm vessels attempting to breach the hourglass. Boom! 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 The deep azure beams of the hive clashed violently with the prismatic-driven projectiles of the debris fortresses, erupting into silent yet blinding bursts of light. Metal melted and splattered under the intense heat as the fortresses disintegrated, creating massive breaches, but the prismatic beams swept over in an instant, forcibly attracting and filling more debris, allowing the fortresses to advance like indomitable metallic behemoths, undeterred by the onslaught. A colossal horn punctured the side of a swarm vessel, the deafening sound of tearing metal echoing as if piercing the vacuum of space, while the energy shield of the vessel shrieked in agony as it shattered. The hull cleaved in two, erupting into a silent ball of flame. The will of the Star Corps was cold and efficient. It cared not for the casualties of the debris fortresses. It only concerned itself with the outcome, blocking the swarm, safeguarding the hourglass, and maintaining the stability of its symbiotic experiment. This was a cruel war of attrition, utilizing the endless refuse of the graveyard as expendable material. On the holographic star map of the camp, gray dots representing the debris fortresses flickered on and off, continuously reignited by new prismatic beams. In contrast, the crimson dots representing the hive vessels advanced slowly and laboriously under the frantic defense and mutual protection of the fortresses, their numbers steadily dwindling, temporarily staving off the impending doom. One with bloodshot eyes fixated on the star map, his voice hoarse. The Star Corps' construction of the Wall of Remnants had momentarily thwarted the hive's vanguard's attempt to seize the hourglass. But at what cost? He looked at the Starchild, still unconscious and barely clinging to life. At the fallen comrades below, their fates unknown, and at Pengxi, whose face was pale as paper, devoid of vitality. The camp was suffused with a heavy scent of blood and the desperate gasps of despair. The hourglass status? He rasped. The stagnation field is extremely unstable. The monitor's voice trembled with fear. The recent explosions combined with the Star Corps' forcible manipulation of the surrounding gravitational field to construct the fortresses caused too much interference. Cracks on the surface of the hourglass were slowly expanding. Internal star dust shows signs of accelerated flow. Should it exceed a certain threshold, the stagnation could collapse at any moment. The hourglass was like a nuclear bomb button, forcibly pressed, ready to rebound and explode at any moment. Yet the Star Corps clearly did not concern itself with the state of this button. It only cared that the button not be seized by the enemy. Blind seer. Spores at the camp's periphery. A soldier on guard suddenly pointed in terror towards the edges of the camp's fungal blanket. There. The areas that had absorbed excessive mental fluctuations and negative energy during the shared pain and consciousness transfer began to exhibit bizarre mutations. The once gentle green glow of the symbiotic spores now appeared murky and dull, resembling clotted blood, rapidly proliferating at a visibly alarming rate. Dark red spore clouds, as if alive, rose from the fungal blanket, spreading forth, turning the grayish-white fungal filaments into a heart-stopping dark crimson. Even more frightening, several injured individuals near the edge, who had succumbed to unconsciousness from sharing pain, upon contact with these dark red spores, immediately displayed spiderweb-like veins beneath their skin. They convulsed involuntarily, emitting strange, hissing sounds, as if countless tiny entities writhed beneath their exposed skin. It is a spore overload mutation. The negative energy and residual mental attacks from the hive have contaminated the symbiotic network. The voice of the biological group's researcher had shifted in pitch. They are turning against the host. Quickly, isolate, burn those mutated fungal blankets. There is no time. The star speaker's face turned ashen. Her awareness was clearer than the naked eye. The source of contamination was the collapsed symbionts from the earlier sharing process. Their shattered mental fragments and suffering became the breeding ground for the mutated spores. They are spreading. They are assimilating, as if to corroborate her words. An injured individual covered in dark red spores suddenly opened his eyes wide. His pupils were a murky blood red, devoid of reason, filled only with frenzied hunger and aggression. He emitted inhuman howls, dropping to all fours like a beast, lunging at a companion who attempted to pull him back. Stop him! Cries of alarm and gunfire erupted simultaneously. Bullets struck the mutant, splattering dark red viscous fluid, yet failed to halt its advance. More dark red spores erupted from the wound where he was struck. Panic erupted like a plague in the weary and despairing camp. In front, the celestial battle raged, and behind, the spores mutated and devoured their hosts in their own backyard. They were truly besieged on all sides. Establish a quarantine zone. All weapons loaded. Target the infected. Burn all contaminated fungal blankets. Quickly. The blind seer's roar bore a hint of desperation as he drew his pistol, unhesitatingly aiming at the head of a mutant lunging at a researcher. Dark red fluid and spores splattered everywhere. In an instant, the camp transformed into yet another gruesome battlefield. The sounds of gunfire, howls, the roar of flamethrowers, and desperate cries intertwined in a cacophony of chaos. Humanity must not only confront the annihilation fleets lurking beyond the stars, but also grapple with the lethal backlash initiated by the symbionts that once brought them hope. Amidst the chaos, no one noticed that beneath the unconscious Pengxi, a small patch of fungal mat, in contact with her blood, did not darken to a deep crimson. Instead, it radiated an exceedingly faint, warm, jade-white luminescence. The symbiotic spores, tainted by her blood, as if soothed, floated serenely, even subtly repelling the dark red spores in her immediate vicinity. Within the beam of light, the star child remained in a deep stupor. Yet, the golden vortex mark upon his chest flickered weakly amidst the surrounding bloodshed and turmoil. A barely perceptible golden ripple, distinctly different in frequency from the colorful beams of the star core, emanated from him, expanding slowly like the unconscious heartbeat of a slumbering giant. This ripple swept across the chaotic battlefield of the camp. A soldier aiming at a mutant paused inexplicably. A wounded individual, on the verge of having his throat bitten, suddenly felt the mutant pressing down on him slow, for a brief moment. Within the tumultuous perception of the Star Whisperer, it seemed a distant, wind chime-like echo was faintly captured. This delicate ripple traversed the space between Earth and the Moon, brushing against the gruesome graveyard at L2 Point. A wrecked fortress, under concentrated fire from two dark ships and on the brink of total collapse, experienced an abrupt disarray in its vibrant energy veins. The colorful beams, which should have instantly mended the massive breach, hesitated for an inconsequential moment. It was precisely this moment of delay. A premeditated, thick indigo beam, akin to the scythe of death, violently tore through the fortress's defensive gap, striking with unerring accuracy at a segment of the core, enveloped by colorful energy. And relatively intact, a massive reactor wreckage. Boom! En précédente horrifique explosion en Suède. The colorful energy, the indigo beam, and the ferocious energy contained within the reactor wreckage unleashed multiple catastrophic forces within the confined space. The blast illuminated the entirety of the Earth-Moon space in an instant. The violent shockwave, mixed with lethal energy radiation and high-velocity debris, struck mercilessly toward the nearby, cracked golden hourglass. On the surface of the hourglass, a minute crack. Under the impact of annihilative energy, shattered like glass struck by a heavy hammer. Countless spiderweb-like golden fractures erupted wildly. Stasis was utterly shattered. Within the hourglass, the stardust, solidified like molten gold, began to flow slowly yet inexorably, akin to lava breaking free from its constraints. Chapter 57. The Sands of Time and the Bloodstained Tide. Hum. A deep, grand hum, inaudible to the ears, yet resonating profoundly within the depths of the soul, instantaneously enveloped the inner solar system. At the L2 graveyard, the hourglass, now riddled with golden cracks, became the epicenter of the cosmic storm as it broke free from its stasis. The once solidified hourglass, resembling a golden sculpture, now saw its viscous golden stardust begin to flow slowly yet inevitably. The stardust within the upper cone, like melted stellar material, cascaded down into the lower cone, carrying with it a hauntingly beautiful sense of destruction. Each minute movement was accompanied by the subtle expansion of the golden cracks on the hourglass's surface, along with the severe distortion and lament of the gravitational strings surrounding it. No longer a chaotic storm of destruction, it transformed into a more contained, far deadlier flow of sand, seemingly counting down to some ultimate program the hourglass had activated within the camp's monitoring point. The voice of the researcher was filled with suffocating despair, akin to a chicken with its throat grasped, as the distortion of gravitational strings skyrocketed exponentially. This was not a chaotic storm, but a directed tidal lock. It was locking onto Earth's orbit. On the holographic star map, the blue light representing Earth was suddenly enveloped by countless frantically twisting, inward constricting golden gravitational strings, as if captured by a colossal net woven from the threads of annihilation. Even more chilling was the gravitational fluctuations emanating from the hourglass, resonating ominously with the surging signals of the swarm fleet from the Oort cloud, as if guiding them to the most precise landing point. The intensity of the swarm fleet's hyperspace signals surged to a new peak. The quaking voice of the blind officer trembled, proclaiming that they had received the hourglass's guiding resonance. Course adjustments locked onto Earth. Speed unquantifiable. Estimated arrival time corrected. 20 days. It cannot be faster. 20 days. The hourglass has activated, counting the sands of time. The swarm fleet has received the ultimate beacon. The countdown to extinction has been madly accelerated. In the midst of the bloody turmoil within the camp, there was a brief moment of silence in the face of this world-ending news. Even the frenzied, spore-infected mutants seemed momentarily stunned by the hourglass's soul-piercing hum, their movements momentarily delayed. Yet, this silence was soon engulfed by an even more frenzied, blood-red tide. Oh, a mutant, covered largely in dark red spores, suddenly emitted a wail tenfold more agonizing than before. His body swelled violently. The blood vessels writhing beneath his skin burst forth, unleashing countless smaller spores, their color reminiscent of congealed blood that erupted forth in a frenzy. His eyes, nostrils, and mouth spewed forth dark red spore mists. This seemed to signal a chain reaction. Throughout the camp, all deeply infected mutants began to undergo horrific distortions. Limbs twisted and swelled, skin ruptured, revealing writhing dark red tissue composed of spores and flesh. They had completely lost their human form, transforming into spore monsters driven solely by the urge to consume and spread. Their speed and strength escalated dramatically. Bullets merely splattered against them, failing to inflict fatal wounds. Only the searing flames from flamethrowers could temporarily halt their relentless advance. Hold the line. Establish a second defensive perimeter. Abandon the periphery. Retreat to the core. The blind roars drowned beneath the monster's howls and the flames bellowing. The camp had transformed into a hellish nightmare, with each second witnessing individuals being overwhelmed, torn apart, and devoured by the dark red spore mist. Yet, at the edge of this bloody chaos, beneath the unconscious Peng Shi, the jade-white fungal mat area stood as an island amidst the storm. The faint jade-white glow valiantly resisted the surging dark red spore tide. The symbiotic spores tainted by her blood floated serenely, emanating a peculiar field of calm. Within the beam of light, the Star Child's body convulsed violently in response to the hourglass's terrifying hum. The golden vortex mark on his chest flickered madly, its brightness fluctuating, with the surrounding cracks deepening once more. The activation of the hourglass produced an irresistible resonance and tug on the source mark within him, derived from the Hive-S hourglass. As if intent on utterly draining and assimilating him, the thief, the Star Child emitted a pained groan, curling his small body tighter in agony. In that moment, a faint yet strikingly clear thought, like a firefly in the dark, pierced through the bloody battlefield and the cacophony of the hourglass's roar. Enveloping him gently yet resolutely, the Star Child is not afraid, for Mother is here. It was Peng Shi. Even in her profound coma, her remaining subconscious was firmly tethered to her son. This thought was not of power, but a pure, unreserved will of protection. Like the most resilient thread, it anchored the soul of the Star Child, on the verge of being drawn away by the hourglass's mark. The vortex mark on the Star Child's chest stabilized exceedingly faintly under the embrace of that protective thought, the madly flickering golden light briefly calming. Simultaneously, the suspended star core finally reacted to the activation of the hourglass and the locking of Earth's orbit. The core of the star erupted with an unprecedented, blinding radiance of 7 colors. The entire geometric structure resonated with a high-frequency vibration, as if it had been thoroughly enraged. The activation of the hourglass not only posed a colossal threat to its symbiotic experimental domain, but also constituted a blatant provocation to its authority. Several beams of rainbow-hued energy, tenfold thicker and as solid as matter, instantaneously tore through the fabric of space, no longer aimed at the remnants of the graveyard, but directly piercing the very essence of the activated golden hourglass. What was the star core attempting to achieve? To obliterate the hourglass? Or to forcibly seize control? The vibrant energy spears crashed vehemently against the surface of the cracked golden hourglass. Contrary to expectations, there was no cataclysmic explosion. The colorful energy, akin to a viscous gel, swiftly enveloped and permeated the fissures on the hourglass's surface. The cold, vast will of the star core transformed into countless minute data tendrils, frantically invading the interior of the hourglass, where golden stardust flowed. It was forcefully deciphering, violently breaking the core directives of the Hive creation. The golden stardust within the hourglass instantly became feral, like a besieged swarm, desperately resisting the encroachment of the star core's will. The clash of the rainbow and golden energies within the hourglass became a tumultuous melee, colliding fiercely. The cracks on the hourglass's surface expanded at a visible rate, amplifying. The entire hourglass emitted a resonant hum, as if on the verge of disintegration. Meanwhile, the surrounding space transformed into a hellscape under the conflict of these two cosmic powers. The gravitational strings no longer distorted, but completely shattered. Space itself resembled a shattered mirror, with dark, gaping fissures that devoured all. The remnants of the star core-controlled fortresses were instantly torn apart by the ruptures in space. The remaining Hive shuttles, like leaves caught in a tempest, were torn asunder and consumed by the chaotic spatial turbulence. The clash between the star core and the hourglass generated aftershocks that manifested as a torrent of destruction, sweeping first over the nearest lunar surface. The enormous dome of the lunar base, Guanghan, shattered like an eggshell when the invisible ripples of space swept through. The internal lights extinguished in an instant, and countless fragments along with human bodies were flung into the cold void of space. The massive craters on the moon collapsed in silence, as a tsunami of dust engulfed everything in its vicinity. Earth stood on the brink of annihilation. The confrontation between the star core and the hourglass resembled two titans battling within a porcelain shop, with each collision's aftershock threatening to utterly obliterate the inner solar system. The 20-day countdown appeared utterly trivial in the face of such a cataclysmic confrontation. True destruction could occur in the very next second. Chapter 58. The Lament of the Fallen Moon and the Lullaby. The annihilation of the lunar base, Guanghan, struck the first nail into the coffin of human civilization. On the holographic star map, the light representing Guanghan extinguished in an instant. Subsequently, several small observation stations and outposts in lunar orbit vanished one after the other. The last blurry image transmitted was of the dome's collapse, with countless fragments and tiny silhouettes cast into the eternal black vacuum. Along with a towering wave of dust rising on the lunar surface, sweeping away everything in its path. Silence enveloped the camp, as if the howls of the spore monsters had been frozen in time. The silent depiction of destruction on the screen was more despairing than any piercing scream. The moon, humanity's first stepping stone into deep space, its final interstellar stronghold, was effortlessly erased by the aftershocks of the conflict between the star core and the hourglass. Like a castle of sand washed away by the tide. Among the 30,000 personnel at Guanghan, a researcher collapsed to the ground, muttering in a daze. His scarred face twitched violently before erupting into a low growl akin to a wounded beast as his fist slammed against the console, thinning the metal and causing blood to flow. This was not anger, but a profound sense of powerlessness and sorrow. Before the might of gods and creations, humanity was rendered as mere ants, without even the privilege of spectating their own obliteration, crushed underfoot without mercy. In the depths of space, the struggle between the star core and the hourglass had reached a fever pitch. The rainbow-hued energy wrapped around the cracked golden hourglass like a relentless parasite, penetrating deeply as it frantically analyzed the star-dust program flowing within. The hourglass retaliated with an even more furious torrent of golden energy. Each collision of energies deepened the cracks on the hourglass's surface while causing more black voids to erupt in the surrounding space. The gravitational tides triggered by the hourglass ensnared Earth's orbit, rendering it as helpless as a fish on a chopping board. The 20-day countdown, in the face of such apocalyptic confrontation, felt more like a cruel jest. Within the camp, the crimson spore surge did not cease due to the shock of the lunar fall. Dark red mist surged beyond the second line of defense, as mutated spore monsters rampaged with even greater ferocity. The defense line teetered on the brink of collapse, with fuel for the flamethrowers running low and bullets proving ineffective against the monsters. Despair spread like a plague among the survivors. The spore concentration in the core area was also on the rise. The star's speaker clutched her forehead, her voice filled with anguish. Her consciousness perceived that the dark red contamination was spreading along the mycelium network deep within the underground fungal carpet towards the core area. Once the core area's mycelium was thoroughly contaminated, it would instantly transform into a blood pool of flesh. Just as the defense line was about to shatter under the impending crisis, beneath the unconscious Peng Shi, the area of the jade-white mycelium suddenly radiated a brilliant glow. Not blinding, but warm and gentle, like a moonlit halo. The halo expanded slowly from her center, akin to a pearl dropped into a blood pool, wherever the halo reached. The frantically proliferating dark red spores reacted as if encountering a natural enemy, emitting a hissing sound, rapidly withering, fading, and turning to ash. Those lightly infected individuals enveloped by the halo saw the grotesque blood vessels beneath their skin swiftly recede, their murky eyes regaining a glimmer of clarity, curling up in pain and losing their aggressiveness. Pengong, her spores are purifying, a researcher from a biological team exclaimed in astonishment, his eyes igniting with a fervor akin to hope and desperation. This sudden purifying aura injected a powerful lifeline into the dying defense line. The flamethrowers concentrated their firepower, creating a wall of flames at the edge of the purifying halo, temporarily blocking the onslaught of monsters from outside. The warriors seized the opportunity to drag those who had been purified and had lost their aggressive tendencies into the range of the halo. Within the beam of light, the Star Child's body convulsed violently once more. The fierce conflict between the star core and the hourglass resembled two colossal waves crashing upon the battlefield of his origin imprint. His consciousness oscillated in tearing agony, caught between the cold, purge command of the hourglass, the ruthless analyze will of the star core, and the terrifying fragments of hive memories and experimental images like a million burning steel needles stirring his soul, just as his consciousness was on the verge of total submersion. About to be consumed by the hive imprint or the star core's will, that familiar, gentle, yet resolute thought pierced through all the noise and pain, wrapping him tightly as if in a mother's warm embrace. Starchild, do not fear, Mama is here this time. Accompanying the thought came an extremely faint yet remarkably clear melody. Not words, not commands, but a simple tune imbued with boundless comfort and protective significance. A lullaby. It was the melody Peng she had sung countless times to him during his infancy, soothing him as he cried out in agony due to the experiments. This simple melody seemed to possess the power to transcend time and space, healing the wounds of the soul. The ferocious hive commands, the cold will of the star core, and the terrifying memory fragments within the star child's consciousness, under the influence of this faint yet immensely resilient lullaby, momentarily paused and began to dissolve. As if thawing under the warm sun, the star child's curled body relaxed ever so slightly within the beam of light. His furrowed brow eased a fraction, and his pained groans diminished. The golden vortex mark on his chest, under the lullaby's soothing influence, exhibited an unprecedented calmness amidst its frenzied flickering. This seemingly minute alteration, akin to a stone cast into the tranquil surface of a lake, has unexpectedly stirred ripples on a grander scale. Far beyond, at the L2-point graveyard, the golden hourglass, engaged in a fierce struggle with the kaleidoscopic energies of the stellar core, experienced a sudden, jarring interruption in the tumultuous flow of stardust within its confines. It was not suppressed by the stellar core, but rather, as if a directive circuit closely linked to the essence of the star child was disrupted by the abrupt, calming wave emanating from sample A7, resulting in a momentary lapse of logic. Though this confusion lasted but a billionth of a second to the stellar core's will, which was exerting itself to violently decode the core of the hourglass, it was akin to a grain of sand unexpectedly introduced into the intricate workings of high-speed gears. Buzz! The cold, vast will of the stellar core erupted into an ear-piercing, shrill hum, reminiscent of a computational error. The colorful data tendrils invading the hourglass momentarily succumbed to chaos. The suppression and analysis of the hourglass were abruptly interrupted by this unforeseen disturbance. Seizing this ephemeral opportunity, the hourglass unleashed a previously unimagined torrent of counterattack, forcefully repelling the stellar core's vibrant energies. The fissures on the surface of the hourglass crazily expanded, teetering on the brink of disintegration, yet it successfully extricated itself from the stellar core's comprehensive suppression. The geometric structure of the stellar core flickered violently, its prismatic glow fluctuating erratically, as if reassessing this unexpected variable. Its frigid will, for the first time, carried a hint of palpable doubt and calculation, sweeping across the Earth-Moon space, eventually fixating upon the Earth camp, honing in on the star child amidst the luminous column, and the area around him radiating a jade-white purifying aura. The resonance of the lullaby lingered gently within the star child's sea of consciousness. The aftershocks of the hourglass's counterattack, mingled with the stellar core's interrupted wrath, morphed into a more terrifying spatial turbulence, sweeping violently across the debris of the lunar orbit, this time targeting the moon itself. A colossal fragment of the moon, torn apart by the clash of energies from the stellar core and the hourglass, akin to an asteroid, was propelled by the raging spatial maelstrom, breaking free from the moon's gravitational pull, and began to accelerate towards Earth on a path of destruction. The lament of the moon's fall remains unresolved, and the true calamity of falling meteors approaches. Chapter 59. The Seed of Purification and the Inquiry of the Stellar Core. The immense lunar fragment, like a lethal die cast by the gods in their battles, dragged a cold and despairing trajectory across the star map, slowly closing in on the azure Earth. Its size was sufficient to induce a global ecological extinction upon impact. Its trajectory locked in by the gravitational tide initiated by the hourglass and the chaotic spatial turbulence, rendering any deviation nearly impossible. Within the camp, the brief respite granted by Peng Shi's purifying aura and lullaby was swiftly crushed by this new cataclysm. Despair weighed heavily upon the chest of every survivor, as if a tangible block of lead had settled there. Calculating the impact time, the point of impact, the voice of the blind seer was hoarse, akin to sandpaper scraping, as bloodshot eyes remained fixated on the crimson dot on the star map, representing the impending doom of the meteorite. The trajectory remained indeterminate due to the ongoing disturbances from the hourglass's gravity and spatial chaos. The trajectory analyst's fingers danced frantically across the console, sweat soaking his back, with preliminary simulations indicating a collision window of 7 to 15 days. The impact area was too vast. It could strike any continent. The resulting tsunami and dust cloud would spell global catastrophe. 7 to 15 days. Humanity might meet its end by the very fragments of its own satellite before the high fireseed fleet could arrive. The crimson spore frenzy continued to surge at the edge of the purifying aura, as mutated monsters were temporarily held back by the wall of flames, their unwilling roars echoing in the air. Yet the dark red pollution of the core zone's fungal blanket persisted, spreading like a venomous snake underground. The jade-white aura beneath Peng, she could barely encompass her and the star child within a radius of 10 meters, akin to a solitary lamp amidst the storm. Peng's purifying strength proved insufficient. The range was too limited. The star seer anxiously sensed the spreading pollution of the underground fungal blanket, with a contamination level in the core zone exceeding 60%. Should it surpass the critical point, we would all be consumed by the spores. Purification must be expanded. The star child must be saved. A way to halt that lunar fragment must be found. The blind seer's gaze darted frantically between the unconscious Peng Shi, the suffering star child within the light column, and a lethal meteorite on the star map. Each represented a deadlock. He abruptly turned to the biologist among the researchers, his eyes akin to a dying lone wolf. Peng Shi's spores. Why can her spores purify? Can they be replicated? Can they be enhanced? The researcher scrutinized the life sign data from Peng Shi on the instrument, noting her weak yet remarkably stable brain waves, alongside the unique jade-white spore spectrum beneath her. A bold, almost absurd thought flashed through. Her spores, while alleviating the star child's suffering, absorbed the golden stardust energy emanating from him. Her blood, her protective will, and the previous lullaby's spiritual resonance may have collectively catalyzed a positive mutation in the spores. This was the seed of purification birthed from the symbiotic network under extreme pressure. Using her as a medium, it cannot be replicated, but perhaps it can be cultivated? Speak. The blind seer growled. More of the star child's dispersed energy is needed. A stronger, positive spiritual resonance must be harnessed to guide and catalyze. Just like that lullaby, the researcher spoke rapidly. But forcibly extracting energy from the star child in his current state might lead to immediate collapse. And aside from Peng, who else could provide such spiritual resonance? At that moment, within the light column, the star child body trembled violently once more fiercely than ever before. The golden vortex mark on his chest erupted with blinding light, cracks spreading like lightning along its edges. The violent aftershocks of the hourglass's counterattack crashed against his mark like a tsunami. A portion of the stellar core's interrupted wrath transformed into a chilling stream of punitive energy, surging through the connecting beam into his frail body. The star child emitted a heart-wrenching cry, so harrowing it hardly resembled human sound, as golden specks akin to splattering blood frantically escaped from the fissures in his chest. Star child, the star seer cried out in anguish. Peng Shi seemed to sense the agony of her son's soul being torn apart, for even in her unconscious state, her brow furrowed tightly. The jade-white aura beneath her fluctuating violently, its range even showing signs of diminishing. We cannot wait any longer. The star child could be torn to shreds at any moment. The blind seer's bloodshot eyes swept over the desperate and weary faces within the camp, glancing at those who moaned in pain at the edges of the purifying aura, barely regaining a semblance of sanity as mildly infected individuals. A nearly mad plan instantaneously formed in his mind. All who can still move, listen. The blind seer's voice thundered, overpowering the roars of the monsters. Do you wish to survive? Do you wish to show that damned lunar fragment a thing or two? And stop just standing there. He abruptly pointed towards the struggling star child within the light column, towards the flickering aura of Peng Shi. The star child needs energy to disperse. Good. The energy that disperses cannot be wasted. Peng Shi's spores can purify. Good. Then let us direct the dispersing energy over to her, to the spores beneath her. He then pointed at the mildly infected individuals, at everyone. Spiritual resonance? Lullaby? Who the hell said that only Peng Shi can hum? Listen up. Anyone who cannot hum, think along in your heart. Think of your children. Think of your parents. Think of what you most want to protect. Tune in to the melody and concentrate on your thoughts. Channel your meager intentions into Peng Shi, into her spores. Let them grow. The command was absurd, yet was the only straw to grasp in the face of despair. The instinct for survival eclipsed fear and absurdity. Quickly, construct the energy guidance array. Use the fungal blanket. Direct the star child's dispersed golden specks towards Peng Shi. The technician instantly comprehended the blind seer's intention, roaring as he directed those who could still move. Amidst the chaos, people scrambled, utilizing any metallic scraps, wires, and even their own bodies as conductors to establish a rudimentary energy conduit upon the fungal mat, directing it toward the location of Peng Shi. The golden motes of light, exuding an aura of anguish and devastation from the star child, were laboriously guided by the fungal network and this makeshift channel, like delicate streams flowing toward the pearlescent halo beneath Peng Shi. Simultaneously, blind vision inhaled deeply, tearing through the air with a voice like a rusty bell, summoning every ounce of his strength to hum a disjointed yet fervent rendition of a lullaby. The monotonous melody echoed across the bloody battlefield, striking an oddly poignant and heroic note. A fleeting silence ensued before a mother, clutching her child, tears brimming in her eyes, joined in the hum. Then a battle-worn veteran, bereaved of wife and child, raspily added his voice. A young researcher, eyes shut, trembling lips, began to hum, and soon, an increasing number of individuals, regardless of their singing ability or vocal quality, joined this desperate chorus. They poured forth all their fears, sorrows, and their final yearning for protection into this simple melody, mentally channeling their collective will toward the unconscious Peng Shi. The converging stream of intentions surged into Peng Shi's consciousness like turbulent and murky waters. The golden energy emanating from the star child finally reached the fringes of the pearlescent halo. A miracle unfolded. The pearlescent spores, stained with Peng Shi's blood, transformed into a crystalline brilliance the moment they made contact with the golden stardust energy, as if quenched after a long drought, radiating with newfound vibrancy. They greedily absorbed the dispersing energy, while the myriad of protective intentions, converging from the survivors, acted as the purest catalyst, infusing the spores deeply. Buzz. The pearlescent halo beneath Peng Shi abruptly expanded outward. Its radiance surged, akin to a miniature sun rising at the heart of the encampment. Wherever the halo reached, the dark red spores melted away like snow under the sun. Those lightly infected, now fully enveloped by the halo, saw the blood vessels beneath their skin vanish, their eyes regaining clarity, weak yet safe. More astonishingly, the pearlescent light began to actively spread along the subterranean fungal network, purifying. The tainted fungal mat in the core area rapidly shed its dark red hue, rejuvenating into a warm white sheen, while simultaneously beginning to suppress the surrounding contamination. The purification zone expanded. The pollution was contained. The star speaker wept with joy. Within the beam of light, the golden energy of the star child found its purpose, guided to become nourishment for the seeds of purification, and the spasms of his body noticeably diminished, the fissures in his chest no longer spewing forth motes of light. Although the glow of the markings dimmed, it steadied. The lullaby, woven from countless protective intentions, cocooned his torn soul like a warm swaddle. Yet, just as a glimmer of hope arose from this miraculous collective effort, a new calamity was born. The suspended star core, that massive geometric entity, began to descend for the first time. No longer hovering in synchronous orbit, it moved toward a low Earth orbit, a previously unseen, almost tangible beam of prismatic light, akin to the spotlight of a celestial being, disregarded the falling lunar fragments, ignored the hourglass of the graveyard conflict, and precisely enveloped the entire encampment. More specifically, it cloaked the star child within the beam and the core of the pearlescent purification halo surrounding Peng Shi. The cold and vast will of the star core, imbued with an unprecedented sense of curiosity and inquiry, gently brushed over the swirling mark on the star child's chest, glided over the active pearlescent spores within Peng Shi, and traversed the purifying fungal network. A clear, cold, and emotionally devoid thought, seemingly containing the ultimate questions of the universe, resonated within the depths of every survivor's consciousness. Conflict pain protection, inefficient fragility, sample variable value. For the first time, the star core posed a question to the symbiotic sample in its sight. It was evaluating, calculating. What significance could this seed of purification, birthed from the confluence of pain, protection, and humble life in dire straits, hold against the impending calamity of the hive's fire and the descent of the moon? Chapter 60. The Whisper of the Divine and the Lament of the Moonfall. The star core's prismatic beam firmly enveloped the core area of the encampment, like a frozen pillar of the cosmos. Its cold, probing will swept over, leaving all survivors feeling as though stripped bare upon an autopsy table, their souls trembling. The air seemed to solidify. Even the distant roars of the outer blood-red spore monsters grew faint and blurred. Conflict pain protection, inefficient fragility, sample variable value. The star core's whispers reverberated in their consciousness, each word striking like a cold scalpel, dissecting humanity's struggles before the extinction crisis. There was no anger, no pity, only pure calculations based on cosmic scales. The seed of purification, the miraculous flower blooming from the mire of despair, appeared to it merely as an interesting variable worthy of documentation. This indifferent scrutiny was more despairing than any threat. Value? Blind vision, with bloodshot eyes, fixed his gaze upon the enormous eye-like star core, letting out a hoarse, mocking laugh, mingled with blood froth. Our value is to teach you, you iron lump, what pain truly is. His roar, akin to the lament of a dying beast, seemed trivial and laughable before the cold will of the star core. Yet, it appeared that the star core was indeed pondering. The intensity of the prismatic beam fluctuated slightly, its scanning focus alternating between the swirling mark on the Star Child's chest and the purification halo beneath Peng Shi. It seemed to be analyzing the structure of the mark, deciphering the energy composition of the purification spores, assessing the impact of this variable on the symbiotic network, and its potential utility in combating the hive fire and the impending lunar descent. The pearlescent purification halo within the encampment continued to fiercely expand under the Star Core's scrutiny, having already covered a significant portion of the core area. The purified fungal mat gleamed with a warm white, exuding an aura of tranquility, temporarily severing the connection to the outer hellscape of blood. The Star Child stabilized miraculously amidst the echoes of a lullaby and the release of guided energy, still unconscious but breathing much more steadily. Peng Shi's pallor transformed from ashen to a faint blush. This fleeting sanctuary was wrenched from the jaws of despair by life and will. Yet above, the cold gaze of the Star Core scrutinized. In the depths of space loomed the hourglass measuring time and the encroaching shadow of the hive fleet, while above the firmament, that lethal lunar fragment adhered to its predetermined path of destruction, silently and resolutely approaching. The orbit recalibrated once more. Under the influence of the hourglass's gravity and the irregular pull of Earth, the impact time was locked in for 9 days hence. The preliminary calculation indicated a landing near 115 degrees east longitude and 35 degrees north latitude, in the heart of the East Asian continent. The voice of the orbital calculator carried an eerie calm. The dust settled with nowhere to flee. 9 days. The moonfall catastrophe entered its final countdown. The Star Core's prismatic beam finally withdrew from Peng Shi and the Star Child, gradually sweeping across the entire encampment, passing over those who gasped within the purification halo, their expressions interwoven with fear and a glimmer of hope. The cold thought resonated once more, this time carrying a sense of conclusion. Variable exists inefficiently and unstable. Observation continues. The beam abruptly constricted, vanishing. The immense geometric structure of the Star Core ascended back to a higher orbit, its surface's prismatic radiance resuming its previous stable flow. As if the recent descent and whisper had never transpired, it appears to have reached a certain decision to continue observing this symbiotic experimental field, which gave birth to the purification seed variable, until its natural conclusion, be it destruction by the moonfall or purification by the hive fire seed, or until this variable demonstrates a sufficiently impactful value to influence its calculations. The deity's gaze has shifted away, leaving behind a deeper chill. Its observation and continuation signify that humanity shall face the ultimate judgment alone under its watchful eye. The camp has descended into an eerie silence. There are no cheers of survival, only heavy breaths and suppressed sobs. The purification halo has granted them a temporary sanctuary, yet it cannot dispel the Damoclean sword that looms overhead. A woman, cradling a child, murmurs to herself in the night sky, her gaze vacant as she looks towards the heavens, as if she has already glimpsed the ever-growing star of death. Blind sight wipes the blood and sweat from his scarred visage. Resembling a malevolent spirit, he surveys the purified camp, observing the weary survivors who still possess a flicker of flame in their eyes. Gazing at the slumbering Star Child within the light column, and at Peng Shi, who remains unconscious yet clutches her son's hand tightly. "What are you crying for?" His raspy voice shattered the silence. "Nine skies. We have plenty to accomplish. Enough to double the damned purification range. Enough to devise a means to tickle the massive stone that has fallen from the heavens." His words fell like droplets of cold water into boiling oil. "Tickling? How we do that? With what?" someone asked despairingly. "With this." Blindsight suddenly pointed at the lush fungal mat beneath their feet, indicating the jade-white glow beneath Peng Shi. "That iron lump of a Star Core wants to see value? I'll show it. Witness how we, these inefficient insects, can use its symbiotic network to topple the meteors it can't be bothered to manage." A mad plan began to take shape in his mind. He turned to the biologists and engineers, his eyes ablaze with the fervor of a gambler. "Listen, can the spores purify the fungal mat and resist the contamination from the hive spores? Can we enhance it? Can we make the fungal mat thrive harder? Hard enough to serve as a cushion?" He pointed again towards the sky. "Furthermore, the Star Child could once manipulate the graveyard's debris. Now he cannot move, but his dissipated energy has been absorbed by Peng Shi's spores. Can this energy be channeled through the fungal network? Channeled into the upper atmosphere? Without attacking, merely to interfere? Interfere with that stone's trajectory. Even a slight deviation would suffice. Better for it to plunge into the sea than to crash upon the land." The head of the engineering team's eyes lit up momentarily, only to be swiftly drowned by the enormity of the challenge. Theoretically, the fungal network can indeed conduct special energy, but it requires an extraordinarily vast array of nodes and energy-focusing devices. We possess none. Moreover, the energy loss from transmission means the dissipated energy is utterly insufficient. Nodes? Blindsight sneered, gesturing towards the monsters still prowling outside the wall of flames. Controlled by the dark red spores, and further afield to the vast wastelands dotted with colossal fungal aggregates resembling mountains. Aren't they the ready-made nodes? Everyone gasped in shock. To utilize the contaminated monsters and the giant fungal mountains as energy conduction nodes? This is sheer lunacy. No, it's suicide. Purification. First, we must purify them. Blindsight bellowed, pointing at Peng Shi. She is the core. Her purification range must be expanded. Need more dissipated energy from the Star Child? Then let it dissipate within a controllable range. Need a stronger mental resonance? Then continue humming. Hum until the blood spills from your throat. He turned to the star speakers and researchers. You, find a way. How to utilize the purified fungal network nodes. How to channel the dissipated energy upwards. How to interfere with the meteor. This is your final task over the next 9 days. If you fail, we all perish together. The command was akin to a frantic wager. Yet in these last 9 days, madness may be the only rationality. The camp sprang into frantic operation once more, imbued with a tragic, almost self-destructive fervor. People continued to hum that lullaby, their thoughts converging like a tide towards Peng Shi. The rudimentary energy conduits were continuously reinforced and extended, greedily drawing in the golden light points that the Star Child continued to release in his stupor due to the resonance of the hourglass, injecting them into Peng Shi's source of purification, the jade-white halo of purification, under the relentless influx of energy and intent, surged forth as if injected with a stimulant, expanding at an unprecedented rate. The edges of the halo crashed against the encroaching dark red spore mists and the frenzied, mutated beasts. The monsters touched by the halo saw the dark red spores swiftly dissolve, revealing the flesh beneath, grotesquely distorted and on the verge of collapse, ultimately disintegrating amidst their anguished wails. Where the halo swept, the fungal mat rapidly regained its warm white hue, becoming denser, more resilient, and even faintly emanating a subtle energy fluctuation. The star speakers and researchers hunched over their consoles, eyes bloodshot as they calculated and simulated frantically how to utilize these purified fungal nodes, including those gigantic fungal mountains, to form a comprehensive energy network. How to focus, amplify, and direct the relatively gentle energy of the dissipated Star Child through this network, sending it to the upper atmosphere or even near space. How to use this feeble force to interfere with a meteoric body several kilometers in diameter, hurtling at an astonishing speed. Each question was like a chasm. Time. Amidst the hum of the lullaby, the expansion of the purification halo, the frantic calculations, the Star Child's feeble, painful moans, and the hourglass's soul-piercing murmur of flowing sand slipped away second by second. The lunar fragments on the star map grew brighter and larger. Its cold shadow has already cast a premature pall over the hearts of every survivor on Earth. On the 8th day, the purification halo finally enveloped the entire camp and began to spread into the surrounding wilderness, illuminating the Earth like a solitary jade-white lamp. The first purified, giant fungal mountain, located dozens of kilometers from the camp, within the star speaker's consciousness, appeared as a vast, warm energy node incorporated into the fragile network. The energy dissipated from the Star Child flowed within the immense purified spore network, converging, successfully guided for the first time through that fungal mountain node, transforming into an exceedingly faint, nearly invisible jade-white beam, shooting towards the sky. However, upon penetrating the troposphere, the beam swiftly diminished and dispersed, like a pebble cast into the sea, failing to exert any observable influence on the meteor's trajectory. Failure. A profound silence fell over the camp. Exhaustion and despair washed over them once more. Blindsight gazed at the faint beam that faded into the night sky, his bloodshot eyes gleaming with a terrifying brightness. Not bright enough. Then let us burn it brighter. He suddenly turned to the Star Child, slumbering within the light column. A flash of resolute anguish crossing his features. Let him feel more pain. Let him dissipate more. No, he will die. The star speaker screamed. If we don't let him suffer, we all perish in 9 days. Blindsight's voice rang out like the clash of steel. Bet that he can endure it. Bet his life against ours. He personally approached the energy guiding array linked to the Star Child, abruptly flipping a rough switch. The guiding array's power was forcibly pushed to its limit. The extraction of energy from the Star Child surged dramatically. The unconscious star child suddenly arched his back, emitting a painful whimper, the swirling mark on his chest flashing with golden light, the fissures deepening once more. More golden light points surged forth as if being squeezed out. "Mama, Mama," he murmured unconsciously amid the searing pain. The jade-white purification halo erupted in an instant. The massive energy being forcibly extracted and infused made the halo blinding. The beam that had just shot towards the sky instantly solidified, thickening several-fold, like a jade sword piercing the heavens. This time, the beam struck fiercely against the thin ionosphere surrounding the lunar fragments. Zzz. In space, a faint, jade-white electric spark exploded forth. In the parameters of the star map, the scarlet point, representing the lunar fragment, quivered ever so slightly. The orbital parameters exhibited a deviation of 1 part in 10 billion. It succeeded, though minuscule. It validated the correctness of the path. The camp erupted with a euphoric cheer, reminiscent of survival after disaster, infused with a tone of weeping. However, before the echoes of the cheers could fade, an anomaly arose. Perhaps it was this faint yet successful disturbance that breached some unseen boundary. Or perhaps the observation of the stellar core yielded new conclusions. The silent geometric body of the stellar core, suspended in high orbit, suddenly altered its radiant, multicolored luminescence. No longer stable, it commenced a rapid transformation, restructuring itself. The geometric structure of its core unfurled like petals, revealing an unfathomably deep black void. As if capable of swallowing all light, an indescribable wave of terror, imbued with the essence of absolute destruction and finality, emanated from that abyss, freezing the very souls of those who felt it. The stellar core's target was unmistakably locked onto the falling lunar fragment. What was its intent? Chapter 61. The Eye of Annihilation and the Lullaby of the Cradle. The black void unveiled by the core of the stellar body resembled the emotionless eye of destruction, wide open to the cosmos. The pervasive wave of termination was cold, silent, and carried an absolute will to erase all existence, causing the very fabric of space within the inner solar system to feel as though it had solidified. Its target was unmistakably clear, the lunar fragment plummeting along a path of annihilation toward the heart of Earth. What was it planning? At the control console, the voice of the orbital calculator became twisted and distorted with sheer terror. On the star map, the geometric light point, representing the stellar core, flickered frantically, its interior black mark exuding a chilling aura that froze the very soul. The Annihilation Star speaker's complexion turned as pale as parchment, their consciousness trembling as if exposed to absolute zero. They were preparing the spatial annihilation cannon. Target: lunar fragment. The spatial annihilation cannon, a term that existed solely within theoretical conjecture. It forcibly tore and folded the spatial structure of the target area using ultra-high-dimensional energy, erasing all matter and energy within it from the realm of cosmic existence. This was the stellar core's ultimate method of clearing low-efficiency variables, a divine indifference to the rubble in its path. No, it must not be allowed to fire. The blind seer howled in anguish, their bloodshot eyes nearly bursting. The aftermath of that weapon, even if it merely grazed the edge of Earth, gravitational tides, spatial fractures, high-dimensional radiation, entire ecosystems would be utterly shattered. Even the fungal blanket would not survive. The calculations of the stellar core were cold and efficient. The lunar impact would obliterate the testing ground, and the annihilation of the fragment would eliminate the threat. As for the devastating repercussions of the annihilation wave on Earth's ecology, to it was merely a reset of the testing ground. The fragile, inefficient carbon-based life forms that relied on a delicate ecology would perish, perhaps making way for a more pure, efficient symbiotic form based on fungal blankets and energy networks. This was the logic it observed and perpetuated. Despair had never been so profound. The faint flame kindled by the orbital deviation just moments ago was instantly frozen by the coldness of the Eye of Annihilation. "We have 9 days," someone murmured dreamily. Yet everyone understood that once the stellar core completed its charging, the light of annihilation would descend, let alone 9 days. Even 9 seconds would be too long. Within the camp, the once heroic lullaby had long ceased, and a deathly silence enveloped the atmosphere. The purifying halo still gently enveloped the camp, isolating it from the spore-laden hell outside, yet it could not dispel the dreadful sword of annihilation that loomed above, more terrifying than the lunar impact. What to do? What to do? The star speaker clutched their head, nails digging into their scalp. The blind seer's scarred face twitched violently, their gaze darting between the comatose star child and the light beam, the faint yet steady glow of Peng Shi beneath them. and the rapidly rising energy readings on the console indicating the charging of the stellar core's annihilation cannon. A plan more desperate and reckless than before, instantaneously formed in their mind, one built upon the cold, logical loopholes of the stellar core, wagering the very spirit of human civilization. Listen, the voice of the blind seer rasped like a grinding wheel, yet bore an odd, heart-stirring calm. Doesn't that iron lump want to see value? Doesn't it want to observe? Fine, let me show it something grand. They pointed fiercely at Peng Shi, at the jade-white purifying halo. Its annihilation cannon targets the fragment, but the aftermath will annihilate Earth. Why? Because it has determined that we, these carbon-based wastes and fragile ecologies, are a burden in its efficient symbiotic network experiment. An obstruction, a worthless variable. So we must show it. The blind seer's gaze swept over the faces filled with despair. Show it that we, these worthless variables, can create value that transcends its cold logic. Show it that within our inefficiency and fragility lies the power to combat the higher threats. The hive, in its eyes. They pointed to the star child, to the sky. How do we make it see? Through the lullaby plan, but not to interfere with the meteor. That slight deviation is nothing to it. We must interfere with its damned annihilation cannons charging, with the will of all of us, with Peng Shi's network of purifying spores. Using the energy emanating from the star child as a vessel, we will smash our existence, our protective cries into its cold computational core. Tell it, Earth is our cradle, not its testing ground. To destroy the cradle, it must first ask the children within it. The blind seer's roar, laced with blood, proclaimed, "We shall sing a lullaby that even the gods must heed." In the entire camp, one could hear a pin drop. Everyone was stunned into silence by the blind seer's maddeningly extreme plan. To use mental intent to interfere with the stellar core's annihilation cannon? It was akin to attempting to halt a giant's steps with the cries of ants. Is it possible? The head of the engineering team asked, his voice dry. I don't know. The blind seer grinned savagely. But it's the only thing we can do. Either we succeed and make it halt the annihilation cannon, granting us 9 days to contend with the meteor, or we all vanish cleanly into ash within a lullaby. They suddenly turned to the star speaker and the researchers. Stop calculating. There is no time left. Redirect the energy guidance network we previously constructed to interfere with the meteor. Target the stellar core itself. Concentrate all the energy and intent from Peng Shi's purifying network. Precision is unnecessary. Control is unnecessary. Just maximum power, maximum volume. Blast it over. The star child and star speaker looked anxiously toward the beam of light. Let it disperse. The blind seer's voice was as cold as iron. This is their life. It is our life. Peng Shi was both the converter and amplifier. Her purifying spores, her protective will were the only resonance chamber capable of bearing our collective shout. Begin. The command was akin to a final judgment. There was no time for hesitation. The instinct for survival and the will to protect their home overwhelmed all fear and absurdity. Reset the target of the energy guidance network. Lock onto the coordinates of the stellar core. All nodes of the purifying spore network activated under overload. The array of mental resonance prepared for maximum power. The camp once again operated at a speed that transcended limits, fueled by a fervor akin to martyrdom. The previously laid energy pathways connecting the star child and Peng Shi, linking various nodes of the purifying fungal blanket, were violently adjusted, like countless cannons aimed at the heavens, targeting the stellar core, radiating waves of destruction. Hum it. Everyone hum it. The blind seer was the first to raise their voice, pouring all their life force into a deafening, albeit discordant, rendition of a lullaby. Yes, this time it was no longer a gentle soothing, but a tragic call to arms. Yes, yes, yes. Within the confines of the camp, all those who could still utter sounds, regardless of age, gender, or the severity of their injuries, joined in this final, poignant requiem. They ceased to merely hum. Instead, they infused the monotonous melody with an unreserved torrent of human emotions. Every ounce of fear, anger, sorrow, nostalgia for the departed, affection for the living, and a profound love for the scarred yet cherished land they called home. The collective sentiment surged forth like boiling magma, wildly cascading toward the unconscious Peng Shi. Simultaneously, the guiding array was pushed to its limits. The extraction of energy from the star child reached an unprecedented intensity. The star child's body soared within the beam of light, as if struck by lightning. The swirling mark upon his chest emitted a golden radiance akin to an erupting volcano, with a tumultuous mix of golden sparks interwoven with delicate, pale golden mist representing the essence of life, forcibly drained and extracted. his small visage instantly drained of color, his body visibly shriveling at an alarming rate. The life sign monitoring device emitted a piercing alarm. Peng Shi seemed to sense her son's life slipping away at an alarming pace. Even in her deep coma, her body trembled violently. The alabaster halo beneath her flickered frantically, swelling with intensity. Those gentle spores, ignited like stars, greedily consumed the immense golden energy exuded by the Star Child, suffused with pain and destruction, along with the tidal wave of collective will from the camp's inhabitants. The purifying halo surged dramatically. The bright alabaster light became blinding, even penetrating the vibrant beams projected by the star core. The halo expanded rapidly, engulfing the entire camp and even breaking through the outer wall of flames. Wherever it passed, the dark red spore mists and frenzied monsters dissolved silently, as if melting under the sun. On the desolate expanse, the purified, giant, fungal mountains erupted like beacons, emitting towering alabaster beams. Countless streams of alabaster energy emanated from the camp's core and the fungal mountains, piercing through the chaotic magnetic field and ionosphere with great difficulty, like myriad flaming arrows. Carrying humanity's last, most fervent, and simultaneously humble and exalted cries toward the high-hanging star core. This was no longer merely an assault of energy, but rather a torrent of will, a primal scream of existence itself. Buzz, when this alabaster torrent, mingling the Star Child's primal energy, the purifying power of the spores, and the most intense emotional will of billions of beings, collided with the essence of the star core. The entire Earth-Moon space fell into an eerie stillness. The vibrant colors swirling chaotically upon the star core's surface froze abruptly, as if a pause button had been pressed. At the core, the annihilation eye, which was accumulating energy and radiating terminal waves, exhibited an unmistakable halt in its expansion. An unfathomably vast and soul-freezing will, akin to a stone cast into an ancient well, stirred the first discernible ripples. These ripples were not born of anger, but rather a stutter, a logical conflict, an incomprehension. The cold, vast computational core of the star core was presently bombarded by a data flow that it had never defined, chaotic and tumultuous, protecting the cradle of existence and home. Inefficient, fragile carbon-based, will intensity anomalously exceeds logical models. Variable reassessment priority conflict. Its core program fell into a brief loop. Caught between purging inefficient variables, the annihilation fragments causing ecological destruction, and observing high-value anomalous variables, the eruption of collective human will. The charging of the annihilation, I was forcibly interrupted. Had they succeeded? Within the camp, some gazed in disbelief as the readings indicating the annihilation cannon's charge plummeted to zero, emitting incredulous cries. However, the cost was steep. Within the beam of light, the Star Child's body, akin to a tattered puppet, slumped down limply, the glow of the swirling mark upon his chest dimming to the brink of extinguishment, leaving only faint golden threads flickering like a candle in the wind. His vital signs dwindled to an extreme low, as if extinguishment was imminent. The alabaster halo beneath Peng Shi, after unleashing that earth-shattering blow, instantly faded and contracted, as if it had exhausted all its fuel. She remained in a coma. Yet her complexion was ashen, blood-red froth seeping from her lips, clearly bearing the burden of unimaginable backlash. Within the camp, all who had participated in the mental resonance appeared as if their souls had been drained, collapsing to the ground with vacant gazes, their minds racked with excruciating pain. The cost of forcibly mobilizing their will was severe mental exhaustion, if not outright damage. Meanwhile, although the charging of the annihilation cannon had been interrupted, the cold ripples of will were swiftly calming. After a brief stutter, the recomputation accelerated, colder and faster. Variable eruption non sustainable. Sample core on the brink of collapse. Threat, moonfall, clearance priority, reevaluation. Annihilation protocol, charging restart. Buzz. The core of the star core's geometric form, the black annihilation eye, began to expand slowly yet resolutely once more. Humanity's final requiem momentarily shook the divine, yet it failed to alter its frigid resolution. It determined that this outburst of value was but a fleeting phenomenon, unsustainable and incapable of confronting the true threat, the hive. The charge was restarting. The monitor's voice trembled with tears. Within the camp, silence reigned. They had lost even the strength for despair. Blindly staring at the dying star child within the beam, at the unconscious Peng Shi, at their comrades sprawled around them, vacant-eyed. The scarred faces revealed a profound weariness and a bittersweet smile of relief for the first time. Yet it was still not enough. However, just as all seemed lost, The annihilation eye of the star core reignited, the charging readings once again climbing. Within the beam, the Starchild's heart, which had nearly ceased its rhythm, faintly pulsed once more. Deep within the swirling mark upon his chest, the thread of golden light, frail to the utmost, had not completely extinguished. At the very core of the mark, a speck of stardust, smaller than a pinprick yet pure and concentrated beyond description, ignited under the gentle pull of Peng Shi's unwavering, albeit weak, protective will, amidst the turbulent aftershocks of collective human will, amidst the final ashes of its own life. This speck of stardust did not belong to the hive or the star core. It originated from Zhao Xiaozhao's legacy, the purest essence of stardust, born from the Starchild's existence, and will forge through countless agonies. This speck of stardust, imbued with an extraordinary, warm, and embracing rhythm, spread forth ever so faintly. It brushed past Peng Shi's body, glided over the weary and despairing souls within the camp, swept across the purified fungal network in the wilderness, traversed the atmosphere, pierced through chaotic space, caressed the fractured golden hourglass at L2, and finally, tenderly touched the falling lunar fragment. Chapter 62. The Whisper of Stardust and the Covenant of the Shattered Moon. That speck of stardust, emanating from the essence of the Starchild's life, rippled through the cosmos like a stone cast into a profound abyss, its waves faint yet infinitely far-reaching. It brushed against Peng Shi, in her unconscious state. The tightly furrowed brow of Peng Shi ever so slightly relaxed. The wisp of stardust served as the gentlest of comforts, momentarily dispelling the excruciating pain wrought by psychic backlash, infusing a flicker of warmth deep within her parched consciousness. Unconsciously, she clutched the cold hand of the Starchild. As it swept over the camp, the exhausted individuals collapsed to the ground, their minds assaulted by a myriad of piercing pains akin to being stirred by countless steel needles. Yet were instantaneously soothed, as if washed by a cool spring. Their vacant gazes regained a glimmer of vitality, and a feeble, yet palpable warmth surged within their weary bodies. The bloodshot eyes, once blind, suddenly opened wide in disbelief, fixating on the direction of the light beam. As it brushed over the mycelium network, in the wilderness, those pallid white nodes of the mycelial blanket, which had dimmed due to the recent overload of energy transmission, seemed to be infused with renewed vigor, their glow becoming warm and resilient once more. The suppression of the residual dark red spores at the edges of the purified area became markedly enhanced. As it traversed the atmosphere and space, the chaotic Earth's magnetic field and ionosphere, under the caress of this peculiar stardust, experienced an exceedingly brief, nearly imperceptible calm. The shrill wails of spatial turbulence seemed to diminish by a decibel. As it passed through the L2 hourglass, the cracked golden hourglass, within which the violently swirling stardust flowed, abruptly stagnated for a billionth of a second. It was not a suppression, but rather as if an ancient command circuit, connected to the core essence of the Starchild, had been awakened by this pure stardust, originating from a successor rather than a thief, eliciting a subtle resonance and confusion. As it brushed against the stellar core, the surface of the cold, geometric body, shimmering with iridescent light, oscillated ever so slightly. The core intention of the stellar core, which was rapidly computing and preparing to restart the annihilation cannon, experienced a minuscule yet tangible logical disturbance, akin to a delicate fiber brushing against a finely tuned clock. Its analysis of that speck of stardust momentarily fell into chaos. Unknown frequency, non-hive, non-starch, low entropy, high resonance variable redefined. As it glided over lunar fragments, this faint stardust, ultimately akin to a weary bird returning to its nest, gently merged into the colossal, frigid, and lifeless rock, which was plummeting along a path of destruction. A miracle occurred. There are no cataclysmic explosions, no bursts of radiant energy. In the instant the stardust integrated, the innermost atomic structure, which constituted the material basis of that lunar fragment, resonated ever so faintly. This resonance was so subtle that even the most sophisticated instruments could not detect it. It was akin to the flutter of a butterfly's wings. On the star map, the scarlet point representing the lunar fragment exhibited a discernible leap in its orbital parameters, surpassing all previous disturbances. The impact window was instantaneously opened. The predicted coordinates for the impact seemed to be nudged by an invisible hand, sliding from the heart of the East Asian continent into the depths of the Pacific Ocean. It had veered, a significant deviation. The voice of the orbital analyst cracked with shock and elation, correcting the impact point. 175 degrees east, 35 degrees south. Deep Pacific. The impact time was postponed by 15 days. 15 days. The impact point was now distant from the continent. in the vast depths of the Pacific Ocean. Though the super tsunami and nuclear winter effects triggered by the impact remained lethal, the threat of global extinction was substantially mitigated. This sudden transformation was akin to casting a colossal lifeboat beside a sinking ship. The desolation of despair within the camp was ignited in an instant. The ecstasy of survival and tears of disbelief intertwined. The Star Child. It was the Star Child. The Star Speaker pointed at the light beam, tears streaming down their face. Within the beam, the Star Child's body still hung limply, vital signs faint, yet the core of the vortex mark on his chest, that condensed essence of stardust, had not extinguished, burning defiantly like a candle flame in the wind. He had succeeded in the final moments of his life. He had used himself as a candle to ignite the starfire of protection, and the suspended stellar core, the recharging annihilation cannon, once again came to a halt. This stasis was no longer due to a logical conflict. The cold will of the stellar core, akin to a high-powered scanner, firmly fixated on that speck of stardust which had merged with the lunar fragment, instigating the peculiar resonance. Its computational core was analyzing this unknown variable with unprecedented speed. Energy level extremely low. Mechanism unknown. Non-energy impact. Non-gravitational manipulation. Deep resonance. Source sample A7. Starchild. In a dying state, driven by will. Efficiency high. Low consumption. High directionality. Value exceptionally high. A cascade of cold evaluative conclusions rapidly formed within the core logic of the stellar core. Ultimately, a clear directive superseded the protocol for restarting the annihilation cannon. Eliminate threat, lunar fragment, plan modification. Annihilation protocol terminated. New plan. Capture and guide sample A7, Starchild, to thoroughly neutralize the target, lunar fragment, using unknown resonance. Sample A7, Starchild, priority elevated to maximum. With a hum, the colorful beam enveloping the camp instantaneously softened and stabilized, transforming from its previous punitive or exploratory scanning into a sustaining and restorative energy transfer. A gentle yet immense energy surged along the beam into the starchy child's faltering body, forcibly repairing his desiccated life essence and stabilizing the vortex mark upon his chest. Simultaneously, another, more delicate beam imbued with clear guiding intent, akin to a precise surgical instrument, shot towards the unconscious Peng Shi, gently untangling the chaotic energies and psychic traumas within her, attempting to convey clear instructions to the Star Child through the unbreakable psychic link between them. Guide resonance toward the lunar fragment. Neutralize and decompose. For the first time, the stellar core explicitly expressed an intent to cooperate. It recognized the efficiency and value of the Star Child's unknown stardust power, opting to abandon the brutish annihilation in favor of utilizing the Star Child as a tool to resolve the lunar fragment threat more economically. Was it saving the Star Child? Guiding him? The researchers gazed in disbelief as the Star Child's life signs gradually stabilized under the nurturing glow of the colorful beam. Saving? The blind observer laughed coldly at the frigid geometric form of the stellar core. It merely repaired a suddenly invaluable tool. He abruptly turned to the Star Speaker. Lock onto the lunar fragment. Use the mycelium network. Utilize all purification nodes. Assist the Star Child with all our might. Whatever energy he requires, provide it. Whatever mental support he desires, grant it. He is now the sole fulcrum capable of leveraging that massive stone. The camp erupted into action once more. This time, it was no longer a desperate wail, but a fervor seizing a glimmer of hope. The energy guidance network was readjusted. The target no longer the stellar core, but fixed upon the lunar fragment. Mental intent coalesced once more. This time, it was not a shout of defiance, but a flood of hope and supportive belief surging toward the Star Child. Under the gentle energy of the stellar core's forcible repair and maintenance, under the faint yet resolute protective intent of Mother Peng Shi, and with the support of the collective belief of all present, the Star Child's consciousness, akin to a drowning person submerged in the deep sea, was gradually pulled back to the edge of awareness. He felt immeasurably weak, as though his body had ceased to exist, leaving only the warmth of that speck of stardust at his chest, pulsing. A clear, cold directive from the stellar core, and a gentle, urgent call from his mother and all, resonated simultaneously in his blurred consciousness. Guide resonance to neutralize. Starchild, you can do it. With great difficulty, the Starchild concentrated on that faint thought, flickering like a candle in the wind. He gazed at the increasingly large lunar fragment in the starry sky. He could sense the minuscule fragment of stardust within him, akin to a diminutive coordinate, a resonant seed, straining with the last vestiges of his strength. He endeavored to reach out to that seed, to recollect the peculiar sensation of resonance he had just experienced. A hum reverberated through him. Within the lunar fragment, the exceedingly faint, deep atomic resonance was awakened once more. This time, it was not spontaneous. It had a subtle guidance. The colossal mass of the fragment trembled ever so slightly in the vastness of space. Its trajectory exhibited a barely perceptible optimization. Success. Though faint, it confirmed the direction. The energy transmitted by the prismatic beams of the star core surged momentarily, infused with unmistakable encouragement and demand. The torrent of belief coalescing at the camp surged with even greater fervor. Supported by dual forces, the consciousness of the star child flickered like a candle flame on the verge of extinguishing, momentarily rekindled by the infusion of oil. Gritting his teeth, the teeth of his mind, he persevered in this arduous guidance. Each mental push felt akin to trudging through mire, depleting the vitality that the star core had forcibly infused, which was meant for his own restoration. Time slipped silently away in this struggle. 1 day, 2 days. The star child resembled an intricate instrument suspended above a furnace, maintained at the bare minimum of operation by the star core, squeezing every ounce of potential to guide the resonance of the fragment. His body, enveloped in the prismatic beams, no longer deteriorated, yet showed no signs of recovery. Like a porcelain doll, forcibly adhered together by energy, Pengxi awoke under the star core's influence, yet was too frail to rise, clutching her son's hand tightly. Her gaze and faint thoughts conveying endless worry and support. The camp's denizens, disregarding their mental exhaustion, continuously offered their mental support. The purifying mycelium network operated relentlessly, providing indirect energy support to the star child. Under the star child's relentless and arduous guidance, the trajectory of the lunar fragment was gradually corrected. The impact point moved further away from the continent, descending deeper into the Pacific Ocean. The collision time was postponed to 20 days later. However, just as a glimmer of hope appeared for all, shadows from deep space drew near once more. Alarm! The main fleet of the Ember ships has traversed the Oort cloud. The intensity of the hyperspace signal locks onto Earth. Estimated arrival time, 18 days. The blind officer's voice was grave. 18 days. The high fleet of Ember ships will arrive before the lunar impact on Earth, 20 days later. The prismatic beams of the star core quivered slightly. A cold was sweeping through the vastness of space, seemingly engaged in new calculations. It maintained its energy supply to the star child, guiding the resonance of the shattered moon, while the energy flow on the surface of its geometric form visibly accelerated, as if preparing for an impending higher-level threat. Under the chilling calculations of the star core and the pressure of the approaching high fleet, the star child's thoughts grew heavy once more. The process of guiding the resonance of the fragmented moon exhibited slight delays. The front door bore the wolf, the lunar impact, while the back door awaited the Ember's arrival. But how long could the star child, regarded as an efficient tool by the star core, endure? When the hive fleet arrived, would the cooperation with the star core instantly turn into a cold abandonment? Could the contract of the shattered moon resonate its final chapter before the flames of the Ember descend? Chapter 63. The Blade of Ember and the Wound of Stardust. 18 days. This number seared into everyone's hearts like a red-hot brand. On the holographic star map, the vast scarlet light, representing the main force of the Ember fleet, devoured the darkness on the map at an astonishing pace, closing in on the inner solar system like a malignant tumor in the universe. The hyperspace signal it emitted resonated increasingly with the flowing sand of the L2 point, as if heralding the arrival of annihilation. The star core sustained its energy supply to the star child, the prismatic beams stable and efficient, akin to the cold circuitry powering a precise instrument. With its assistance, the star child operated like a programmed puppet, laboriously guiding the resonance of the lunar fragment. The fragment's trajectory was further optimized, the impact point now deep within the Pacific Basin, with the collision time extended to 22 days later. Yet, beneath this seemingly improving situation, dark currents surged. The star child's condition was exceedingly dire. The star core's energy maintained his vital signs from deteriorating. Yet could not repair the nearly extinguished essence of his soul. Each mental exertion to guide the resonance of the shattered moon felt as if it drained the last remnants of his soul's oil. His consciousness floated on the brink of clarity and chaos, perceptions of the outside world blurred. Save for the faint warmth transmitted through his mother's tight grip and the continuous torrent of belief from the camp, serving as anchors in the darkness, barely allowing him to sustain that flicker of guiding starlight. His body, ensconced in the prismatic beams, resembled a delicate glass doll, pale, cold, and devoid of vitality. The vortex mark on his chest, the faint glow of that stardust essence, though stabilized under the forced infusion of the star core's energy, exuded an air of fragile superficiality, like a balloon overinflated, ready to burst at any moment. This was the price of overutilizing a tool. The fluctuations of the star child's soul were exceedingly unstable. The star speaker, suppressing the dizziness brought on by mental exhaustion, spoke with concern. The star core's energy merely sustains. It does not restore. If this continues, even if we resolve the lunar impact, he will become an empty shell. Pengxi leaned weakly by her son's bedside, her fingers lightly brushing against his cold cheek. Her eyes filled with boundless heartache and impotent fury. She gazed at the cold prismatic beam for the first time with a deep-seated hatred for the star core. It saved the star child only to utilize him more effectively, to drain him dry. The camp's denizens began to notice the star child's abnormal condition. The continuous mental support now carried a weight of profound sorrow and anxiety. The lullabies sung grew somber and mournful. Yet the star core remained indifferent to it all. Its computational core allocated significant resources to meticulously monitor the approaching hive fleet from deep space, the prismatic glow on its geometric surface becoming more complex and aggressive. With numerous obscure energy nodes illuminating within its structure, reminiscent of a star fort entering a state of readiness for battle. Clearly in its eyes, the hive fleet posed the true, high-level threat that warranted a full response, while the star child's disposal was merely contingent upon his survival until the lunar impact was resolved. The blind officer observed the scarlet light on the star map drawing nearer, then glanced at the star child, akin to a marionette within the beam. His scarred face taut with tension. He sensed a deeper crisis. The star core's collaboration with the star child could swiftly transform into cold abandonment or retrieval the moment the hive fleet arrived. One could not place all hopes upon the star core and the star child. The blind officer's voice resonated in the command channel, hoarse yet resolute. The Ember fleet has 18 days. We must devise our own strategy. His gaze fell upon the land beyond the camp, enveloped in purifying radiance, exuding a gentle white light from the mycelium network, upon those towering mycelium nodes standing like colossal lighthouses. A bold plan emerged once more, to utilize this vast purifying symbiotic network to construct a planetary-scale mental defense interference barrier. Star Speaker, research team, the blind officer bellowed. Analyze the mental transmission and interference characteristics of the purifying spores. We do not need to attack. We merely need to create the most intense, chaotic noise through the entire Earth's mycelium network when the Ember fleet arrives. Disrupt their scanning. Disrupt their targeting, even if it only buys us a few minutes. It will grant the Star Child and the Star Core a sliver of time. This scale is too vast. It requires global coordination of the mycelium network. We can only control the purification zone now. A researcher expressed with difficulty. Then purify the entire globe. The blind officer's eyes sparkled with madness. Pengxi is the key. Can her purification ability be enhanced? The energy dissipating from the Star Child is insufficient, and we must find a way to stimulate it. Let the Star Core increase its energy supply. Let it be known that in the pursuit of more efficient tools, one must be prepared to make sacrifices. This is akin to seeking skin from a tiger. Yet, it remains the sole avenue of escape amidst dire circumstances. The plan was executed with alacrity. The Starseer led the research team in a frenzied calculation of the global mycelium network's resonance frequencies and interference models. Simultaneously, Blind Vision undertook an exceedingly perilous maneuver. He commanded the technical team to create an exceedingly discreet, minuscule energy diversion valve on the energy beam sustaining the Star Child. This valve would not sever the energy flow, but rather subtly redirect a negligible trickle of energy, quietly guiding it into the purification core beneath Pengxi. The objective was simple: to induce the Star Core to perceive that the purification core of Pengxi, upon absorbing the Star Core's energy, exhibited a minuscule enhancement in efficiency, which was indeed true, as the purification spores could absorb and transform Star Core energy, thereby coaxing the Star Core to proactively increase its energy output to both Pengxi and the purification network. Utilizing the energy of the Star Core to nourish and fortify the noise barrier against the hive. This was a gamble of dancing on the edge of a blade. Should the Star Core detect this pilfering, the consequences would be unfathomable. The frigid will of the Star Core swept over the minute energy diversion, seemingly indifferent, or perhaps, in the vast expanse of its energy output, this diversion was akin to a droplet lost in the ocean. Meanwhile, the purification halo beneath Pengxi, having absorbed this trace of energy, indeed became more refined, and the rate of expansion in its purification range subtly quickened. The computational core of the Star Core registered this slight uptick in efficiency. Purification network efficacy marginally enhanced. Energy input slightly increased. Sample B, Pengxi, energy conversion efficiency improved. A chilling logic chain was forged. To maintain the optimal operational environment for the tool, the Star Child, which required a stable and expanding purification network to provide indirect support and to enhance the tool's efficiency, with the intentionally leaked fabricated data from the Star Seer team suggesting a slight gain in resonance guidance from the global purification network. The Star Core indeed slightly elevated the total power output of the colorful beams directed towards the camp. This naturally encompassed Pengxi's purification core. The preliminary phase of the plan succeeded. Under the nourishing energy infusion from the Star Core, the purification network began to accelerate its spread across the globe. The jade-white halo spread forth like a tenacious lichen, resiliently expanding its dominion over the barren earth. However, just as the camp's inhabitants felt a flicker of hope from this modest advancement, a new crisis erupted from within the Star Child. Warning: an unknown energy conflict has emerged within the Star Child. The biological monitoring device emitted a piercing alarm. Within the light beam, the Star Child's body convulsed violently. The vortex mark upon his chest transformed from a stable golden hue to a chaotic explosion of intertwining colors and gold. The fissures at the edges, hastily mended by the Star Core's energy, instantaneously fractured once more. This time, the energy escaping was no longer golden specks, but a tumultuous flow of mixed colorful light strands and faint golden mists. The Star Child emitted a blood-curdling scream of agony while in a state of unconsciousness. What is happening? Pengxi was paralyzed with horror. The Star Seer's complexion shifted dramatically. It is a conflict of a mark. The Star Core's energy is forcibly suppressing and altering the original mark of the hive within him. Yet, the Star Child had just guided the shattered moon using a fragment of stardust ignited by his own life force. That fragment of origin is repelling the Star Core's modifications. The three forces within him are clashing violently. The Star Core seeks total control over the Star Child as a tool, naturally aiming to eradicate or suppress the hive mark, perhaps even attempting to decode or overwrite the Star Child's own stardust essence. Meanwhile, the Star Child's feeble stardust essence, derived from Zhao Xiaozhao's pure stardust and his own will, instinctively resists the Star Core's invasion and alterations. As for the hive mark, it retaliates ferociously. The Star Child's body has become a battleground for these three opposing forces. This peril surpasses the previous energy extraction by manifold. The Star Core's colorful beams transformed into a tempest of fury, no longer a gentle maintenance, but a high-pressure suppression and forceful restructuring. It sought to quell this insurrection from within the tool. Stop! Make it stop! Pengxi hurled herself toward the light beam, only to be repelled by an invisible force field. The life signs of the Star Child fluctuated wildly amidst the chaotic energy conflict, teetering on the brink of total collapse. His process of guiding the shattered moon's resonance was utterly interrupted. The orbital parameters of the lunar fragments exhibited unstable fluctuations. Misfortune does not come alone. The Spark Fleet. They have divided. The terrified voice of the monitor rang out. A high-speed assault squad was breaking away from the main fleet. The hyperspace signal signatures indicated the use of gravitational string interference weapons. Their target, the L2 hourglass. Estimated contact time, 72 hours. The hive had evidently detected the disruption of the hourglass, the Star Child's slight influence while guiding the shattered moon, and the presence of the Star Core. They dispatched a task force, aiming directly at the control of the hourglass. Should the hive regain control of the hourglass, the gravitational tidal lock on Earth would become irrevocable, and the sowing efforts of the Spark Fleet would face no obstacles. The geometric form of the Star Core erupted with an unprecedented warning hum. Its energy nodes targeting the Spark Fleet illuminated significantly. The colorful beams sustaining the Star Child momentarily exhibited a brief lapse and weakening. With the strongest suppression of the energy conflict within the Star Child lost, it surged with even greater ferocity. He coughed up a mixture of golden and colorful, mist-laden blood, collapsing as his life force flickered perilously close to extinguishment. The wound of stardust erupted within him. The Spark's blade was already at the doorstep. The contest for control of the hourglass was imminent. The Star Core was stretched thin. Humanity's final bastion was on the verge of collapse. Chapter 64. The Hourglass Arena and the Star Core's Dilemma. The violent clash of three forces within the Star Child, the energy of the Star Core, the hive mark, and his own stardust essence, erupted as if a miniature supernova had detonated within his frail body. The colorful suppression beams, the golden counterattack of the hive, and the feeble yet resolute essence of his own stardust engaged in a deadly dance of annihilation. Each collision sent shockwaves that caused his life signs to flicker like a candle in the wind, the light of the vortex mark upon his chest flickering chaotically, with cracks spreading like a spider's web. Starchild. Hengxi's anguished cries tore at the heart. Ignoring the backlash, she poured her thoughts frantically into her son, attempting to soothe the raging energy storm, but like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, she was swept away by the chaotic torrent. Blood oozing from her mouth and nose. Within the camp, all those spiritually connected to the Starchild, attempting to provide support, were struck down as if by an invisible hammer, collapsing en masse, their mental links severed, their heads pounding with agonizing pain. At this moment, the Starchild resembled an uncontrollable vortex of energy. Any external thought that approached would be mercilessly torn apart. Disconnect. Sever all non-essential thought connections. Physical isolation. Blind Vision's lips bled as he issued the order hoarsely. He fixed his gaze upon the cliff-like descent of the life-monitoring curve, his bloodshot eyes filled with impotent rage. The Star Core's colorful beams became exceedingly unstable, sometimes violently outputting in a bid to forcibly suppress, only to weaken as it struggled to confront the approaching Spark Assault Squad from deep space. This fluctuation only exacerbated the turmoil within the Starchild's internal battlefield. Meanwhile, the lunar fragments, having lost the Starchild's continuous resonance guidance, began to exhibit subtle yet slow degradation in their orbital trajectory. Although the impact point remained deep within the Pacific, the time until impact was gradually advancing, and the force of the impact was continuously accumulating under gravitational acceleration. Even more suffocating was the sight on the holographic star map, where the high-speed assault squad that had broken away from the main spark force was tearing through space at an astonishing velocity, heading straight for the L2-point graveyard. The 72-hour countdown loomed like a guillotine overhead. The L2 point, that golden hourglass riddled with cracks, seemed to sense the encroaching power of the hive. The golden stardust flowing within accelerated abruptly. The humming grew sharper and more urgent. Cracks on the surface of the hourglass, under the relentless torrent of the rushing stardust, shed countless tiny golden fragments, rendering the entire structure precarious, yet emanating an increasingly perilous aura. The remnants of the Ark of Unity had long since been reduced to ashes in previous confrontations, and this graveyard once again became the epicenter of the storm. The geometric form of the stellar core flickered violently. It faced a chilling, multifaceted dilemma that demanded instantaneous resolution. Internal collapse of the tool. Starchild, the internal energy conflict spiraled out of control, on the brink of total disintegration, unable to continue guiding the shattered moon. Uncontrolled threat, lunar impact, orbital degradation. The risk of collision escalated. Core objective scramble. Hourglass, the Hive Assault Squadron, was on the verge of arrival, igniting a fierce battle for control of the hourglass. Major threat approaches. Fire Seed, main force, an 18-day countdown. Its computational core resembled an overloaded furnace, with a kaleidoscope of colors swirling chaotically on its surface, colliding. Cold logic performed a ruthless prioritization within billionths of a second. Primary objective: maintain the existence of the test site. Threat priority: loss of hourglass control, lunar impact, collapse of tool, Starchild, arrival of Fire Seed, main force. Solution: Plan A: fully suppress the internal conflict of the tool, Starchild, restoring its success rate in guiding the lunar impact. Low, high conflict intensity, fragile tool structure, risk, possible loss of hourglass. Plan B: abandon the tool, Starchild. Concentrate forces to intercept the Hive Assault Squadron, aiming to destroy the hourglass with a medium-high success rate. Risk of unresolved lunar threat. Prononcer, divide force. Buzz. The stellar core made its decision. The vibrant beams of the Starchild suddenly diminished to the lowest maintenance threshold. The stellar core retracted most of the power used to suppress the internal conflict within the Starchild. It chose to forego the immediate repair of the Starchild. Simultaneously, several more robust and concentrated beams of pure destructive intent surged forth, akin to divine judgment cast from the heavens, instantaneously traversing the void, and striking fiercely at the Hive's high-speed assault ships on the verge of entering the graveyard at point L2. The core power of the stellar core was prioritized for the struggle over the hourglass's control. No, Hengxi emitted a desperate wail. Without the overwhelming suppression of the stellar core, the already tumultuous energy conflict within the Starchild instantly lost its final restraint. Boom! The body of the Starchild surged violently within the beam. The vortex mark on its chest erupted with blinding, chaotic light. The vibrant, golden, and that faint glimmer of its own stardust clashed violently, annihilating. A torrent of blood mixed with energy mist gushed forth from its mouth. The life monitor emitted a piercing wail, signaling a halt in heartbeat. Brainwave activity plummeted to the abyss. Starchild, the entire camp plunged into a profound chasm of despair. The last fulcrum had collapsed. However, just as the stellar core relinquished its suppression and focused all its might on the Hive Assault Squadron. At the moment when the life signal of the Starchild was about to vanish entirely, an anomaly arose. Within the Starchild, that trace of stardust essence born from its own life will, having survived countless trials, did not succumb to the Hive's mark after losing the stellar core's restraint. Instead, on the brink of complete annihilation, it erupted with an unprecedented resilience and inclusivity. It no longer resisted, nor did it reject. That faint stardust flowed like the most supple water in the chaotic energy storm, flowing with a wondrous, ineffable rhythm. It gently enveloped a thread of the violent energy from the Hive's mark, while skillfully guiding a beam of the stellar core's invasive light. Discovering an exceedingly delicate and dynamic passage of balance amidst the intertwining forces of itself, the Hive, and the stellar core. This was not fusion, nor was it control, but a higher-level harmony, a dance born from an absolute understanding of its own essence and a profound comprehension of the energy of others. Buzz. The vortex mark on the Starchild's chest, while chaotic light had not vanished, was no longer a cacophony of disorderly collisions and annihilation. The vibrant, golden, and that pure essence of stardust began to rotate slowly around the core of the mark in a complex, yet fragile dynamic balance. Its halted heartbeat pulsed faintly once more. The vanishing brainwaves re-emerged with the slightest ripple. It had not perished. It was seeking survival in an unprecedented manner. On the edge of death, the stardust essence derived from Zhao Xiaozhao and its own indomitable will finally underwent a qualitative change. Even more astonishingly, at the moment when these three energies within the Starchild, Hive Mark, Stellar Core Energy, and its own stardust, achieved a delicate dynamic balance. In the graveyard at point L2, the Hive assault ships, under fire from the Stellar Core's vibrant light spears, suddenly experienced a shift in the resonance of the golden hourglass. Now filled with cracks and flowing stardust, it transformed from sharp resistance or urgent countdown into a harmonious hum. A minuscule yet extraordinarily refined golden beam shot forth from the core of the hourglass without warning. It cleverly circumvented the Stellar Core's devastating light spears, precisely connecting to the vortex mark on the Starchild's chest back on distant Earth. This beam was not an attack, but an infusion of energy. It was the hourglass's recognition and supplementation of the delicate balance achieved within the Starchild, particularly acknowledging the source of the Hive's mark. The Stellar Core's vibrant light spears struck the energy shield of the Hive assault ship with devastating brilliance. One assault ship disintegrated in an instant. However, the remaining vessels seemed to have anticipated this, their hulls glowing with eerie azure patterns, releasing a powerful gravitational interference field, struggling to evade subsequent attacks while accelerating towards the hourglass. The Stellar Core's geometric form flickered wildly. Clearly, the hourglass's sudden assistance to the Starchild and the Hive Assault Squadron's tenacity had far exceeded its tactical calculations. Meanwhile on Earth, nourished by the purest source energy of the Hive infused by the hourglass, the golden light band representing the Hive's power within the vortex mark on the Starchild's chest suddenly brightened and solidified. The fragile dynamic balance within became significantly more stable with the infusion of external support. The flickering flame of life, nearly extinguished, was rekindled with newfound vigor. Not only that, the once ambiguous consciousness of the Starchild, under the nourishment of this stable triadic balance, Hive, Stellar Core, Self, became as clear as a rock revealed after turbulent waters washed away the mire. An unprecedented, audacious thought was born within its just resurrected, crystalline clarity of consciousness. No longer would it merely passively guide the resonance of the shattered moon. It would actively harness this fragile yet stable triadic balance, utilize the hourglass's recognition, leverage the connection to the Stellar Core, draw upon the support of the camp's mycelium network. It would transform the lunar fragments into a weapon,